God of fishing pig that can howl like a wolfar. In a world where humanity lives in suspended space, children undergo a fishing test when they come of age. Those with immaculate talents have the possibility of becoming great fishing masters. In the endless sea, every life is imbued with a sacred mission. There are fish that can fly, turtles that have absorbed the worldly essence, and whales that can devour the heaven and earth. Chapter 1. Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations, haul it up, we'll be rich if you get it up. Amidst the surging waves, Han Fei was shouting excitedly against the wind on his boat. Who knows, we might know what lies in store in that map today. Han Fei was a gold digger on the sea. 7 years ago, he accidentally picked up an ancient treasure map while fishing. The map captivated him and told him that there was a great secret, possibly a medieval shipwreck, in the marked spot on the map. If he could claim the treasure, he would live the rest of his life without ever needing to worry about money. Han Fei craned his head at the sea. His boat had been surrounded by countless fish, including several hundred sharks, since it came here, or he would have dived in personally. Dong, suddenly, a sailor shouted, "Not good, boss, something is dragging us down, it's alive," Han Fei replied. "Alive my ass, how can anything be alive after hundreds of years?" Crack. An enormous force broke the keel of the boat, throwing Han Fei and company to the rails heavily. A sailor cried, "Hurry!" "Cut the rope," Han Fei yelled with bloodshot eyes. "Fuck off! Pull it up, we're going to die anyway. I would rather take a look at the treasure before that." Han Fei knew that he was doomed after he heard the crack, so he had turned completely crazy and was determined to see the treasure. Another sailor cursed, "Fuck you, I'm here to make money, not to get myself killed." Caught by the unexpected danger, everybody was stunned. Waves were surging on the surface of the ocean. Han Fei, however, noticed none of it, only a shadow below the water. What was that? A round item several meters long rose to the surface. Why did it look like a strange calabash? As a professional fisherman, he knew the ocean as well as he knew his own house, and he was certain that it was not a calabash. After all, no calabashes could remain unrotten after being soaked in seawater for so many years. He believed that it was more likely to be a calabash-shaped wreck. An enormous force surged again and flicked the boat over. Han Fei fell into the ocean. However, an accident happened the next second. A thick pillar of water rose to the sky, and the boat was immediately elevated. Flying to the sky in the water pillar, Han Fei panicked. The most titanic fish head appeared in the water. He swore that he had never seen a fish as large. Its head alone was bigger than a boat. Even the largest blue whale couldn't compare to it. Despite his dizziness, Han Fei felt that something was pulling him into the ocean. He was both excited and scared when he thought of the blood-curdling behemoth down there. He saw a crab several meters long running to him when he was dying. Huh? Isn't it supposed to be a fish? Why is it a crab? Those were Han Fei's last thoughts. Paw, poff, cough, cough. Somebody was calling him as if from a distance. Han Fei, wake up, brother, wake up. After spewing out he didn't know how much water, Han Fei finally woke up from unconsciousness. His head was aching and full of thousands of strange pictures and memories that did not belong to him. Opening his eyes, Han Fei gasped at the sky. A boundless ocean stretched out to the horizon, illuminated by a crimson sun that covered half of the sky. Scattered clouds dangled from the sky like long, uncombed hair. Hiss! Where the hell am I? What's that thing in the sky? Han Fei was appalled. The enormous fish a moment ago and the unbelievably large sun right now were surreal to him. However, they were not everything. Bam! After an explosion, a middle-aged man emerged from the water on a giant crab with a fishing pole in his hand. Han Fei was shocked. The crab floated on the surface, and the middle-aged man stood on top of it. As he stomped, ripples spread out on the ocean alongside an intimidating wind. The water splashed upward, and a fish broke out of it. The fish was 2 meters long, with fins that looked like wings. It also had greenish stones all over its body. Hyo, 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 hyo! Suddenly, all the greenish stones on the fish darted toward the man. Crab King's pincers. The man roared and, lowering his body, threw out a punch. Immediately, a pincer shadow was pushed out, blowing up the fishing pole and the flying stones simultaneously. The 2-meter-long fish was cut into halves. One of the halves fell right before Han Fei. Han Fei's eyes bulged in shock. Humph! A middle-aged harumphed. Pulled by a green turtle into the ocean, you're daydreaming if you think you can pass the trial with such a performance. A young man next to Han Fei hurried to explain, Master Wang Jie, it was only because Han Fei's arm was hurt by a bladefish the other day. The middle-aged man waved his hand. No need to explain to me. The fish in the ocean do not listen to your reason. A level 2 fisher is as good as nothing. It was not until this moment that Han Fei realized he was lying on a strange boat. Dozens of similarly strange boats were strewn on the ocean nearby, and many children in strange clothes were standing on them. The children were all wearing tight clothes that looked like diving suits regardless of their gender, except that their clothes did not have oxygen tanks. Those children were also looking at him in disdain. Next second, when he saw his own hand, his eyes twitched. Huh? Why is my hand so small? Have I transmigrated? A young man said in concern. It's all right as long as you're fine. Before Han Fei was able to ask, the middle-aged stepped out and landed on an empty boat in front of everyone. Then he spoke to the dozens of boats with a book in his hand. Zhang Qing, a level 4 fisher. Fishing result, a low-quality yellow fish. Lu Lingji, a level 5 fisher. Fishing result, a mid-quality green turtle. Tang Ge, a level 7 fisher. Fishing result, a high-quality tentacle lobster. Everyone gasped in disbelief at the result. What? A tentacle lobster? How dare he? The tentacle lobster is known as the lobster of death. It's much more destructive than bladefish. He actually caught one? Some people said enviously. Tang Ge was only level 6 last month, but he's level 7 now. It's so fast. A girl put her fist on her chest and commented, "Wow, Tang Ge is so awesome. He's the genius of our school. He's almost certain to be a fishing master later." As people whispered to each other, Han Fei looked at the young man next to him. Tang Ge. I've transmigrated. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei recalled countless memories. Tang Ge, his great friend, was saved by his father 8 years ago and had been his close friend since. Pitifully, his father passed away in the unknown world beyond the level 3 fishery. Tang Ge had been taking care of him since then. Han Fei took another deep breath. He had assumed the body of a useless man who was drowned. However, this world seemed interesting. Right then, Wang Jie looked at Han Fei and said, "Han Fei, a level 2 fisher, got nothing. Besides, Han Fei was the only person who was pulled into the ocean by a green turtle. He has failed the test. If he cannot pass the fishing trial a month from now, he will be expelled." Ha ha ha, many people laughed, regarding Han Fei as a friend. A girl simply scolded, "Han Fei, please stop wasting Tang Ge's cultivation resources. You're only holding him back." Infuriated, Tang Ge was about to argue with her when Han Fei pulled his arm. Now that his memories had been assimilated, he would rather not keep lying there pretending to be dead. This world was strange, but as an adventurer who had fought pirates and sharks on the sea, Han Fei was not scared at all. Han Fei sneered, "Did I eat your yellow fish? It's none of your business." Everybody fell quiet instantly. Tang Ge looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei had been taciturn since his father left. He barely talked, much less talked back. The girl almost jumped up in fury, hoping to rip Han Fei's mouth apart with her fishing hook. At this moment, Hukun said cynically, "Hey, Han Fei, take your time feeling good about yourself, but a month from now, you won't even be qualified to look up to us as a low-level fisher. What are you so proud of?" Chapter 2, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, that's enough. Wang Jie roared, "Tang Ge, bring him back. The fishing trial is only a month from now, and you are still bickering. Go back and train." This planet was covered in ocean, and human beings lived on mountains that floated in the sky. Everybody made a living by fishing. They could absorb the spiritual energy and marvelous power within the fish and become fishing masters, thereby reaching the peak of this world. The middle-aged man, Wang Jie, was precisely a fishing master. He taught in a school in Heavenly Water Village. He was also a part-time supervisor of the general fishery. The fishery below Han Fei's feet was the only general fishery of Heavenly Water Village. It was hardly risky, but some people died here almost every day. The ocean represented opportunities as well as danger. Even general fisheries had countless creatures that had natural-born combative techniques. Green turtles were covered in stones and fought with them when in danger. Bladefish had knives on their back and could dart the knives at the enemy. The pincers of the tentacle lobster were sharp enough to cut gold. It was said that in level 1 fisheries, there were fish that looked like swords. They had claimed too many lives. Of course, there were also shocking rumors. Some described the gigantic monsters in the unknown ocean, some mentioned the rare treasures at the bottom of the abyss, and some were about the undersea mermaids that had dominated the ocean for eons. However, Han Fei had never seen any of those in person, so he couldn't tell if the rumors were true. Tang Ge helped Han Fei get on an empty boat. Tang Ge said, "It's all right, that was just an accident. We still have time. You're going to pass the trial next time." Han Fei was about to say something when he found himself flying. To be more exact, the boat was flying. Han Fei was meaning to ask why the boat could fly, but he found the answer in his head. This kind of boat was designed for fishing, and they were going to Heavenly Water Village, which was located on an island floating in the sky. Tang Ge asked worriedly, "Han Fei, are you all right? Were you unsettled under the sea?" "I'm fine. I just feel that everything is like a dream." Tang Ge had a nagging feeling that Han Fei had turned a little odd, but Han Fei responded that he was over his trauma, leading to a change in personality. Han Fei was reluctant to tell him that his brother had already died and someone else would live on in his body. While Han Fei was thinking, the boat passed through the clouds, allowing him to see the mountain floating in the sky. Countless boats were hanging off the cliff. Above, many boats were coming and going. Han Fei was too shocked by the extraordinary view to speak. It seemed to be a scene from legends. Although he had memories of it, his heart was still pounding after seeing it for real. Several minutes later, the boat landed on the ocean, ripples spreading. Everybody had to register here when they left for the ocean or returned. Most people had stock when they returned, and the merchants were waiting for them here, so this place was also the biggest trade center in the village. Everybody was smiling, even though the stink of fish did not smell too good. After all, they could make good money out of it. Han Fei clicked his tongue when he saw the prosperous town and heard the noises. Was this Heavenly Water Village? As he recalled, Heavenly Water Village had 600,000 people, and it was just a village. How many villages and cities were out there in this world? How many people were living in the sky? For Han Fei, everything was too new. With Tungay leading the way, the two of them registered in the departure port and returned to their house. Han Fei's house was a shabby yard with a coverage of only some 20 square meters. Right behind the house was a bottomless cliff. His nearest neighbor was several hundred meters away. The house seemed to have been isolated. He looked behind the house and saw infinite clouds. Half of the sky was blocked by the enormous sun. The mist at sunset was enchanting. Tunga picked up a few big clams from the water tank in the house and pulled a bucket of water out of Han Fei's bed. Han Fei, the clams are being boiled for you. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Han Fei nodded with a smile. Clams were the most common food for the residents here. They were succulent and in huge supply, enough to keep most people fed despite their lack of spiritual energy. An hour passed. Han Fei was going to pour the clams and the soup out, but he was stunned after he lifted the pot cover because he saw a series of data. Nama regular clam soup level 1 quality regular. Regular spiritual energy, 24 points E effect. This food can keep you from starving, nothing more. Han Fei rubbed his eyes. Is it my talent? He took a deep breath. Tunga must be coming back soon. He'd better study it later. He found 2 pearls in the pot. Han Fei smiled casually. The mediocre pearls could be sold for 20 sea coins. What could 20 sea coins buy? 2 or 3 regular clams. There was absolutely nothing else in Han Fei's house. Soon, Tunga entered with a bowl of soup in his hand. The aroma of the food immediately filled the room. Han Fei grinned. You're giving your swallowed spirit soup to me again? Looking at the soup in Tungay's hand, Han Fei's eyes twitched again. Name swallowed spirit soup LLLAA quality. Regular S spiritual energy. 48 points SFAC training. Efficiency will be improved by 20% for 3 hours after this is taken. Han Fei swallowed. My whole pot of soup is not as effective as that tiny bowl. Swallowed spirit soup was made with the spirit swallowing fish in the level 1 fishery. Such fish were not aggressive and could absorb natural spiritual energy. Their soup could fill people with spiritual energy. It was very helpful in cultivation. Tungay did not think it was a big deal. It's nothing. I can easily pass the trial. My soul will be awakened a month from now. Do you think I care about a bowl of swallowed spirit soup? Han Fei had heard about the trial too many times. As he recalled, everybody had to go through a fishing trial where elimination basically meant death when they were 12. Only one who survived and passed the trial could awaken their soul, acquire their spiritual beast, and fish in the level 1 fisheries. Otherwise, they could only live the rest of their life as a regular fisher. The fishing trial was only 1 month from now, and Han Fei could barely survive it. So, as the most distinguished genius, Tunga often gave his resources to Han Fei for Han Fei's cultivation. However, Han Fei's body was too unworthy. He was only a level 2 fisher today. Level 2 fishermen were essentially the ordinary people in this world. Few people were more untalented than him. Han Fei finished the soup quickly under Tunga's earnest gaze. The soup was fresh and salty, but he felt that his body was warmed up as he drank it. After only a brief moment, his body was refilled with energy and steaming faintly. Hiss, Han Fei was amazed by the glimmer on his hand. Was it the so-called spiritual energy? Am I glowing? He knew that everybody in this world was a cultivator, but it still felt quite wonderful to experience it in person for the first time. Tungay, on the other hand, chuckled. How does it feel? When do you think you can become a level 3 fisher? I wasted a lot of time when I was upset, but I've learned to move on. I think I will make it soon. After drinking up the swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei had another 2 clams and finally felt full. Tungay still needed to check the results at school, so he left in a hurry, allowing Han Fei to shut the door. Han Fei sat on the bed eagerly. What would cultivation feel like? Exciting and fun? If someone else were in the room, they would be surprised at the calabash tattoo on Han Fei's wrist that even had leaves and vines. Han Fei recited soul fishing, the only art that he knew, but his wrist hurt the moment he got started. He opened his eyes only to see the calabash tattoo on his wrist. Are you haunting me? The next moment, Han Fei saw another set of data displayed by the so-called Demon Purification Pot, Chapter 3. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Demon Purification Pot Owner, Han Fei Level, 2 Beginner Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 4848, Spiritual Heritage, Level 1, Incomplete, Upgradable, Main Art, Soul Fishing Repairable. Han Fei was quite surprised. Demon Purification Pot? What was the calabash on his wrist about? On one side of the series of data, there was a glittering option that said Arts. Han Fei clicked Arts curiously. Existing arts, soul fishing incomplete, level 1 of immobilization incomplete. Note, this generic ancient art is now incomplete after the passage of time. Repairing it will cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei's eyes immediately glowed. Am I favored by fate? His joy did not last long. When Han Fei noticed his 48 points of spiritual energy and realized the gap between it and 1,000, he was lost for words. Then, seeing repairable behind the name of the art, he thought he might as well try repairing it. When he thought about that, his 48 points were immediately reduced to 0, and the hazy picture was gone. Galulu, I'm so hungry. Han Fei felt that the world was spinning and he was about to fall over. His overflowing spiritual energy vanished all of a sudden. Han Fei staggered to the table and ate the unfinished clams. He didn't feel better until he gulped down all the clams and his spiritual energy turned to 12 points. However, to his exasperation, the data regarding the clams left him wishing he were dead. They were merely at level 1, barely enough to fill his stomach. 4 points are too few. What does absorbable mean here? When he thought about that, Han Fei realized that the clam before him lost something. He checked his own data only to discover that his spiritual energy became 16 points. The clam's information had totally changed. Name unfresh clam, all level, 1 quality. Bod spiritual energy, 0 points effect. This food can keep you from starving, nothing more. I can do this? Han Fei was surprised. Do I only need to touch the clams and not eat them? Instead of touching all the other clams immediately, Han Fei murmured, the demon purification pot can directly absorb spiritual energy. Does it mean that I'll have infinite spiritual energy as long as there's enough seafood? If I can absorb clams, can I absorb flowers, grass, or stone? Then, Han Fei focused on his spiritual heritage, which was level 1, incomplete. Was it the reason why he hadn't been able to improve? Seeing that there were still some clams in the tank, Han Fei thought of repairing his spiritual heritage, only to discover that it would also cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei was lost for words. Where can I find 1,000 points of spiritual energy? He focused his eyes on the clams again. Several minutes later, he touched all the clams, and his spiritual energy reached 52 points. Wait, the amount of spiritual energy can surpass the capacity of my body? Han Fei was shocked. It meant that he would have inexhaustible spiritual energy as long as he stored enough, whereas other people had to rest and recover after their spiritual energy was used up. However, Han Fei gave up the idea soon because he did not have even close to enough seafood for absorption. Cleaning up all the clamshells, Han Fei sat on bed again, ready for cultivation. This time, Han Fei dare not repair any art. He merely glimpsed and noticed a progress bar that had moved forward a bit. It must have been because he consumed 48 points of spiritual energy just now. He read on and saw new information. Existing arts, soul fishing, incomplete. Level 1 of immobilization, incomplete. Note, the generic ancient art is now incomplete after the passage of time. Repairing it will cost 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Superseding art, void fishing progress, 48 10,000. Han Fei clicked his tongue. Fine, I better cultivate by myself. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the bed. The calabash appeared faintly on his wrist again, but not as painfully as before. In his meditation, Han Fei felt something cool in the air flowing into his body. After a long time, Han Fei, who was in the middle of his cultivation, suddenly lay back and fell asleep. Bam! Han Fei was sound asleep when his door was kicked open by a ferocious-looking fatty who pointed at Han Fei and roared, "Here you are, you're still sleeping? You think you're the boss? Go to the general fishery in an hour. Don't think you can stay home because you're ill. Don't come back tonight if you can't complete your mission." Han Fei looked at the fatty, whose name was xuanhuan. The man was a supervisor of the area. A wise man knows when to retreat. With the demon purification pot, it was only a matter of course for him to rise. It was unnecessary to cause trouble now. Han Fei rose quickly and smiled. "Supervisor Zhang, we're going today? Of course. You think someone will offer you food for free? You're lucky that according to the new rule, common fishermen only need to pay a tax of 150 kilograms of fish every day." Zhang Han then sneered. "However, if you can't submit 50 kilograms, you know the consequence, right? No useless men live in Heavenly Water Village. You'll spend the night on the ocean. Think carefully." Han Fei was alarmed. He knew that the fishermen who couldn't pay the tax would be cast out. It was said that nights on the ocean were dangerous with the fish attacks. Nobody had ever survived 5 consecutive nights on the ocean. However, he said with a smile, "Supervisor Zhang, I've lost my fishing pole and bait," so Zhang Han grinned. "No biggie. I'll give you an ordinary fishing pole and a box of bait for only 10 low-quality pearls. What do you think?" Han Fei clenched his fists even more tightly. The man was obviously taking advantage of him. An ordinary fishing pole cost 3 low-quality pearls, and a box of bait was only worth 80 sea coins. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, "Supervisor Zhang, I only have 20 sea coins for now. Can I borrow your tools?" Zhang Han changed his expression and said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me sooner that you have no money? You don't even have 10 low-quality pearls. You are destined to be a civilian for the rest of your life. If you die in an ocean, how can you pay me back?" Although that was what he said, Zhang Han turned and left, not forgetting to tell Han Fei to head to his store, but interest would be collected. Han Fei was infuriated, but he also realized that he was in a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Revenge was a dish best served cold. He decided to hold himself back until he could get back at the guy. Very soon, Han Fei came to the departure port. Zhang Han had a store himself, but he paid little attention to it. When Han Fei came, the man was eating a tiny shellfish. Zhang Han found a ragged fishing pole and a box of green bait in his store before he tossed them to Han Fei. He said, "You would have been exiled if you weren't still eligible for the fishing trial. Go now. Remember, 1 low-quality pearl every day." In the registration office, Han Fei finished the paperwork, and under the receptionist's gaze, Han Fei boarded an 8-man boat. A middle-aged man next to Han Fei said, "Sit tight, we've leaving." Han Fei was still astounded despite the last experience. This world was too splendid. The reflection of the enormous sun dyed the ocean red. It was very beautiful. Hey, what's interesting about the sun? You're not baiting the hook? Han Fei turned around only to discover that everybody was putting the green bait on the hooks of their fishing poles. The green bait was the most common bait for regular fishermen. It was like an earthworm, but thicker and shorter. A young man on the boat looked at Han Fei. "You were the guy who was pulled into the ocean by a green turtle yesterday?" Chapter 4, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei nodded. "That's me." The young man sneered. "How weak." Han Fei was rendered speechless. "Are the kids here also caustic?" Several minutes later, the boat landed on the ocean, ripples spreading. Everybody raised their poles. It was hard to imagine that the hook flew hundreds of meters away without a reel after an easy toss. Han Fei was full of questions. Everyone closed their eyes. Their hands glimmered with spiritual energy. Their fishing lines were all slightly moving back. Han Fei was amazed. Why were their fishing lines extensible? Han Fei had an answer. They must be controlling the fishing lines with spiritual energy. But as he recalled, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei cast the hook with all his strength, only for it to land 20 meters away. Huh? When he went fishing before, there was always a weight at the end of the line, but he had only a line and a bait right now. It was rather difficult to control the distance with spiritual energy. Han Fei hurried to look at everyone and discovered that they didn't notice it, so he began his fishing as if nothing happened. Skillfully, he pulled, released, and shook the pole, to the left, to the right. Han Fei murmured to himself, but everyone on the boat was surprised. Someone said, "Hey, are you an idiot? Your bait is gone." Han Fei did not know what to say. The middle-aged man said, "Pull it back. The green bug is the least active bug, so the fish will not touch your hook when it is still wriggling." Pulling the fishing line was an art. Everybody was lost for words watching Han Fei reel the line. Someone finally commented, "Why have you not starved? Use your spiritual energy, not your muscles." "I used my spiritual energy, but the fishing line wouldn't budge." The middle-aged man said, "Feel your spiritual energy. Concentrate it on the fishing line and pull the line back." Blushing, Han Fei felt his spiritual energy accordingly. When his spiritual energy was attached to the fishing pole and line, he was surprised to sense the obscure attraction between them. "I didn't know I could wield it like this." Refreshed, Han Fei activated his spiritual energy. The hook immediately sprang out of the water. However, it did not stop but darted into the butt of another young man on the other side of the boat. "Han Fei, you're asking to be killed," Han Fei apologized. "Sorry, it was not on purpose." "Don't move. I'll get it out." Pooh! The hook flew from the young man's back. Everybody, including Han Fei himself, ducked quickly. A large piece of cloth had been torn off on the young man's butt. Blood was spurting out. Han Fei said, "I'm terribly sorry that I didn't control it well." "Han Fei, I will kill you." The others also looked at Han Fei warily. Was the boy's head damaged yesterday? Why had he forgotten the basics of fishing? Seeing that the young man was charging at him, Han Fei hurried to raise his fishing pole. The young man was so scared that he stopped immediately, suspecting that Han Fei would throw the hook at him again. Someone scolded, "Han Fei, get back to business. We'll call the supervisors if you cause trouble again." Han Fei smiled in embarrassment. "All right." Han Fei simply sat there after casting the hook, same as what other people did. But such a way of fishing required no skill at all. After almost an hour, right when Han Fei intended to ask for advice in his impatience, someone suddenly stood up and grunted. Then, the guy made a very weird gesture, and his spiritual energy surged out. His fishing pole and line were immediately covered in a faint radiance. "Rise! Bo!" Han Fei's eyes widened. Was it so simple? He then realized that other people were as envious of the man as he was. A huge yellow finnish around 60 kilograms had been pulled up by a man named Old Huang. Yellow fish were unaggressive and not as threatening as green turtles and bladefish, so they were one of the cheapest and most popular foods on the floating islands, just like the clams. Seeing the others lifting their poles, Han Fei did the same. It was because the yellow fish struggled too long just now and all the vigilant fish had escaped. Until they reached the level of a fishing master, the fishermen always changed spots every time they caught a fish. Arriving at a new location, everyone cast their lines again. After only a quarter hour, the middle-aged man sensed something. Just like old Chen just now, the middle-aged roared, "Rise!" Han Fei's eyes lit up. It was another green turtle. He remembered Wang Jie's fascinating Crab King's pincer when Wang Jie dealt with the green turtle yesterday. Veins bulged on the middle-aged man's hands, and the line was pulled fast. Holding the pole with both hands, the man turned around and dragged with his shoulder, hauling a big fish out of water. Shoo, hew, hew. Stones were thrown. Everybody hid in a corner except Han Fei, who watched the middle-aged man slap the stones away with his glowing hand until he smashed the turtle in the end. A 1-meter-long green turtle fell on the deck, its tail slapping about randomly. It seemed to have passed out. Han Fei had a closer look this time. The green turtle was covered in scales that looked like greenish stones all over its body. Those scales reflected bright blue light under the sun. 2N name green turtle LL5 or quality. Regular LS spiritual energy, 12 points efficacy. It can increase one's physical strength if it's eaten over a long period of time. Absorbable, Han Fei realized that the spiritual energy of 3 clams equaled to that of a green turtle. It meant that this thing was not really as impressive as it looked. Everybody exclaimed in shock. Old Niu, are you a superior fisher now? The middle-aged man grinned and said frankly, I made a breakthrough the other day. Everybody congratulated him. Old Chen in particular grabbed his arm and asked, I've been stuck in level 6 for a long time. What's your advice? Han Fei pricked his ears. He never saw a superior fisher in person before, and he was quite shocked that old Chen had been stuck for almost half of his life. Was cultivation so difficult? Fine, a worker has to sharpen his tools first if he wants to do a good job. I'll crush you after I improve my arts and my spiritual heritage. After the middle-aged man put away the large green turtle, they changed spots again. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Of the 8 passengers, everybody had accomplished their task except Han Fei and the young man who was about the same age as him. The sun was setting. They began chit-chatting while enjoying some of their trophies. Suddenly, the young man shouted, I got one, I got one. Han Fei looked at him gloomily. Everybody else had accomplished their task, but he hadn't even caught a single fish after using up almost all his bait. Right as Han Fei mocked himself, a seasoned fisher cried out. Old Chen also shouted, Boy, let it go now. You can't catch this. Chapter 5. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The middle-aged man changed his expression. It's not a fish. You've attracted a tentacle lobster. Han Fei was surprised. A tentacle lobster? The thing that Tange caught earlier? Before the young man realized what was going on, he had already lifted his fishing pole. Everybody saw a pair of long tentacles. They swung their poles at it. The middle-aged man roared, Break! However, one of the tentacles quickly wrapped around the young man's arm. To Han Fei's shock, a patch of flesh on the arm was immediately torn off, and the young man fell over to one side of the boat, crying. Old Chen shouted and dragged the young man back by the leg, but the other tentacle extended straight toward him. The middle-aged man instantly butted Old Chen with his fishing pole, knocking him back. Next moment, the young man was pulled off the boat entirely. Han Fei was bold enough to look out, only to discover, sweating, that the young man's head was already gone. From beginning to end, all the tentacle lobster revealed was 2 tentacles. Fuck, can I go back to my original world? Han Fei was pale. The young man mocked him that morning and he had wounded his butt. He was rather sorry that the guy passed away just like that. That was only a kid after all. One of them pondered for a moment and said, Let's report it to the supervisors. The supervisors were the patrolmen in the fisheries, under the lead of a fishing master. The captain of supervisors in this fishery was Wang Jie, who saved Han Fei yesterday. Wang Jie soon arrived. He glanced at the crowd and saw Han Fei, but his eyes did not stop on him. With an awful expression, Wang Jie asked, What happened? The passengers quickly explained everything. Wang Jie was immediately irked. What an idiot. Did he not know that the feeling of the tentacle lobster is different from that of other fish? How dare he try to reel it in? The middle-aged man replied. Perhaps he was too anxious. It's almost sunset. Han Fei's face was even gloomier after he heard that. As a famous gold digger at sea, he had caught not just common fish but also sharks before, but after an entire day, he failed to even grab a shrimp. It was most humiliating. Wang Jie said solemnly, It hasn't been peaceful recently. Another boat fared even worse than you. They encountered a snake belt. 4 of the 8 people on board died. Hiss, everybody gasped. A snake belt was even more horrifying than a tentacle lobster. If they had encountered it, they couldn't have ended up any better than the other ship. Han Fei recalled what a snake belt was. It was a kind of long, scarlet fish that looked like a snake, except that its head was almost exclusively teeth. It swam extremely fast in the ocean. It could dart into a human and slither inside his body. Han Fei finally understood why people liked low-level boats, because the passengers could help one another in an accident. If he had met a tentacle lobster on his own, he would have probably been killed. Wang Jie asked, Have you accomplished your mission? Yes, we have. Thank you for asking, Mr. Fishing Master. Wang Jie looked at Han Fei indifferently. Where's your fish? Blushing, Han Fei replied, I didn't catch any. Wang Jie was stunned. After being dragged into the ocean by the green turtle yesterday, this guy did not catch any fish today. Wang Jie had never seen a fisher who couldn't catch any fish before. However unskilled you are, you can at least get a few yellow fish or little white fish, right? The middle-aged man said in a hurry, I'm told that he almost drowned yesterday. His hook was unsteady, probably because he had not recovered from the shock yet. He will be better in a couple of days. Useless. If you give such a poor performance after a slight shock, what can you achieve in the future? Han Fei did not give a reply, because he was also stunned. Was it really because he cast the line poorly? Wang Jie made Han Fei spend the night at sea despite many people pleading on his behalf. Wang Jie only advised Han Fei that when fishing at night not to cast the line deeper than 3 meters. He couldn't be bothered to show any pity to this useless bum. Old Chen handed over a piece of dried fish and a pot of water to Han Fei. Be careful. Someone else gave Han Fei an iron dagger and said, "Use this to protect yourself." Han Fei thanked them, feeling warm about other people's generosity. Wang Jie left the boat to Han Fei and departed with the others. Han Fei was bummed after everybody left. He grabbed the fish that old Chen left him and chewed it. It had a pungent smell. After not eating any food for an entire day, Han Fei was already hungry. He soon devoured the dried fish, which was not large at all. Soon, it was completely dark. The waves were not big out at sea, and nothing except for the bright moonlight could be seen. My hook was unsteady? Han Fei remembered what the middle-aged man said. He also remembered immobilization in soul fishing. The books described it in an overly simplified manner. Keep the body, the pole, and the heart as tranquil as still water. It was easier said than done. After all, a human was not a statue. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his wrist was hot. He rolled up his sleeve, only to find the calabash mark was glimmering. Then, he sensed that spiritual energy was attaching to his wrist and entering his body like the air he was breathing in. Huh? The spiritual energy is automatically attracted into my body. Immediately, Han Fei dropped his fishing pole and sat down. He didn't know why the calabash began to absorb spiritual energy, but it was a good thing and could help with his cultivation. Han Fei began cultivating according to memory. The moment he started, the calabash on his wrist shocked strongly, and the spiritual energy attracted was multiple times greater than before. An hour later, Han Fei sensed that something was broken in his body. He was exalted and energetic. Is this the so-called breakthrough? Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot. The data had indeed changed. Demon Purification Pot Owner, Han Fei Level 3 Beginner Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 60-60, Spiritual Heritage, Level 1, Incomplete Upgradable Main Art, Soul Fishing Repairable. Han Fei was delighted. This breakthrough was too easy. Didn't they say that it could take years? Why had he made it after cultivating for only an hour? Han Fei was going to continue his cultivation when he heard rattling sounds on the ocean. Chapter 6, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Dozens of fish were jumping in the water near the boat and did not leave until minutes later, as if they were asking him why the spiritual energy was cut off. Han Fei was quite excited. Could the fish sense the spiritual energy that was attracted to him during his cultivation? Seeing that more and more fish were leaving, Han Fei hurried to put a bait on the hook and cast the line. Could there be a better moment? There was no telling if Han Fei was luckier when he was in a good mood, but he sensed an enormous force the moment he cast the line. Han Fei roared and clutched the pole. Having no time to bother with any fishing tricks, he simply pulled the pole hard. Damn, this creature is strong. The hook was shaking violently, assuring Han Fei that it was not a tentacle lobster. As such, Han Fei hauled it without concern. Perhaps because his level was too low, Han Fei almost lost his fishing pole several times. After a few minutes of struggle, a big yellow fish was finally lifted out of the water. It was not as huge as the one that old Chen caught, but it could definitely be counted as a big fish. Data popped up in his view. Name A yellow fish, L level 3O quality, regular spiritual energy, 6 points E effect. It can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Oh, absorbable. Not wasting any time, Han Fei hurriedly fixed the bait and cast the line. Because there were plenty of fish, the bait was taken quickly, but the fish were very strong and broke off the hook. In the end, he couldn't even get a shrimp. After he was familiar with the technique, Han Fei soon caught a second yellowfish, although it was apparently smaller than the first one. Han Fei was not bothered because it still weighed almost 30 kilograms. His daily requirement was 150 kilograms. However, what surprised Han Fei was that fishing with spiritual energy cost him 5 points of spiritual energy, when this yellowfish only contained 5 points of spiritual energy. That was too much. Another fish took the bait after an hour. Han Fei estimated that it was the normal period of time. The shoal of fish only gathered just now because of spiritual energy. Instead of reeling in the fish immediately after it took the bait, Han Fei learned to concentrate his energy on the fishing pole, sense the fish's struggle, and spin the pole. Then, he could pull the fish up easily. Of course, it was not successful every time. The hook slipped more than 10 times during the 5 hours, and Han Fei only caught no more than 10 fish in total, including 2 little whitefish. Another hour passed. The night was already dark. The wind was rising and the temperature was dropping. He had one last piece of bait left. In his cabin, 8 to 9 yellow fish were swimming. He felt lucky that they were all yellow fish. If he had met a green turtle, he might not have been able to catch it. His job would be done after he used the last bait. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered Wang Jie's warning. Would he catch something else if he sank the hook more than 3 meters deep? Han Fei thought that it wouldn't hurt if he tried it. Going slightly deeper than 3 meters shouldn't be too dangerous. Yellowfish were too inferior after all. He intended to aim for the green turtle. This time, Han Fei loosened the fishing line a bit more on purpose. He felt that there might be green turtles 3 meters below. As it turned out, the fishing line moved the moment Han Fei dropped the hook. Are the fish 3 meters below so active? Han Fei was delighted. The deeper a fish was, the faster they would take the bait. He immediately pulled the fishing pole up, but he suddenly lost balance and fell on the boat after the fishing line broke. Thanks to the bright moon, Han Fei saw a cold edge on the dim ocean. A weird fish half a meter long was darting at him. Han Fei realized that it was a bladefish. He had met a bladefish. Did the bladefish cut his fishing line just now? Everybody knew that the bladefish carried a knife on its back. The blade could even be built into weapons and sold at a high price. The knife on the bladefish could be separated from its body. The cold edge that Han Fei saw was exactly such a knife. Han Fei hurried to block it with his fishing pole. Crack! The fishing pole fell apart in the blink of an eye. Han Fei fell back under enormous force. Thankfully, the knife brushed past his face and stabbed into the wood. Han Fei was dazed. It was so close. If he hadn't fallen, would he have been cut in half? Han Fei rolled on the boat and smacked it with the fishing pole. Han Fei's arm became numb. The fish was too strong. Han Fei confirmed that even sharks were not as ferocious as this creature, which had skills. Having no place to hide in, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. If spiritual energy could be injected into the fishing pole, could the fishing pole be used as a weapon? Han Fei grabbed the two halves of the fishing pole. Transmitting his spiritual energy to them, he stabbed them at the head of the fish. Han Fei felt like he was hit in the chest by a giant rock. He was flung into the wall, bleeding internally. The next moment, a heavy fish fell upon his body. Cough, cough, damn, why are the fish here so dangerous? The fishing pole stabbed into the blade's mouth. The fish was too strong and killed itself by pressing against the pole. Han Fei narrowly escaped disaster. After a long time, Han Fei finally returned to himself. He felt he had run out of strength. His body was numb and painful. He finally understood why people did not like catching bladefish. Such creatures were truly lethal. Name bladefish, L level, 6-0 quality, regular dead, spiritual energy, 22 points, L effect. It can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible inferior fin knife. Absorbable, this is an inferior knife? What would the better ones be like? Han Fei breathed heavily, lost for words. His wrist was feeling a pricking pain after the tremendous consumption of spiritual energy. He lowered his head, only to discover that the calabash was glowing. Vaguely, he saw a green light moving from the bladefish to the calabash before it disappeared. Had the calabash absorbed the spiritual energy? Gululu, Han Fei was so hungry that he cut a piece of meat from the dead bladefish. The meat was stinky and tasteless after the spiritual energy disappeared. However, his hunger was still greatly relieved. He looked at the demon purification pot, but only saw 2 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei was lost for words. The spiritual energy absorbed by the calabash is not counted as my storage? Left with no choice, Han Fei could only pick up a yellow fish from the cabin and devour it. What a pity! It weighs dozens of kilograms, Han Fei complained while absorbing it. In the meantime, he looked at his calabash curiously. However, there was no response after a long time. Chapter 7, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The fishing pole was broken. Han Fei was utterly bankrupt again. The only thing he had left was a ragged dagger and an inferior knife fin stuck in the wood. Gloomily, Han Fei took out a little white fish and began to eat it raw. It does not taste bad at all. The meat is tight and feels like beef. Han Fei was a bit surprised. This meat could totally be made into sashimi. He thought that the white fish tasted worse than the yellow fish and bladefish, but they were surprisingly good. He finished half of the white fish quickly. To Han Fei's surprise, his spiritual energy increased from 20 to 23. Didn't the white fish have 3 points of spiritual energy in total? He had only just eaten half of it. Han Fei finished the other half of the fish. His spiritual energy became 26 points. He was quite surprised. It was almost dawn. He had survived the night. Han Fei sat cross-legged and continued his cultivation. His wrist became hot again, indicating that a stream of spiritual energy was entering his body, but the amount of spiritual energy was much lesser. Why is it lesser now? Han Fei opened his eyes in surprise and noticed that the 3 moons were about to disappear. The absorption of spiritual energy has something to do with the 3 moons? More than an hour later, the enormous sun revealed itself on the horizon, unleashing the morning sunlight. Han Fei, feeling that his wrist was burning, stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, only to discover that his wrist was smoking with purple light. Before he rose, a fire had risen on his wrist. Han Fei immediately got back to his feet and extended his hand into the water and checked the demon purification pot in passing. His spiritual energy had turned from 26 into 18. He was instantly surprised. Was it because of the purple light just now? Han Fei almost fell over while he considered. The ocean was boiling, waves rising everywhere. Han Fei saw countless fish swimming towards him as they began to jump merrily. For a start, a few little white fish smacked Han Fei's face. Not just that, a big yellow fish knocked into Han Fei's belly, making him double over in pain. Han Fei then saw a tentacle lobster flying. Fuck. Wasting no time, Han Fei dived into the fish cabin and closed it. Soon after he closed the fish cabin, dum, crack, 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 crack. Too many fish were falling on the deck. Han Fei even saw their tentacles through the gaps. When Han Fei tried to take another look, a knife swooshed into the cover and almost stabbed him. Several minutes later, a lobster leg pierced through the cover of the cabin. Bro, please go! Han Fei held his breath. If a tentacle lobster broke it, he would be cut into pieces. Wait, can I try absorbing it? Han Fei immediately hugged the leg without letting it go. Absorb it. Demon purification pot, absorb it. Bam! The cover of the fish cabin was almost lifted. At first, the tentacle lobster struggled hard and nearly flipped the boat over several times, but gradually it weakened. Han Fei was delighted that the demon purification pot was useful. 5 minutes later, Han Fei felt that the lobster leg stopped struggling in his arms. Its spiritual energy must have been devoured by him. After a couple of minutes, the noises on the deck finally stopped. The fish seemed to have leaped back into the ocean. Han Fei finally summoned the courage to open the cabin. A yellow fish, startled by Han Fei, bumped into Han Fei's head. He almost cried in pain. Confirming that no dangerous creatures were on board, Han Fei jumped out of the fish cabin only to discover that the deck was a mess. Too many fish, including a blade fish, had been cut into pieces. Other than that, the boat was laden with stones from green turtles. As far as he could see, 3 of them were dead on the deck. Some of them were minced, and some were cut into halves. Han Fei was flabbergasted. How sharp were the tentacles of the tentacle lobsters to cut the green turtles? Han Fei turned around and looked at the 3-meter-long tentacle lobster, which seemed to have been boiled. It had a particularly huge head and a short body. Like dry wood, it was now paralyzed on the deck. But soon, Han Fei became excited. His spiritual energy increased to 156, which meant that the tentacle lobster provided 48 points of spiritual energy to him, the same amount a swallowed spirit soup could provide. Besides that, the 8 fish cabins on the boat, except for the one he had been hiding in, were all full of fish. Han Fei laughed aloud, counting his fingers and murmuring to himself. There are a lot of whitefish. The calabash can have dozens of them. The yellow fish are plentiful too. Why is the water in this cabin red? When Han Fei looked at the fish cabin, he saw something swimming through it. Han Fei kicked the cover and closed the cabin. If his guess was correct, that must be a snake belt. The snake-shaped fish had killed half of the passengers on a boat yesterday. He certainly couldn't beat it if it ran loose. Han Fei had made up his mind to let the stronger experts open this cabin after he returned. So, Han Fei held yellow fish in his left hand and green turtles in his right hand. After absorbing them, he kicked the bodies off the boat. Although the fish could still be sold after they were dead, the money was not as important as his secret. A dozen minutes later, Han Fei was shocked again. Han Fei had 804 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei breathed heavily. The storage of the demon purification pot had no upper limit. Han Fei enjoyed the sunlight on the deck, delighted. He had thought that it would take a long time before he saved 1,000 points of spiritual energy, but one night turned out to be almost enough. Should I do it again tomorrow night? What Han Fei did not know was that, if he told someone else about it, they would think that he was crazy to train in the morning under the sun, which would have burned other people into ashes. He cleaned up the boat and intentionally left some traces. He also cut the tentacles of the tentacle lobster and kicked it into the water, because he couldn't explain why such a huge lobster was lying here in one piece. The sun was already high, and many boats were descending from the sky. One of them came straight toward where Han Fei was. Wang Jie came with another 2 supervisors. Wang Jie did not check if Han Fei was all right, or notice the dark circles around Han Fei's eyes. He and his subordinates were shocked at the mess on Han Fei's boat. Chapter 8, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, What Happened? Han Fei replied, Well, in the morning, when I was still sleeping, turmoil broke out on the ocean and a lot of fish jumped into the boat on their own. Then, I hid myself in the cabin until you came. A tentacle lobster must have caused this. Han Fei spoke innocently. He pointed at the dark circles around his eyes and said, A yellow fish knocked into me and left me these marks. Wang Jie frowned. Was it a fish tide? One of the guys behind Wang Jie said enviously, This is still a lot. Dozens of fish are enough for you to pay your taxes for 2 months. Han Fei grinned. I suspect that there is a snake belt in this cabin. I closed it and never checked it. A snake belt? The 2 guys behind Wang Jie exclaimed. A snake belt was very precious. Was the guy so lucky that even a snake belt jumped into his boat? His eyes bulging, Wang Jie said in a hurry, You back off? Han Fei hid behind them. If the creature ran loose, it would kill these people before it could kill him. Wang Jie approached the cabin and kicked the cover. A shadow swooshed out instantly. Wang Jie roared and snatched it with a glimmering hand. Bam! An invisible barrier appeared before Wang Jie and blocked the charging snake belt. Wang Jie's glowing hand smashed down. The snake belt, after being slapped into the deck, still had strength. It tried to flee when Wang Jie drew his fishing pole and cast the line out, hauling it back. After another slap, the snake belt finally passed out. Han Fei was shocked. Could a fish be so tough that even a fishing master could not finish it in one attack? Wang Jie glanced at him. Not bad, Han Fei. This snake belt is dangerous. It's of little use to you. Do you want to sell it to me? Han Fei rolled his eyes. If you want it, just consider it a gift from me. Wang Jie said solemnly. That's not fair. This is a mid-quality pearl that is basically as valuable as a snake belt. Han Fei kept waving his hands. He knew how the world worked with relations. With other people present, he had to give Wang Jie an out, so he got Wang Jie to give him a fishing pole. The 2 supervisors couldn't believe their ears. What? A mid-quality pearl for a fishing pole? Wang Jie was a little taken aback as well. This poor sod is able to resist the temptation of a mid-quality pearl if only his talent was better. Xuanhuan nodded and charged the boat with spiritual energy and said to a guy behind him, Song Fei, would you please escort him back? He wouldn't have offered the favor if Han Fei had accepted the mid-quality pearl. After the boat ascended, Han Fei looked at the supervisor who was staring at the minced blade fish. Han Fei rolled his eyes and asked, Brother, may I know your name? The supervisor replied indifferently, Song Fei. Han Fei proposed, Brother Song, this blade fish was minced by the tentacle lobster. It was too strong for me to deal with. I can see that Brother Song likes it. I would like to give it to you as a gift. Huh? Song Fei was stunned. He had earned a blade fish in this round trip after doing nothing. After a momentary daze, Song Fei accepted the blade fish, assuring him that he could seek him out if he had any troubles in the future. Minutes later, Han Fei cleaned the surface of the boat. Song Fei commented, You are rather diligent, although your level is low. After you sell your fish, you can buy a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid, or it will be barely possible for you to pass the fishing trial. Okay, got it, Han Fei responded absent-mindedly. He was quite upset that all the broken pieces of meat were only worth 142 points of spiritual energy. The receptionist, seeing that Han Fei was back, said coldly without batting an eye, You survived. Not bad. Huh, so many fish? Song Fei said. Ch1, the boy was lucky enough to encounter a fish tide. He survived it by hiding in the fish cabin. It's a major harvest. The receptionist smiled. All right, I'll have 150 kilograms of them as your tax. You can handle the rest of them. Han Fei's heart was bleeding. That was good money. After the boat was completely docked, someone immediately ran to him. Most of them simply greeted Song Fei and asked Han Fei, Hey boy, I'll have all of your yellow fish. I'll give you 20 sea coins for each. Someone else immediately pushed him away. Boy, don't listen to his nonsense. I'll give you 30 sea coins for each. You'll earn more. Boy, I want your green turtles. 10 low-quality pearls for each. Chapter 9, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei sneered. Wang Jie offered a mid-quality pearl, and you're only giving me a few low-quality pearls. I'll be a fool if I sell them to you. Han Fei looked at Song Fei. Song Fei sniffed and said, Be quiet, let's obey the rules. Yellow fish, 16 sea coins per kilogram. White fish, 8 sea coins per kilogram. Green turtle, 40 sea coins per kilogram. That blade is not for sale. If you want them, order them now. If you don't, leave. Song Fei sneered. You want my blade? Keep dreaming. Everyone was surprised that Song Fei backed the boy. What was his background? Soon, all the fish, except for a yellow fish Han Fei reserved for himself, were sold for 1,480 sea coins, which equaled 408 low-quality pearls or 1.5 mid-quality pearls. Most of the money came from the green turtles, which were expensive. It was not a lot, but many scoundrels in the port were already looking at him. Han Fei had a headache after he received the money. He had to spend the money as soon as possible, or the money would be extorted from him the next day. Song Fei knew it too, so he brought Han Fei to Wang Jie's shop. As a fishing master, Wang Jie was naturally qualified to open a shop. His shop was in the golden area of the district. In the shop, Song Fei said, Old Guan, I've brought business for you. An old man, who looked plain but shrewd, came to welcome him. Song Fei shared what happened with the old man. Immediately, the old man grinned. Boy, it was not easy for you to survive a fish tide. Since my boss promised you a fishing pole, you can pick any of the poles in the shop as long as the price is lower than 1 mid-quality pearl. Han Fei couldn't tell the quality of the poles, but after a quick glance, he noticed that most of them were pegged at 18, 28, 58, or 68 low-quality pearls. There were about 10 poles that cost 88 low-quality pearls. There were only 3 fishing poles with a price higher than 88 pearls. They were labeled with 180, 68, and 18.8 respectively. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Guan, can I have the one whose price is 180 low-quality pearls? Well, I can pay the extra money if it's too much. Song Fei and Mr. Guan both understood. Everybody wanted a good fishing pole. They even thought that Han Fei would choose the 18.8 pearl one since he had the money. Han Fei ran some calculations. He still had 120 low-quality pearls. There were too many. Han Fei asked, Mr. Guan, do you have any fish head body polishing fluid? Mr. Guan was surprised. Yes, but every bottle costs 1 mid-quality pearl. Are you sure you want one? Han Fei said. Yes. Old Guan carefully took a bottle of bright green fluid from a box and said, This is a real treasure. Even our shop only has a limited number of bottles. Remember, train immediately after you take it. The effect of the drug can last 6 hours at most. Han Fei put it into his pocket. Thank you, Mr. Guan. He left the shop with an iron fishing pole worth 128 low-quality pearls and a black dagger worth 8 low-quality pearls. Song Fei said, All right, you've spent all of your money. Prepare some food for yourself. I'll go back now. Song Fei left, and Han Fei went straight to Zhang Han's shop in the fish market through the main road. Zhang Han was chatting with someone. He was surprised to see Han Fei. Huh? You're still alive? Han Fei grinned. I almost couldn't make it back. Here's the money that I owe you. Zhang Han was stunned when Han Fei presented 12 low-quality pearls. How did the guy make so much money after a night on the ocean? Huh. Wait, he's holding an iron fishing pole? That's good stuff, Zhang Han gasped. You were the boy who survived the fish tide? Han Fei smiled innocently. It was pure luck. Zhang Han was so jealous that he wanted to swindle Han Fei out of his money right there, but he couldn't because Han Fei did not have any low-quality pearls. It wouldn't end well if Han Fei reported him to the supervisors. Zhang Han said, "All right, you have money now. Do you want some bait?" "One low-quality pearl for a box," Han Fei sneered. "Are you really taking me for a fool? It's only worth 80 sea coins in other places." However, Han Fei merely smiled. "Manager Zhang, I have 8 low-quality pearls left. I would like to buy some bait and clams. Do you have any?" Zhang Han's eyes immediately glittered. "Of course. Brother Zhang will give you a special price." Therefore, when Han Fei left for home, he carried dozens of clams and 2 boxes of bait with him. He had apparently spent 2 more low-quality pearls on them. When Han Fei was almost home, a few scoundrels showed up. As Han Fei expected, someone had been following him since he left the port. A ruthless fatty rubbed his fingers and approached him. "Boy, I'm told that you earned more than 100 low-quality pearls today, didn't you? Do you think it's time you pay your protection fee?" Han Fei grinned. "Brothers, I did make some money, but I spent all of it. I don't have any sea coins left now." Enraged, the fatty shouted, "Liar, you spent 14 low-quality pearls in 2 hours? Who are you fooling? You have no respect for the tigers?" Han Fei was surprised. How did they know the specific amount he earned? Han Fei raised his fishing pole and clams and said, "Brother, I did spend them. You know that I avoided the fish tide by sheer luck. I dedicated the snake belt that I encountered to Master Wang Jie, so he asked Brother Song Fei to shop in his store. All my money was spent there." The scoundrels were dazed. "What? Master Wang Jie asked you to shop in his store?" They couldn't have looked more awful. Considering how lacking in intelligence they were, it was proof that scamming someone really did require skill. Ignoring how Master Wang Jie had scammed a snake belt from him, he had even gotten this punk to spend at his store. No matter how the money flowed, it all entered his pockets. This was truly a great scam. The fatty slapped Han Fei's shoulder furiously. "Boy, be smarter next time. 7 days from now, you will pay me 10 low-quality pearls as your protection fee. If you can't, you'll certainly regret it." After the scoundrels left, Han Fei sneered. 7 days? In 7 days, I'll make you regret proposing such a demand. Chapter 10, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After he returned home, Han Fei did not rush to take the fish head body polishing fluid, which could only strengthen his muscles and bones and increase the odds of survival on the ocean. Han Fei cut the yellow fish into many parts. He intended to cook it, but there were no seasonings in the house except salt. "Fine, I'll just steam it." An hour later, he was full and energetic. "Void fishing? I should be able to level it up now. Let's see how good you are." Gold light burst out before his eyes. Then, infinite sophisticated words popped up in his head. Right when the art was completed, thunder rumbled in the sunny sky, followed by a huge storm that sprawled over 10,000 kilometers. Almost at the same time, in a floating city 10,000 kilometers away, someone was calculating in the void. "Huh? An unusual phenomenon in a village under my command?" Then, the man stepped forward and wrote a decree in midair with his hand as the pen. "From today on, the resource supply for all villages will be doubled. All academies will pay attention to the talents. Report if you find any." At that moment, Han Fei was too pale right now to care if it was raining. When those sophisticated words popped up, Han Fei felt like a balloon that had just popped. He clearly sensed that he had regressed into a level 2 fisher. Han Fei was almost crying. "I have just upgraded an art. Shouldn't I be rising to the peak of my life? Why have my capabilities declined?" But it was not over yet. After briefly staying as a level 2 fisher, Han Fei continued weakening until he was no better than a 5-year-old. For a moment, Han Fei almost passed out in tears. Wait, why do I feel that I'm stronger when my level has dropped?" Thunder was still rumbling. Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot. It had dropped a level and there was only 104 spiritual energy left. Han Fei gasped loudly when he saw the spiritual energy. He remembered that his basic spiritual energy was 60 points when he was level 3. Why was it still 60 now that he was at level 1? However, his arts had an additional hook kiss in void fishing. Han Fei immediately sat up straight and began cultivating. After another hour, Han Fei broke through. In only 2 hours, he dropped from level 3 to level 1 and then returned to level 3. He seemed the same as before, but only he knew what he had grasped. His body would be modified by natural spiritual energy as he got stronger. Now that his veins in his body were solidified, it was a sign of another breakthrough. However, is it really good to make continuous breakthroughs? The moment the idea popped up in his head, he sensed something from far, far away. Immediately, he drank up the fish head body polishing fluid. A cool stream circulated through his body, soothing his heating skin. After another quarter, another crack burst out from his body. Han Fei had broken the barrier and become a level 4 fisher easily. For the first time in his life, he was an intermediate fisher. Likewise, the demon purification pot had reached level 4 and intermediate level. His spiritual energy had increased to 119. Han Fei gasped loudly. He had just reached the new level, and his own storage of spiritual energy was 119 points, which was 50 points more than usual. Was he really going to rise to the peak of his life? Huh? My spiritual heritage has become level 1, high quality? Han Fei was shocked. Could his spiritual heritage benefit from the upgrade of his main art? Opening his eyes, Han Fei immediately smelled the stench in the house. He looked at his body only to see all kinds of sticky dirt and mud. Huh? Is this the legendary body cleansing? Han Fei ran out. It was still raining, so Han Fei took a shower in the rainwater. After cleaning up everything, Han Fei boiled 2 clams and ate them before he left for school in his hideous clothes. Han Fei suspected that his clothes were made of fish skin. Such clothes were extremely tight. It would be fine for men, but if women were to wear such clothes, Han Fei encountered Hu Kun on the road before he arrived at school. Hu Kun was also stunned to see Han Fei. His face was awful. The guy had become famous after surviving the fish tide yesterday. It was said that he also made a fortune by selling the fish. It would be a waste not scamming him. Hu Kun sneered. Hey, isn't this the level 2 fisher who was dragged into the ocean by the green turtle? Chapter 11, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei had no time to bother him. If the guy could be so cynical as a 12-year-old boy, it was unlikely that he would achieve anything in the future. He immediately left. Hu Fei snapped angrily. Han Fei, stop there. If it weren't for Teng Ge, you would have been crippled years ago. You're proud of that? Han Fei stopped. Is it any of your business? Did I ever eat your yellow fish? Hu Kun's face was gloomy. You indeed did it before. When we were both level 2 fishermen 4 years ago, you ate my yellow fish. Have you forgotten that? However, it was too humiliating to bring it up again. Hu Kun clenched his fists but did not dare to attack. If he accidentally hurt Han Fei could easily report him, with evidence. Looking at Hu Kun's anxiety, Han Fei said with even more disdain, what a coward. Then Han Fei turned around to leave. Before he could walk away, Hu Kun pulled him back. Make yourself clear, who's a coward? Ha, Han Fei slapped Hu Kun right in the face. Hu Kun was stunned. Why does it feel so wrong? You're just a level 2 fisher, and you dare to hit a level 6 fisher? And you dare to hit a level 6 fisher? Hu Kun shouted. You attacked me? Hu Kun grabbed Han Fei's collar and was about to beat him. Han Fei, however, fell back and cried aloud. Hu Kun attacked his classmate so brutally. I'm dying. My internal organs have been terribly injured. Hu Kun had never seen anything like this before. He was stunned when Han Fei dropped himself on the ground. He hadn't done anything yet. Hu Kun turned around, only to discover that a little girl was observing them not far away. They both knew the girl. She was Lu Linji, their classmate and a level 5 fisher. Hu Kun released Han Fei in a hurry and explained, I didn't hit him. He fell on the ground on his own. He hit me first. Lu Linji rolled her eyes. A level 2 fisher hit a level 6 fisher? You think I'm an idiot? Holding his chest, Han Fei said angrily, Hu Kun, I didn't know that you were so vicious. I'm going to report you even though I've been injured. Lu Linji left without looking back. Han Fei and Hu Kun stared at each other. Hu Kun burst into fury. You set me up? Han Fei suddenly sneered. Who set whom up? Do you really think I do not know the reason for my injury before the test? Hu Kun's face changed greatly as he stepped back in panic. If the school discovered it, the consequences would be much more severe. However, on second thought, Hu Kun asked, Who can prove it? Han Fei said, If you can beat me up for no good reason, you could certainly set me up for no reason at all. What will our teacher think? Blushing, Hu Kun said, When did I beat you up? Han Fei said mysteriously. Lu Lingji saw everything. Fine, I planned to get it over with between us, but since you're so angry, I'd better report it to our teacher. Hu Kun almost went crazy. Han Fei had been proud and not nearly as shameless as this. Why had he changed? Hu Kun immediately asked, You want to settle it between us? How? Han Fei said. I know that the high-level students are given the swallowed spirit soup regularly, TSK. I feel that I'll have a breakthrough soon. Why don't you give me your swallowed spirit soup? Right, there's also the bladefish knife that you owe me. Give it to me, and we'll be even. Hu Kun's eyes widened. When did I owe you a bladefish knife? A bowl of swallowed spirit soup was precious but not too important, because the breakthrough from level 6 to level 7 required much more than that. Squinting, Han Fei said, Ouch, my stomach hurts. I need to find our teacher. Hu Kun was dumbfounded. What exactly is your problem? Pretending to leave, Han Fei said, You don't want to give them to me? That's all right. I have Lu Lingji as my eyewitness. Wait, gloomily, Hu Kun said. Fine, I admit my failure. I'll compensate you. Hu Kun was of a mind to stuff Han Fei into the bladefish's stomach. He was not scared of the consequences of a fight, but if Han Fei told other people how Hu Kun set him up last time, not only would Tangji seek Hu Kun for trouble, even his teacher would be suspicious. Han Fei felt delighted as he left for school, feeling at ease. He wasn't worried that Hu Kun would go back on his words. How much intelligence could a 12-year-old have? The school on the floating island was different from what he thought. The buildings in it were quite ragged. At the gate of the campus were 2 statues of tentacle lobsters. Assemble, assemble. Before Han Fei entered the school, a little girl suddenly forced him to run. Han Fei asked, Hey, who are you? The girl glared back at him. Join the crowd. You're the only one not present in our class. Han Fei finally remembered that the girl was He Xiaoyu, the monitor of his class. Her father was a teacher in the school. Han Fei asked, He Xiaoyu, what happened? Why are we gathering so early? He Xiaoyu said, Don't talk. Someone from up above has come. Up above? Han Fei was puzzled as he asked where Tangge had gone. She told him that the mentors had brought them to a level 1 fishery. It gave him a fright. A level 1 fishery was apparently reserved for fishing masters. This showed how much importance was given to Tangge. He Xiaoyu squeezed into the crowd with Han Fei as tens of thousands of students stood there, their heads drawn to the sky. The village leader and all the fishing masters of the school stood at the front. The village leader shouted, Welcome, Angel. The 100 fishing masters echoed, Welcome, Angel. Han Fei did not join them. He simply stared at the sky. In the drizzle, a person stepped down from the sky with 2 wings, a black fishing pole on his back, and a glowing sword in his hand. Hiss, Han Fei was stunned. A real angel? Isn't it too pretentious? Chapter 12, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Then, someone next to Han Fei said enviously, Is this one of the legendary experts? He can walk on air. How strong? He Xiaoyu was also envious. She did not forget to encourage Han Fei. Look, that's the legendary hidden fisher. One of them is from our village. Han Fei was surprised. What? Many people leaned closer to her. They had never heard anything about it before and were interested in He Xiaoyu's explanation. He Xiaoyu said, It's said that above the Grand Fishing Master, there are rising fishers and hidden fishers. Only the hidden fishers have such wings. Everyone was stunned. I've never heard anything about it before. He Xiaoyu returned to herself. Stand straight. Even the village leader is too far from their level, not to mention you. The village leader, a grand fishing master, was the strongest expert in Heavenly Water Village. It was said that he could travel the level 2 fisheries. Han Fei knew that his father was even stronger than the village leader before the man died in the unknown land beyond the level 3 fishery. In the sky, the angel, who was essentially an envoy, stopped and looked down. He said indifferently, Do you have any heavenly talents in your school? The village leader replied in a hurry, The heavenly talents of our school have gone to a level 1 fishery for cultivating. They're coming back as quickly as possible. Looking into the distance, the angel said expressionlessly, My name is Feng Zhe. I'm here to look for the most distinguished heavenly talents. In the next 3 days, all children between 8 to 12 will have a spiritual heritage test. Also, the resource supply for the school will be doubled. I'll stay here until the soul awakening this time. Everyone went crazy after hearing that. The village thanked him nonstop, and He Xiaoyu clapped her hands next to Han Fei. Wow, the angel is recruiting a disciple. It hasn't happened in a dozen years. In the crowd, Hu Kun's eyes glowed. It was a great opportunity for him. He was determined to become an advanced fisher in order to catch the angel's attention. Han Fei did not really care about it since he had his calabash. He scorned that a random person from the sky was respected by them as an angel. After they were dismissed, Han Fei returned to the classroom with He Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a teacher looked at Han Fei and asked in surprise, Han Fei, you made a breakthrough? The teacher was certain. He only asked it because he sensed that Han Fei's vibe was much more powerful. He Xiaoyu and other students looked at Han Fei in surprise. The guy had made a breakthrough after 4 years of dawdling. With a smile, Han Fei said, Thank you for your concern, sir. I understood a lot of things after the 2 near-death experiences, which allowed me to make breakthroughs. Wow, finally. Are you level 3 now? If you work harder, it's possible that you can reach level 4 before the fishing trial. Xiaoyu was quite delighted. Han Fei was her classmate after all. Someone else said in disdain, A breakthrough after 4 years in school. I've never seen anyone with worse aptitude. Ignoring the mockery, Han Fei simply smiled and said, I'm level 4 now. Huh? Some were surprised, others doubtful. Even the teacher frowned. What's going on? Han Fei said. Master, I think it's because I stayed in level 2 for too long. After I advanced into level 3, I reached level 4 very quickly. I feel that I may have more breakthroughs before the fishing trial. Seriously? The middle-aged teacher immediately beamed. Punch me. That caught Han Fei's attention. Was he being tested? Without any hesitation, Han Fei roared and punched out, with only 50% of his strength, of course. Huh. You're truly a level 4 fisher now, even stronger than the usual level 4s. In such a case, you don't need to have Tangge's swallowed spirit soup anymore. You can ask for a bowl every 5 days. Thank you, sir. His other classmates were uninterested. They even felt humiliated that a useless guy had caught up with them. The guy was also confident of another breakthrough? Did he really think that it was so easy? The teacher was naturally not excited. After all, almost every student in the school was a level 4 fisher. In fact, few people in Heavenly Water Village above the age of 12 were lower than level 5. The greatest obstacle of cultivation was the peak of level 6, where most people got stuck. Some couldn't break through after decades, and some did it in only days. The latter were often praised as geniuses. Obviously, Han Fei was far away from being called a genius. He Xiaoyu was the only one who was happy in the crowd. She circled and surveyed Han Fei while pulling her ponytail, giving Han Fei quite a headache. Han Fei said, Okay, it's enough. I still have to continue my cultivation. He Xiaoyu said, I can teach you. I'm free now anyway. Your results in the last test were too poor. If you can't pass the fishing trial, you will be demoted into a common fisher, and you will lose your share of battle techniques and cultivating resources. Han Fei stopped walking. Battle techniques? He Xiaoyu said. That's right. My father said that I'm already proficient with sweeping stick now. It's a mortal level, high-quality technique. I can teach you. Han Fei considered for a moment. Battle techniques could only be learned by intermediate fishermen. Since he was one now, he needed a battle technique. Taking this opportunity, he asked about matters regarding battle techniques. The world had some publicized, with tiers above mortal level being high quality and ultra quality. However, the latter two were not something the typical person could obtain. Han Fei wanted to test his strength and chose to battle Xiaoyu. As it turned out, an hour later, Han Fei was sitting on the ground, unable to stand up. His arms, calves, thighs, abdomen, and butt had been hit more times than he could count. Han Fei was surprised that such a little girl could wield a stick so intimidatingly. He used 50% of his strength at first, then 80%, and then 100%, but she still crushed him easily. Pleased with herself, He Xiaoyu taught him sweeping stick. Chapter 13. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei also learned that He Xiaoyu's bamboo rod was a treasure obtained from the sea. It was better than his iron fishing pole, so he wanted to borrow it. He Xiaoyu clutched her bamboo rod tightly the moment Han Fei mentioned it. Han Fei was amused. I'm just going to practice with it. I'll return it to you in the cafeteria later. He Xiaoyu was not entirely convinced. You'd better, or my father will kill me. Han Fei's face changed when he took the bamboo rod, which was significantly heavier than his iron fishing pole. Han Fei immediately understood that He Xiaoyu went easy on him just now, or he would have been crippled when the rod hit him. After this tiny interlude, Han Fei recalled that he needed to claim a debt. Hu Kun and Han Fei were not in the same class. At this moment, Hu Kun's class was having free exercises. Those who wanted to become Feng Zhe's disciple were all cultivating hard. Han Fei came to the cultivating ground with the bamboo rod. Immediately, a lot of people who were working out saw Han Fei. Hu Kun was gloomy to see Han Fei. Lu Lingzhe was also a bit surprised. She then looked at Hu Kun, feeling that Han Fei was slightly different from before. Ignoring the young man, Han Fei shouted at Hu Kun, come here. Before Hu Kun replied, the young man scolded again. Did I not hear that I asked you to get lost? Han Fei finally smiled. I would be praising you if I said that you're an idiot. I'm looking for someone else. Is it your business? Everybody fell quiet. Many girls opened their mouths in shock. Even Han Fei dared to insult someone aloud now? Hu Kun grinned, thinking that Han Fei was dead for sure. This was a cultivating ground where duels were allowed. Did he not know what intermediate level meant? The young man was shocked. Did Han Fei just insult him back? Someone else whistled. Well, Zhang Ning, he has no respect for you. Zhang Ning, I would have knocked him out already if I were you. Zhang Ning, you can't stand a level 2 fisher insulting you like this, can you? The young man named Zhang Ning sneered. You're good. Since you came with a rod, you must be here for practice, right? Let's have a game. I'll show you the gap between us. Lu Lingji scolded. Zhang Ning, that's too outrageous. She then turned around to Han Fei. Go now. You're at different levels. You can't defeat a level 4 fisher. Han Fei grinned. That's fine. As it happens, I learned a stick technique today. It's a good opportunity for me to practice. Zhang Ning hurried to say, leave us alone, Lu Lingji. This boy has agreed to it. I won't use any weapons. Just as Zhang Ning was about to step forward, Han Fei had already slapped him with his bamboo rod. Zhang Ning shouted, you're ambushing me. Bam, crack. Ah, my neck is broken. My neck is broken. Zhang Ning fell to his knees and cried with a tilted head. Han Fei was too fast for him to dodge just now, and his shoulder was hit by Han Fei's stick. His collarbone had been dislocated. Glancing at Zhang Ning, who was crying, Han Fei said to everyone, it was he who demanded a fight. He talked too much and did not use any weapons. Was it my fault? Everyone choked. They did not know that he was so strong at all. Someone shouted, that's not right. His strength and speed were not level 2 at all, but at least level 4. Hu Kun and Lu Lingji both changed their expressions. Han Fei had reached level 4. Han Fei said, I didn't say that I was in level 2, did I? Are we done? Hu Kun, come here. Wait, you think that you can flee so easily after hitting one of our classmates? A tall guy walked out with a rod in his hand, except that it was of much worse quality than the bamboo rod. The guy pointed at Han Fei. You caught him by surprise just now. I don't know why you're so cocky when you have only just reached level 4. The guy then moved into a defensive stance with his stick. Han Fei chuckled and jumped with the bamboo rod before he smashed it down. He had been beaten by He Xiaoyu all morning and knew how powerful it could be. The guy lifted his rod against Han Fei's. Clang, the guy stepped back quickly, his hands turning numb. Has Han Fei really only just reached level 4? Why is he so strong? Lu Lingji and Hu Kun both blinked. How could Han Fei be so domineering immediately after his breakthrough? Han Fei did not give the guy any chance to fight back. He simply slashed forward with the bamboo rod without using any tricks. Clang, clang, clang. After a couple of hits, the guy's rod was bent. Bam! The guy fell on the ground after taking a hit from Han Kun. You're here specifically to challenge us, aren't you? Another guy walked out with a rod. Han Fei squinted slightly. This was a level 5 fisher who had mocked him more than once before. However, Hanfei was not scared. Seeing that the guy came at him, he merely struck back in the same way. Clang, everybody covered their ears at the ear-splitting noise. Hanfei, however, was delighted. This guy was much stronger and sturdier. Hanfei struck unstoppably with the bamboo rod. Now and then, he was hit by the enemy's rod, but it was nothing because a level 4 fisher had enough hardiness. He had been tested by He Xiaoyu for quite a while just now. Someone was dumbfounded. Is this guy a monster? Why is he so strong? In the battle, seeing that hitting was useless, Hanfei decided to sweep. He simply allowed the young man to strike his back before he swept with his full strength. Crack. Ah, my arm is broken. It's broken. He Xiaoyu would have been amused if she were here. Her sweeping stick focused on technique, but Hanfei simply hit and swept with sheer strength. Seeing the young man cry on the ground, Hanfei finally grimaced in pain. Hukun, if you don't come out, I'll report you to the teacher. Chapter 14. Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor. Hanyi Translations. Hanfei had a bowl of swallowed spirit soup, feeling revitalized, while Hukun stared at him hatefully. Hukun gashed his teeth. Hanfei, good days don't last. Physical strength doesn't matter in the fishing trial. You will be demoted into an ordinary fisher if you can't pass it. Hanfei patted Hukun's shoulder with a smile, as if he were comforting him. Some students even wondered why Hanfei and Hukun were so close. Hanfei asked, "Right, where's my blade fish knife?" Hukun said, "You're really taking it from me." Regretfully, Hukun gave him the knife and declared, "Fine, we're even now. I'll teach you a good lesson next time we meet." After he had the soup, his spiritual energy reached 196 points, far more than the capacity of his body. Before he finished his meal, Tunga rushed to him in a hurry. He took a long breath in relief, seeing that Hanfei was fine. "Have you advanced?" Hanfei said. "Yes, it feels quite good." Tunga asked. "You made it straight to level 4? Hanfei replied. "Yes. I'm making progress fast, probably because I stagnated too long." Hanfei asked, "What about you? How does the level 1 fishery feel?" Tunga replied hopefully, "I have to become a fishing master. Someone acquired the power of a spiritual lobster that increased their cultivating speed by 30%. Another got the power of ballfish and had 50% more defensibility." Both Hanfei and He Xiaoyu were greatly shocked. Hanfei found this world uncannier and uncannier. A human could acquire the power of a fish. However, Hanfei still warned him, "Tunga, let's listen to our teachers. If it's really so great, everyone would have absorbed the power of fish long ago, but they didn't, so there must be disadvantages. We're only 12. There's plenty of time for us to become hidden fishers." She said, "That's right, we can't be blind. If it's possible, my father would have asked me to absorb it." "Let's focus on the spiritual heritage test," Tunga asked confusedly. "What's a hidden fisher?" He Xiaoyu talked a lot about hidden fishers and spiritual heritage. Hidden fisher was too far away, but both Hanfei and Tunga were interested in her theories about spiritual heritage. Spiritual heritage decided the peak of one's cultivation. For example, He Xiaoyu's father's spiritual heritage was level 2, high quality, and the village leader's was level 3, high quality. Those whose spiritual heritage was above level 3 had mostly gone to the town, so most people in the village only had poor spiritual heritage. Hanfei immediately understood why the former Hanfei was so bad at cultivating. Level 1, incomplete, was so horrible that he should have thanked God that he could still train himself. Tunga did not stay long. He had a meal quickly before he was summoned for the test. He Xiaoyu said, "Those who have reached level 7 by 12 have been gathered. It's said that there are more than 100 of them. They will probably be given elixirs. Only geniuses can have elixirs." Hanfei waited for a long time in the classroom, but Tunga did not come back. The other people in the classroom were quite unfriendly after they learned that he had reached level 4. They were embarrassed that they were surpassed by such a useless guy. Wang Jie entered the classroom at this moment. He glanced at everyone and said, "Gather in the playground. You will have the spiritual heritage test." Everybody was excited and hopeful. The playground was jam-packed with people. 30 fishermen stood in a row at the front of the playground, a desk before each of them. There was a stone the size of a fist on every desk. The village leader hosted it in person. "Listen up, everyone. The spiritual heritage test is of paramount importance. Starting from today, those who have a spiritual heritage of level 1, high quality, will be rewarded with a bowl of swallowed spirit soup every 5 days. Those with level 2, high quality, and level 3 will have a chance to study in the schools in the town, and if anyone has a spiritual heritage above level 3, you will be the pride of Heavenly Water Village." Hanfei saw Tunga and his peers. They were at the front of the lines. Tunga intended to go to Hanfei, but the teacher simply asked them to take the test. He Xiaoyu said, "Some of them must have level 3 spiritual heritage." Hanfei asked, "How do you know?" He Xiaoyu said, "My father said that there are several of them every year. There was even a guy with level 5 spiritual heritage one year. He was directly taken into the city. It had already started up ahead. Sao Jia, a level 7 fisher. Spiritual heritage, level 2, high quality." The whole playground was shocked that the first student was already level 2 high quality. It meant that he could study in the town and rise to greater heights. Li Rushui, spiritual heritage level 2, low quality. Zhou Haibo, spiritual heritage level 2, mid quality. Dozens of names were announced. 21 of them were level 2. The rest of them were all level 1 high quality. Suddenly, someone cried, "The spiritual heritage of Wu Lei from class 3 is level 3 mid quality." Everybody cheered in the playground. Even the village leader stepped forward. Level 3 mid-quality was almost a guarantee for a grand fishing master. The guy named Wu Lei immediately exclaimed, "I'm level 3 mid-quality? Haha, I'm level 3 mid-quality." The other people all envied him. They had no idea that Feng Zhe was observing them from a roof far away. He scorned that they were so satisfied with level 3 mid-quality. It would be barely possible for them to make it to the city. Another dozen names were announced. Suddenly, everyone's expressions changed and stood up quickly. Chapter 15, Translator. Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. On the playground, everybody looked at the purple light that was bursting before their eyes in disbelief. Tangi, Spiritual Heritage 7. Not that the teacher did not want to announce the level, but he had been too stunned to not stammer after seeing a level 7 Spiritual Heritage for the first time in his life. The teacher was not alone. Everybody on the playground, including the teachers and the village leader, couldn't say anything. Hukun, who just raised glittery yellow light in the test, was also dumbfounded. He just intended to cry out his result when Tangei's result came in. How could he say anything? "You're Tangei?" Tangei nodded in confusion. Feng Zhe grinned so hard that his face was splitting apart. In ecstasy, he patted Tangei's shoulder heavily. "You will follow me for the time being." Then, Feng Zhe turned to the village leader. "Heavenly Water Village will be rewarded for raising this talent. All resource supplies will be doubled from today. The village leader will be given a Spirit Ascension pill, a blood coral pole, a crimson sea fruit." Excited, Feng Zhe threw out names that other people had never heard before. The village leader almost passed out. Han Fei was happy for Tangei when he saw him being taken away. The village leader finally returned to himself after the excitement. Glowing, he shouted, "Continue the test. Hukun, Spiritual Heritage, Level 3, High Quality." After the test for the heavenly talents were over, the results instantly became horrible. Those whose spiritual heritage was Level 1, low quality, looked awful. It meant that they could only be Level 6 fishermen at best in their life. He Xiaoyu said, "Only if your spiritual heritage is better than Level 1, High Quality, can you become a fishing master. All right, it's our turn." Han Fei realized something when he saw the brilliant yellow light that He Xiaoyu unleashed. Those with yellow light were no higher than Level 4. As he expected, the teacher announced, "He Xiaoyu, Spiritual Heritage, Level 3, High Quality." Hai Xiaoyu's father was quite excited. His daughter ranked in the top 5 of the 1,000 students. He almost laughed aloud in satisfaction. Han Fei walked forward in silence. Wang Jie looked at him and said, "Put your hand on the measuring stone and inject your spiritual energy into it." It was a simple process. Han Fei saw that the stone glistened insignificantly. "Huh?" Wang Jie said in slight surprise. "Han Fei? Spiritual Heritage, Level 1, High Quality." The result was so common that nobody paid any attention to it. Wang Jie exclaimed because he thought that Han Fei was Level 1, low quality at best, or his advancement couldn't have been as slow. Nobody noticed that there was a black streak on the stone. It could barely be distinguished from the stone itself. Wang Jie didn't see it, but Han Fei caught it. Han Fei retreated his hand. "Sir, what's the color for Level 4 Spiritual Heritage?" Wang Jie answered casually. "Blue, next." Han Fei returned in confusion. Below Level 4, it was yellow. Between Level 4 and Level 6, it was blue. Above Level 7, it was purple. What did black represent? Han Fei, no need to worry. There's still hope for you. Although you can't compare to me, you're still better than a lot of people. In the cultivating ground, He Xiaoyu said, "You must be defter. Your way of fighting is too violent. We must focus more on technique. If you pour spiritual energy into the weapon, your spiritual energy will be used up after a couple of hits." "We can pour spiritual energy into the weapon?" He Xiaoyu said. "Of course, but we don't use spiritual energy in our cultivation. It's too precious. However, a crisis may happen any time in the fisheries, so you have to pour spiritual energy into your weapon, and you'd better make the best use of every point of it." Han Fei was surprised as he asked about matters related to spiritual energy. He Xiaoyu had 142 points now. Theoretically, one could become a Level 7 fisher after they broke through 140 points. However, some people choose to train themselves at the peak of Level 6. It was said that the best guys in the village could reach 159 points, while geniuses in the towns even cultivated to 79 points. Han Fei's heart was pounding. "Are you sure that you have 120 points when you reach Level 6? He Xiaoyu said. "That's right. The standard for Level 6 is 120 points. Han Fei wondered what his 1119 points meant. When he checked the demon purification pot, his face changed. His spiritual energy's upper limit had changed to 121. Han Fei found it odd. Why was the upper limit increased by 2 points? Was it because of the 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup, or was it because he cultivated his body with swallowed spirit soup? Thinking about that, Han Fei grinned. He Xiaoyu, can I borrow your bamboo rod? He Xiaoyu said, you want to fight again? I won't give it to you. Han Fei said, listen, I'll pay you a bowl of swallowed spirit soup every time I borrow it. How does that sound? Chapter 16. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He Xiaoyu was tempted. She regretted giving away a bowl of swallowed spirit soup just now, and Han Fei said that he would pay her a bowl if she lent him her rod. She thought that Han Fei was silly. He owed her a crimson sea fruit, and she did not lose any swallowed spirit soup. She was so smart. Han Fei, on the other hand, swaggered away with the rod. 1 bowl of swallowed spirit soup equaled 1 point of spiritual energy. Could there be a faster way of advancement? Han Fei kicked in the gate of Class 1's cultivating ground. The students of Class 1 were furious to see Han Fei. You've come again? Do you really think we dare not beat you up? Hukun asked. Han Fei, what do you want? Han Fei said. Nothing. I'm happy that I made a breakthrough today, so I've come to duel. Han Fei declared, whoever defeats me will have this bamboo rod. It was collected from the bottom of a level 1 fishery and is definitely worth 10 mid-quality pearls. What do you say? He Xiaoyu grew anxious. She pulled Han Fei back and said, it's mine. My father will kill me if I lose it. Someone immediately jumped out. Bring it on. You're rather cocky for a piece of level 4 garbage. Han Fei, your bamboo rod is mine. Few people on the island had a bamboo rod. Most of them were fishing masters. He Xiaoyu's father only got her one because he loved her. The guy dared not rob her of it, but if he could win it in a duel, it would belong to him. Their hands glittered, a sign that spiritual energy was emerging. Han Fei, there's no turning back now, Han Fei said. I'm not turning back. However, while I'll give you the bamboo rod if I lose, what will you give me if you fail? The young man said. You can have my iron rod. Han Fei said. How about this? If I win, you need to give me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup. The young man thought that it was no big deal. The swallowed spirit soup was offered for free every 5 days. It was not nearly as precious as the bamboo rod. All right, it's a deal. The young man was quite excited. He thought that the bamboo rod was already his. He hit Han Fei rather heavily. However, Han Fei hit back with the bamboo rod equally ruthlessly, with a mischievous smile. Bam! The collision of the 2 rods caused such a huge blast that the young man was instantly blown away. His rod was broken into halves, and his hands were shaking and bleeding. His face couldn't be paler. That's impossible. That's impossible. How can you be so strong? Hukun, Lu Lingji, and He Xiaoyu were all dumbfounded. The guy was knocked down after only 1 attack when they were at the same level. Han Fei sneered. You really think I'm level 4? Why would I challenge you if I was a regular level 4? What surprised him was that the attack cost 8 points of spiritual energy, which meant a yellow fish. But on second thought, he had won a bowl of swallowed spirit soup, which could increase the upper bound of his spiritual energy storage by 1 point. That was definitely worth it. Han Fei immediately shouted, next! Some people lost confidence, but the bamboo rod was still too tempting. Another young man stood out. Just as he was about to speak, Han Fei immediately began the fight. Clang! Under the thunderous explosion of spiritual energy, both of them became pale. However, Han Fei swept with the bamboo rod without thinking, unleashing all his strength. His opponent was flung away into the wall, vomiting blood and unable to stand up again. Next, He Xiaoyu was shocked. How could the guy be so good? He only learned the technique this morning. Was he really untalented? Hukun looked awful. He was also surprised that Han Fei was so good. He had thought that he could catch the angel's attention, but Tunga stole his thunder. Was he going to be eclipsed by a piece of garbage now? Hukun immediately hinted to his friend, Han Fei, since you're here for duels, I assume you welcome all opponents. I, Wang Ming, am a level 5 fisher, and I also practice sweeping stick. Do you dare to duel with me? Han Fei said, of course. But since your level is above mine, you need to pay 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. All right, 2 bowls it is. The battle began quickly. Han Fei was not scared at all, but simply attacked, swept, and pierced just like before. Han Fei launched 3 heavy attacks at the very beginning. His opponent was rather shocked. Did the guy have unlimited spiritual energy? A level 4 fisher was only supposed to have 80 points of spiritual energy. Han Fei's heavy hits should have cost 12 points each time. How many times had he struck? Clang, clang, clang. Everybody blinked every time their weapons clashed. How could the guy still fight? Bam! His opponent was thrown away. Breathing heavily, Han Fei said, next. Are there more? After 7 consecutive sweeps, Han Fei knocked the guy out again, not giving him a chance to fight back. Everybody was greatly shocked. Han Fei could defeat a level 5 fisher? A bunch of people jumped out the next second. He Xiaoyu pulled Han Fei's sleeve and said, wait, you can't fight on. You'll lose if you continue. Han Fei smiled and shouted, where is my soup? Why are my 4 bowls of soup still not here? Everybody could tell that Han Fei had been worn out. However, the absorption of the swallowed spirit soup would take a long time. How much spiritual energy could Han Fei regain if he drank it now? A few minutes later, the soup was delivered. The students looked awful. They were mad that they lost 4 bowls of soup so easily. Han Fei gave a bowl to He Xiaoyu. We're even now. Han Fei chugged the 3 bowls of soup without stopping. Han Fei took a deep breath and realized that his spiritual energy had reached 300 points. It was a profitable deal. Han Fei shouted, "I feel that I can kill a big meat turtle." "Who's next?" someone said suspiciously. "He must be pretending. Take him down." Then, Han Fei charged at him with his rod and jumped at him. The guy was astounded. "When did I say I want to fight with you?" Bam! After a collision, the guy's iron rod was broken and he vomited blood on the ground. "You're shameless. When did he say that he would challenge you?" Han Fei said. "He said that he would take me down. That's a declaration of war. I didn't know that he was so useless." "That's enough." Hu Kun stepped forward and said, "Han Fei, what's the meaning of this?" Chapter 17. Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor, Hanyi Translations. Han Fei had thought of a plan. He grinned and said, "From today on, I will get back at those who bullied me before. However, if they offer me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup voluntarily, I'll let bygones be bygones." Hu Kun also wanted to beat Han Fei, but he knew it would be too outrageous if he were to go up. He had to hold back. Han Fei turned around and sniffed. "You are too weak. None of you are worthy." Even He Xiaoyu was confused. The Han Fei today was completely different from the Han Fei she knew the past 4 years. She had heard what happened to Han Fei before and understood why Tongge protected him. Had Han Fei really awakened, like he claimed? But why was he so violent after awakening? As a matter of fact, Han Fei was not violent at all. He was merely eating swallowed spirit soup with an excuse. If 1 bowl of the soup could increase the upper limit of his spiritual energy by 1 point, would he be invincible after he had 100 bowls? In the cultivating ground of Class 2, bam, the gate was kicked open. Han Fei announced, "Hey everyone, let's make a deal. This bamboo rod of mine is most valuable. Whoever defeats me will have it. Of course, it doesn't matter if you lose. All you need to do is to give me a bowl of swallowed spirit soup." A round of mockery sounded like before. 10 minutes later, everybody was lying on the ground, and a couple of bowls of swallowed spirit soup had been placed before Han Fei. "Gudu, Gudu." Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu, who was still dazed, and said, "Do you want another bowl? The rent for your rod that I proposed seems too petty." Han Fei grew famous after half a day. A useless guy had defeated everyone of his level, and even some whose level was higher than his, in all classes. The whole school was shocked. The faculty was having a meeting discussing the arrangement for the geniuses with level 3 spiritual heritage when an intern teacher came in and said, "Master Wang Jie, I'm afraid there's something you need to take care of." Wang Jie was dazed. "What is it?" The intern teacher replied. "Well, Han Fei from your class fought on campus." Wang Jie chuckled. "Han Fei? Who did he fight with?" "Mr. Zheng, it's not unusual for students to practice with each other, or they will be flowers in a greenhouse." The intern teacher smiled bitterly. "Was it really practice?" "No, Master Wang Jie, he has defeated everybody in his grade. Nobody in his level fights him anymore. He's now challenging those whose level is higher than his." Pooh, all the fishing masters were astounded. "What? He defeated a whole grade and even challenged people beyond his level?" Wang Jie asked in astonishment. "Are you sure that you're talking about Han Fei from my class?" The intern teacher replied. "Is there a second Han Fei in our school?" When the teachers arrived, Han Fei was shouting at a class, "Are you doing it or not? This bamboo rod can be sold for 10 mid-quality pearls, and you only need to pay a bowl of swallowed spirit soup." However, the experts of his level all shook their heads quickly. Han Fei said, "What a bunch of cowards. That's fine. However, whoever bullied me before better give me my swallowed spirit soup in 3 days, or you will know how merciless my rod can be." Someone said grimly, "I'll fight you." Han Fei said, "That won't do. You're a level 6 fisher. I'm only level 4. Having been enraged by Han Fei, the guy shouted, "I don't want your bamboo rod. If you win, I'll give you 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Deal." Han Fei was meaning to find out the gap between him and a level 6 fisher. The guy offered him a chance. He Xiaoyu said, "Han Fei, you're out of your mind. He's level 6. Don't break your foundation for some swallowed spirit soup." Han Fei said solemnly, "Am I doing this for the swallowed spirit soup? No, I'm only polishing myself. Only with a strong body can I better survive on the ocean." He, Xiaoyu, blinked. "Why do I feel that you're fooling me? You're obviously doing this for the swallowed spirit soup." One of the mentors said, That's Qinguang from my class. His spiritual heritage was level 2, high quality in the test. Han Fei is fighting him?" Wang Jie was dizzy himself. Wasn't Han Fei a level 2 fisher? Why could he fight a level 2 fisher? Only then did another teacher tell him that Han Fei had broken through to level 4. The fishing masters were still chatting when Han Fei and Qinguang began to fight. Spiritual energy flourished between them. Enormous power burst out between the bamboo rod and the iron rod. Han Fei simply smashed forward, spiritual energy flowing from the bamboo rod. Unable to break his opponent's defense, Han Fei began to sweep. After a couple of attacks, he changed from sweeping to smashing again. Qinguang had a lot of abilities, but he couldn't resist against Han Fei, who was unleashing his spiritual energy without any restraint. Every fisher only had limited spiritual energy. His 136 points had all been used to block Han Fei's bamboo rod. How could he fight on? After the 16th hit from Han Fei, Qin Guang's rod was finally blown away. He couldn't understand why he was defeated by a level 4 fisher. Did the guy have unlimited spiritual energy? Not just Qin Guang, all the fishing masters were dumbfounded too. How could a level 4 fisher have so much spiritual energy? Han Fei struck 16 times in total. Even if it cost 8 points of spiritual energy each time, that would be 28 points in total. It was the capacity of level 6, not level 4. Han Fei, on the other hand, picked up the swallowed spirit soup and had another bowl. Han Fei immediately looked better. The gap between level 6 and level 4 was obvious. His opponent's hardiness was better than his own. If Qin Guang had abandoned defense and fought back, the result of the battle could have been different. Han Fei said, "He Xiaoyu, drink some for me. I'm full." He Xiaoyu was almost in tears. "I'm full too. I've had 13 bowls." One of the middle-aged fishing masters found it odd. Why was his daughter involved in this? Also, why did Han Fei's bamboo rod look like his daughter's? The other fishing masters were lost for words too. They had never seen anyone fed with swallowed spirit soup. How many bowls had Han Fei had? Actually, the swallowed spirit soup was of no use to Han Fei now. Han Fei realized it when he discovered that the upper limit of his spiritual energy was stuck at 139 points. However, he could continue his challenges. While the capacity of his spiritual energy couldn't be changed, the swallowed spirit soup could refill the spiritual energy he lost. A student shouted from the crowd, "Han Fei, you had more than 30 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Do you not need to pee at all?" Han Fei, however, burped and said, "I can hold it back for now. Who's next?" Suddenly, there was a fierce shout, "Han Fei!" Han Fei said without looking back, "One at a time. I'm not done with this class yet. Don't be hasty. How many more classes are you planning to fight?" Han Fei turned around only to discover Wang Jie as well as a bunch of other teachers. Darting his eyes about, Han Fei said in a hurry, "Master, I have to pee. I'll go to the bathroom. You can hold it back. You're not going anywhere." He, Xiaoyu, rose in a hurry and said, "Han Fei, my bamboo rod." Han Fei realized that he couldn't fight on anymore, so he threw the bamboo rod back to He Xiaoyu. Everybody was relieved after Han Fei left. Finally, even a level 6 expert was defeated by him. Did they have to ask a level 7 expert to crush him? Why was the useless guy so strong all of a sudden? Everybody knew that Tongyi's spiritual heritage was level 7, but Han Fei's was only level 1. Even if Tongyi asked the angel to help him, he couldn't have grown so fast. On the playground, Wang Jie narrowed his eyes and asked, "I can understand your advancement, but what's with your spiritual energy?" Han Fei said, "Huh? Master, my spiritual energy circulates in my body." Han Fei was immediately slapped in the head by Wang Jie, who was lost for words. Even Feng Zhe, who came from the city, could not circulate spiritual energy in his body, and Han Fei said he could? Chapter 18, Translator, Henye. Translations Editor, Henye. Translations Wang Jie was suspicious about Han Fei's ability to absorb spiritual energy. He had never seen anyone who could absorb spiritual energy. He had never seen anyone who could absorb it as fast. Was it a talent? But if so, why had Han Fei never revealed it until today? Wang Jie said, "Attack me." Han Fei hesitated. "Master, I don't want to waste my spiritual energy on my teacher." Wang Jie said, "You will do what I ask you to. Enough talking." Han Fei said gloomily, "Master, I don't have a rod. I borrowed He Xiaoyu's." Wang Jie thought for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." Several minutes later, Wang Jie returned and tossed an iron rod to Han Fei. "Hit me." Han Fei knew that he couldn't squirrel his way out of this. All he could do was waste some of his spiritual energy, striking heavily with an explosive sound. Bam, bam, bam. Wang Jie blocked with his fishing pole at ease. Han Fei's smashing, sweeping, and piercing couldn't hurt Wang Jie at all. Han Fei was greatly shocked. How strong would grand fishing masters and hidden fishers be if a fishing master was already so strong? Pondering for a moment, Wang Jie said, "Your body is as good as that of a level 6 fisher. Is it a naturally endowed talent?" But he quickly shook his head. Han Fei's spiritual heritage was level 1, high quality after all. Such a talent couldn't be of much help. Besides, it remained to be seen whether or not it was Han Fei's talent. Wang Jie said, "You'd better stop asking for your classmates' trouble. Since you're good at fighting, you can spend more time in the general fishery. Try releasing your hook more than 5 meters deep, but make sure it's no more than 8 meters deep." Han Fei asked, "Master, shouldn't I learn battle techniques right now?" Wang Jie was amused. "Battle techniques? You want to learn more battle techniques when you haven't grasped sweeping stick yet? Come to me when your soul awakens or when you reach level 7. Han Fei had temporarily dropped the idea of learning battle techniques. After all the duels, he indeed realized that everybody practiced stick arts. Also, the stick arts were quite brutal battle techniques themselves. Han Fei was quite satisfied with it. Tanga did not return. He did not send any messages after Feng Zhe took him away. Having devoured almost 40 bowls of swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei was almost overflowing with spiritual energy, but it was only an illusion. The data in the demon purification pot had soared. Owner, Han Fei level, 4 intermediate fisher spiritual energy, 1488, 39 spiritual heritage, level 1, high quality, upgradable, main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss mortal level, divine quality. Han Fei was excited at the storage of his spiritual energy. He wanted to infer another awesome technique, but his level was too low for him to practice any other battle techniques yet. In the morning, Han Fei left for the port with his fishing pole. The port was as lively as ever. There were 3 main roads to the port, and all were jam-packed with people. There were also 5 more ports that were as prosperous as this one. He passed by a stand that sold fragrant snails. It was surprisingly popular. Han Fei clicked his tongue. He didn't know there were so many rich people. Fragrant snails were snails that lived at the bottom of the ocean. Some fish fed on them, and most fishermen got them by capturing those fish. Of course, some of the more adventurous fishermen would dive into the water and dig them from the bottom of the ocean, even though the bottom of the ocean was full of dangers such as snake belts or poisonous sea snakes. However, returns were the best motivation. Han Fei was in no rush today, so he observed a bit longer. Then he realized that most food here was steamed or boiled without any seasoning. Would he make a fortune if he opened a barbecue shop? Before Han Fei was able to consider the idea, the crowd clamored far away on the main road. Dozens of people came to Han Fei with a middle-aged man at the center. When they were closer, Han Fei saw a giant meat tortoise on the man's shoulder. He glanced at it and the data popped up. 9 giant meat tortoise, A level 9, equality regular, A spiritual energy, 1888 points, E effect, increases health, broadens veins, collectible lousy shell, absorbable. Han Fei was surprised. It was the creature of the highest level that he had seen. The spiritual energy it contained was enormous. Hiss, a lot of people gasped loudly. Someone exclaimed, "Heavens, a giant meat tortoise, how did you get it?" Someone approached the middle-aged man and said, "Brother, 5 mid-quality pearls is a fair price. Why don't you sell it to me?" The middle-aged man shook his head stubbornly. "This tortoise is for my son's cultivation. I won't sell it." The man next to him, who was obviously a merchant, suggested, "Brother, what's your son's level? Does he need a weapon or a battle technique? We can trade." Right then, the crowd was divided. A handsome young man in white clothes came over with a bunch of servants. Seeing them, someone immediately shouted, "The Wang family, a family of 5 fishing masters." Someone said in a low voice, "I'm told that the leader of the Wang family is already a grand fishing master. This giant meat tortoise will definitely go to the Wang family." The young man smiled at the middle-aged man. "Uncle, why don't you sell the tortoise to me? I'll offer you 8 mid-quality pearls and a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid." The man was astounded by the offer. Before the middle-aged man said anything, another bunch of people approached from the other end. The dealers beside Han Fei hurried to clear the way. "It's Li Hu, the young master of the Tigers. Get out of the way." The Tigers were an infamous gang in Heavenly Water Village. The leader of the gang had a rarely seen spiritual beast that protected him in the level 1 fishery. On the ocean, even the grand fishing masters had to show him some respect. Li Hu glared at the young man from the Wang family. "Wang Baiyu, is the Wang family invading the territory of the Tigers?" Wang Baiyu was not angry at all, but simply chuckled at him. "Are the Tigers allowed to disrupt fair deals at the port? Or do the Tigers think that nobody in Heavenly Water Village can suppress them?" Li Hu said, "Why don't you ask him if he dares to sell it to you?" The middle-aged man immediately dropped the idea. He couldn't afford pissing off the Tigers. Wang Baiyu said, "Why don't you buy it? I can rob you of it afterward. It will save me a lot of money." He couldn't have looked calmer, but his declaration was most ruthless. Li Hu grinned. "Try robbing me." The middle-aged man was quite pitiful. He could crush the 2 brats easily, but he dared not touch them at all because of their family background. "You can divide the tortoise evenly." While the 2 parties were at odds, somebody suddenly suggested this. Instantly, everybody looked at the source of the voice. Chapter 19, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei only said it innocently. He thought that it was just a tortoise, and that they should respect the uncle who had obtained it through all the trouble. Li Hu's eyes beamed with coldness. Before he spoke, one of his subordinates scolded, "Boy, who allowed you to talk?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you suggesting that I can't talk?" Wang Baiyu, however, chuckled. "Have the Tigers forbidden everyone from talking? If you dare to touch him, I'll cut your hands." Li Hu sneered. "His suggestion is not bad. I'll have the shell. You can have the meat." Wang Baiyu scorned with good manners. "What are you thinking? Can you make use of the shell? In the whole Heavenly Water Village, only the Wang family has an armorist. If you can find a second one, I'll give the shell to you." Li Hu seemed to have lost interest in debating. He sniffed and said, "Beat them. Whatever is in the Tigers' territory belongs to the Tigers." 2 people behind Li Hu unleashed magnificent auras and glowed with spiritual energy, indicating that they were at least level 6 fishermen. The 2 of them charged out like arrows, but halfway through, 2 swords that were also enshrouded in spiritual energy darted at them. Han Fei stepped back in a hurry. For a moment, he sensed a power that could rip him apart easily. Shua, a cold light flashed, and the 2 swords stabbed into the ground with 2 hands next to them. "Armorist?" Li Hu was appalled. He looked at the crowd, only to see a brawny, middle-aged man walking toward him with an enormous box. "Third young master." The man approached Wang Baiyu and greeted him respectfully before he stepped aside. Li Hu said, "Good. Is the Wang family declaring war on the tigers?" Before Wang Baiyu could say anything, the middle-aged man replied indifferently, "Declaring war on the tigers? Ask your father to make the remark again." The folly ended as fast as it started. Wang Baiyu chuckled and said, "Right, Li Hu, I'll have someone send the meat to your house later." All the onlookers were too scared to say anything. The middle-aged man who carried the giant meat tortoise dare not argue. Someone took it away from him and gave him his reward. Li Hu sniffed and walked back coldly. Han Fei stayed where he was, still recovering from the shock. After a flash, 2 arms fell on the ground. What if the swords were shot at their heads? Han Fei looked at the man who carried the box in astonishment. Armorist? What's that? He did not know anything about it. He speculated that he would have the answer when he became a fishing master. He was not hasty. The street was occupied by noise again after the fight, but Han Fei did not want to stay anymore. There were too many secrets in this world waiting to be unveiled, and in order to do that, he had to become a fishing master. In the departure port, it was still the same receptionist. Han Fei said, "Sister Xiaoqin, just for me alone." Xiaoqin asked in surprise, "For yourself? Can you afford the tax?" Although she questioned Han Fei suspiciously, she had already begun to register for him. Few people rented boats for themselves, so Han Fei's boat came fast. He rented an 8-person boat because it had 8 fish cabins. If another fish tide took place, he would be in for a treat. Han Fei got on the boat and flew somewhat far away in the general fishery. The general fishery was said to have a length and width of 1,000 kilometers, but few people ever made it 500 kilometers away, because there wasn't enough spiritual energy for them to control the boat. Even the best fishermen could only reach 700 kilometers away. As for Han Fei, he did not intend to go so far away. He planned to go 200 meters away. If he got too far, he might not be able to return. However, after a dozen minutes, Han Fei discovered, to his shock, that the boat flew further and further beyond his control. "Damn, are you kidding me?" Back in the headquarters of the Tigers in Heavenly Water Village, "Young master, I guarantee that guy will never return." Li Hu said, "All right, got it." Han Fei did not know that somebody had set him up. Bam! After an explosion, Han Fei discovered that the controller was broken. His eyes almost popped out. "I can accept that you malfunctioned, but how could you explode?" Han Fei was grim. He did not know how far he had flown, but he could not see another boat on the ocean. Also, after the controller exploded, the boat lost momentum and couldn't float anymore. Shaking, it dropped quickly. "Damn, I'm going to be killed." The boat was falling from hundreds of meters high in the sky. Han Fei believed that he was doomed. The boat would definitely smash itself into a pile of wood. Han Fei clutched the edge of the boat in the raging wind. Right before it hit the water, he sprang from the boat and dived into the ocean. He couldn't be more nervous. The fish in the ocean could be horrifying. If he encountered a bladefish or a snakebelt, he could be killed any minute. Thankfully, no shoals were around. Even if there had been any, they had been scared off by his sudden dive. The first thing Han Fei did in the ocean was open his eyes and search for the boat. The fall was slower than he had expected. If the boat was of reasonable quality, it shouldn't be damaged. But an accident did take place. Han Fei saw an enormous green turtle far away that was attracted to him and swimming in his direction. It was twice the size of regular green turtles. Shoot, the creature was only 5 meters away from him, but it suddenly turned around as if it had lost interest in him. Han Fei took a breath in relief and hurried to swim upward. However, he immediately saw a few shiny knives. Han Fei felt like crying. He had met multiple bladefish. He dared not move at all, hoping that they would not take him for food, which he did not look like at all. As he expected, the bladefish circled Han Fei and left. One of them even stared at Han Fei for quite a while, as if wondering why it had never seen such a thing before. Han Fei reached for the knife on his waist. Who knew if the bladefish would come and cut him? Seeing no reaction from the bladefish, Han Fei waved his limbs, ready to ascend to the surface of the ocean. When Han Fei swam, he realized that his vision was surprisingly good in the water. Also, his movement in the ocean couldn't be easier. Were the people in this world naturally born with swimming skills? However, before Han Fei reached the surface, he saw a snake-shaped creature slithering at him fast. Damn, a snake belt? Han Fei couldn't be more unlucky. Green turtles and bladefish were fine. They wouldn't attack until they were in danger. However, the snake belt was different. It liked warm things best. What could be warmer than Han Fei right now? It wanted to pierce his body. Thinking about that, Han Fei dived down. If he were to reach the surface of the ocean, the snake belt would strike him easily when he couldn't see it. Holding his dagger, Han Fei faced the snake belt warily. The snake belt was circling, and the dense, sharp teeth on its head were opening and closing. It seemed to have grown interested in Han Fei. Han Fei's heart pounded. He tried to calm himself down while he confronted the snake belt with his dagger. Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that a shadow was darting at him from the left near his feet. Chapter 20, Translator, Hanye Translations Editor, Hanye Translations not daring to ignore it, he stabbed his dagger in that direction. At the same time, he tightened his muscles and covered his body with spiritual energy. He felt lucky that he didn't upgrade his spiritual heritage, or his spiritual energy wouldn't have been enough. Other people wouldn't think about that at all. Only the advanced experts above level 7 could cover their body with spiritual energy, because it consumed a lot of energy. While 10 or so points of spiritual energy were needed to enhance a weapon, at least 30 points were required to enshroud the body. After his body was enshrouded by spiritual energy, Han Fei suddenly seemed to have turned into a fish. His body was no longer affected by the current, and his vision and reaction time significantly improved. Gululu, Han Fei slashed his dagger, but he was still not as fast as the snake belt. It opened its mouth and took a bite at his chest. Quickly, Han Fei turned away, slashing his dagger and punching his fist at the same time. Because his speed was better, the snake belt was hit, but not very badly. It was only flung half a meter away before it regained its balance. Han Fei quickly turned around, only to see the snake belt coming at him again as fast as a ray of light. Han Fei was incapable of any undersea battle techniques. He regretted that he didn't take an iron rod just now. If he had the rod, he might be able to crush the creature easily. However, since he only had a dagger, he could only use it as a rod. Woo, woo, the noise when he wielded the dagger underwater was weird. Han Fei poured his spiritual energy into the dagger and waved it crazily. Although it dealt little damage, the snake belt was more or less intimidated. Then, Han Fei's wrist hurt. As it turned out, the snake belt bit him on the wrist, seeing that it couldn't win a head-on battle. Han Fei did not know that the fish was intelligent. It was scared of Han Fei's dagger, which was brimming with spiritual energy, so it intended to bite his hand and force him to drop the dagger. Right when Han Fei thought that part of his flesh would be bitten off, Han Fei's wrist suddenly glittered. A calabash appeared out of nowhere and glowed. As if terrified, the snake belt turned around, trying to flee. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let it go, not after he had wasted hundreds of points of spiritual energy on the creature. Immediately, he grasped the snake belt's tail. Speculating that the tail might be slippery, Han Fei then stabbed his dagger into it. Immediately, the snake belt squeaked and dragged Han Fei downward crazily. Han Fei, stunned and caught unprepared, was suddenly hauled to the bottom of the ocean. By the time he realized he should release the tail, he had descended dozens of meters. He felt the pressure of the water. He planned to let it go and swim back up, but after a quick glance, he discovered several snake belts, green turtles, and even a meat tortoise in the distance. There was also an assortment of other fish that he had no time to recognize. Not daring to loosen his hands, Han Fei descended deeper and deeper and felt more and more pressure. For reasons he didn't know, he did not feel any lack of oxygen after fighting for such a long time and being pulled all the way to this place. His body was still functioning normally, and he felt that he could hold his breath for another 20 minutes. However, he certainly couldn't spend the rest of his life in the water. Seeing that he was about to reach the bottom, Han Fei gripped the dagger and clutched the snake belt's wound. Exerting his strength, he immediately cut the snake belt into 2 parts. Blood gushed out. Having no time to care about the snake belt, he swam as far away from it as possible. Several minutes later, fish emerged out of nowhere and bit the snake belt. Han Fei watched the ferocious predator be reduced into a long fishbone in the blink of an eye. Han Fei saw coral and swam in that direction. It was too horrible. If dozens of fish were to bite him, he would be nibbled into a skeleton even if he were a fishing master. However, after Han Fei saw the full view of the bottom of the ocean, he was dumbfounded. The bottom of the ocean was full of crimson coral that stretched out for thousands of meters, as well as all kinds of shells. Clams were opening and closing, enormous mussels were sleeping, green crabs half a meter long were watching Han Fei and warily holding their pincers, and sea anemones' long tentacles were waving in the water. For a moment, all kinds of data was popping up before Han Fei's eyes. Nama Bloody Anemone, level 10 quality anemone, level 10 quality O spiritual energy, 1888 points, EE88 points, EE88 points, EE edible for pharmaceutical purposes. Collectible, dissolved poisons. Absorbable, R name a ruler, coral level, 10 quality, regular, Niam Ez, H spiritual energy, 100 points, E effect inedible, for forging purposes. Collectible, coral heart absorbable. Han Fei was overwhelmed by the data. There were too many creatures for him to check. In that moment, a colorful fish was absorbed by a sea anemone. Then dense tubes were stabbed into the fish's body, turning it into bones. Feeling creeped out, Han Fei stayed as far away from the sea anemone as possible. He turned around, hoping to see something else. But a starfish the size of a basin spun quickly like a top and squeezed into the mud. Han Fei even saw a clam, several meters long, whose mouth was wide open. There was a glittering pearl in it. Han Fei was sure that it was not a regular pearl, because it was glowing. Oh, could it be a high-quality pearl? Han Fei observed it carefully. Nain Ghostblade Clam Oral Fires, Xime EX quality. Regular oral spiritual energy, 192 points E effectic. It tastes delicious and can increase physical qualities. Oral Fires Xine Oral Fires Xine Cording Cord. Ghost Pearl, which can nurture the veins and nerves when eaten. Oral Fires. Whoa, this is a real treasure. Han Fei knew that anything that could nurture the veins and nerves was worth dozens of mid-quality pearls. Most people couldn't afford it in their lifetime. Han Fei looked around. The bottom of the ocean was less dangerous. While many huge fish were swimming around, none of them regarded Han Fei as an enemy. Some little fish were even wandering around Han Fei. Tempted, Han Fei was ready to fetch the pearl. However, a big black fish rushed closer, as if it were going to compete with him for it. Han Fei was rather angry. It was not easy to come down here, and you're competing with me? But Han Fei's complaint was soon gone. At the edge of the clam, countless sharp teeth appeared and tightened, biting the big black fish into halves frighteningly. Han Fei couldn't sweat right now, but his head was still dizzy. Is this a trap? What kind of clam has teeth? Han Fei looked at the smaller clams and the big clam and lost interest. No wonder it was named Ghost Blade Clam. Such a huge clam was indeed extraordinary. The undersea species were too weird. He saw certain creatures that looked like nails hopping close from far away like springs. Han Fei knew that they were nail conches that would poke nails at people when attacked. The fishermen had to be extra careful when they caught a nail conch, or they might be penetrated by the nails. Han Fei swam like a fish. He was not scared of the corals, which were unaggressive. He could also use the corals as his shield when in danger. Of course, he had to avoid the corners that he couldn't see clearly. God knew how many creatures were hiding there. Han Fei only wanted to find a rod, or whatever could be used as a rod. His first idea was to cut a coral, but he couldn't. He only managed to chop a small piece even after he poured his spiritual energy into his dagger. So hard? Han Fei's eyes glittered. He cut a long coral with his dagger. If it was made into a rod, it would be much better than an iron rod, although it still couldn't compare to the bamboo rod. A while later, Han Fei swam among the corals with a coral rod in his hand. He wondered how he could return to the surface of the ocean. He couldn't hold his breath much longer. Suddenly, Han Fei was stunned by a crimson tree that looked like a coral. Corals were in fact the dead bodies of certain insects. However, the crimson tree seemed much smoother than coral. Han Fei even saw a fruit on it. Chapter 21. Translator, Hanyi Translations Editor. Hanyi Translations. Can corals yield fruits? The idea popped up in Han Fei's head but was immediately disapproved. Han Fei swam closer and realized that something was not right. How could there be so many bones? Yes, there were bones everywhere. Some were fish, some were turtles, and some were human. More importantly, the human bones did not come from one person. When he looked at the fruit on the crimson tree, Han Fei was shocked that data appeared. A Nama Purple Bamboo Way Level. WLUL. Ultra 0 LUL. Ultra Spiritual Energy LUL. WL 0L Mel 0L 0 Al Effect Bamboo Fruit. Han Fei immediately remembered the crimson sea fruit that Feng Zhe gave to the village leader. He didn't see the fruit clearly, but he saw how ecstatic the village leader was. Fortunately, he had met another marvelous fruit. He wondered how it was compared to the crimson sea fruit. Wait, Han Fei calmed himself down. The bones indicated great danger. Why were those people and animals dead? Han Fei immediately backed off. He saw the knife of a bladefish in the corals. It must belong to the deceased. Other than the knife, Han Fei also noticed some fishing poles and iron rods. Seeing the iron rod, Han Fei immediately drew his fishing pole. The coral rod was for self-defense, but in a battle, it would definitely be too rough and unwieldy. The iron rod, on the other hand, would be much better. Han Fei cast the hook out. He caught the iron rod and even tied the line on the rod. That was the difference between a divine fishing art and a regular fishing art. Regular fishing arts were special tricks that aimed to capture fish. Hook Kiss, on the other hand, could integrate the hook, the line, and the fishing pole and be applied to battles. Han Fei had practiced it before but wasn't very familiar with it yet. One of his purposes for the trip was to practice Hook Kiss. The effect of the art amazed him. Han Fei dragged the iron rod as well as the bladefish's knife to him. Although there were human bones, he didn't see any weapons. He saw several fishing poles, but they were iron ones at best. It would be a burden to carry them. Huh? A turtle shell? The Wang family and the tigers fought over a shell. That's certainly good stuff. Casting the hook and pulling, Han Fei changed his face. It weighed more than 50 kilograms. Han Fei's heart was bleeding. The shell was too heavy for him to carry to the surface of the ocean. Han Fei did not dwell on it. He abandoned the shell and looked at the purple bamboo. Han Fei was tempted. The purple bamboo was a natural material for a rod. Han Fei wondered if he should try to grab it, but what if he did grab it? Would there be any trouble? For Han Fei, taking risks was not unusual. He made up his mind to take it. Han Fei cast the hook at the purple bamboo fruit quickly. His heart raced as the hook approached his target, Hugh. The hook reached the fruit, but at exactly the same moment, Han Fei felt that the corals trembled and a gigantic head extended out of a hole. Namia Sea Dragon E Level A8. 18A Quality. Rare Spiritual Energy AA. Rare Spiritual Energy IAA EACA C-Rectable I8 ECXCA. Damn it, Absorbable Teach-A. Damn it, a Sea Dragon? A Level 18 Rare Monster? I'm so fucked. The Sea Dragon was not a real dragon but one of the strongest sea snakes. As a top-tier demonic snake, it shouldn't be here at all. Han Fei had no doubt that he was no match for the creature. He immediately tried to retreat the line and run, but the fruit was not pulled to him, although the line had been straightened. Seeing that it was possible to take it, Han Fei immediately gave up. He shook the fishing pole and transmitted his power from the fishing pole to the hook. The hook instantly broke free. Han Fei cast it out again, not at the purple bamboo fruit, but at another cluster of corals dozens of meters away. The sea dragon dashed out and stared at him with bloodshot eyes, as if it were interested in the small creature that was trying to steal its treasure. Right after the sea snake came at him, Han Fei pulled the hook heavily and swooshed to the other cluster of corals. A strange scene happened in the corals. Han Fei cast his hook now and then, allowing him to leap from one place to another quickly, but whenever he left a place, the corals behind him would be crushed by a giant head. Han Fei cried, "Brother, I did not intend to steal your stuff. Can we talk nicely? I'm doomed. It's a dead end." There were no corals ahead. He had reached where he started his exploration. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei quickly swam to the sea anemones. However, the sea dragon was much faster than him. Seeing that it was going to bite him, Han Fei gritted his teeth and flew at the ghost blade clam whose mouth was wide open. Crack! The noise of closing teeth came into Han Fei's ears. This place was too dangerous. The ghost blade clam's mouth was aimed at Han Fei, as if it were waiting for Han Fei to send himself over. The moment Han Fei approached it, he sprang and jumped over the ghost blade clam. In the next second, an enormous head bumped into the ghost blade clam. The ghost blade clam would have been rendered speechless if it was intelligent. How can there be such a huge head? I can't swallow it at all. Sharp teeth emerged and bit down, only to pierce into the sea dragon's flesh. Whoo! The sea dragon roared and crashed into a rock. Clang! After an ear-splitting explosion, the ghost blade clam fell from the sea dragon. If Han Fei had the time to look back, he would see that half of the clam's teeth were gone and there was a hole on its shell. It was basically dead. A green crab was watching, holding its pincers. Having no time to think, Han Fei cast the hook to the crab and threw it to the sea dragon. The half-meter-long crab was chewed into pieces after a bite, but one of its pincers left a wound on the sea dragon's mouth. Han Fei was anxious. What could he do if it didn't let go of him? He couldn't defeat it. Seeing the tentacles of the sea anemones that were floating in the water, Han Fei gritted his teeth. He cast the hook to one of the tentacles. The next moment, all the tentacles began to float. He had threats both ahead and behind. Han Fei hurled himself to the sea anemones, where thousands of tentacles were waiting. He poured all his spiritual energy into his iron rod and slashed. Immediately, the water surged and pushed the tentacles to one side. Exceeding his expectations, a bloody mouth enveloped him right before he fell into the sea anemones. I'm doomed. Han Fei could see nothing but darkness. He had been devoured. The good news was that the coral rod was stuck in the mouth of the sea dragon. As for the iron rod, he had lost it earlier. Damn it, this is so tight, Han Fei couldn't move at all. The muscles of the sea dragon were constricting and moving randomly. Han Fei hadn't been swallowed into the stomach yet, but who knew what would happen next? He tried to hold the bladefish's knife and cut whatever he could reach. Bam! 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 The sea dragon struggled hard. After only an instant, thousands of holes appeared on its body. Han Fei wasn't any better. Some tentacles pierced through the sea dragon and entered his body. Demon purification pot, absorb now. Han Fei thought he was done. There was no telling if the demon purification pot worked, but the muscles that gripped him gradually relaxed. Die. Han Fei struggled hard. His body was so sore that he thought his feet had rotted into bones. When he thought of that, Han Fei struggled and waved his dagger crazily. A piece of meat almost fell into his mouth. Phew, this is bitter. Han Fei had an idea. A snake gallbladder? The sea dragon struggled more and more weakly. Under the dual attack of the tentacles of the sea anemones and the demon purification pot, it was impossible for the sea dragon to flee. It suddenly stopped jerking. A glowing shadow cut the skin and jumped out of the creature. Han Fei was covered in blood, but he dared not be careless and cast the hook out the moment he left the body. He swooshed away instantly. Then, the place where he was at was filled by tentacles. Han Fei's heart pounded. Dozens of holes had been left on his body despite the protection of spiritual energy. In the ocean, blood could be very horrible. Are you still hunting me? Are you still biting me? Blood was surging out. Han Fei saw countless fish swimming over and fled quickly. The sea dragon, on the other hand, was drowned by tentacles and fish. Chapter 22. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. One couldn't acquire any treasure without taking risks. Han Fei returned to the ghost blade clam and took the pearl away. He then came to the purple bamboo in excitement and plucked it out. It was more like a straight stick than a plant. It was not as difficult to remove as Han Fei thought. He poured spiritual energy into his hands and used all his strength. Eventually, he was able to get it out. The purple bamboo fruit fell the moment he plucked the bamboo. Han Fei felt intoxicated. The intense fragrance of the fruit was attached to his skin through water and leaked into his body, making him sense the aroma. However, Han Fei was too panicked to enjoy it. The smell was too intense even for him. What about other undersea fish? Besides, he had blood all over him. He already saw dozens of green crabs not far away. Gudu, Han Fei stuffed the fruit into his mouth and intended to flee. However, the moment the purple bamboo fruit entered his body, Han Fei felt like he was being boiled. His skin reddened, and he couldn't possibly feel any hotter. The scorching energy caused the calabash on his wrist to glow. A tremendous amount of energy escaped into his wrist. Han Fei's muscles tightened. He could almost hear the sound of his blood pumping. Han Fei couldn't move, but he saw hundreds of green crabs raising their pincers at him. Then, with a crisp sound, Han Fei felt that he had a breakthrough, and his body's condition was better. The green crabs were still densely packed at this moment. Han Fei was scared. The energy in his body was still on a rampage. Some entered his wrist and some flowed through his body. Although Han Fei was not in his best state, he could at least move now. Having no time to think, he cast his hook at several big black fish dozens of meters above him. The fish fled under the stimulation, dragging Han Fei upward. After a brief while, the fish turned around and crashed into Han Fei, as if it realized that it couldn't escape. Shoot, BAM, Han Fei almost threw up because of the collision. He couldn't hold his breath anymore. I have to breathe in fresh air now. Han Fei struggled to hug the big black fish. He accidentally laid his hands on the scales, and his fingers were cut. Go up! Han Fei stabbed his dagger into the fish's head. The black fish fled again at the pain, but since its head was controlled by Han Fei, it could only swim upward. Han Fei looked back, only to see all kinds of fish chasing after him. He almost peed himself. The black fish was very fast. After only a minute, it leaped out of the water. Han Fei took a big breath of air. Then, he saw his boat hundreds of meters away, undamaged. Hiya, hiya! With a dagger on its head, the black fish could not do anything except rush in the direction that Han Fei desired. Hurry, hurry! A huge mouth bit his calf. Ouch! Han Fei cried miserably. Having no time to knock the attacker off, he focused all his attention on reining in the black fish. When he was 100 meters away from the boat, Han Fei cast the hook to the boat and finally pulled himself onto it. Bam! 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 He struck a dozen times and killed the fish that had been biting him. He then threw the fish away. Having no time to bother the blood on his calf, Han Fei lied on the boat with his limbs stretched out. That was too close. He felt it was a miracle that he survived the adventure. Several minutes later, Han Fei sat up in excitement. He felt that his body was full of power. Han Fei looked at his wrist. The calabash was still blinking, but nothing new was revealed. He checked the data. Owner, Han Fei level, 5 intermediate fisher, spiritual energy, 682, 109, spiritual heritage, level 1, high quality, upgradable, main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality, stunned. Han Fei took a deep breath. Have I lost 800 points of spiritual energy? He gasped loudly. If he had run out of spiritual energy, he would have been dead. Also, he just had a purple bamboo fruit that must have contained tremendous spiritual energy, yet he only had less than 700 points of spiritual energy left. Han Fei weighed the purple bamboo in his hand and wondered how good it was compared to the bamboo rod he previously used. Suddenly, Han Fei felt an excruciating pain in his palm. He opened his hand, only to be shocked. A green calabash was growing out of his body from his palm. It was delicate and slightly smaller than an apple, with a fresh leaf on top. A real calabash? Han Fei's eyes widened. How did the calabash grow out? He snapped it, only to discover that the calabash seemed to have been stuck to his hand. He put the calabash before his eyes and observed it. Suddenly, it flashed, and Han Fei found himself in a dark void surrounded by countless sophisticated characters. Right before his eyes, there were 2 vertical lines. Han Fei couldn't understand the characters, but he did recognize the 2 lines. Refining. Forge the universe. Refining was the most brilliant and eye-catching world. Forge the universe, in comparison, was rather lackluster. Other than them, Han Fei could see more words, but they were unorganized and beyond recognition. Refining? Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. He needed 2,000 points of spiritual energy to activate the function. Han Fei was relieved. 2,000 points was not too far-fetched for him. Then, Han Fei looked at Forge the Universe. If refining meant building weapons, what did Forge the Universe mean? Damn it, 10,000 points of spiritual energy? Are you robbing me? It meant more than 200 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Han Fei was lost for words. He had been thrilled about the demon purification pot's change after absorbing the energy of the purple bamboo fruit, but it was still demanding spiritual energy. Since he did not have enough spiritual energy, Han Fei decided to ignore it. When he opened his eyes, the calabash was already gone, but when he thought about it, it emerged again. Tesk. Interesting. This must be an artifact. I have to keep the secret well. Han Fei finally looked at the big yellow fish next to him. Namey young ironhead fish SL level. 8 A quality, regular spiritual energy, 42 points S effect. It can increase one's physical strength if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible, brains of the ironhead fish, which can accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy absorbable. An ironhead fish? Am I in a level 1 fishery? Ironhead fish usually appeared in level 1 fisheries. They were dangerous and fond of crashing into people or boats. However, this ironhead fish was much smaller than what he saw before. Under normal circumstances, one's bones would be broken after being knocked into by this fish. Han Fei remembered the crash in the ocean, which nearly squeezed his internal organs out. He tapped the fish's head with the purple bamboo. Clang, Han Fei tapped it again with greater strength and was finally relieved after the fish head collapsed. It was indeed tough. If it were an adult, he probably would have been dead. Judging from the look of it, he was still in the general fishery. Han Fei had been badly wounded, mostly by the gastric acids of the sea dragon. All his wounds were bleeding heavily. Huh? Is it healing? Han Fei checked the bite on his calf, only to discover that the wound was much smaller. After another moment, the wound was even smaller, and the corrupted flesh was recuperating. Is it because of the gallbladder or the purple bamboo fruit? After several minutes, Han Fei calmed down and felt that his senses were sharper. His body was also very comfortable. An hour later, Han Fei stood up and warmed himself up only to realize that his wounds had been half healed. With this speed of recovery, he would return to peak condition in another 2 hours. However, Han Fei became grim the next second. He had lost the coral rod, the iron rod, the turtle shell, and the sea dragon skin. He did have the pearl that he collected from the ghost blade clam. Should he eat it to facilitate his recovery? I'd better keep it for now. I should take it when my body is in better shape. Han Fei recalled the treasures at the bottom of the ocean. The clams, the green crabs, the nail conchs, the corals. When I reach higher levels, I'll definitely go down there again after accumulating several thousand points of spiritual energy. If others learned of his plan, they would think him a lunatic. Even the Grand Fishing Master did not have thousands of points of spiritual energy. Han Fei did not know that the bones he saw at the bottom of the ocean were all fishing masters. They died simply because their spiritual energy ran out. At the bottom of the ocean, even a snake belt could kill a fishing master who did not have spiritual energy. After his wounds were healed, Han Fei looked around only to see no boats around. There were only some birds in the sky. I'll definitely demand an explanation from the port. How could they distribute a faulty boat to me? However, the journey did have a silver lining. Not only had he made a breakthrough, he also acquired a purple bamboo, which was an ultimate plant. After a brief rest, Han Fei began to fish and practice hook kiss again. It was indeed an amazing art that could turn him into Spider-Man at the bottom of the ocean. Chapter 23. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations' hook kiss was much more powerful than immobilization. Han Fei had studied it before. Immobilization could make people absolutely calm and steady before their spiritual energy was transmitted to the fishing line and hook. It could also weaken the line and hook's threat for fish. However, the greatest disadvantage of immobilization was that it would take a long time and the fish might break off the hook at any moment. Hook kiss, in comparison, was much more powerful. As long as one knew a fish's location, they would be able to cast the hook there as fast as a snake belt. Putong, Han Fei tossed a big yellow fish into the fish cabin. He mumbled, "Wait, when I cast the hook, I sense the waves in the water down below. I think I can save some spiritual energy if I cast the hook there." Putong, Han Fei tossed a 7th yellow fish into the fish cabin. The spiritual energy cost has been reduced by 1 point. Haha, I'm a genius. Han Fei was very excited. The reduction might be insignificant, but as he fished more and more, he would be able to save a lot of spiritual energy. After half a day, Han Fei used up 1 box of bait and filled one of the cabins with almost 50 yellow fish. 30 of them were absorbed by him. Seeing that his spiritual energy had been restored to 842 points, Han Fei stopped absorbing, or he wouldn't be able to pay his fish tax. No, I can't catch yellow fish anymore. There's only 1 box of green bait. Since it's already night, I can consider sinking the hook 3 meters deep. He caught a green turtle at first, which threw random stones at him. Han Fei tried to block them, but because he was not skilled enough, he was hit multiple times and his face was pale. If someone else observed him, they would have been shocked that he resisted the green turtle with his body instead of spiritual energy. Han Fei knocked out the green turtle and mumbled, "This is not profitable. I spent 6 points of spiritual energy on hook kiss and had to use another 8 to block the stones. I can only earn the same amount of spiritual energy by absorbing the green turtle with the demon purification pot. I should try catching bladefish instead." Han Fei cast his hook more than 5 meters deep. He did not know what was out there, but anything would be fine as long as it was not a tentacle lobster. Although the snake belt was fast, he could kill it by covering his body with spiritual energy. The tentacle lobster, on the other hand, was much more destructive. He would rather not encounter one. The bladefish was much more difficult to catch than the green turtle was, or its knife couldn't have been as precious. The bladefish took the bait much less frequently. Also, since the bladefish had only 1 chance to throw its knife after it left the water, the attack could be brutal, and the odds were slim that one could obtain the knife. Last time, Han Fei was almost chopped by a knife. He would have been dead if the knife hadn't deviated by chance. It was the 7th time that Han Fei cast the hook. Han Fei sensed that a knife was passing the space down before, but he could not use hook kiss randomly in case the bladefish cut the fishing line. Waiting for the best moment, Han Fei shook the fishing line like a whip. "Get up!" Han Fei dragged it hard, and a dark shadow broke out of the water. Hio, a knife darted at him like cold lightning. Han Fei was long prepared for it. The purple bamboo in his hand glowed and smashed at the knife. Clang! The knife pierced through the deck into the cabin. Han Fei smashed the bamboo at the bladefish's head. The bladefish was vulnerable without its knife and was killed instantly. This is still not a good deal. The fishing cost 6 points of spiritual energy. The attack cost 10, but the bladefish can only give me no more than 20 points of spiritual energy. However, its knife can be traded for 50 low-quality pearls. That's not bad. As night fell, Han Fei caught 3 bladefish and 3 green turtles. Half of the box of baits had been used. When he was about to fish again, he heard squeaking sounds from underneath the boat. Han Fei immediately had goosebumps all over his body. He knew perfectly that it was a tentacle lobster. Without any hesitation, Han Fei crawled into a fish cabin. Such lobsters were not very strong but could be very tricky. Their tentacles could attack incessantly like whips. Han Fei was very certain that he would waste a lot of spiritual energy even if he could catch a tentacle lobster. That wouldn't be a fair deal at all. He thought that the lobster would go, but he heard it crawling to one side of the boat from the bottom. Are you coming aboard? Han Fei was lost for words. Had it gotten on the boat even though he didn't try to catch it? Soon, Han Fei realized that the tentacle lobster had gotten on the boat and was crawling on the deck. Are you kidding me? I'm the hunter here, but I'm hiding in the cabin and you're on the deck? Soon, the tentacle lobster crawled over his head and made obscure noises. Huh? Why do I feel that it's eating? Han Fei waited for a while, but the sound continued. A moment later, Han Fei heard the sound of fish being picked up from the cabin next door. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Was it stealing his fish? He couldn't have looked more awful. The green turtles and the bladefish were kept in that cabin. Even Han Fei hadn't absorbed any of them yet, but the tentacle lobster was stealing them? Damn it, you're asking to be killed. Han Fei lifted the cover of the cabin and jumped out, unable to hold back any longer. Do you know how difficult it was for me to catch those fish? The tentacle lobster, caught unprepared, backed 3 meters away. The lobster was more than 2 meters long, with 2 tentacles even longer than its body. More importantly, there were another 2 tentacles above them. Han Fei observed carefully, only to discover that it was another lobster, except that it was of a much smaller size. Han Fei cried, "There are 2 of you?" He glanced at them, and information popped up. Name tentacle lobster, level 8A quality. Regular ES spiritual energy, 52 points. E effecti. The succulent meat of the lobster can increase spiritual power. ASESC collectible, long tentacles, which can be built into whips. Absorbable ASESESES. One Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He hurried to cover himself and the purple bamboo with spiritual energy. Get off. Put my spiritual energy? No, put my fish down. Han Fei saw that the smaller tentacle lobster was biting a half-meter-long bladefish. Sensing the threat from Han Fei, the bigger tentacle lobster was infuriated and swept its tentacles. Pa, the tentacles whipped the wall of the boat. Han Fei leaped back and smashed the purple bamboo down. This is outrageous. You're bandits. The purple bamboo was wrapped up in the tentacles, and the smaller lobster on top seemed interested in whipping him too. Spiritual energy emerged from the purple bamboo, allowing him to break free from the tentacles. When the smaller tentacle lobster whipped him, Han Fei swept his bamboo and cut the tentacles with his dagger. Yeah, a tentacle was cut apart. Han Fei took the opportunity to jump on the smaller lobster's back. Bam, 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 bam. Not giving the enemy another chance to attack, he struck the smaller tentacle lobster 3 times in a row, hitting it into smithereens. Yeah, yeah! Han Fei rolled to the deck quickly, but a tentacle was still whipped at him. Hiss! Han Fei sensed burning pain on his back. He almost passed out under the agony. Sweep! Han Fei wielded his purple bamboo and smashed at the lobsters again. Bam! One of the lobster's eyes was blown up. It began slapping its tentacles randomly under the pain. Han Fei seized the opportunity to hit the lobster from its back. You want to eat my fish? You want to eat my fish? Seeing another tentacle come at him, Han Fei drew his remaining 4 daggers and threw them. Soon, another tentacle on the bigger lobster was broken. It struggled and tried to jump into the ocean, but how could Han Fei give it the chance? He jumped again and smashed the lobster's head until it was deformed. Han Fei cursed at the tentacle lobsters after they had stopped moving. You came to steal my fish with your son? You think you can steal my fish so easily? Chapter 24. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei felt that his back was itchy. When he touched it, he discovered to his surprise that his wound was already scabbing. This doesn't make sense. I was whipped just now, and the wound is so small. Han Fei touched it, but the wound was gone after only 1 moment. Hiss! Han Fei remembered the purple bamboo fruit and the dragon gallbladder. One of them must still be effective. Was the advanced healing continuous? After the incident with the tentacle lobsters, Han Fei stopped fishing. He absorbed the remainder of the bladefish as well as the smaller tentacle lobster whose head had been blown up. To Han Fei's surprise, the smaller tentacle lobster provided 36 points of spiritual energy, which equaled what half a bowl of swallowed spirit soup could offer. The higher level a creature is, the more spiritual energy it will contain. However, after calculation, Han Fei realized that he still suffered a loss. Filling his body with spiritual energy was a major cost in battle. He had also consumed a lot of spiritual energy to launch attacks. Han Fei was upset. Life for an intermediate fisher on the ocean was too hard. He would rather spend all his time in school fighting other people. It remains to be seen whether or not I can return. I should focus on cultivation. The view at night on the ocean was still splendid with the 3 moons, but it was creepily quiet. The meat of the lobsters were dug out and taken as food. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the deck and started his cultivation. The moment he started, Han Fei sensed a stream of spiritual energy entering his body. Most was absorbed by the calabash, but it was still much more than when he was at home. Again? It seems that cultivating against the moons is more effective. Han Fei felt that he had found a great secret. Back on the island, while void fishing was much more effective than soul fishing, the difference wasn't too huge. However, the effect of void fishing on the ocean with moonlight was significantly better than that on the island. He couldn't feel the difference when he was a level 2 fisher last time, but right now, with infinite spiritual energy surging into his body, he realized how magnificent the art was. It deserves to be called the best generic art. One day of cultivation under such intensity equals other people's months of cultivation. Same as last time, when Han Fei started his cultivation, waves spread out on the surface of the ocean. Fish jumped up now and then. Perhaps because the spiritual energy Han Fei attracted was powerful but not powerful enough, the fish were gathered around him but did not go rampant. Pa, a white fish, jumped on the boat and slapped the deck in front of Han Fei. Huala, a yellow fish, landed at Han Fei's side, slapping the deck. Pa. Another 2 white fish jumped on Han Fei's face. Han Fei stopped his cultivation furiously. Can't you just stay in the water instead of slapping my face? He kicked the fish into the cabin, but the moment he stopped the flow of his spiritual energy, dozens of fish began to hop. Han Fei approached the edge of the boat, only to discover that green turtles and bladefish were swimming about aggressively. After a few seconds, the ocean seemed to be boiling. Han Fei was so scared that he sat down and resumed his cultivation. When his cultivation started again, the turmoil died down. Han Fei finally discovered that those fish were making use of the spiritual energy that he attracted for his cultivation. He felt that such a way of cultivation was truly dangerous. More and more fish were gathered here. Whenever Han Fei stopped, a riot seemed to happen. He was too scared to stop. Finally, the moons fell, and the first light of the morning glowed from the horizon. Same as last time, Han Fei trembled because of the excruciating pain in his wrist. The calabash radiated and was ignited for 3 seconds. Han Fei had to stop his cultivation after his hand was set on fire. This time, Han Fei was smart enough to jump into one of the cabins and close it. As expected, thousands of fish jumped and splashed water in the next moment. Bladefish, green turtles, tentacle lobsters, snake belts, yellowfish. There was even a meat tortoise, except that it was too heavy to jump on the boat. The ocean was dyed red by blood for a moment. Too many big fish were falling on the deck. Some of the green turtles were so heavy that the boat was shaking and creaking. Han Fei even suspected that the boat would fall apart. Han Fei was certain that he would be skinned by the fish if he were to go out at this moment. Bam, bam. After several minutes, the noises were finally over. Han Fei finally opened the cabin carefully. He saw a mountain of broken bodies on the deck. Some living fish were still struggling and catching their last breath. Han Fei looked at the fish in delight. They were not broken bodies but spiritual energy in his eyes. The refining function in his demon purification pot required 2,000 points of spiritual energy, and Forge the Universe required 10,000. He could easily activate them after spending half a month on the ocean. That being said, Han Fei still investigated all the fish cabins carefully. He didn't find any snake belts, but he did find a black ball to his surprise. The black ball was rolling inside a fish cabin. Name ball fish, SL level. 10A quality, regular S spiritual energy, 290 points effect. The heart of the ball fish is as sweet as sugar and can increase the speed of recovery. OC collectible which can be used as a weapon. Swaller's energy. According to his memory, the ball fish were a special fish in the level 1 fishery. They were easy to catch, but they could shoot splinters in all directions when they were in danger. If they ran loose, new splinters would grow out in a couple of days. Few creatures wanted to mess with them. Most people would rather not catch them because they could turn those people into pincushions. More importantly, the fish did not have much meat. Their only advantage was their heart that could increase the speed of recovery. Han Fei gasped aloud. Have I come to a level 1 fishery? He thought for a moment and decided to leave the ball fish alone for now. He closed the cabin and then absorbed the broken bodies crazily. An hour later, all the fish cabins were cleaned up except for those where the yellowfish and the ballfish were kept. Han Fei's spiritual energy increased to 2,084 points. This was certainly a fruitful trip. Han Fei thought for a moment and made up his mind to kill the ballfish so that he could try refining. He had 5 knives and a purple bamboo, and he better make the best use of them. Han Fei kicked the cover of the cabin and stepped back in a hurry. Next second, 3 black splinters were shot to the ceiling. So brutal, Han Fei extended his fishing pole and stirred the water. Then, black splinters darted to the ceiling non-stop. Han Fei said, "Hey, you're too silly. What can you do after you run out of splinters?" Han Fei stirred for a long time until there were no splinters shooting out. He then stirred with the purple bamboo. After 5 minutes, another few splinters came out. Is that all? A few minutes later, Han Fei picked up a soft, slippery, dark ball. Han Fei stabbed into it without hesitation. With its gas leaking out, the fish became a big skin after a few seconds. Huh? This thing can be made into a bag. Han Fei cut the heart of the ballfish. It was white and a little bit hard. Was it really worth 290 points of spiritual energy? He touched it and sensed spiritual energy flowing out. Naturally, Han Fei wasted no time throwing it into his mouth. It was better for him to take it than to give it to the demon purification pot. After he took it, Hanfei sensed that his spiritual energy was much higher. He checked it and found it to be 2,856 points. Hanfei was rather surprised. Shouldn't there be more since he had taken it orally? Was it because the ballfish had lost all the splinters? That must be the reason. Hanfei did not know that the heart of a ballfish could be sold for 3 mid-quality pearls. If he had known, he would probably die before he took it. Besides, few people took the heart orally. If the heart was used as an ingredient to make drugs, its effect would be more than doubled. Chapter 25, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After clearing the last fish cabin, Hanfei had a spiritual energy storage of 3,241 points, which was enough for him to travel to the bottom of the ocean another 3 times. Of course, he couldn't be so lucky every time. The sea dragon, the ghost blade clam, and the sea anemones were all very formidable. Leaning against the broken controller, Hanfei studied the demon purification pot. Looking at the apple-sized calabash, Hanfei meditated. Activate. 2,000 points of spiritual energy immediately vanished. Hanfei sensed a hazy mist in his head. When the mist exploded, new understandings popped up in Hanfei's mind. There seemed to be a burning furnace in the void. Hanfei had the feeling that he could store anything in the calabash and put together amazing combinations. In the meantime, an idea came Hanfei's mind. Furnace of the universe. With the universe as the furnace and the spiritual energy as the fire, anything can be built into a weapon. Hanfei swallowed. With the universe as the furnace? That sounded rather impressive. However, when he thought of the introduction to void fishing, he calmed down. After his transmigration, he had learned to accept the unacceptable. Hanfei looked at the purple bamboo, the knives from the bladefish, the iron fishing pole, and his ragged clothes. Since he had 5 knives from the bladefish, he stored one of them in the furnace of universe. The moment the knife disappeared, he saw a hazy space in the calabash where the knife was floating. Forge. A fire rose immediately. Within a breath, a palm-sized dagger drifted out. So quickly? Hanfei opened his eyes and saw a dagger falling on his hand. Whoa, Hanfei was somewhat astounded. My half-meter-long knife was reduced into a small dagger? Hanfei picked up the knife. For some reason, he felt that the knife was suitable for him. Trying to test how good the small dagger was, he cut another knife with the dagger only to widen his eyes. The knife had a huge dent on it. So good? Hanfei looked at the purple bamboo and decided to test it again. Ding! After a slight tap, Hanfei checked them carefully. Neither the purple bamboo nor the dagger was damaged. Hanfei was immediately reassured. The purple bamboo must be of a high level. He looked at the demon purification pot, only to be shocked. I have only 1,053 points left. It cost me 88 points. Hanfei hesitated. He was delighted at the result, but the cost was enormous. How much would the purple bamboo cost when a knife had cost so much? Gritting his teeth, he stored the purple bamboo in the furnace of universe and tossed the remaining knives in it. He needed a weapon, and he couldn't use Xiaoyu's bamboo rod all the time. Hanfei took a deep breath. He still had a cabin of yellow fish. If the spiritual energy was not enough, he could still absorb several hundred points. Hanfei began forging and wondered what he would get in the end. After a moment, the calabash glowed, and a purple stick floated out. Hanfei felt greatly weakened, but he did not feel the urgent need to absorb spiritual energy. He was greatly relieved. After taking a closer look at the purple stick, Hanfei was immensely satisfied. It was silver on both ends and purple red at the center. He realized that the 2 ends must be made of the knives, and the middle part was made of the purple bamboo. Purple bamboo rod, mortal level, mid-quality note, made with a 280-year-old purple bamboo and blade fish knives, it can launch sharp blade auras. Mortal level, mid-quality? Weapons are classified in different levels too? It does make sense, on second thought. However, isn't the purple bamboo an ultimate treasure? Why is it mortal level, mid-quality now? Hanfei observed it carefully and weighed it. It was over 40 kilograms and could serve as a magnificent weapon. When Hanfei grasped the rod, he felt that he had used it for years. He tried wielding it. It was slightly heavy but very handy. Hanfei, delighted, practiced sweeping stick. The weapon rattled and radiated as he poured his spiritual energy into it. At this moment, the purple bamboo rod seemed to have turned into part of Hanfei's body. His limbs and his body could control and react to the rod precisely. After wielding it for an hour, Hanfei felt that he was more and more familiar with it. He now also understood the essence of sweeping stick. If Xiaoyu were here, she would have been greatly surprised, because Hanfei's sweeping stick had reached a whole new level at this moment. This feels good. Hanfei stopped and fell on the ground after an exclamation. The world was swirling before him, and acids were surging from his stomach. He looked at the demon purification pot only to smile bitterly. He had used up his spiritual energy after the practice. Owner, Hanfei Level, 5 Intermediate Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 059. Spiritual Heritage, Level 1, High-Quality Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Seeing the number, Hanfei staggered to the cabin where yellow fish were kept and grabbed a yellow fish. A moment later, the whole cabin was cleared and his spiritual energy returned to 44 points. Yes, a whole cabin of yellow fish only provided 44 points of spiritual energy for him. Hanfei felt like crying. He earned 3,000 points of spiritual energy by risking his life twice, but he had spent all of them in less than 2 minutes. He saw an enormous pit before him. The refining function alone had stripped him of his spiritual energy. What could forge the universe, which required 10,000 points of spiritual energy to be activated, bring him? Han Fei had a feeling that he needed to worry about spiritual energy all the time in the future. Other people spent several points of spiritual energy at a time, but he spent thousands of them each time, although he was only a fisher. How could he make ends meet? Han Fei sighed and smashed his rod at a corner of the boat to unleash his fury. However, it hit the controller of the boat accidentally, and the wooden cover on it was broken. Han Fei thought that he was doomed. The boat was damaged in the first place. Would he be demanded compensation for his strike? While Han Fei wondered if he should compensate, he saw a block on the controller that was cut by a knife instead of smashed by his rod. Han Fei examined it for a long time. Then, his face turned cold. The fault was not natural? Who wants to kill me? The first person he thought of was Hu Kun, but then he shook his head. Hu Kun indeed hated him, but such a little kid wasn't capable of this. Besides, the guy did not know when he left the island, nor could he sabotage a boat that belonged to the island. But who else could it be if not Hu Kun? Han Fei did not remember pissing off anyone else. Chapter 26, Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. After floating for another day, Han Fei used up his remaining bait and caught 9 yellow fish, 3 green turtles, and a bladefish. The ratio would have been unbelievable if he told it to anyone else. There were only 40 pieces of bait in each box, and most people could only catch 5 fish with them. It was unimaginable that Han Fei caught 13 fish, including a bladefish, with only half a box of bait. Actually, Han Fei only wasted the bait on the bladefish and the green turtles several times. None of the yellow fish was able to escape from his hook. It was night again. Han Fei couldn't fish anymore now that his bait was used up. He started his cultivation. Just like the previous times, he was surrounded by fish that jumped to his boat now and then. At dawn, he intensely absorbed spiritual energy again, which caused a riot. So, he had another boat of fish the next morning, although no special fish came to him. After leaving a cabin of fish as his tax, Han Fei increased his spiritual energy to 1,000 Treven points. Han Fei dared not be extravagant again. Although he had 3 more knives, he dared not forge them again or he would be bankrupt. It was Han Fei's 3rd day on the ocean. There was still nobody around. He did not know where he was at all. On the 4th day, Han Fei's boat was already ragged after the 3 fish tides. One of the fish cabins had even been broken by a green turtle. 2 giant holes were left on one side of the boat too. Han Fei was bailing out the water that came in through the holes at this moment. He knew that the boat couldn't survive the 5th fish tide. It was now shaking and could fall apart at any moment. In the afternoon of the 5th day, Han Fei was practicing the stick arts on the boat. After 3 days, he was even more familiar with the technique. In the meantime, he discovered that the progress of his arts required spiritual energy too. However, since Han Fei had more than 2,000 points of spiritual energy at this moment, he couldn't care less about it. Tilting his head, he noticed quite a few boats far away. Immediately, he waved his rod and cried, "Hey, hey, brother, sister, uncle, save me!" Han Fei roared at his loudest. "Third young master, there's someone over there." Wang Baiyu said, "I see him. Interesting. I didn't expect to see someone fishing alone so far away. Let's go and take a look." Han Fei was excited to see them coming near. It was not easy to meet someone else on the boundless ocean. After the boats approached each other, Han Fei and Wang Baiyu looked at each other. "It's you? It's you?" Wang Baiyu was stunned. Wasn't it the boy he met on the road the other day? He only took a look at the boy because he was the one who broke the silence back then. Han Fei was also surprised. The 3rd young master of the Wang family, who had 5 boats protecting him on his fishing trip? Wang Baiyu squinted at Han Fei's boat, which was more like a shipwreck than a boat. He was surprised that it hadn't sunk yet. Wang Baiyu said, "Brother, you're quite a fisher. You came 800 kilometers away alone?" Han Fei gasped. "Whoa, I've come that far?" Wang Baiyu was slightly surprised. "You didn't know?" Han Fei said with a helpless smile. "My boat malfunctioned and brought me to this place on its own. I floated for 5 days on the ocean." "How many days?" Wang Baiyu's subordinates were stunned. He floated for 5 days alone without being killed? Few people in Heavenly Water Village could spend 5 days on the ocean alone and return alive. There were only 1 or 2 of them every year. Wang Baiyu immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Your boat malfunctioned? That's unlikely. Our boats are propelled by natural floating stones. They will never malfunction as long as the stones are there." Before he finished, Wang Baiyu saw Han Fei raise a stone at him. Han Fei said, "Are you talking about this?" Wang Baiyu's eyes widened. "Yes, but your floating stone is broken." "Huh." "It was cut into halves, which resulted in the disruption of power transmission. You were set up." Wang Baiyu declared without any hesitation. He then added, "To destroy a floating stone, you have to be at least a peak fisher with a good weapon. Of course, it will be easier if you are a fishing master. However, most fishing masters have better things to do." Han Fei's heart grew heavy. At least a peak fisher? When did he piss off such an expert? Was the father of someone he beat up at school seeking revenge for his son? Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. Was it the tigers? Li Hu did glare at him when he left the other day. Han Fei said, Brother Wang, thank God you're here or I would probably die in the ocean. Wang Baiyu was very interested in Han Fei. He smiled warmly. How did you survive 5 days on the ocean? He looked at Han Fei's boat again. It was a miracle that such a pile of wood did not fall apart. Han Fei heaved a sigh. It's a long story. The ocean is indeed horrifying. I encountered a fish tide that almost crumbled my boat. I would have been killed if I hadn't hidden in the fish cabin. A fish tide? Wang Baiyu's subordinates grew solemn. Another fish tide had happened? Did it mean that a crisis was going on in the general fishery? Han Fei naturally wouldn't tell them that it was he who caused the fish tide. Wang Baiyu observed Han Fei and thought that a man with a blade fish knife and an iron fishing pole couldn't be too weak. Besides, Han Fei's rod also looked extraordinary. Wang Baiyu said, Brother Han, your rod seems rare. Han Fei said, It's a gift from my brother. It's only slightly better than an iron rod. I'm sure Brother Wang has much better weapons. Wang Baiyu was naturally not convinced, but he was more decent than to rob a total stranger. He looked at Han Fei's boat curiously. Huh? Brother Han, your boat is still full of fish? Han Fei said without blushing. They jumped on my boat during the fish tide. However, since my boat has been terribly damaged, I think they're barely enough to cover compensation costs. Wang Baiyu shook his head. Your boat was deliberately destroyed. Somebody will investigate it. You don't even need to pay the fish tax. However, do you have any rare fish on board? Han Fei asked. You're looking for rare fish, Brother Wang. Wang Baiyu said. Truth be told, I'm looking for rare and mysterious fish in the general fishery on this trip. Han Fei replied, I'm afraid I don't have any. I did have a ball fish during the fish tide, but I couldn't deal with its spurts. It jumped back into the ocean in the end. Wang Baiyu was obviously disappointed. Ballfish were not too rare. The Wang Baiyu had plenty of them. Han Fei asked, Brother Wang, do you purchase fish? Since my boat can't move now, I can sell my fish to you at a lower price. Wang Baiyu smiled calmly. What do you have? Han Fei counted. I have 7 knives, 6 green turtles, a small octopus, a jellyfish, 3 whelks. Some jumped onto the boat on their own, including the small octopus. The jellyfish was caught by accident. As for the whelks, they were discovered in the stomachs of the dead fish. Together, they were worth some money. Wang Baiyu was immediately shocked. You've kept 7 knives after the fish tide? Han Fei replied, Yes. There were even tentacle lobsters, but alas, they ran loose. Right, I had a few tentacles. The lobsters left them during the fight with the bladefish. What Han Fei offered was worth 8 mid-quality pearls. That might not sound like too many, but was actually a lot. Even the descendants of a great family usually did not have so much money with them. Wang Baiyu immediately nodded his head. All right, I'll take them. However, I don't need the yellow fish and the like. If you want, I can help you bring them back. It's very easy for me, Han Fei said. I could use your help. Thank you very much. Wang Baiyu and Han Fei were not friends. He was only doing Han Fei a favor. He cleared a boat for Han Fei and asked one of his subordinates to escort Han Fei back. After Han Fei left, a subordinate asked, Third young master, why do you treat him so nicely? It was unnecessary for us to purchase those things at all. With intelligence that did not befit his age, Wang Baiyu explained, do you not feel suspicious that an intermediate fisher has an enemy who's a peak fisher or even a fishing master? Usually, people only have enemies of their own level. Besides, you really think it's possible to avoid a fish tide by hiding in the cabin? Chapter 27. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Wang Baiyu sent Han Fei away first because he did not want Han Fei to know the real purpose of his trip. Han Fei did not want to pry into it either. Being rescued was good enough for him. The only bad thing was that he owed the guy a favor. In the departure port, the receptionist was surprised to see Han Fei. The receptionist asked, It's been 5 days, you're still alive? Han Fei said, Sister Chin, it's a long story. My boat was deliberately damaged. Han Fei explained everything quickly. The receptionist frowned, her face cold and expressionless. She said, I'll have someone investigate it. If it's true, the supervision department will give you an answer. As Wang Baiyu said, the port did not levy fish tax on him, because Han Fei's indictment still required investigation. If it was fake, Han Fei would have to do much more than paying fish tax. If it was true, the port authorities wouldn't let go of whoever sabotaged the boat. Han Fei left the port with 7 mid-quality pearls, 6 of which were from Wang Baiyu. Han Fei's return did not catch any attention. Instead of going home or to school, Han Fei decided to increase his capabilities since Wang Baiyu mentioned that his enemy could be a peak fisher. He was not so desperate before, but it was impossible for a level 5 fisher to defeat a peak fisher who was multiple levels higher than him, if not a fishing master, whatever his weapon was. After an hour, Han Fei walked to the business area in the western port of the island, where he found a blacksmith. A brawny man with exposed arms smiled at him. Brother, what can I get you? Han Fei asked. Can you coat my rod with iron? Unlike He Xiaoyu, Han Fei did not have a fishing master father who ensured that her bamboo rod wouldn't be looted. Although Han Fei could count on Tunga, he did not think that it would be easy to meet Tunga again after Fengzi took him away. The blacksmith was amazed by Han Fei's purple bamboo rod. Where did you get this rod? Wow, it's so extraordinary, Han Fei said warily. One of my seniors gave it to me, but I found it too high profile. Uncle, can you code it or not? If not, I'll find someone else, the blacksmith said. Of course I can. But this is a great rod as it is. Is your senior a fishing master? Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei said, a little bit higher. The blacksmith lowered his voice. A peak fishing master? Han Fei asked. Uncle, are fishing masters the best experts you've seen? The blacksmith was shocked. You mean the village leader? That's impossible. The village leader doesn't have a nephew. Han Fei said, Uncle, do you really think that there is only one grand fishing master in Heavenly Water Village? Eesh, the blacksmith changed his face greatly. Some people said that the grandfather of the Wang family became a grand fishing master a long time ago. The leader of the tigers was also reaching for the level of grand fishing master. Was this boy related to them? Or were there more hidden experts in Heavenly Water Village? Han Fei said, Uncle, certain things are best left unknown, do you understand? Seeing that Han Fei was proud and confident, the blacksmith nodded. At the very least, Han Fei's look was rather convincing. The blacksmith said, I can do that, it will only take a moment. Han Fei waited for a quarter. He was quite satisfied with the rod once it was entirely blackened. Ignoring the blacksmith's puzzled looks, he disappeared into the crowd. What Han Fei did not know was that the blacksmith locked the door and left immediately after he left. Han Fei visited many stores before he finally left the western port and returned to the eastern port he came from. After returning to the place that he was familiar with, Han Fei finally cursed the expensive service aloud, which cost him 18 low-quality pearls. In Wang Jie's store, the manager was calculating the accounts when he saw a familiar person. Wasn't it his boss's student? Mr. Guan, what are you busy with? Mr. Guan said, I didn't expect to see you. Why are you rich again? What would you like to buy? Han Fei asked in a low voice. Mr. Guan, is there anything better than the fish head body polishing fluid here? Mr. Guan immediately asked in surprise, better than the fish head body polishing fluid. Do you want the spirit refilling pill? Can you afford it? Han Fei was surprised that something was indeed available. He asked interestedly, Mr. Guan, I've earned some money. How much is the spirit refilling pill? Mr. Guan said, the spirit refilling pill can quickly refill 300 points of spiritual energy. It's mainly sold to the peak fishermen. Why do you want it? Besides, every pill costs 2 mid-quality pearls. Can you afford it? Han Fei was rather shocked. 2 mid-quality pearls for 300 points of spiritual energy? That was too expensive. However, Han Fei still asked, Mr. Guan, how fast can the spirit refilling pill refill spiritual energy? It's rather expensive. Mr. Guan smiled. It only takes 10 seconds. 2 mid-quality pearls is actually a fair price. Han Fei chuckled. Mr. Guan, is there anything better? Do you have anything that can nurture the veins or increase spiritual energy? You're quite a dreamer, aren't you? Even if they are available in my store, they will be reserved by my boss. There's a bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid that is of no use to my boss anymore. I can sell it for 6 mid-quality pearls, since you're my boss's student. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Mr. 10. Guan, I would like that. He took 6 shiny mid-quality pearls from his pocket. Mr. Guan was immediately shocked. You're just a student. Where did you get the money? Without thinking, Han Fei said, my brother gave it to me. My brother was recruited by the angel as a disciple for his level 7 spiritual heritage. He gave you a couple of mid-quality pearls. Ah, Tenge is your brother? Han Fei asked. Mr. Tri? Guan, do you know my brother? Mr. Guan said, of course. Who in Heavenly Water Village doesn't know Tenge? His spiritual heritage is too good even for the town. Wait, if you are his brother, why don't you ask him for it instead of buying it in my store? Han Fei pretended to smile bitterly. I wouldn't buy it if I could meet him. Uncle Fengze has been keeping him busy. With the fishing trial coming, I can't waste all my time waiting. Mr. Guan nodded. It does make sense. Since you are Tunga's brother, I'll give you a 10% discount on this bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid. Han Fei said, wow, thank you, Mr. Guan. Mr. Guan looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, I know that you are eager in cultivation, but you must not be anxious. The iron fish body polishing fluid is designed for peak fishermen. You'd better not try it until you're level 6 and not use too much at once. Also, you must not make a breakthrough with the iron fish body polishing fluid. It's a medication for cultivation, not for breakthroughs. Han Fei said, got it. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Guan. I would like to buy another 2 bottles of fish head body polishing fluid. Han Fei felt like weeping after he left the store. Training was truly costly. He thought he was rich just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had only 42 low-quality pearls left, which were not even enough to buy a knife. However, Han Fei was much more relaxed now that his money had been spent. He bought 2 big whelks, 10 clams, and several kinds of sauces. In the end, he had only 6 low-quality pearls left. Han Fei mumbled all the way home. If it weren't for Tange's celebration, he wouldn't buy anything so expensive as big whelks. 2 of them cost 24 low-quality pearls. His heart was bleeding. They're just big whelks. I can catch several hundred of them later and make a fortune with them. They're everywhere at the bottom of the ocean. While Han Fei muttered to himself and approached his home, he saw several people at the gate of his house from far away. Chapter 28, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. As he approached, Han Fei saw that a few gangsters were having clams in his yard. His face immediately turned grim. Hey, Brother Gang, that guy is back. Pa, the fatty threw the shells to the ground heavily. Brat, do you know that I came for you yesterday? Where is the protection fee that I asked? Hanfei shivered in fury. I was on the brink of death several times, and when I finally come home, you're eating my food. Is it fair? Hanfei grinned coldly. 5 low-quality pearls for each clam. I'll let you go if you give me the money, or I'll beat you until you pay for them. The fatty and his lackeys were dazed. Then they burst into laughter. Brother Gang, did he just ask us for money? Brother Gang, this guy is crazy. Is he threatening us? With a wicked smile, the fatty bared his teeth and chuckled. Brat, did my ears just deceive me, or was your brain damaged by an ironhead fish? You're threatening your brother Gang. Dong, Hanfei was much more confident now. The guy might be a level 7 fisher, so what? It was not such a challenge after he killed a sea dragon. Hanfei drew his purple bamboo rod and declared, Do you want to spill your blood in my place? Huh. Brother Gang and his people were about to mock Hanfei again when the purple bamboo rod glowed in Hanfei's hand. Brother Gang changed his face. Brat, you're truly bold. Brothers, take him down. I'll kill you. Hanfei jumped and struck with the purple bamboo rod heavily. You think I'm too old to wield a rod? Before Brother Gang realized what was going on, one of his level 5 subordinates had already been hit. The man cried, holding his shoulder. Ah, my arm is broken. Brother Gang, my arm is broken. Brother Gang burst into fury. Are you asking to be killed? All of them picked up their rods. How could they be defeated by a child who was terribly outnumbered? Clang, 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 clang. Hanfei had 159 points of basic spiritual energy and a storage of more than 3,000 points. What could he possibly be scared of? I'm going to kill this fatty. Bam! One of the gangsters filled his body with spiritual energy and tried to take Hanfei's attack the hard way. However, after a crack, the man fell on the ground and vomited blood. Brother Gang became alarmed. Not good. This boy is at the peak of level 6. Let me. The fatty slashed an iron rod at Hanfei. Outside of his expectations, Hanfei felt that his arm was numb. His face slightly changed. Was the guy a level 7 fisher? Brother Gang was also stunned. You're rather strong, but you don't know how good a level 7 expert is at all. Sweeping flash stick. Instantly, a snake belt seemed to be slithering on the fatty. Next moment, the fatty's combat ability significantly increased. His speed was twice as high. Hanfei was shocked. How could a man so fat be so fast? Clang, 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 bam! Hanfei was forced to step back for the first time. Although he felt that he was no weaker than the fatty, he could not bear the fatty's 6 consecutive attacks at the same time. Cough, Hanfei's arm was numb, and blood flowed on his lips. Brother Gang sneered. Level 7 experts can loot the power of demonic fish. You think I do not have any power? Boy, kneel and submit all your belongings. Fine, since you do not have any belongings, give this yard to me, and I will spare you. Hanfei took a deep breath. He still had his recovery ability, although it was much weaker than previously. He grinned. Is it the only thing that level 7 experts are capable of? How weak are you? Infinite spiritual energy surged out from Hanfei. Both he and his rod glowed as he leaped and smashed again. Clang, Brother Gang said. Boy, you are killing yourself. You're only a level 6 fisher. Filling your body with spiritual energy alone will cost 1/3 of your spiritual energy. How many more times can you strike? Hanfei said. You really talk too much. Clang, clang, clang. Hanfei smashed at him 6 times crazily without stopping. He was hit once in return, which made his chest hurt. The fatty breathed heavily. His previous attacks only caused a minor injury to Hanfei, but the boy went crazy and struck another couple of times. How much spiritual energy did the boy have? Hanfei did not stop there. He swept, and the spiritual energy spread out in ripples. Dum, dum, dum. Pooh, the rods collided thunderously. Brother Gang vomited blood and lost control of his iron rod. His eyes were full of disbelief. How was it possible? How many times had the boy struck while filling his body with spiritual energy? It must have cost more than 200 points of spiritual energy. Bam! Hanfei dispersed his spiritual energy and whipped the fatty. All the other gangsters were stunned. Had Brother Gang been defeated? Hanfei squatted before Brother Gang and grinned. Do you still collect protection fee from me? Sweating hard, Brother Gang said, It's a misunderstanding. Brother, it's totally a misunderstanding. Bam, bam, bam. Hanfei bashed Brother Gang 3 times and knocked him to the ground. A misunderstanding? Are you sure it's a misunderstanding? Brother Gang grimaced in pain but dared not fight back. Brother, I can compensate you. I guarantee that I won't look for you for trouble anymore. Bam, 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 Hanfei yelled. Who's your brother? Brother Gang said. Master Han, please forgive me, Master Han. Bam, bam, bam. Brother Gang trembled. Why are you still beating me? I will be crippled if you don't stop. Brother Gang begged for mercy. Master, please spare me. I can give you my girlfriend. Hanfei did not know what to say. Bam, gloomily, Hanfei said. Leave your money and your iron rod here and get lost. Brother Gang wept. How could he have imagined this happening? Why did the guy pretend to be so weak a few days ago? Brother Gang said, Master, I only have an iron rod. Here you are. Please don't point it at me. I'm scared. Han Fei said. "I've wasted too much spiritual energy on you. Your iron rot is not nearly enough to compensate for my loss. You'd better get as far away as possible." "Yes, of course. Why are you still here? Go." Han Fei was secretly surprised when the fatty rose and ran agilely. Was it the power of the demonic fish that he mentioned? If the fatty had stored enough spiritual energy, the result of the battle could have been different. His weird power doubled his strength. Han Fei only defeated him because he had much more spiritual energy than his enemy did. No, I underestimated the advanced fishermen. They are called advanced for a reason. The fatty was defeated by me because of insufficient spiritual energy. What if he were a level 8 fisher? For the second time, Han Fei felt that he had been improving too slowly. Even a gangster could reach level 7. How many such people were out there in this world where everybody cultivated? He was only a Mr. Nobody, and he had to work hard to change that. Han Fei entered the room and saw a note on the table left by Tung Ji. "I won't be back for the time being. There's something in that place you know. I'll see you at the fishing trial." Han Fei shredded the note and reached the back of the house. Behind the house was a cliff with a trail less than half a meter wide. An iron chain was hanging on the trail. Han Fei grabbed the chain and descended carefully for about 10 meters. Then, an inconspicuous cave whose entrance was covered by bushes lay before his eyes. The cave had existed before the house was built. Every time Tunga found anything good, he would hide it in the cave instead of the house in case it was stolen. The cave was 4 meters deep and 3 meters wide. There was a small bed and a stone tank where dozens of clams were kept. On the bed, Han Fei saw a small package. Han Fei gasped after he opened it. 2 mid-quality pearls rolled out first. They were probably all the money that Tunga had. Besides the 2 mid-quality pearls, there were also 2 books, an iron box, and a bottle. Han Fei gasped again because the covers of the 2 books said Swimming Art and Mystic Body Technique. After only a quick glance, Han Fei already knew why they were important. Most fishermen in Heavenly Water Village practice stick arts. Even if there were books about other arts in the school library, there couldn't be too many. Whatever the 2 books were about, they couldn't be any worse than Sweeping Stick. Huh? A spirit refilling pill? Han Fei picked up the bottle and smiled. He said to himself, "I do have a good brother." Chapter 29, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The spirit refilling pill was very precious. Each of them cost 2 mid-quality pearls at Wang Jie's shop. Now, he had a whole bottle of them. Although he could have 50 yellow fish for the same amount of spiritual energy, it would take him a couple of days on the ocean. With the 10 spirit refilling pills, he could get 3,000 points of spiritual energy easily. He opened the iron box, and the cave was immediately filled with fragrance. Han Fei's eyes widened. Was it crimson sea fruit? Han Fei was certain that it was not a purple bamboo fruit, although its aroma was also entering his body through his skin. Han Fei's heart pounded. Was it a fruit on the same level as the purple bamboo fruit? He stared at it, only to see no data. Did such a treasure have no data representation? Even so, Han Fei was still excited. The purple bamboo fruit had changed the demon purification pot and given him 1,000 points of spiritual energy. He did not expect Tunge to leave a treasure as good as that to him. Han Fei closed the box in a hurry. He could not take it recklessly. Back at the bottom of the ocean, the spiritual energy in the fruit was so overwhelming that his body overheated. It was certainly not a good feeling. Han Fei held back his urge to swallow the fruit and turned to the 2 books. Swimming Art? Han Fei was slightly surprised. It was a book that taught how to swim fast. It was not exactly a technique. Han Fei learned from the book that ordinary people could only hold 100 breaths, and only the grand fishing masters could hold 1,000 breaths at the bottom of the ocean. He spent half an hour in the ocean, which was more than 1,000 breaths. Did a breath denote a different time length in this world? Han Fei did not think too much. Swimming art was quite useful after all. If he had known it better, he wouldn't have been so devastated in the ocean. After reading it carefully, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling. Huh? Why do I remember it so clearly? Han Fei looked at the list of arts on the demon purification pot. Existing battle techniques, existing arts, swimming art, mortal level, high quality. Note, it's a mediocre generic swimming technique based on multiple other swimming techniques. To infer the ultimate technique, you need to spend 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Superseding art, wandering dragon art progress, 0-1,000. Han Fei was excited. Could battle techniques be inferred too? While 1,000 points of spiritual energy was a lot, such a life-saving method was definitely worth it. Han Fei said, "Infer it." Spiritual energy surged out, and swimming art changed. Existing arts, wandering dragon art, mortal level, divine quality. Note, it simulates the movement of unpredictable fish and dragons with spiritual energy. Han Fei was interested. Could all arts and battle techniques be inferred to higher levels? Also, the results were all divine quality. However, what quality was divine quality exactly? He Xiaoyu said that above high quality was ultra quality, and nothing was above ultra quality, and nothing was above ultra quality. It was obviously incorrect. Neither he Xiaoyu nor her father had access to the levels above ultra quality. I'll practice the technique when I go to the ocean next time, well, or maybe when I surpass the peak of level 6. Wandering Dragon Art could not be put to use immediately. Han Fei turned to Mystic Body Technique, the other book. After Han Fei read it carefully, the upgrade requirement for Mystic Body Technique popped up in his head. Existing arts, Mystic Body Technique, Mortal Level, High Quality. Note: this body conditioning art can fortify and harden the major acupuncture points over the body to stop spiritual energy from leaking. Drawback: the foundation can be ruined when the major acupuncture points are hardened. Superseding arts, incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning progress, zeros 2200. Eesh, Han Fei gasped that it required 2,200 points of spiritual energy to infer the book. He also sweated when he saw the drawback in the system. The foundation would be damaged? That would definitely hinder future advancement. Tonga couldn't have tried to harm him, so he might be unaware of the drawback. It would be terrible if he practiced the technique. Han Fei decided to remind him next time they met. Han Fei couldn't feel more awful. 2,200 points of spiritual energy? Are you robbing me? Could you be better than void fishing? Fine. Stuff inferred with so much spiritual energy can't be anything bad. Han Fei said, infer it. Spiritual energy surged out again, and the interface changed. Existing arts, incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning. Mortal level, divine quality. Note: every human has 108 acupuncture points, and 36 of them are critical. This art can seal the critical acupuncture points and keep natural spiritual energy inside. Drawback: the following arts cannot be inferred unless corresponding body conditioning arts are found. Han Fei was delighted. It was a great deal. He did not know that there were so many critical acupuncture points on the body. If he could repair them, he would definitely be sturdier than most people. At the very least, he wouldn't worry about being ambushed. However, when he saw that he had only 142 points of spiritual energy left, Han Fei felt awful. Upgrading a random technique had cost him thousands of points of spiritual energy. What could he do if he had more techniques in the future? Han Fei shook the idea out of his head. He was in desperate need of strengthening his body, and Tungai's help couldn't be more timely. Han Fei studied the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, which contained 108 stances. He immediately stood straight in a weird posture. His face changed after the first movement as he felt that his muscles tightened and stretched. The second, the third. By the time Han Fei reached the 8th stance, he breathed so heavily that he could barely continue. It was much more difficult than he had expected. Han Fei sat on the ground, sweating hard. Right then, Han Fei heard voices coming from above. "Brother, this is the place. That brat lives here." Han Fei grew alarmed. It was the fatty Brother Gang's voice. Bam! The gate was kicked open. Then someone asked indifferently, "Where is he?" Brother Gang said, "Huh? He was here just now. Where could he possibly run to?" The indifferent person said, "A Gang, did the boy really defeat you with the strength of level 6? Brother Gang said, "Brother Dong, it's true. That guy seemed to have infinite spiritual energy. He struck dozens of times but did not even need to catch his breath." The guy called Brother Dong remarked after a brief silence, "Interesting. A Gang, order someone to watch the place. This guy must have a treasure with him. It's up to you whether or not we can obtain it." The voices were gone. Han Fei's heart became heavy. He shouldn't have been so gentle. The fatty did not learn his lesson at all. Han Fei knew better than to come out and fight the people above. The man named Brother Dong was at least a level 8 fisher, or the fatty wouldn't have been so obedient. "Fatty, you're good. I'll remember you now." Han Fei held back his rage. They did not know that he was a level 5 fisher, or more people would have come. It was unbelievable that a level 5 fisher defeated a level 7 fisher who absorbed the power of a demonic fish. Han Fei gritted his teeth and drank a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid. He had to speed up his cultivation. Immediately, Han Fei felt that he was full of power. The next 6 hours were critical for him. Han Fei resumed his cultivation. Although his muscles still ached because of the stretching, Han Fei was able to persist with the infinite power in his body. Han Fei was covered in sweat by the time he completed 36 movements. He seemed to have just been picked up from the ocean when he completed 72 movements. After he completed 108 movements, Han Fei's muscles cramped and he fell on the ground in pain. "Damn it, my whole body is spasming. What kind of body conditioning technique is this?" Han Fei meant to pass out, but his brain was highly active with the tonic. It was not until 10 minutes later that Han Fei's spasm was finally over. Whew, Han Fei breathed heavily on the ground. This art was too horrifying. When Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot, he was astounded. Owner, Han Fei level, 5 intermediate fisher spiritual energy, 398-67 spiritual heritage, level 1, high quality, upgradable, weapon, purple bamboo rod main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss mortal level, divine quality. Whoa, my capacity of spiritual energy has been increased by 8 points after I only practiced it once. This is amazing. Han Fei was stunned. It only increased by 1 point after he had a bowl of swallowed spirit soup, but 8 had been added after he practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning once. Chapter 30, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the day, Han Fei practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. At night, Han Fei practiced void fishing and drew natural spiritual energy into his body. After only 1 day, Han Fei felt that he could advance to level 6. He sensed an obstacle that he could jump over easily, but Han Fei didn't. According to Xiaoyu, one could go deeper into every phrase. Some talented people could defeat enemies above their level exactly because of their solid foundation. Since he only had level 1 spiritual heritage, if his foundation was not good enough, his future development would definitely be affected. Hanfei ran out of the fish head body polishing fluid on the second day. He sipped the iron fish body polishing fluid and immediately blushed. It was much stronger than the fish head body polishing fluid. Hanfei felt like that his body was about to explode. Hanfei immediately practiced the 108 stances. After he practiced them 3 times in a row, the redness on Hanfei's face was finally gone. Hanfei looked at the demon purification pot. Owner, Hanfei level, 5 intermediate fisher, spiritual energy, 506, 109 spiritual heritage, level 1, high quality weapon, purple bamboo rod main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss mortal level, divine quality, 189. Hanfei grinned. This art that cost 2,200 points of spiritual energy was definitely worth it. He had achieved more in 3 days than other people could in 3 months. He had a feeling that he could crush Brother Gang with only 3 hits right now. Not only had Hanfei's capacity for spiritual energy increased, but his body was also strengthened every time he completed the cycle of 108 stances. Some impurities had even been discharged. Hanfei even sensed that if he practiced it longer, it could even boost the growth of his spiritual heritage and save the upgrade cost of 1,000 points. Although the impurities discharged were not as many as last time, they were still a lot. After they were eliminated, Hanfei looked much healthier. After practicing the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning again, Hanfei realized that it could not improve the upper bound of his spiritual energy anymore. Suddenly, Hanfei's expression changed. Not good, I can't hold back now. Hanfei had such a strong thirst for spiritual energy that he felt like a dry desert that was in need of rain. He immediately sat cross-legged and activated void fishing with the spirit refilling pill laid before him. Night gradually fell. A fatty approached Hanfei's house. "Brother Gang, you're here?" Brother Gang asked. "Is the boy still not back?" His lackey shook his head. "No, he seems to have disappeared." "Right, a level 6 little girl just dropped by. She left since the door was not answered." "Pa," Brother Gang slapped his lackey's head. "Are you an idiot? Why didn't you catch the girl? She must be the boy's friend." Feeling wronged, his lackey said, "Brother Gang, we tried to, but we couldn't. The girl had a bamboo rod. She smashed ergo to the ground when he approached her. She's not a simple girl at all." "A bamboo rod? She smashed ergo to the ground?" Brother Gang changed his face. "She's impressive for her age. A bamboo rod. Does she have a fishing master parent?" Suddenly, Brother Gang asked confusedly, "Hey, do you feel that the spiritual energy here seems more intense than before?" His lackey said, "Hasn't it always been this?" "Pa," Brother Gang slapped his head again, "you're both stupid and insensitive. However, the change of spiritual energy is indeed not very significant. It's probably because the natural spiritual energy is particularly intense tonight." While Brother Gang and his lackey were chit-chatting, Hanfei was having the sugar bean. The 500 points of spiritual energy that he gathered naturally had been used up during his breakthrough. Incessant spiritual energy was entering his body, and he had a spirit refilling pill in his mouth. But to Hanfei's surprise, his spiritual energy was used up again after only a minute. Hanfei was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why does the breakthrough to level 6 require so much spiritual energy? Didn't they say that the breakthrough to level 7 was the real challenge? It was truly easy to break the obstacle to level 6. The only unbearable part for him was that the spiritual energy required for the breakthrough was too enormous. After taking 3 spirit refilling pills in a row, Hanfei finally realized that it couldn't help. Also, it was a waste to use spirit refilling pill in a breakthrough. They could save his life in a crisis. What could he do if he used them up right now? Hanfei turned to the iron box. Did he have to take it? Let's do it. Hanfei made a decision after only brief hesitation. Judging from the speed of consumption, even the 10 spirit refilling pills wouldn't be enough. Hanfei swallowed the fragrant fruit and immediately trembled. The spiritual energy from the fruit passed through his body. With enough supply of spiritual energy, Hanfei reached level 6 within 10 seconds. The calabash on his wrist flashed as if it were breathing. Same as last time, Hanfei's body was soon burning up. Since he was not in water this time, sweat was pouring out. Had it not been for the demon purification pot that was absorbing the spiritual energy of the fruit, he would have exploded. However, Hanfei could sense that his power was rising, his bones were itching, and his bone marrow was flowing. He speculated that the fruit was improving his body hardware, but the itchy feeling did not last. The fruit did not seem good enough. The process lasted about 5 minutes before he digested the rarely seen fruit. Hanfei did not feel sorry at all. He was a level 6 now, and one of the better level 6s. He immediately looked at the demon purification pot. Owner, Hanfei level, 6 intermediate fisher spiritual energy, 2008-2009, spiritual heritage, level 2, low quality, upgradable. Weapon, purple bamboo rod main art. Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei immediately gasped. The capacity for his spiritual energy had increased by 30 points. Could a level 8 fisher have so much spiritual energy? Han Fei suspected that his capacity for spiritual energy was beyond comprehension. More importantly, his spiritual heritage had changed from level 1, high quality, to level 2, low quality, to level 2, low quality. It was a leap across levels thanks to the two fruits he had. Han Fei even sensed that his spiritual heritage could further improve if he had more such fruits. However, after checking the upgrade requirement for his spiritual heritage, he discovered that the 1,000 points of spiritual energy had turned into 10,000 points. Are you kidding me? Why is it 10,000 now? Han Fei was lost for words. However, on second thought, he realized that when he met the current requirement, his spiritual heritage would probably rise to level 3. Han Fei stood up, feeling that he was filled with power. He was certain that he could beat Brother Gang to the ground with one hit right now. Level 6 is already so good. What about level 7? Can I kill Brother Gang with a slap when I am in level 7? Han Fei thought for a moment. Was Brother Gang not strong? He certainly was. How could a level 7 fisher who had absorbed the power of a demonic fish be weak? 3 days ago, Han Fei only defeated the enemy with his storage of spiritual energy. Han Fei cleaned the environment. He put away the 7 spirit refilling pills and left the 2 books of battle techniques there. It was a pity that the demon purification pot did not change greatly this time, but the requirement for the function of Forge the Universe had changed from 10,000 points to 5,000 points. Han Fei concluded that the fruit contained almost 10,000 points of spiritual energy. It was truly impressive. Not far away from Han Fei's house, Brother Gang asked, "Do you smell anything? It's rather fragrant." His lackey said, "Ah. No, I don't think so, Brother Gang." "Pa," Brother Gang said, "can you agree with me just once? Stay here." Han Fei stood in a dark corner, grinning coldly. Chapter 31, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Brother Gang walked back, ready to go home. He mumbled, "Brat, you better not let me see you, or I will surely kill you." "Who are you going to kill?" Han Fei appeared, a piece of black cloth covering his face. He had a feeling that he was no longer useless. Brother Gang, taken aback, turned around and looked at Han Fei fearfully. Where have you been hiding?" Brother Gang quickly set off a firecracker signal. Then, he demanded nervously with his iron rod, "Boy, you'd better run immediately, or you won't be able to when my level 8 expert arrives." Han Fei asked, "You can recognize me on such a late night?" Brother Gang rolled his eyes. "You think I'm blind? What kid would appear in this place so late at night?" Taking a deep breath, Brother Gang said, "It's unwise to fight me. Ouch." Before he finished, Brother Gang saw that Han Fei had jumped at him and smashed his purple bamboo rod down, not giving him any time to react. Brother Gang hurried to raise his iron rod to block it. Clang, Brother Gang was flung away. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his arms were instantly broken. His iron rod was also deformed. "Ah, spare me." Brother Gang peed his pants. The boy was too horrifying. He had knocked him out with only one hit. At that moment, Brother Gang felt that an adult iron-head fish crashed into him. He could not feel his arms anymore, and his internal organs were shivering. He felt like he was dying. At this life-and-death moment, Brother Gang quickly dropped his pride and begged for mercy. Street fights were forbidden on the floating island, not to mention killing. Han Fei did not intend to kill him either. He simply pointed his purple bamboo rod at Brother Gang. "Give me your money." Brother Gang was confused. "You're still in the mood for robbery?" Brother Gang said. Master, my hands are broken," Han Fei said. "I'll take it on my own." Han Fei groped for a while and found a wallet which contained a dozen low-quality pearls and a bag of sunflower seeds which were very cheap. Han Fei declared meanly, "You are truly poor. Do not let me see you again, or I will beat you up once more." He ran off immediately because he saw someone coming toward them from far away. After a minute, Brother Gang's lackeys arrived. One of the lackeys asked, "Brother Gang, what's up? Are you all right?" Brother Gang cursed, "My hands are broken. Don't touch me. Ouch. Inform Brother Dong now." Brother Gang made up his mind not to come to this place again. A 12-year-old boy had knocked him down with one hit? Was he in level 7? But even so, the boy was still unreasonably strong. After about an hour, a middle-aged man in black came. Brother Gang wailed the moment he saw the man. "Brother Gang, help me, Brother Gang. My hands are broken. I've suffered severe internal injuries." Li Dong was in a foul mood after being woken up in the middle of the night. He frowned at Brother Gang. "What happened?" Brother Gang wept. "Brother Dong, it was the boy you asked us to watch. He appeared out of nowhere and knocked me down with one hit. Brother Dong, you must settle the score for me." Li Dong was slightly surprised. He had little respect for Li Gang, but the guy was a level 7 fisher after all. If his enemy had crushed Li Gang like this and even bent an iron rod, his enemy's combat ability was at least in level 8. In that case, even Li Dong couldn't finish him easily. Li Dong asked, "Are you sure it was him?" Brother Gang said, "Absolutely. Although the boy covered his face, I could recognize a 12-year-old boy." Li Dong furrowed his eyebrow. Was there a 12-year-old level 8 fisher in Heavenly Water Village? If so, wasn't he a genius? Li Dong summoned one of his subordinates. "Bring the manager of this area to me." "I remember it's Zhang Han." Zhang Han arrived a moment later in untidy clothes. Zhang Han was rather angry that his good sleep was interrupted. If it weren't for them being from the tigers, he would have thrown them off the island. However, when Zhang Han saw Li Dong, he greeted respectfully, "Brother Dong, what's happened here?" Then Zhang Han looked at Brother Gang in surprise. "Hey, it's you, Gang. Did someone beat you up?" Brother Gang had shown little respect to Zhang Han with the tigers at his back. He did not feel good about Zhang Han's teasing, but he dared not argue. Lidong asked, "Who's living in that house? A 12-year-old boy? What's his strength and background?" Seeing that Lidong was pointing at Han Fei's house, Zhang Han chuckled. "Brother Dong, don't you see how ragged the house is? A useless guy named Han Fei lives there. He's only a level 2 fisher." Zhang Han secretly laughed. It was true that the boy was useless, but he had a tough brother who had been recruited by the angel as a disciple. Even Zhang Han dared not make trouble for Han Fei anymore. Li Dong sniffed at Zhang Han's casualness. "Zhang Han, are the tigers not worth any respect now? Stop messing with me." Zhang Han said, "Of course you are. I have always respected the tigers. However, I don't think you should piss off the people living in this house. Han Fei is useless, but his brother is the angel's disciple. Do you understand? The angel's disciple?" Li Dong immediately changed his face. The angel, as an expert from the city, could destroy the tigers single-handedly. Zhang Han secretly chuckled and continued, "Brother Gang, Han Fei couldn't have hurt Gang, but Tunga is probably a level 8 fisher now. Gang should be grateful that he's still alive. If Tunga intended to kill him, he would have been dead. Would anyone demand the angel for an explanation?" Zhang Han thought that it was definitely done by Tunga. Only Tunga was capable of crippling the fatty with one hit. Li Dong gasped hard and realized that he was in serious trouble. Everybody in Heavenly Water Village knew Tunga now. Pissing off Tunga meant pissing off the angel, and pissing off the angel meant suicide. Brother Gang was also dumbfounded. Tunga? Tunga had been living in this shithole? He trembled hard. He thought he was screwed. Was the masked man not the boy he knew, but his brother? But it didn't make sense. He could tell that it was Han Fei's voice. The tigers were busy for the rest of the night. Li Gang was tied up at the gate of the headquarters of the tigers as a gesture of apology. Li Ju, the leader of the tigers, tried to pull his strings and apologize to the angel. He even came to the village leader, only to be refused without thinking because the village leader did not want to get involved. The Wang family gloated. A lot of people thought that the tigers were doomed, including Li Ju himself. He even asked his subordinates to escort Li Hu to the ocean to wait out the crisis. As for himself, he couldn't leave, or the tigers would be doomed if the angel came to ask for trouble. As a matter of fact, Feng Zhe did not know about the incident at all, and neither did Teng Jie. The culprit behind the whole thing was having shrimp dumplings in a stand before the school and complaining about how awful they tasted. The school gate was rather lively in the morning. Many students were coming for classes. "Hey, Han Fei!" Suddenly, a delightful voice carried over. Han Fei raised his head. It was He Xiao Yu. Chapter 32. Translator, Hanye Translations Editor. Hanye Translations. Han Fei said, "Hey, He Xiao Yu, the shrimp dumplings in this diner are awful. Do you want any? You are giving them to me because they're awful." Amused, He Xiao Yu grabbed Han Fei's ears and shouted, "You're still in the mood for food. Where the hell have you been? Everybody in the school is worried that Tange will go crazy if you're dead." Han Fei said, Hey, can you be a little gentler, or nobody will marry you in the future? Who says that I'm dead? I only took a tour on the ocean." He, Xiao Yu, said, "A tour? Do you know how many boats were sent to search for you?" Even my father was depressed. Han Fei knew that the school searched for him only because they were worried that Tunga would blame them. Han Fei said, "My boat was broken. I floated on the ocean for 5 days and 5 nights. Did anyone really come for me? Fine. If you're not interested in them, let's go to school." He, Xiao Yu, said anxiously, "How could your boat be broken? Come to the teachers with me." Before He Xiao Yu finished the last shrimp dumpling, He Xiao Yu had already dragged him into school. On their way, people exclaimed now and then, "Wasn't Han Fei dead on the ocean? Huh? Han Fei is still alive? That's not right. This guy was missing for more than a week. Why is he here again? Han Fei must be in a relationship with He Xiao Yu. There's definitely something between them." Pa, blushing, He Xiao Yu stuck the bamboo rod into the ground and scolded, "What are you talking about? I'll beat you up if you don't shut up." He Xiao Yu certainly had a violent tendency, or she wouldn't be carrying this bamboo rod all the time. However, the girl was only violent when she was angry. Han Fei seemed even more violent than she was. Han Fei asked, "He Xiao Yu, aren't we supposed to go to class?" He Xiao Yu said, "What class? We're graduating soon. We have to go to the teachers and tell them that you're back." On their way, He Xiao Yu reminded him that the fishing trial, which was held once every 3 years, would start soon. All the teachers were busy offering the students guidance on how to survive and succeed in the trial. Wang Jie was about to teach life-saving methods to a group of students when He Xiao Yu came in with Han Fei. Wang Jie was bewildered. "Han Fei, you're not dead?" Han Fei replied, "Sir, I've returned safely." Pa, Wang Jie slapped Han Fei's head. "You're really a troublemaker. Everybody thought you died on the ocean. Do you know how many boats the school sent to search for you?" Han Fei rubbed his head speechlessly. "Sir, I didn't want it either. Someone damaged my boat. I wandered for 5 days, 800 kilometers away in the general fishery." Wang Jie asked solemnly, "Huh? What happened?" Wang Jie despised Han Fei before, but Han Fei did make a breakthrough when the test was drawing near, so he thought more highly of Han Fei now. He certainly wouldn't want anyone to set up his student. His students could die in accidents, but not in schemes. After Han Fei told him everything, Wang Jie frowned. You mean a fisher higher than level 9? Or even a fishing master tried to kill you? Han Fei said. Master, the port is already investigating it. He Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. A fishing master tried to kill you? Did they even need to try? They could have killed you with a slap. Suddenly, Wang Jie stepped back and observed Han Fei. While He Xiaoyu and Han Fei were confused, Wang Jie patted Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei knew that Wang Jie had seen through his strength. It was another test. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me, sir? Wang Jie, however, ignored him and stared at Han Fei weirdly. When did you reach level 6? Wang Jie found it incomprehensible. I can understand if you reach a higher level every month or even every half month, but you stagnated for 4 years and reached level 6 from level 2 in only half a month. Is Tangji capable of that? Suddenly, Wang Jie felt that he should ask Han Fei to do another spiritual heritage test. He did not believe that Han Fei had such talent. As if he knew what was on Wang Jie's mind, Han Fei said in a hurry, Sir, no need to feel surprised. I had a spiritual fruit that my brother gave to me, and I soared to level 6 from level 4. Both Wang Jie and He Xiaoyu were relieved. That explained how fast his advancement was. Then, Wang Jie glared at Han Fei with his eyes full of fury. A spiritual fruit? A spiritual fruit only upgraded you by 2 levels? You are truly useless. That's a spiritual fruit. Wang Jie was lost for words. Even he did not have any spiritual fruit yet. It was a waste that Han Fei could not absorb the power of the spiritual fruit. Wang Jie did not want to talk to Han Fei anymore. His eyes reddened with jealousy. He Xiaoyu, however, pulled Han Fei and asked enviously, Han Fei, how does the spiritual fruit taste? Did you just advance after you took it? Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu pitifully. You may have a fishing master father, but so what? He can't pick any spiritual fruit, can he? Han Fei said casually. It was nothing. After I took it, my body burned and my veins bulged. Spiritual energy overflowed from my body. When I cultivated myself in the meantime, I heard the cracks of obstacles being broken. Wang Jie slapped Han Fei's head again. Overflow? Cracks? I'm already drooling just listening to you. Wang Jie sniffed. Go to the fishing trial class now. Everyone has to be present. He Xiaoyu hurried to drag Han Fei away. She could tell that even she would probably be hit if they stayed any longer, because Wang Jie's eyes were already red. Soon after they left, He Xiaoyu asked in a low voice, Han Fei, are we going to fight other people today? Han Fei turned around to her in surprise. I don't think that's appropriate, is it? If I cause trouble the moment I come back, won't I be kicked out? He Xiaoyu said, there's nothing to be scared of. I'm very close to level 7 now, and I think I can make it with a dozen bowls of swallowed spirit soup and a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid. I can lend you my bamboo rod. Han Fei understood everything. Although the girl vomited last time, she had certainly benefited a lot from it, or she wouldn't be encouraging him now. However, Han Fei was also tempted himself. Although the swallowed spirit soup was of little use to him anymore, he could still increase his spiritual energy by taking dozens of bowls of them. They immediately made a deal that they would duel with other people when the class was over. It was Han Fei's first class. Nobody was willing to sit next to him. He Xiaoyu, as his temporary ally, sat there to show her support. However, Wang Jie said gloomily immediately after he came in, do not sit next to each other. You are too little for relationships. Immediately, everybody looked at Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. Blushing, He Xiaoyu said angrily, I'm not in a relationship. Han Fei opened his hands helplessly. Me neither. Everything between us is innocent. Innocent? The moment he mentioned it, everybody looked at Han Fei weirdly, wondering when Han Fei became so shameless. The class began. Wang Jie spoke, you must be familiar with the fishing trial by now. I'll skip the specific details. All I want to stress is that you must not overestimate yourself. You know how many students are killed by the fish every year. 10% of them die, and 50% of them are injured. Wang Jie talked a lot. Han Fei had never heard it before, so he was rather interested. The fishing trial was just a way to select excellent talents through fishing. Only by passing the trial could one awaken their naturally endowed spiritual beast. When everybody imagined their success, He Xiaoyu said to Han Fei in a low voice, the spiritual beast is very awesome, so the higher your rank is, the better. If you are the first place, more power will be at your disposal when you awaken the spiritual beast, and your spiritual beast will be stronger. Chapter 33, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. After the lecture, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu went to Class 1, each holding a stick. He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei's weapon curiously. Your iron rod looks weird. My father said that fancy-looking weapons are useless. Han Fei said to himself, there's a lot of things that your father doesn't know, but he did not say it aloud and changed the topic quickly. Han Fei asked, why are only 1,000 people allowed to awaken their spirits? There are tens of thousands of students in total on this island, aren't there? He Xiaoyu replied. But the ritual requires the spirit awakening fluid, which is only enough for the usage of 1,000 people. I don't think it will be any different this time. Han Fei was surprised. What about the rest of them? End up as common fishermen? He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei in surprise. Are you an idiot? If they can reach level 10 and make a natural breakthrough, their spiritual beasts will also be awakened. Han Fei grinned in embarrassment as his memory returned. Natural awakening more often happened to the young people around 20 than to the kids in the village. They had passed their golden age for cultivation, so they could make few achievements even though their spiritual beast was awakened. Han Fei was determined to achieve higher things since the ritual was decided according to rank. He grew excited at the thought of that. He dragged He Xiaoyu and said, "Hurry up. What's most important for a cultivator? It's time." He Xiaoyu was lost for words. "You seem rather hasty. Why were you not so devoted in the past 4 years? Besides, since you are level 6, you are basically guaranteed to pass the fishing trial." Bam! The door of Class 1 was kicked open. Everybody was shocked. Han Fei put his rod down and declared, "I'm back. Have you prepared your protection? Well, your swallowed spirit soup?" Han Fei held his head high. He sensed that He Xiaoyu was pulling him, but he said impatiently, "Don't be scared. I'm level 6 now. I can beat up the whole grade." "You're going to beat up the whole grade?" The intimidating voice stiffened Han Fei. He looked aside, only to see the fishing master teacher of Class 1. Stunned, Han Fei said, "Well, greetings, sir. I'm told that everybody in Class 1 is very strong. I'm here to challenge them now that I stepped into level 6. If I lose, He Xiaoyu's bamboo rod will go to them. If I win, I will only ask for a bowl of swallowed spirit soup." Bam! Han Fei was flung away, and the fishing master cursed, "Get lost, you shameless scoundrel." Han Fei was not as useless as before in everyone's eyes after they witnessed his brutal performance and his infinite spiritual energy when he had swallowed spirit soup. How could they defeat him? Han Fei was lost for words. Why did the teacher hit him? He only offered a piece of advice. A level 7 expert of Class 1 looked at Han Fei and said, "Mr. Yang, he's only good when he has the swallowed spirit soup. I will fight him as long as he doesn't take the swallowed spirit soup." Mr. Yang frowned. Han Fei was a level 6 even without the swallowed spirit soup, and it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. In the 4 schools of the village, there were only 1,000 students who were level 6. Han Fei's performance couldn't be too bad. Mr. Yang decided that it was not bad to let the students take a closer look at level 6. He said, "You can challenge them, but they have to be on the same level as you." Han Fei was about to leave, but he immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem. I want 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup." Grimly, Mr. Yang said, "1 bowl, and you are not allowed to take it during the battle." Han Fei said, "Sir, this isn't fair. I would only be able to defeat 1 person." Mr. Yang was amused. "How many people do you intend to defeat? The whole grade?" Han Fei grinned. "All right, let's have a fight first. I can use a bowl of soup for now." All the class rolled their eyes. "Who can you defeat without your swallowed spirit soup?" Lu Lingji had just reached level 6. She intended to accept the challenge as a way to test her abilities. However, Hu Kun stood out and said, "Let me. Nobody is going to compete with me." Han Fei's advancement was intimidating and unreasonable. Tonga must have been helping him. Nobody knew Han Fei better than Hu Kun did in the entire school. Also, Tonga had helped Han Fei too many times before. He must have left many useful things to Han Fei before he was taken away, or Han Fei couldn't have reached level 6 so quickly. Delighted, Han Fei grinned at Hu Kun. "Don't be hasty. One at a time." "Fetch your soup first," Hu Kun said. "There will be plenty of soup as long as you can win." Clang, Hu Kun lunged with his iron rod. He finally had a good reason to beat him up. Nobody looked forward to the opportunity more than he did. Han Fei extended his hand, and He Xiaoyu handed over her bamboo rod promptly. Han Fei said, "Come on, let's see what you've got." Everybody was lost for words. He made it look like a test. Ha! What Hu Kun practiced was flying stick, which was very fast. Han Fei chuckled. "Fast is useless. I'm going to sweep you." The advantage of sweeping stick was the range and the force. Han Fei filled the bamboo rod with his spiritual energy and waved a curve with it intimidatingly. Hu Kun could fight it back, block it, or retreat. If Hu Kun were to back off at the beginning of the battle, everybody would lose respect for him. If he were to block it, he would be giving Han Fei an opportunity to launch heavier attacks. Therefore, Hu Kun chose to fight back. He did not think that his power would be overwhelmed by a guy who was enhanced by external help. Clang, Hu Kun's face changed greatly in the wake of those ear-splitting noises, and his iron rod was bent. His arms were numb and probably broken. Then, he couldn't feel anything anymore. Hu Kun was blown back. He failed to survive 1 attack from Han Fei, although he was at the peak of level 6. He did not even have a chance to moan. Ach! Everybody gasped hard. Lu Lingji, who had been eager to try, was frozen. She was shocked by Han Fei's growth. Mr. Yang was also dumbfounded. How could he have defeated Hu Kun in 1 move when they were both level 6? That was too horrifying. He Xiaoyu was also slightly dazed. It was she who taught Han Fei sweeping stick, but Han Fei was obviously as good at it as she was. Also, she believed that she was only on par with Hu Kun, but Han Fei had defeated him in 1 move? Everybody was full of questions. Who could tell that Han Fei had been regarded as garbage for 4 years? Clicking his tongue, Han Fei said, "I asked you not to be hasty." "Why were you so enthusiastic?" Then, Han Fei declared proudly, "It seems that I'm invincible in level 6. Where are the level 7 fishermen in your class?" Immediately, a young man with a blue rod walked out of the crowd. Xiao Yu said, "He's Jing Chu. He's very good. His rod was collected from a blue wood from the bottom of the ocean. He ranks in the top 20 among the level 7s in our school. He's regularly given 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup." Han Fei immediately beamed with jealousy when he learned that Jing Chu had 4 bowls of soup regularly. That benefit was too generous. Han Fei nodded his head and said, "Since you are in level 7 and I'm in level 6, you need to give me 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup if you lose." Jing Chu sneered, "I have plenty of soup. I wasn't here last time, but you've come again after I'm back. You really think that nobody in Class 1 can defeat you?" Han Fei was not intimidated, but Xiao Yu suddenly pulled Han Fei's rod. "Give me my rod." Han Fei, hi, he turned his head to Xiao Yu. "This is not decent. Even though he's a level 7 fisher, I wouldn't lose." Han Fei said, "Let go. This is embarrassing. It's just a rod." Xiao Yu said, "No, I won't. You can lose your own rod." Han Fei said, "Let go." "Do you still want the swallowed spirit soup?" Xiao Yu said. "I do. I'll have it when you can't have it anymore." Everybody was speechless. "You will have it when he can't have it anymore? Do you really think he can beat a whole grade? Do you know how many level 7 experts are out there in a grade?" Xing Chu blushed furiously. "Hey, are we going to do this or not? The bamboo rod is too precious for you?" Han Fei was rather embarrassed. He did not know what to say about Xiao Yu, who always grew petty at the critical moment. He could only release the rod and say, "Fine, it seems that I have to bring out my own weapon now." Everybody was grim. "Can you not be so cocky? It's just an iron rod." Jing Chu said, "Do you think anyone is interested in your ragged rod?" Han Fei stabbed the rod into the ground and said, "What do you know? My brother gave this to me. It's a super iron rod, the iron rod of iron rods." Nobody was convinced. "Who are you fooling? A super iron rod? It's just a regular iron rod." Han Fei said, "You dare not try? Are you really a level 7? I'm always a man of my word. Besides, my brother is behind me. Are you worried that I can't pay if I lose?" Jing Chu said. "That's what I've been waiting for. Bring it on. You can't surrender now even if you want to." Chapter 34. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Everybody stared at them. According to common sense, the battle between a level 7 and a level 6 did not have any suspense. However, Han Fei was not anything common. Since he defeated Hu Kun in one move, it was indeed possible that he could fight a level 7. Under everyone's watch, they began their fight. Han Fei jumped and smashed because he did not know any other battle techniques. Jing Chu sniffed. His spiritual energy surged out. He was ready to knock Han Fei down in one attack. Han Fei thought differently. He couldn't catch too much attention. Level 7 was already the peak at the school. If he took Jing Chu down like how he took Brother Gang down just now, something terrible would happen. Clang, Han Fei changed his expression and pretended to step back. "You are good. Is this the strength of level 7? Impressive." Jing Chu looked proud and confident, feeling good that he taught Han Fei a lesson. But deep in his heart, he was shocked at Han Fei's power. His hands were almost numb. Clang, 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 clang. Damn it, level 7 is truly magnificent. Xiao Yu, I don't think I can win this time. Hey, are your hands not numb? You're bleeding. Han Fei mumbled as they clashed 5 times. At first, the audience thought that Han Fei had indeed felt the domination of level 7. However, they soon realized that Jing Chu was not any better. His hands were cracked, and his face was becoming paler and paler. Even his rod was shaking. Clang, Jing Chu was flung away. His rod remained straight, but his arms were slightly broken. He almost fell over. Han Fei said, "Sheesh, the level 7 experts are truly unstoppable. My hands are shaking." As he spoke, Han Fei shook his hands. Everybody was speechless. "Do you think we can't tell that you're pretending?" Mr. Yang seemed calm but was greatly shocked. How had Han Fei grown so strong? Not only had he defeated someone of a higher level, but he did not even suffer any injury. Everybody fell quiet. Someone smacked their head. "Am I in a dream? Is this really Han Fei?" Xiao Yu opened her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Why did she not know that Han Fei was so good in the past 4 years? Han Fei hurried to drop a hint at Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not really get it. Staggering to Xiao Yu, Han Fei cried and fell on Xiao Yu. Han Fei said, "Hey, although I won the battle, I seem to have suffered heavy wounds." Then, Han Fei felt that something was not right. He had touched a certain part. "Huh? So soft? Pa?" Xiao Yu blushed in fury. "You're shameless." Han Fei was stunned. "Why are you slapping me when I'm already heavily wounded? My internal organs are shaking. I want my swallowed spirit soup." Everyone rolled their eyes. "Can your acting skills be any worse? You want soup when you're dying?" Mr. Yang tried to calm himself down. "I'm not going to be infuriated by a boy. Calm down." "Huh," Mr. Yang bellowed. "All right, end of this battle. Han Fei, come with me." Han Fei said, "Sir, I need to have the soup or my internal organs can't be soothed." Bam! Han Fei was kicked more than 10 meters away, but he jumped up and immediately tried to flee. Mr. Yang shouted, "Stop there. You can claim the soup in the cafeteria later. Come with me, Xiao Yu. You will come too." The rest of you, send Hukun and Xingqiu to the medical room. Wang Jie was staring at a bottle of valuable body conditioning fluid when he saw his colleague lead two of his students to him with a grim face. Wang Jie asked, Mr. Yang, what's up? Mr. Yang said, Mr. Wang, your student hid his abilities quite well. Han Fei knocked out a peak level 6 in one attack and defeated a level 7 with only a few hits. Do you know about this? Wang Jie was stunned. What did you say? He knocked out a peak level 6 in one attack and defeated a level 7 with only a few hits? Han Fei said in a hurry. Mr. Wang, my internal organs are shaking too. Mr. Yang said, shut up, you did not even tremble. You think I didn't notice? Looking at Han Fei thoughtfully, Wang Jie turned to He Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, tell me, what was your plan this time? Blushing hard, He Xiaoyu failed to come up with anything for a long time. In the end, Mr. Yang grinned and said, your student was addicted to swindling other people of their soup. I caught him right when he tried to do it again. Since he's your student, it's not my place to discipline him. Right, I think few students in our school except Tang Ge can defeat him now. Let him hoax elsewhere. Han Fei secretly complained. Who could have known that a level 7 was so weak? Brother Gang had resisted him for quite a while. After Mr. Yang left, Wang Jie finally looked at Han Fei weirdly. What exactly did Tang Ji give you that made you advance so fast? At the edge of a level 2 fishery, on a white extravagant boat, Tang Ji sneezed and frowned. Is my brother being bullied by someone? I have indeed been away for too long this time, but what can I do since this sir wouldn't let me go? He decided to find a way to go back in a couple of days. He did not want to see Han Fei bullied by other people. Fang Zhe was holding a fishing pole next to him. On the fishing pole was a three-headed snake. He said to Tang Ge with a smile, this is a three-headed sea snake. It won't die even if its heads are cut from its body, and the heads will be regrown a while later. Its gallbladders are the best tonics. Here, take them. You will reach level 9 after you take them. Wang Jie thought that Tang Ji was behind everything. Han Fei only had a level 1 spiritual heritage. However talented he was, how could he become a level 7 fisher from a level 2 one after half a month? If he had such talent, he would be distinguished even in the town. Wang Jie said thoughtfully, you may feel good if your cultivation is excessively improved with external help, but it will be more difficult for you to advance in the future. However marvelous the spiritual fruit is, it's a medication and should not be taken randomly. You must not advance too quickly, or your foundation may be ruined. Han Fei said, all right, sir, I'll listen to you. Wang Jie did not feel comfortable to see the loser of his class growing into a top expert among his peers. He waved his hands and said, go now, stop dueling with other people. You will be given 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup in the future. Han Fei nodded his head. He suddenly asked, sir, I'm told that there are more experts in other campuses of our school. Wang Jie's eyelids shivered. They're nothing good. They're in level 7 at best. Do not do anything outrageous, Han Fei said. Got it, sir. I won't do anything outrageous. Then Han Fei intended to leave. He, Xiaoyu, followed him. Wang Jie said, wait. Han Fei turned around. Is there anything else, sir? Wang Jie said, you'd better watch what you're doing. You're too little to be together. I won't stop Mr. He if he hits you someday. He, Xiaoyu, suddenly blushed. Who's together with him? I'm only following him to drink soup. He Xiaoyu said, sir, there is no such thing. He Xiaoyu and I are pure friends, as pure as the meat of the little white fish. Wang Jie said, get out of here. Han Fei hurried to go. It seemed that he couldn't trick the students of his own campus anymore. The teachers could all recognize him. He Xiaoyu said, He Xiaoyu, we'll go to the southern campus after we have soup in the cafeteria. I'm sure we can get 50 bowls of swallowed spirit soup there. We also need to buy a big calabash, which can contain the soup when we are full. However, you must lend your bamboo rod to me. I cannot use my super iron rod easily. Han Fei talked for a long time, but when he looked back, he found He Xiaoyu walking angrily without looking at him. Han Fei said, what's up? Don't be upset. We're pure friends, as pure as the clouds in the sky. He Xiaoyu turned back abruptly. Am I not pretty? I have too many pursuers. I'm not interested in you at all. Well, Han Fei rubbed his head. What's going on? Are we talking about the same thing? How can I like a 12-year-old girl? I'm almost 30 years old. Chapter 35. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The news that Han Fei crushed Xingqiu spread throughout the school quickly. Nobody believed it at first, but someone from Class 1 confirmed it, making people despise and envy Han Fei. After he woke up, Hukun felt that the world had collapsed. He was crushed by one attack. He gnashed his teeth. Damn it, it's all because of Tang Ji. Don't laugh too soon, Han Fei. In the school, someone murmured when they saw Han Fei, you might not have surpassed level 3 if it weren't for Tang Ge. Someone whispered, look, that's Han Fei. He's unbelievably lucky. We can't bully him again. Some girls scorned him when they walked past Han Fei. Counting on other people is not an ability at all. Han Fei was rather gloomy. Their level was even lower than his, and yet they looked down on him. In the cafeteria, 7 bowls of swallowed spirit soup were placed before He Xiaoyu and 2 before He Xiaoyu. Han Fei said, finish them. We'll set off after that. Gudu, He Xiaoyu had only 2 bowls of soup. She was rather angry to see that Han Fei had already had 3 bowls. She was drinking her own quota, not something swindled out of other people. Have some more, so that you'll be stronger. He Xiaoyu said, it's no use to drink so much, I can't absorb it that fast. Han Fei said, why do you care about that? It can't harm you anyway, drink it first. He Xiaoyu thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. After the drink last time, she nearly broke the obstacles of level 7 in her cultivation. Maybe Han Fei was right about having as much of the soup as possible. There were plenty of students in the cafeteria, but nobody was around Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. They all looked at them in shock. Was the swallowed spirit soup as cheap as water to them? Hua! Han Fei and He Xiaoyu rose. They looked at each other and walked out of the cafeteria. His spiritual energy surpassed 1,000 points again. Han Fei was very confident. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu stood at the gate of the southern campus, each with a rod before them. He Xiaoyu also carried a huge calabash. The most outrageous thing was the plate before Han Fei's chest that said, Han Fei, boss of the eastern campus, is here to duel with the students of the southern campus. Whoever defeats me will be given a bamboo rod. Note, the losers have to provide 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. The level 7 experts need to provide 4. Those below level 6 can leave me alone. Immediately, the southern campus was enraged. Many students looked at them furiously. The 2 of them were cocky enough to challenge the whole southern campus. Someone scolded, "You're Han Fei? What makes you think you can swagger around here?" Someone hefted an iron rod and shouted, "I'll let you know the color of your blood." Someone cursed, "Those who don't know you might think that you're Tong Gay. Who's Han Fei? Never heard of you before. You will crawl home later. Let me." A level 6 guy approached with an iron rod. "I am Li Fenglei, a level 6 fisher. Do you dare to duel with me?" Someone whispered. Li Fenglei's spiritual heritage was measured to be level 2, high quality. He's a heavenly talent who will go to the town. He can't lose. That's right. His opponent feels like a level 6 to me too. They are on par with each other. Hey hey! Li Fenglei, knock him down as quickly as possible for the southern campus. Li Fenglei raised the iron rod and bellowed, "I'll crush you." Han Fei waved his hand. "Wait a moment." Li Fenglei stiffened. "What are you doing? Are you scared? You can't get away with this unless you kneel and admit you're wrong." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "You haven't brought me your swallowed spirit soup yet. What if you don't give it to me after you fail?" Li Fenglei flushed with fury. "You think I can't afford 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup?" Han Fei said. "I'm not saying that you can't, but it's hard to tell from your appearance." Li Fenglei was infuriated that the guy showed no respect for him. "Do you think you are a sure winner?" Li Fenglei, maddened, simply attacked. Clang! Han Fei blocked the attack easily and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Fetch the soup already. You won't run when your champion fails, will you?" The onlookers were angry. "Who cares about 2 bowls of soup? You think you're going to win? You're too cocky. If I had fought you, I would have beat the crap out of you." The 2 of them fought for several minutes. Han Fei breathed heavily. Li Fenglei discovered, to his surprise, that the guy was too strong. He used his full strength but could not crush his opponent. He definitely could have crushed the guy if he were at the peak of level 6. He Xiaoyu looked at the sky. She felt that Han Fei was committing fraud. His acting was quite vivid, but he couldn't have used more than 30 points of spiritual energy. Clang! Han Fei slashed hard and tossed Li Fenglei to the ground. Li Fenglei's face flushed. It was truly frustrating. He had run out of spiritual energy, but why was this guy still fine? Many people were rendered speechless. Someone squinted. The guy should be stronger than Li Fenglei, but Li Fenglei consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He will be crushed by another level 6. Immediately, another person jumped out and declared, "I'm Jia Tong from Class 7. I'll let you rest for a moment in case you claim that I'm taking advantage of you." Han Fei was lost for words. Would resting for a moment make any difference? For fishers to regain their spiritual energy, they had to train themselves for half a day. Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment. Not that I'm dawdling, but where is the swallowed spirit soup? I won't fight you until the soup is delivered. I'm worried that you won't give it to me. You think that we have no honor?" Jia Tong was beyond angry. Being suspected was even more humiliating than being provoked. Jia Tong said, "Someone fetched the swallowed spirit soup already," Han Fei said. "That's unnecessary. I have a better idea. Let's duel before your cafeteria. It's more convenient." "Pooh," everyone almost vomited blood. "How many people do you think you can defeat? I hope that your brain is not filled with the swallowed spirit soup." He Xiaoyu couldn't help but step back. She said to herself, "I'm only here to help him drink the soup that he can't finish, but I'm not familiar with this guy." He Xiaoyu went even further. "Why, you don't have the courage for that. I was told that there were many experts in the southern campus, but it's not true at all." He Xiaoyu, "Let's go to the northern campus." Xiaoyu, "Let's go to the northern campus." Jia Tong snapped, "How dare you?" Han Fei said, "If I dare, I can make you go bankrupt." Han Fei strutted in with the bamboo rod while everybody glared at him furiously. He Xiaoyu took a deep breath. "I won't be beaten up, will I? I'm not involved in this. They probably won't beat me. I'm a girl." Han Fei finally saw the 2 bowls of soup that Li Fenglei lost. He immediately shouted, "He Xiaoyu, collect the soup." He Xiaoyu blushed, feeling guilty as if she were stealing a kid's toys. But it was swallowed spirit soup. She used to be given 2 bowls of them every 5 days, but she had earned 2 bowls so easily. Jia Tong said, "Can you fight now?" Han Fei said, "Of course, the southern campus is truly generous. Come on, let's fight." Jiatong attacked the moment Han Fei nodded. Spiritual energy surged out of his rod crazily. Han Fei shouted, "That's a good one," as expected of the genius of the southern campus. "Nice. Take another one from me. Good one." After a couple of collisions, Jiatong blushed. How much spiritual energy did this guy have? Why was it never exhausted? Han Fei, on the other hand, pretended to breathe heavily, while he actually controlled the output of his spiritual energy. After all, his body was so sturdy now that he could block Jiatong's attacks with half of the energy his enemy used. So, he felt that he could crush a couple of them in a row. Bam! In his carelessness, Jiatong was hit by Han Fei and flung 3 meters away. His hands were shaking. Many people stopped jeering. The guy truly had something behind his boldness. He had defeated 2 level 6 experts consecutively. Han Fei merely shouted, "He Xiao Yu, collect the soup." Chapter 36. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei looked around magnificently and asked, "Who's next?" People whispered to each other. A student at the peak of level 5 assumed that Han Fei was exhausted, and that he could give the guy a final blow and win the bamboo rod over. However, Han Fei said in disdain the moment he stood out, "You're too weak for me, go away." The student wouldn't give in. "I have swallowed spirit soup too. I would like to challenge you." Han Fei's eyes glittered. "It's fine as long as you get the soup. Come on. You will be the winner if you can force me to take one step back." The student was delighted. "I'll hold you to that." Then, he shouted and charged forward with the iron rod. Han Fei could easily tell that he concentrated most of his spiritual energy on the iron rod. Clang! Han Fei bent and nearly stepped back, but he was a level 6 after all. After a collision, the level 6 student dropped on the ground. Han Fei said, "I told you to go away, He Xiao Yu, collect the soup." However, some of the clever students, thinking that Han Fei almost stepped back just now, shouted, "Let me, it's my turn, no, it's mine." Several minutes later, no level 5 fishers challenged him anymore. They wondered how Han Fei blocked them at the last moment and knocked them down with one attack when he was almost stepping back every time. He Xiao Yu simply poured the swallowed spirit soup into the calabash and thought, "I'm just here to help process the soup. I'm just here to help process the soup." Soon, more and more people came to the cafeteria. Picking up He Xiao Yu's calabash, Han Fei drank it now and then and said, "Who's next? Everyone is welcome." Nobody responded to him. Han Fei shouted again, "Are there no capable warriors in the southern campus at all? Where are your level 6 and level 7 experts? Get out of the way." The crowd divided, and a couple of teenagers walked over confidently. Someone was relieved. "They're finally here." Someone grew confident. "The southern campus will be mocked if they do not come." Someone said, "Han Fei is dead for sure. How can he expect to resist them? As long as he is not given time to rest, it remains to be seen whether or not he can survive 2 of them. He has fought for so long anyway. Who's asking for trouble in the southern campus?" The man stared at Han Fei maliciously as he spoke. Han Fei said, "I am Han Fei, boss of the eastern campus. I have never been defeated in my entire life. I'm here to be defeated." He Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. "You've never been defeated? You were just a level 2 fisher before. Nobody dared to fight you because they were scared that they would accidentally kill you." Han Fei, however, held his head high, too busy feeling good about himself to care about that. "You've never been defeated? You're even stronger than Tang Ge?" Han Fei was not bothered. "Tang Ge is my brother. We've never fought. I'm here just to be defeated." One of the newcomers mocked, "You've fought many battles. You must be out of spiritual energy. Are you sure you want this?" Han Fei said, "I'm a quick absorber. My spiritual energy is infinite." Everybody rolled their eyes. They had never seen anyone as shameless. "Infinite spiritual energy? You think you are the sea god?" Someone hefted their iron rod and shouted, "I'll fight you if you want to fight. Don't surrender if you have balls." Han Fei said, "You'd better confirm that your balls are still there first." Everybody was infuriated. "Kill him. Crush him. He's not getting out of here on his own 2 feet. Waving the bamboo rod, Han Fei said lazily, "Bite me. I'll go first." Someone couldn't hold back anymore and decided to check Han Fei's strength. However, Han Fei merely leaped and struck 3 times, blowing the guy away and bending his iron rod. "Chi, shoot! Is this guy made of iron? Why is he still so strong?" Han Fei said with a smile. "Next, wait a moment." Han Fei's domination was disrupted by a middle-aged man with 2 students. Mr. Zhou Ding looked awful. He was not convinced when someone told him that a stranger was challenging the whole school, but he believed it now. The little girl's calabash was apparently full of swallowed spirit soup. Zhou Ding eyed Han Fei. The guy was indeed a level 6, not a level 7. Zhou Ding pointed at one of his students and said, "Chen Kai, you're up." The guy named Chen Kai was also carrying a bamboo rod. He seemed much stronger than the other level 6s. Chen Kai said, "I'm Chen Kai. I will challenge you." Han Fei narrowed his eyes and grew solemn. Spiritual energy burst out of his bamboo rod. Han Fei stopped panting and shivering. Watching the incoming stick, he simply lifted his own rod against it. Clang! Many students below level 5 stepped back under the brunt of the attack. Han Fei was slightly stunned. The guy was rather strong. He did not know the technique, but there was a hidden force behind the attack. He almost stepped back under the dual forces. "Huh? You're good." Han Fei's eyes glittered, but Chen Kai's face changed greatly. The attack that he launched with 80% of his strength did not shake the guy at all. Zhou Ding was also surprised. Chen Kai's spiritual heritage was level 3, high quality. He was almost the strongest level 6 in the southern campus. However, he did not have any advantage in the battle. Han Fei shouted, "Sweep! Clang!" Chen Kai became pale after the collision. He slid dozens of meters away, his hands shaking. How could the attack have been so powerful? Slash. Chen Kai seemed rather anxious. He stomped on the ground, and his bamboo rod glowed. Spiritual energy explosion. Han Fei immediately stepped back before the enormous power. Thankfully, his previous slash blocked the blast, or he might have failed. He Xiaoyu said in a hurry, "This is spiritual energy explosion. It's very powerful. Even the level 7s have to avoid it." Han Fei shook his arm and his head. "It's quite tough. I can gather the spiritual energy, but how can I detonate it? How is it possible?" He took the hit of the spiritual energy explosion. Is he made of iron? Why is he so tough? Zhou Ding was surprised. The young man was not simple. Taking the hit of the spiritual energy explosion without being hurt was a sign of his sturdiness. To everyone's surprise, the spiritual energy at the tip of Han Fei's rod was more and more brilliant. Han Fei declared, "Spiritual energy explosion." Zhou Ding took action. He snatched Han Fei's spiritual energy, but the next second, his hand was blown away by the enormous spiritual energy. Humph. Break. The cluster of spiritual energy crumbled. Han Fei was forced to take quite a few steps back under the waves. Han Fei's eyes glowed. It was truly impressive. He didn't know how to detonate it. If it weren't for this teacher, there would have been nothing he could do. Zhou Ding was rather embarrassed. He almost failed to break the spiritual energy explosion of a level 6 student. Narrowing his eyes, Zhou Ding said, "You have the combat ability of a level 8 fisher, and you are brazen enough to trick my students for their swallowed spirit soup. Get lost." All the students exclaimed in shock. The combat ability of a level 8 fisher. That was one tough student. Someone was suspicious. Is he Tong Gay? Who else in the eastern campus is as strong? Jerk, you pretend to be a level 6 when you are a level 8. Give us our soup. That's right, give us our soup, Han Fei. Han Fei said, "What are you talking about? I'm obviously a level 6. I didn't tell you my natural-born strength because I like to keep a low profile." Han Fei looked at Zhou Ding and smiled in embarrassment. "Zhou, I was actually here to seek breakthroughs, and I understood a lot after sensing the power of the spiritual energy explosion. I'll take my leave." Zhou Ding grabbed Han Fei. "Where are you going?" Han Fei screamed. "Sir, I'm truly a level 6. You can check me." Ignoring what he said, Zhou Ding picked him up and left. Han Fei shouted while he was hanging in midair, "He Xiaoyu, follow me." The students were left astounded at the cafeteria of the southern campus. Some of them murmured, "A level 8? A level 6 that is as strong as a level 8? Is he really a heavenly talent?" Chapter 37. Translator, Henye Translations Editor. Henye Translations. Zhou Ding carried Han Fei to an empty cultivation ground and asked him, "What's with your spiritual energy? Why is it never exhausted?" Han Fei admitted frankly, "Sir, I'm a quick absorber. My spiritual energy is refilled immediately after I drink the soup." Zhou Ding snapped, "That's bullshit. I've never heard of such a thing before." Han Fei, rolling his eyes, said, "Mr. Zhou, it's true. My master, Wang Jia, knows that. You can ask He Xiaoyu about it. Her father is a teacher in the eastern campus." Zhou Ding looked at He Xiaoyu and her bamboo rod. Frowning, he asked, "Is he Mingtang your father?" He Xiaoyu nodded quickly, hoping that the teacher wouldn't tell her father what happened today. Zhou Ding asked, "What's the real level of your spiritual heritage?" Han Fei said, "It's level 2, low quality." Zhou Ding said, "That's bullshit. He Mingtang's daughter, you tell me." He Xiaoyu was also stunned. She remembered that Han Fei's spiritual heritage was level 1, high quality. Why was it level 2 now, 1 high quality? Did Tunga find any marvelous medicines for Han Fei? It was said that spiritual heritage was fixed the moment one was born. Han Fei's spiritual heritage must have improved only because of certain top spiritual fruits. He Xiaoyu nodded enviously, wishing that she had a spiritual fruit too. Zhou Ding frowned even harder. Even if your body is extraordinary, your spiritual energy explosion is still subpar. Do you want to live a peaceful life after pissing off so many people today? Besides, it's not good to count on your special physical qualities. What if you lose your infinite spiritual energy and cannot cast the unbelievable spiritual energy explosion? Han Fei nodded quickly. "You're right, Mr. Zhou. We'll be on our way." Get lost. Zhou Ding took a deep breath after Han Fei and He Xiaoyu left. Such a body was truly appalling. It was a pity that Han Fei's future achievements were limited by his spiritual heritage. He couldn't be better than a grand fishing master, however lucky he was. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu left the campus gloomily. The moment they got out of the gate, they ran crazily. Han Fei asked, "Are we going to the northern campus and the southern campus?" He Xiaoyu shook her head while running. "No, we're lucky to only have been kicked out. We might not be so lucky next time." Han Fei realized that it did make sense. They seemed too cocky in other people's territory. Remembering the calabash of swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei asked, "How much soup do we have?" He Xiaoyu replied, 29 bowls in total. Han Fei was surprised. Huh? Only 29 bowls? I felt that I beat plenty of them. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. You beat plenty of them? It's more like you tricked plenty of them. Only the last battle was real, and he learned spiritual energy explosion from it. However, He Xiaoyu did not intend to tell Han Fei anything. Her father told her not to consider the technique until she was above level 7. In a corner, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu split the soup. Han Fei got 20 bowls of it. He was the one doing the fights anyway. However, since Zhou Ding let go of them easily, probably for He Xiaoyu's father's sake, Han Fei gave more soup to He Xiaoyu. Halfway through it, Han Fei was full. He took a rest and asked, He Xiaoyu, what spiritual energy explosion? I felt that it was beyond my control just now. If Mr. Zhou hadn't taken action, there might have been dire consequences. He Xiaoyu asked, how much spiritual energy did you just gather? Han Fei said, 70 or 80. First He Xiaoyu spat out the soup and looked at Han Fei in shock. How much? Seeing He Xiaoyu's reaction, Han Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Is it too much? He Xiaoyu eyed Han Fei as if he were a lunatic. You're only a level 6. How much spiritual energy can you possibly have? Isn't it crazy to concentrate half of your spiritual energy for a battle? He Xiaoyu asked. Did you know how much spiritual energy Chen Kai used just now? Han Fei asked. How much? He Xiaoyu said. No more than 25 points. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Are you serious? 25 points are already so powerful? Then, wouldn't 80 points have blown my enemy up instantly? He Xiaoyu said. Although it appeared that you picked up spiritual energy explosion, you couldn't control it at all, so you could have only overwhelmed your enemy with spiritual energy even if you launched the attack. Han Fei grew interested. How can I control it? Teach me for the 9 bowls of soup I gave you, Xiaoyu said. Why don't you wait until level 7? Spiritual energy explosion is barely useful at level 6. My father said that the spiritual energy is not sufficient and pure in level 6, and that after level 7, fishers would gain control over their spiritual energy. This skill won't be practical until then. Han Fei commented, Huh? It has such a high requirement? He recalled Chen Kai's performance just now. The man almost knocked him out with one attack. It was a major shock for him. Han Fei suddenly said, That doesn't sound right. I defeated level 7s before. You witnessed it. That guy from class 1 did not burst out his spiritual energy. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. How can you cast spiritual energy explosion on your classmate? If he lost control of it during the attack, you might have been killed. Han Fei suddenly said to Xiaoyu, 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 Xiaoyu. Han Fei said, I suspect that someone tried to murder me. I was at sea for 5 days because my boat was damaged. He told the whole story and gazed at He Xiaoyu. Why don't you teach me the technique? I'll give you the rest of the swallowed spirit soup. He Xiaoyu was rendered speechless by the reluctance on Han Fei's face. You earned the swallowed spirit soup for nothing, and you want to exchange it for a technique? She said. I'm incapable of it. My father didn't teach me, Han Fei remarked. Why did your father teach you nothing? Are you sure that you are his daughter? He Xiaoyu immediately poked Han Fei with the bamboo rod. Of course I'm his daughter. You don't believe me? Han Fei shouted. Ouch, 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 stop. Han Fei, angry that the girl was too meek, scolded He Xiaoyu and gave He Xiaoyu quite a shock. Han Fei said, Just because your father didn't teach you doesn't mean that you can't learn. Do you not want to be an expert? If you have access to it, I can give you a treasure for it. Han Fei thought that He Xiaoyu would ask him what the treasure was. However, He Xiaoyu simply pouted her lips and said, You yelled at me, you're mean. Han Fei, realizing that the situation wouldn't get any better soon, he simply focused on the swallowed spirit soup. He Xiaoyu murmured, You yelled at me? You want me to steal things? You don't believe what my father said? Why are you so mean? Han Fei couldn't drink the soup anymore. He took out a bottle and said, Let's make an exchange. He Xiaoyu's anger immediately changed. Her eyes wide, she asked, This is the ironfish body polishing fluid? He Xiaoyu gasped. The ironfish body polishing fluid was made of the brains of the ironhead fish. It was said that dozens of mature ironhead fish were needed to make a small bottle of such fluid. He Xiaoyu reached her hand out for it. Han Fei hurried to withdraw his hand. About spiritual energy explosion, He Xiaoyu sniffed and glared at Han Fei before she said, I'm truly incapable of it, but in fact, spiritual energy explosion is all about your control over your own spiritual energy. If you can control it well, spiritual energy explosion will be simple. Han Fei asked, How can I control it? He Xiaoyu said, I don't know much about it. You have to use spiritual energy more often, like in fishing. 1 bottle of ironfish body polishing fluid is far from enough for you to get the knowledge of spiritual energy explosion. Besides, you have only half a bottle. Han Fei was tempted. While the ironfish body polishing fluid was also a treasure, it couldn't compare to spiritual energy explosion. He must have the technique that could save his life. Han Fei said seductively, He Xiaoyu, aren't we good friends? He Xiaoyu said warily, No, we are not. Han Fei said. If we are not, why are you here to challenge them with me? If your father learns of that, Tsk, he Xiaoyu said. I'm just passing by. Fine, what do you want? Han Fei said. What about a copy of the notes on the control of spiritual energy? I'll definitely share with you if I find good stuff. No, Han Fei proposed. He Xiaoyu, the fishing trial is going to start soon, and it doesn't matter who your father is in the test. Why don't I give you a spirit refilling pill? You have a spirit refilling pill? He Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Han Fei asked, how does that sound? He Xiaoyu hesitated. But, Han Fei said, all right, I know what you mean. I'll give you 2. He Xiaoyu said, no, my father, Han Fei said, 3, and that's my best offer. You must know that a spirit refilling pill is worth 2 mid-quality pearls. Chapter 38, Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He Xiaoyu finally agreed. Han Fei had discovered that the girl's shortcoming was greediness, which was probably because her father raised her too strictly. As a result, the girl always craved good things. At this moment, He Mingtong was teaching a class in school. The two of them went to He Xiaoyu's house stealthily and left in a hurry an hour later. Guiltily, He Xiaoyu presented a small book. This is the only one I found. Go now, I'll be screwed if my mother finds out about this. Han Fei said with a smile, good girl, I'll give you more swallowed spirit soup in the future. Both of them stopped at the gate of the school. He Xiaoyu got 3 spirit refilling pills, and Han Fei got the way to utilize spiritual energy. Both of them felt that it was a great deal. He Xiaoyu, suddenly someone yelled from behind the gate. Ah, father! Enraged, He Mingtong looked at his unworthy daughter and then glared at Han Fei furiously. Han Fei wasn't any better. His smile froze when he saw the unfriendly Wang Jie and the teacher from the southern campus behind him. He changed his face and shouted at Xiaoyu, run. Wang Jie was amused. It's too late for you to run now. He cast his hook at Han Fei rapidly. Sensing the attack at his back, Han Fei twisted his body subconsciously and dodged the hook in a weird posture. Huh? The 3 fishing masters, including Xie Mingtang, all exclaimed in shock. A level 6 fisher had avoided Wang Jie's hook. It must be noted that Wang Jie was appointed as a supervisor of the general fishery for his remarkable capability. However, his attack had been avoided. Wang Jie felt embarrassed. His fishing line glittered, and the hook darted at Han Fei even faster than before. Han Fei sweated hard. I did nothing more than get a few bowls of soup with trickery. Do you need to welcome me with this? While thinking about that, he flipped and evaded the hook again narrowly. Wang Jie immediately blushed. He was shocked at how swift Han Fei was. Huh? Zhou Ding was surprised. Old Wang, your student is interesting. He may be able to make it to the top 100 in the fishing trial, no? Wang Jie sniffed. Him? Top 100? I just hope that he's not the last place. This time, Wang Jie did not hold himself back. The speed of the hook was doubled. Although Han Fei's one leg dodged the first attack, the hook zigzagged and tied up his other leg. As the fishing line was retreated, Han Fei was hauled into the campus, catching everyone's attention. Wang Jie said, you think you're strong enough to do whatever you want now, don't you? He, Xiaoyu, was rather intimidated to see that, feeling lucky that she did not run. It would be most embarrassing if she were also dragged like this. Han Fei, on the other hand, screamed, Sir, I did nothing wrong. I only went to the southern campus to share knowledge with the students there. Wang Jie smiled at Zhou Ding. Mr. Zhou Ding, thank you for dropping by. I'll teach him a good lesson. Zhou Ding laughed. I don't think that's necessary. This is a good kid to me. Do you want to send him to study in the southern campus for a while? Wang Jie said. With the fishing trial coming near, we are going to concentrate the students and train them. I don't think there's time for that. Zhou Ding smiled and said, all right, I'll take my leave. Wang Jie said, see you, Mr. Zhou. After Zhou Ding left, Wang Jie changed his face and sneered at Han Fei. You're good. You show your abilities at the southern campus? You think that you are as invincible as a level 8 fisher? Han Fei shouted. Sir, I didn't. Nobody knew that the southern campus is so weak, Wang Jie said with a cold smile. Weak? Do you think you were strong in the past? Could you have been as strong if it weren't for what Tongge gave you? Do you know how many people were drawn to you when you showed your abilities? Han Fei was stunned. Who would be interested in a level 6 fisher? He Mingtong went on. Everybody knows that you improved so fast because Tongge gave you a lot of good stuff. They dare not challenge Tongge, but killing you in secret and digging out your secrets is not difficult. He Mingtong made up his mind to keep his daughter away from the brat. God knew what kind of trouble he would cause. Wang Jie said, do you understand now? Nobody dares to touch Tongge, but do you think nobody dares to touch you? You will be put in detention for 3 days. Han Fei smiled bitterly. He forgot that he had been using Tongge as an excuse for his rapid improvement. However, his performance had been too distinguished lately. People couldn't help but wonder what Tongge had offered to Han Fei. Han Fei begged, Sir, I know I was wrong. I will never fight again. About the detention, Wang Jie sneered. 3 days, not to be shortened by 1 second. After Han Fei was hauled away by Wang Jie, He Mingtong glared at He Xiaoyu and said, go home, you're grounded for 5 days. He Xiaoyu said pitifully, Father, I did not join the fight. He Mingtong said, go home and you are not allowed to talk with him again until he becomes a fishing master. Pouting, He Xiaoyu said pitifully, okay. There was only one detention room in the school. It was mainly used to punish bad students. Most of them were only detained for 1 day. Few were detained for 3 days in a row like Han Fei. The detention room was made of hard rock. It was not an obstacle for fishing masters, but no students who were only fishers could get away from it. 3 days ago, Han Fei was dragged to the detention room like a dead dog. It was the most heated topic in the past few days. Someone was angry. Han Fei was too cocky. He was asking to be killed when he blocked the gate of the southern campus. Someone made fun of him. I'm told that he wouldn't have made it back if the teacher in the southern campus did not release him. Many people peeped into the detention room when they passed by, but it was too dark to see anything. However, Han Fei could hear the incessant laughter and mockery at the door. Zhou Xiao, Hu Kun's best friend, was shouting from a hole in the detention room. "Hey, Han Fei, you're not having a meltdown, are you?" Someone else joined him. "I don't think so, but he will certainly be less cocky in the future." Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in the detention room. His clothes were entirely wet and his spiritual energy was running loose. He could hardly control the spiritual energy precisely even after 3 days. At this moment, Han Fei was trying to gather half of his spiritual energy in his palm. No, half is too much. Not good. It's getting out of control. Zhou Xiao and his pals outside of the detention room discussed. Do you feel that spiritual energy is surging? A little bit. Is Han Fei cultivating? Nonsense. How can such intense spiritual energy not glow? Wait, look, it's glowing. The few people outside of the detention room saw dazzling light bursting before their eyes. Bam! Zhou Xiao did not know what was going on. He only sensed that he was flying. The explosion spread throughout the school. Many people saw Zhou Xiao and his pals fly away and pass out. As for the detention room, a whole half a man tall was left. Dozens of teachers of the school arrived almost simultaneously. They checked Zhou Xiao and his pals first. Then, they released a long breath of relief and said, "Send them to the medical room." After that, they looked at the giant hole in the door of the detention room, from which uncanny noises were coming out. Then, they saw Han Fei, whose face was covered in dust and whose head was messy peeking out of the hole. Han Fei underestimated the power of spiritual energy explosion. Half of his spiritual energy was already so explosive. If he had unleashed all his spiritual energy, it shouldn't have been a problem to blow up the whole detention room. Wang Jie's eyelids twitched. The guy was not hurt at all in such a powerful explosion. Han Fei was stunned to see so many people. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Hey, long time no see." Chapter 39. Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. Henye Translations. In the office, Han Fei rolled his eyes, his hair as messy as a bird's nest. Solemnly, Wang Jie said, "Tell me, who taught you spiritual energy explosion?" Nobody would believe that Tang Ge left Han Fei the introduction to spiritual energy explosion because the teacher from the southern campus stated that Han Fei learned it during the fight. Han Fei said, "Master, I perceived it after cultivation in seclusion for 3 days. Pa," Wang Jie slapped Han Fei on the head. The guy was too shameless. It was supposed to be 3 days of detention, not cultivation in seclusion. That's bullshit. Spiritual energy explosion is a skill that requires proficiency. How could you have perceived it? Han Fei said. "Sir, I truly perceived it on my own. I spent the last 3 days in the detention room." Wang Jie was lost for words. It did make sense. The boy was locked up the moment he came back to school. Did he really perceive it on his own? However, He Mingtang felt that something was not right. His daughter had been avoiding him recently. Did it really have nothing to do with this? Wang Jie did not think much. He simply scolded, "Idiot, do you know why we don't teach you spiritual energy explosion until you are level 7? It's partly because your spiritual energy is not enough, partly because your veins are not sturdy enough, and partly because it requires proficiency. Spiritual energy explosion is the easiest of all techniques, but have you seen any fisher below level 7 use it?" Han Fei gnashed his teeth. "You like slapping my head? Fine, I'll slap yours when I'm stronger than you. Wait, my veins are not sturdy enough. No wonder my arm was nearly torn apart just now. Then, do I need to do nothing other than building up my veins?" Han Fei, I'm here. Pa, you're absent-minded when I'm talking to you? Han Fei gritted his teeth. Wang Jie, just wait for it. I'll definitely slap your head off later. Han Fei returned home for the ghost pearl, the essence of the ghost blade clam that could build up the veins. If it was as good as claimed, spiritual energy explosion wouldn't be a problem for him in the future. Han Fei grew careful after the incident last time. Fearing that someone would attack him, he kept a low profile on the way. Han Fei was hiding behind a giant tree and observing if anybody was around, when someone said behind him, "Are you Han Fei, my friend?" Han Fei was so shocked that he raised his purple bamboo rod immediately. "Don't panic, my friend. I mean you no harm." Han Fei looked at him carefully, only to discover that he was a man as brawny as a bull. There were 3 scars on his face cutting his eyes and his mouth apart, indicating that he was a dangerous person. Han Fei asked, "Who are you?" With a smile that was even more awful than crying, the brawny man said, "I am Li Jue, the leader of the Tigers. My arrogant subordinates insulted you the other day, and I hope that you can forgive us. The Tigers would like to give you whatever you need." Han Fei understood that they were here to apologize. The Tigers must have learned his relationship with Tang Ge. That was why their leader came in person. The Tigers could have killed him when his identity was still unknown, but now that they'd missed the opportunity, they had to make up for what they did. Han Fei took a breath in relief. Leader Li, since you came to apologize in person, I'll definitely forgive you. However, Brother Gang provoked me repeatedly the other day. I hope that Leader Li can restrain him in case the reputation of the tigers is ruined. Li Jue grinned hideously and said, Of course, you will not see them in Heavenly Water Village again, my friend. Han Fei was alarmed. What do you mean? Are they all dead? He had heard before that the tiger's enemies were all thrown into the ocean. He did not know that Li Jue was truly so brutal. However, Han Fei rolled his eyes and realized what was going on. A less determined man would have been too scared to demand compensation from the tigers after this. Considering that the whole thing was in the open, Han Fei sneered, Leader Li, my brother left me dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, but all of them went missing the day I returned. Han Fei felt that the air turned quiet and killing intent was rising. Was Li Jue really going to kill him? Han Fei did not believe that he dared to do such a thing. Otherwise, not only would Tunga go after him, but the teachers at school would also ask his trouble. As he expected, Li Jue soon smiled. Naturally, I'm sorry that I didn't discipline them well. I'll pay them back soon, Han Fei said. The other things are basically fine, except that some of the mid-quality pearls and spirit refilling pills were missing. Li Jue was somewhat astounded and almost decided to kill him. The iron fish body polishing fluid was already precious enough, and the spirit refilling pill was a life-saving medication. How dare you ask for them? Han Fei, on the other hand, stared at Li Jue calmly and harmlessly. He did not believe that Li Jue dared to attack. Li Jue gnashed his teeth. All right, the tigers will compensate for your loss. Have a good day, my friend. Han Fei grinned and said, Goodbye, Leader Li. A moment later, Li Jue watched Han Fei leave and punched the tree next to him. The enormous tree was immediately broken in half. The person behind Li Jue said gloomily, Boss, this guy is outrageous. He's extorting us. I would like, shut up. Calming himself down, Li Jue said, Wealth is nothing compared to life. Tange won't stay here for long. He will leave after the soul awakening and probably won't return. Let's deal with him after that. Han Fei couldn't have felt better. The tigers were rich enough to afford dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, which would make his cultivation with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning much easier. The tigers were quite fast. What he demanded that morning was delivered in the afternoon. Han Fei checked the items. They included 10 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, 50 mid-quality pearls, and 5 spirit refilling pills. Li Jue, damn you. Han Fei trembled in fury. I said dozens of bottles, not 10 bottles. Also, you gave me 5 spirit refilling pills? You think I'm a beggar? However, Han Fei had wronged Li Jue. It was not easy to get the iron fish body polishing fluid. Also, the spirit refilling pill, which was of little use to him, was a lifesaver for other people. 5 of them were already a lot. Han Fei complained, What a petty bastard. However, I'm a person who can easily be satisfied. I'll deal with them for now. Had Li Jue heard Han Fei's complaint, he probably would have killed Han Fei on the spot. In the cave, Han Fei held the ghost pearl, which allegedly nurtured and expanded the veins. He swallowed it without any hesitation. A long time later, Han Fei felt nothing except that his body was slightly cold, as if he were having an intravenous drip. It was not until 2 hours later that Han Fei finally sensed that his veins were strengthened because he saw impurities leaking out of his skin. This stuff is not as good as I expected. It seems that I have to take a handful of such pearls at the same time. Other people would have killed Han Fei if they knew what he was thinking. The medicines that could strengthen the veins were rare and precious, yet he was complaining that they were not effective enough. 3 days later, cracking noises spread out of a cave on a cliff on the floating island. A young man was lying on the ground with all his clothes wet. Nobody could possibly tell what happened just now. Phew, I finally made it. Ha ha ha. I should be absolutely invincible at my level right now. Han Fei checked his data. Owner, Han Fei level, 6 intermediate fisher, spiritual energy, 1028 8s 249, spiritual heritage, level 2, low quality upgradable weapon, purple bamboo rod, main art, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss, mortal level, divine quality. He had already felt that he was stuck. As he expected, his spiritual energy stopped at 249 points. He felt that he could make another breakthrough, but it required tremendous spiritual energy. His current stock did not seem enough. It seems that I have to set sail again. Chapter 40, isn't it strawberry? Huh? I can't set sail? Xiaoqin said. Given that you met 2 fish tides and your boat was damaged, the supervisors believe that somebody might be plotting against you, so you were not allowed to go to the ocean. Also, there are only 9 days to go until your fishing trial. I suggest you focus on cultivating yourself for the time being. Han Fei asked, Have you found who did it? Xiaoqin said, There is no evidence, but we have reasons to believe that the tigers are behind it. The tigers? Han Fei was not surprised at the answer. Not everyone could ruin a boat in the port without alarming other people at all. He felt that the compensation he asked from Li Jue was not enough. In that case, Sister Qin, I'll take my leave. Since he could not go to the ocean, he had no income of spiritual energy, which was intolerable to Han Fei. The market was already lively, although it was still early in the morning. Suddenly someone shouted, Water, clean rainwater here, 20 coins per kilogram. Only 500 kilograms are available. A customer negotiated, Boss, 20 sea coins is too much. It rained only several days ago. Your price is too high. Someone else agreed with him. Old kin, I'll have 10 kilograms if you sell it for 18 sea coins per kilogram. However, Old kin chuckled. You think it's expensive? It hasn't rained for half a month, and since the weather is fine, it probably won't rain again until half a month from now. Water will only be more and more precious. 20 sea coins per kilogram is already my best offer. The crowd grew quiet. Soon, someone said, Fine, old kin, give me 20 kilograms. I'll have 10. I'd like 50. Shocked, Han Fei watched the 500 kilograms of water be bought out in only 2 minutes. He did not know that one could make money so fast with water. It did make sense on second thought. The only source of water for the floating island was the rain, which was surprisingly infrequent. As a result, water was always in demand. Han Fei thought of something. There was infinite seawater in this place. Wouldn't he become rich if he could make distilled water with it? Han Fei was considering it when he passed a beggar. Wait, that's not right. Everybody on the floating island is a cultivator. Why is he begging? The beggar was wandering about with a broken bowl covered in dust. He stepped back in fear when he saw Han Fei and tried to flee. Han Fei shouted, You, stop there, the beggar cried. Have some mercy, I've already been kicked out. Han Fei was stunned. Your brother gang? The beggar shook his head quickly. Xuanhuan gang. Please call me Xiao gang. Han Fei, Xiao gang. Han Fei asked, You're not dead? Li Gang's legs shivered when he heard that. Do you really want me dead? After everybody learned that Han Fei was Tengge's brother, he was hung on the top of a mast for 3 days in a row. He was not killed only because he had many friends in the eastern market. However, since his heart was hurt when he was kicked out of the tigers by Li Gang, he had only 1/10 of his previous strength, and his life was quite miserable. Hugging Han Fei's leg, Li Gang cried, Bro, please spare me, I can't die. I need to make a living for my girlfriend. If I die, someone will take her away. Han Fei was lost for words. Who's going to kill you? I'm a kind-hearted person. Li Gang complained to himself, You are kind-hearted? I wouldn't have ended up like this if it weren't for you. Han Fei asked, You were kicked out by the tigers? Li Gang nodded in fear. He couldn't afford pissing off Han Fei right now. Han Fei came up with a plan. You will follow me in the future. I'll give you an enjoyable life. Li Gang thought that his ears deceived him. Was it a trick? Han Fei said. Clean yourself up and find me in my home. I'm short of hands right now. I've offered you an opportunity. It depends on you whether or not you can grasp it. Li Gang was a smart gangster. Was it possible to follow Han Fei? Of course. Tengge was his brother, and his future clearly couldn't be too bad. However, why was Han Fei interested in him? Did Han Fei want him to collect protection fees? Thinking about how he was mugged by Han Fei twice, Li Gang felt that it was very possible. An hour later, Li Gang arrived with a pale face. It was obvious that he was badly wounded, but the dust on his face had been cleaned. When Li Gang came, Han Fei was toying with many bottles and had even moved a giant pot out. There was no telling what he was up to. Seeing that Li Gang was here, Han Fei asked, How much strength do you have left? Shivering, Li Gang replied, I'm as good as a level 2 fisher. He was of a mind to kill himself. Did he want to beg? Of course not, but he would be committing suicide if he were to go fishing as a level 2 fisher. Han Fei raised his head in surprise. Huh? You're crippled now? Li Gang replied reluctantly, Not exactly, but the pills for my recovery are too expensive. They are worth 10 mid-quality pearls, Han Fei scorned. So, the bad guys who work for bad guys may be abandoned any moment. Then, Han Fei placed a dozen mid-quality pearls before Li Gang and said, I can cure you, but you must not betray me, or you will suffer more than wounds. Your girlfriend will probably really be taken away. Li Gang was filled with disbelief. Were the dozen mid-quality pearls for him? Feeling warm, Li Gang burst into tears. Boss, I'll be yours in the future. I'll do anything that you ask. Han Fei waved his hand and said, All right, that's enough. Why don't you tell me first if there are any seasonings on our island? Seasonings? Han Fei said. The things that can give food a more interesting taste, like salt. Han Fei had never had any decent food since he came to this world. There was salt, but salt alone was not enough to remove the stink of the seafood. Li Gang got it. Oh. Boss, you're talking about spices, but only the rich people can afford them. Han Fei was immediately amazed. So the answer is yes? Li Gang said. Yes, but ordinary people can't afford them. Most spices can only be bought with mid-quality pearls. Han Fei was a bit disappointed. It was too expensive. He had planned to open a barbecue restaurant and make distilled water, but if the seasonings were so expensive, he probably could only make barbecue for himself. What about alcohol? Li Gang said. Alcohol is cheap. The fish head liquor is only worth 30 sea coins per kilogram. Boss, you want to drink? Han Fei said. Let's go. Show me the spices first. There was a plantation with a coverage of 1,000 acres at the south end of the floating island next to the cliff. Han Fei was startled by the exuberant plants in the area. I didn't know that there were farmers on this island. Li Gang scratched his head. They are not exactly farmers. Most of them planted spiritual herbs at the beginning, but probably because the environment was too poor, the spiritual herbs all retrograded into spices. Even so, many people believe that spices are still spiritual herbs. That's why spices are still expensive. An old man was basking in the sunlight with a bottle of liquor in his arms. He showed no response when Han Fei and Li Gang walked onto the plantation. Han Fei went forward and asked, Grandpa, we're here to buy spices. The old man glimpsed Han Fei and continued his sunbath. You can't afford them. Han Fei was gloomy. How do you know that? I have 50 mid-quality pearls left. The old man raised his hand and pointed at some wood shelves not far away. They're all there. Each of them costs 1 mid-quality pearl. Han Fei walked over curiously, only to be dumbfounded by what he saw. You call them spices? Aren't they strawberries? Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Barbecue business. Han Fei was surprised. Could there be identical plants in the universe? Although the strawberry was as big as a fist, it was obviously still a strawberry. Li Gang said, Huh, boss, this is red fruit. I bought it before. I thought it was a spiritual fruit, but there was no reaction after I ate it. It was delicious though. Li Gang smacked his lips during his introduction. However, the strawberry was too expensive for him. He couldn't afford many. Han Fei chuckled. It would be a miracle if there was any reaction. How could a strawberry be a spiritual fruit? Han Fei observed carefully, only to be rendered speechless. He saw peanuts as huge as apples, and grapes as huge as melons. They were all multiple times larger than he'd seen before. There were also plenty of flowers that Han Fei could recognize. If they were on Earth, their unique colors would have made them the rarest and most precious decorations. Of the 1,000 plants here, Han Fei could recognize 100 of them. Wait, potatoes? Han Fei's eyes glittered as he discovered potatoes in this alternate world. Then, Han Fei saw carrots, peppers, and garlic. Garlic, Han Fei remembered roasted shrimps when he saw the garlic. He immediately swallowed. To Han Fei's disappointment, the items in this place were unaffordable for him. He even thought that the village leader might not be able to buy them. Later, Han Fei discovered dozens of other plants that he knew. There were also 1,000 that he didn't know. Breathing quickly, Han Fei came to the old man and asked, Grandpa, what will you do if you can't sell the spices? The old drank his liquor for quite a while before he finally replied lazily, They're left there if they can't be sold. They'll grow out again later. Han Fei was dumbfounded. They were abandoned if they couldn't be sold. Wasn't it a waste? The old man glanced at Han Fei. You want them? Give me the money, Han Fei said. I don't have that much money. The old man waved his hand. Get out of here if you don't have money. You're disrupting my rest. Han Fei was gloomy. He did not intend to return empty-handed. He was almost certain that the old man was unusual, or the place would have been robbed a long time ago. After a long silence, Han Fei asked, Grandpa, it seems that nobody is taking care of your garden. Do you want me to give you a hand? Without opening his eyes, the old man said, Boy, come again when your spiritual beast is awakened. Han Fei squinted and said, Okay. Han Fei looked back many times on his way back and imagined what food he could make with the ingredients in the garden. He would not give them up easily. After all, he would have to spend a long time in this wretched world. Li Gang, however, was confused. Boss, that crappy old man was rather cocky. Why don't we beat him up? Also, those spiritual fruits are barely effective. Are you really going to farm for him? Han Fei said. Beat him up? Do you know what's most fatal for gangsters? Huh? Han Fei explained. Lack of sensitivity. I assure you that he can throw you into the ocean with one hand if you ask for him trouble. What? I don't think so. I never heard of anyone fighting the old man before. Too lazy to explain it further, Han Fei merely asked, What do you think is the fastest way of making money? Li Gang said without thinking. Collecting protection fees. Get lost. Han Fei pondered as he walked. He couldn't get a fish tide if he was not allowed to go to the ocean, and he had no access to spiritual energy without the fish tides. Although he had 10 bottles of ironfish body polishing fluid, it might not be enough for him to make the breakthrough at the peak of level 6. He couldn't drink the swallowed spirit soup in the school either. Did he have to buy fish at the market? No, that's too expensive. How I wish I could open a barbecue restaurant. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, Fine, there is only one way. Go buy some alcohol, Li Gang asked. Boss, how much? Han Fei said. Well, give me 100 kilograms for a start. Pooh, Li Gang was dumbfounded. What? 100 kilograms? Han Fei said. You will do what I tell you to. Yes, boss. One day later, Han Fei finally made a tank of hard liquor. Most alcohol on the floating island was of a low degree. After a day of hard work, he purified the alcohol and created a tank of liquor of 50 degrees. Han Fei said, Xiaogang, come here. Li Gang had restored 30% of his strength. He jumped over and said, Boss. Han Fei said, Have a taste of this. Li Gang did not know what Han Fei did. He only knew that only 40 kilograms of the alcohol he bought were left. When Han Fei poured the liquor out, Li Gang was amazed by the aroma. Boss, this alcohol smells great. Li Gang breathed it in for a while in fascination and drank up the liquid in the bowl. Ah, ouch, it's burning. Scared, Li Gang thought that Han Fei was trying to kill him. His throat seemed to be on fire, but why did it feel so good? After a minute, Li Gang breathed hard with a reddened face. Boss, 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 bam! Han Fei nodded in satisfaction after Li Gang fell on the ground. Wasn't that old man into alcohol? Bo, Han Fei lifted the cover of the container, and the fragrance immediately spread. The old man, who was lying in the chair lazily, jumped up and stared at Han Fei. It is alcohol? Han Fei grinned. Grandpa, I've specifically brought it for you. Why don't you have a taste? The old man grabbed the container and sniffed. He was immediately refreshed. This is good. Then, the old man had a full mouthful of it. His wildness shocked Han Fei. Ha ha ha. This is the best alcohol. Where did you get this? The old man looked like a whole different person. He looked at Han Fei hopefully. Han Fei said, "You needn't care about where it's from, but I'm the only one in Heavenly Water Village who can obtain it." The old man said with a smile, "Not just Heavenly Water Village, you can't find such liquor even in the city." Han Fei's eyes narrowed. The city? The old man was indeed unusual. According to He Xiaoyu, few people had been to the town, much less the city. The old man enjoyed another mouthful of the drink before he said, "What do you want from me?" Han Fei said, "I would like to trade this liquor for your spices." The old man nodded and said, "It's indeed more delicious than any alcohol I had. I'll give you 100 kilograms of spices for that." It was most surprising for Han Fei. The man charged 1 mid-quality pearl for a strawberry yesterday, but he offered 100 kilograms for free today? All right. Han Fei took out a big backpack and went to the peppers and garlics, filling the backpack with them. The old man was startled. "Boy, they are not delicious. One of them is burning hot and the other simply stinks." These red fruits, on the other hand, are sweet and sour. Ignoring that, Han Fei asked, "Grandpa, do you have ginger?" "Ginger? Well, they are yellow blocks that grow in the soil." The old man understood. "You're talking about yellow balls? Yellow balls are over there." Seeing that the old man was pointing at potatoes, Han Fei shook his head and said, "They are thinner and smaller." The old man looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You're talking about tungnum? It's not tasteful at all. I never dug them out. How do you know about tungnum?" Han Fei grinned. "Just leave that alone. I'll bring the product to you after it's ready." Squinting, the old man said, "Are you going to make medicines with them?" "I'm afraid it's not possible. Those are the most inferior spiritual fruits. Their effects can't be good." Han Fei said, "You'll find out soon." Under the old man's guidance, Han Fei dug 100 kilograms of ginger, peppers, and garlic. Before he reached his house, Han Fei shouted, "Xiao Gang, rent a place. We're going to start a barbecue business." Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The Most Delicious Food. At the center of the market in the port, Han Fei rented a stand for 10 mid-quality pearls. At this moment, a plate had been raised, catching everyone's attention. Someone said in disdain, "You are truly confident. The most delicious food? Less bragging, please." Other dealers were sneering, "How many foods have you had? How do you know that it's the most delicious food?" Someone was curious. "What is going to be sold here?" Standing before the grill, Han Fei declared to the crowd, "Today, we launch our barbecue business. All customers will enjoy a 50% discount. I guarantee that you will bite your tongue off when you're having our food." "Barbecue? What's that?" asked a passerby curiously. Han Fei said, "Don't be hasty. Some of the food will be distributed for free. You don't have to pay unless you want more." "Really? Boy, are you the owner of this business?" Han Fei said, "Of course, I never go back on my word." Xiao Gang, start the fire. Little white fish, sea conches, clams, yellowfish, shrimps, dozens of seafoods had been placed on Han Fei's long grill. Han Fei was delighted. The spiritual energy in those seafoods had been entirely absorbed, so they were actually of little use to him. He took out a pepper and shouted at everyone, "Guys, you may find it hard to believe, but this is Red Tear's fruit, a spiritual fruit that cost 1 mid-quality pearl. Hua." The crowd seethed. "You're making food with a spiritual fruit that costs 1 mid-quality pearl?" Someone was unconvinced. "Liar. How can you make food with such extravagant stuff? What's the price of your product?" Han Fei said. "This spiritual fruit can be used repetitively. It's not expensive. As for the prices, they're all on this board." After Han Fei showed the prices, everybody whispered again. Someone scolded, "Boy, are you taking us for fools? 10 low-quality pearls for 1 kilogram of little white fish? That's dozens of times higher than the market price? That's right, you are a terrible businessman. I wouldn't buy it no matter how delicious it is. I'll only have a taste of the free food and leave after that. I'm going to see why this boy is confident in making the most delicious food in the world." Li Gang sweated hard as people criticized them. He was also shocked when he saw the menu. He did not believe that anyone would buy such expensive food. Han Fei took out the ginger and the garlic and shouted, "It's all a matter of perspective. Is a little white fish with 3 kinds of spiritual fruits still a little white? Besides, there is also the finest oil and appropriate salt. You should leave now if you don't want to get addicted to it later." Someone mocked him. "Who knows if they are spiritual fruits? None of us has seen a spiritual fruit. Of course you can say that it's a spiritual fruit, but how can a spiritual fruit only cost 1 mid-quality pearl?" Han Fei said. "You can go to the southern plantation and ask. All the spiritual fruits in my store are authentic. I'll compensate you if you find anything fake." "Are you serious? That's a bold statement." "He doesn't seem to be lying. Does he have so much money? Huh? Isn't he that piece of garbage? I'm told that Tunga is his brother and has given him a lot of good stuff. He's a genius now, not garbage anymore." At this moment, Han Fei was brushing the seafood with fish oil. Every gasped at how generous he was with the oil, which was extremely rare and precious. Han Fei was using it so casually that some of the oil was dripping into the fire. Li Gang, on the other hand, had chopped the peppers and garlic into pieces. After Han Fei smeared the garlic on the food, people immediately exclaimed, "Wow, it smells great. Is this the power of spiritual fruits? I'm told that the fragrance of spiritual fruits can keep people from walking away. It seems that the spiritual fruits are authentic." Not just the onlookers, even Han Fei himself swallowed. The fragrance was even more intense after the peppers were added. Han Fei shouted, Everybody, hurry up! The first batch of barbecue will be ready in 1 minute. It's free. If it's delicious, you can buy more later. Everything is at a discount today. 1 minute later, Han Fei bellowed, "All right, Xiaogang, next batch." Everybody stared at the barbecue in Han Fei's hands. Han Fei cut the barbecue into hundreds of pieces with a dagger and said, "Come on. Have a taste, everyone. Don't fight. Let me. Get out of the way. I'll go first. I came here early. Give it to me, boy. Stop squeezing. I'll have a taste for you." Li Gang was dumbfounded by people's enthusiasm. They must be aiming for the spiritual fruits. Who would really pay for such expensive food? A young man at the front of the queue got a piece of clam. At this moment, the clam meat was golden and smelled great with the 3 spiritual fruits. He was astounded when he popped the meat into his mouth. "Dear sea god, why is there such delicious food in this world? Is this still clam meat? How can clam meat be so delicious? It's unbelievable." The young man was lost for words. His limited vocabulary could not express his feelings at all. Not just the young man, everyone who got a sample was shocked. The succulency and hotness of the food covered the original stink in it. They all felt that their tongues were dancing in delight. "Delicious. It's so delicious. I've never had anything so wonderful. This must be the food the sea god enjoys. Why has it come to the mortal world?" Many people swallowed after they had the food, staring at the new batch on the grill. Nobody intended to leave. Some of them had intended to go fishing, but they were stuck here and did not want to leave anymore. Those who were at the end of the queue stood on their tiptoes. The delicious smell of the food was too much for them to handle. Han Fei looked at them and said, "Please don't stand in other people's way. From now on, the food is no longer free, but there's still a 50% discount. Hurry up if you want any. I would like a kilogram of yellow fish. I want 5 kilograms of white fish. Give me a small octopus. 1 complete clam, please." Someone looked at the person next to him and said, "Didn't you say that you would only have the free food?" The person sniffed. "I'm a man of integrity. I pay for what I eat. I'm planning to support his business." Everybody squeezed close. Li Gang was dumbfounded. Weren't they all cursing just now? Why had they changed their attitude? Li Gang was drooling himself. It truly smelled great. The price of the food was 100 times higher than usual, but people were still passionate about it. He had never thought that anyone would buy a clam with 20 low-quality pearls. It was truly luxurious. As Han Fei worked on, people on the whole street were attracted to him subconsciously. Someone smelled the enticing scent when they came to the market. Someone was about to set sail, but they caught the smell and decided to check it out. Xuanhuan was enjoying the sunflower seeds in his store casually when he smelled the food. He immediately threw the sunflower seeds away. It smelled great. What's the food? Even Xiaoqin, the most nonchalant person in the port, was frowning. A certain indescribable fragrance from the market made her swallow. Suddenly, someone shouted from the back of the crowd, "Get out of the way!" "What are you doing here? Are you not planning to pay your fish tax?" Chapter 43. Drooling Xuanhuan squeezed through the crowd. He was curious about the source of the enticing smell. The crowd slightly scattered, allowing Xuanhuan to see the plate of the most delicious food, as well as Han Fei, who was brushing the fish oil before the grill. Li Gang, who was beaten up by Han Fei before, was helping Han Fei. Xuanhuan was startled. "It does not seem right. Why are you running a stand instead of going fishing? Isn't the fishing trial only several days away? You've already given up yourself?" Then Xuanhuan saw the astounding menu. 10 low-quality pearls for 1 little wild fish and 20 for a clam. "Shh!" Xuanhuan gasped. He thought that he was cunning enough, but from what he had just seen, he could almost call himself a conscientious businessman. Look at that. The clam was pegged at hundreds of times its market price, and yet people were fighting for it. "Boy, give me a clam. Child, I would like 10 lobsters. Young boss, I want 2 sea conches." Xuanhuan was amazed. What a huge profit. Han Fei had already noticed Xuanhuan. He asked, "Manager Zhang, do you want anything? Everything here is at half price. You can't miss that." Xuanhuan gasped again. "You charge 10 low-quality pearls for little white fish?" Han Fei said. "Today, only 5. Xuanhuan, do you think 5 are few? 5 low-quality pearls meant 500 sea coins, which were enough to buy dozens of little white fish. Han Fei was generous enough to give 3 lobsters to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan accepted them in confusion. He bit the gold meat and the enticing powder on it, only to be confounded. How could there be anything so delicious? God knew what Xuanhuan was thinking, but he asked, "Did you pay your administration fee?" Not just Han Fei, many other people looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. "You're thinking about that instead of enjoying the cuisine?" Han Fei patted his price board with a smile. Xuanhuan glanced at it and almost jumped when he saw that a lobster cost a low-quality pearl. Did he just eat a low-quality pearl? Xuanhuan asked, "Han Fei, why is your food so expensive?" Li Gang had never seen eye to eye with Xuanhuan. He said, "What do you know? It has 3 spiritual fruits as ingredients. You think they are cheap?" "What?" Xuanhuan nearly threw the lobster away. Spiritual fruits as spices? Was Han Fei out of his mind? Xuanhuan was relieved to see the peppers. He said, "You didn't acquire your spiritual fruits from the old man in the plantation, did you?" Xuanhuan knew the plantation and even paid a mid-quality pearl for a spiritual fruit there. It was delicious, but not useful at all. The spiritual energy he gained from it was not even as much as that of a yellow fish. Han Fei said, there are many kinds of spiritual fruits. Some can help you make breakthroughs, and some are natural spices that can bring you happiness. Zhang Han was gloomy. It certainly did not bring him happiness. Han Fei asked, Manager Zhang, do you want anything else? Zhang Han snorted and left without saying anything. He thought about many things. Since Tango was recruited by the angel as a disciple, Han Fei had changed into a different person. Had he been modified by the angel too? In that case, Zhang Han certainly couldn't take advantage of him anymore. Han Fei was as busy as a bee for an entire day. He sold hundreds of products and only used up half of his materials. He earned more than 5,000 low-quality pearls, which equaled 50 mid-quality pearls. Li Gong was even more delighted. He had joined the Tigers so that his girlfriend could live a better life, but he had never made as much money in the Tigers. That was 50 mid-quality pearls. Normal people couldn't have saved so much money over 10 years. Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, Xiaogang, you will take it from here. I'm exhausted. Li Gang was surprised. Was he allowed to do it in person? He said, Well, I'm flattered, Han Fei said gloomily. Do you want me to die of exhaustion? Do it for me. Then, Han Fei took a rest. Looking at the buckets of white fish, yellow fish, lobsters, and sea conches behind him, he felt that spiritual energy was surging at him. He had absorbed more than 4,000 points of spiritual energy in only one day. His total storage was more than 5,000 points. Most importantly, he did not lose anything. All he paid was 100 kilograms of alcohol that only cost 5 mid-quality pearls. Li Gang had watched it long enough to know what to do. He only needed to brush the fish oil and the pepper juice and spray the garlic. It was a simple task. After a brief rest, Han Fei asked, Xiaogang, where are your sidekicks? Li Gang found it hard to answer the question. Most of his sidekicks were probably as dead as could be. He said, I think they are probably fish poop now. Han Fei asked, Do you have other sidekicks? Li Gang said, No. There are few rogues in the village, and most of them are in gangs. Han Fei asked, What's your girlfriend doing at home? Li Gang immediately changed his face. Boss, my girlfriend is my life. Han Fei interrupted him. What are you thinking? I was going to ask if your girlfriend could work in my barbecue stand. I'll give you 10% of the profit. Li Gang was stunned. Boss, are you serious? It was beyond Li Gang's expectations. After he was crippled by the tigers, he planned to retire and did not expect Han Fei to help him cure his wound and offer him 10% of the profit. Li Gang asked again, Boss, are you serious? Han Fei said, Why would I lie to you? This money is too insignificant for me right now. Li Gang was delighted. It's not insignificant for me. Considering the sales today, 1% of the profit was 5 mid-quality pearls, and it would double when the half price was over. That was much more than what he could earn among the tigers. Han Fei gave a fish or a skewer of shrimps to Li Gang now and then. Their spiritual energy was absorbed whenever they passed him. At night, when they were about to close the business, Wang Jie and He Mingtang arrived. Wang Jie was enraged to see Han Fei. Han Fei, what are you doing? Are you adapting yourself to the life of a low-level fisher? The fishing trial is around the corner, and you are running a business instead of cultivation? Li Gang said angrily. Master Wang Jie, my boss is a very capable man. The fishing trial is not a problem at all. Shut up, said Wang Jie gloomily. Han Fei, you will speak for yourself. Han Fei said solemnly, Master, my foundation is weak and I need enough wealth to build up my foundation. Wang Jie said, Say something that I can understand. Han Fei said, I feel that I'm about to make a breakthrough. I need to make some money to buy the ancillary liquids. Wang Jie said, how much money can you possibly earn? I didn't believe it when I heard the rumor just now, but you really turned out to be here. Han Fei said, Master, I earned 50 mid-quality pearls in a day. Wang Jie said, Shut up. Do you think 50 mid-quality pearls or something? Wait, how many mid-quality pearls? Han Fei said. 50, He Mingtang demanded. Han Fei, do you think that mid-quality pearls are yellow fish? 50? Voila, Li Gang poured the box of low-quality pearls out and declared, I said that my boss was a capable man. This box is almost full. Wang Jie and He Mingtang finally noticed the price of Han Fei's foods. Both of them gasped. Wang Jie asked, Did anyone really buy something so expensive? Han Fei said to Li Gang, Roast some lobsters and clams for Mr. Wang and Mr. He later. Li Gang asked, Should I charge them? Han Fei was lost for words. How can I charge my teachers? A moment later, Wang Jie and He Mingtang were almost drooling. The intense fragrance fascinated them. When Wang Jie learned that Han Fei added 3 kinds of spiritual fruits to the clam, he was lost for words. Do you think you are a magnate? However, after having a bite of the lobster, Wang Jie gave up his complaint. He Mingtang said, Han Fei, get me a few more lobsters for Shi Xiaoyu. Give me some too. Suddenly, a crisp female voice called out. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Slow and steady. Everybody looked at the newcomer, who turned out to be Xiao Qin, the receptionist at the port. Xiao Qin's real name was Zheng Qin. She had worked in the port for 3 years. Every day, she wouldn't leave until everyone was off duty. Nobody knew Zheng Qin's past, and nobody was interested in it. After all, what she did was just a regular job. Of course, Han Fei knew none of that. He only knew that the girl always gave him a few reminders before he set sail, although she seemed indifferent. Han Fei greeted her. Hey, Sister Ch1 is here. Please wait a moment. Xiaogang, get more food going. Seeing Han Fei's income, Wang Jie realized that he could not criticize him anymore, so he pulled Han Fei aside and said, "Why are you hanging around with Li Gang? He's a worthless gangster." Han Fei said, "Sir, he was kicked out by the tigers and was begging. How could I leave him alone?" Han Fei spoke so matter-of-factly that Wang Jie almost believed him. But hadn't Li Gang gotten kicked out of the tigers because of you? In the end, Wang Jie said thoughtfully, "Training does require resources, but you must not depend on them too much. There are only 7 days until the fishing trial. Do what you see fit." Wang Jie and He Mingtong left. Li Gang packed up the food for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had a bite of the lobster and beamed with interest. She finished the lobster quickly. She looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, "Take a walk with me?" Stunned, Han Fei said to Li Gang, "Xiaogang, you will clean up the tools later. Take the low-quality pearls and prepare the materials for tomorrow." Li Gang asked, "Huh? I'm going to take care of the pearls?" Han Fei said, "Of course. Isn't the pack of pearls heavy?" Li Gang was dumbfounded. "Heavy? That's money. You're complaining that money is heavy?" Shang Qin observed everything. It was not until they were out of the market that she finally asked, "There are no fish tides, are there?" Han Fei certainly could not admit it. "Of course there are. I was attacked by fish tides twice. Even my boat was damaged." Jiang Qin, however, changed the topic. "Therefore, you should pay for the damage." "Han Fei," Jiang Qin said, "forget it. Everybody has their secrets. You'd better hide yours well." On the other hand, how did you get the spiritual fruits from the plantation? Han Fei said, "That's easy. I gave the old man some liquor, and he gave them to me." There was no telling if Jiang Qin was convinced or not. She simply glanced at Han Fei and said, "I'm told that you've been advancing fast, although you barely achieved anything in the past 4 years. What's your spiritual heritage?" Han Fei was shocked. The girl was probably unusual. He felt that he had been seen through. He replied, "Level 2, low quality." Jiang Qin frowned and said, "Lying is not a good thing, especially when you are lying to the wrong person." Han Fei said, "Sister Ch1, I'm truly level 2, low quality. Actually, I was level 1, high quality in the test, and I became level 2 after an incident." Han Fei did not intend to hide that. After all, the result of his test was publicly known. He merely hoped that the girl wouldn't make him do the test again. Huh. Jiang Qin turned around quickly. "Your spiritual heritage changed?" Han Fei said in a hurry. "I had a spiritual fruit that my brother left for me." He did not know if Jiang Qin believed it or not. After walking another 10 minutes, Jiang Qin said, "Prepare yourself for the fishing trial. The higher your place, the better, if you want more spiritual fruits from the plantation." Han Fei said, "Okay." Jiang Qin left after that. Han Fei was puzzled. What did she mean by what she said? Han Fei checked his spiritual energy after he got home. It was already more than 7,000 points. However, he was not in a hurry to make the breakthrough. He intended to upgrade his spiritual heritage to level 3, which required 10,000 points of spiritual energy. The next day, in the barbecue stand, Han Fei finally saw Xiaohong, Li Gang's girlfriend that he talked about all the time. Li Gang said, "Xiaohong, this is my boss. He's an extraordinary person." Han Fei nodded politely, although it was obviously too sophisticated for a 12-year-old. However, Han Fei secretly chuckled. He thought that Xiaohong was a beautiful girl, but after seeing her, he wanted to tell Li Gang that he needn't worry that his girlfriend would elope, because few men liked girls who weighed as much as themselves. Li Gang weighed at least 170 kilograms, but Han Fei did not think that he could win a fight against Xiaohong. After giving the barbecue stand to Xiaohong and Li Gang, Han Fei was free again. He simply sat behind the stand and delivered the seafood to Li Gang after absorbing its spiritual energy. There were only half as many customers today. After all, most fishers could not afford the full price. Thankfully, many people had come from far away after the promotion yesterday. By sunset, Han Fei had more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy, but he was not in a hurry at all. There were plenty of places for him to use spiritual energy. Li Gang shouted, "Boss, we are running out of spiritual fruits. They will probably be used up tomorrow," Han Fei said. "All right, roast everything on the menu. I'll get some spiritual fruits for us." A dealer nearby immediately approached him. "Is it easy to obtain the spiritual fruits? Can you get some for me?" Han Fei said with a generous smile. "Uncle, it costs 1 mid-quality pearl. In fact, I'm not earning much, although there are a lot of customers. I dare not go to the plantation until I have 100 mid-quality pearls." The dealer counted and found the price unaffordable. 100 mid-quality pearls equaled a high-quality pearl. How many people in Heavenly Water Village had a high-quality pearl? After seeing the dealer off, Han Fei went to the plantation with 20 kilograms of liquor and a pack of barbecue. Han Fei was dumbfounded to see the old man enjoying alcohol with the peanuts that were obviously just dug out. Han Fei was lost for words. The old man had learned such a classic combination on his own? Han Fei had done it plenty of times himself. He always prepared a lot of peanuts when he set sail in his previous life. "Huh? Boy, what's in that? It smells rather great." Han Fei came with the barbecue and the liquor. "Grandpa, like I said, I do not take your things without giving anything in return. This is barbecue. Why don't you try it?" The old man looked at them and said, "Huh? Regular white fish, clams?" Then the old man changed his expression. "You added spiritual fruits to such worthless food? But it does smell great. I wonder how it tastes." After a bite of the clam, the old man's face changed so greatly that Han Fei was amused. Is this the white weary fruit?" The old man was full of disbelief. How could the white weary fruit be turned into a delicious food? Han Fei pointed at the garlic and said, "It tastes good after it's crumbled and roasted, right?" The old man ate half of the clam and finally looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. "Boy, did you make it on your own," Han Fei said. "Everything is useful in this world for people who can use them." The old man swallowed a mouthful of the liquor and looked at Han Fei in a different way. The old man said, "Boy, did you propose to take care of the garden for me?" Han Fei asked. "Is it possible?" The old man said, "Yes, but about the liquor, and this," Han Fei added, "barbecue." The old man said, "You need to provide liquor and barbecue for me." Han Fei grinned and said, "All right, I'll take care of the garden for you after the fishing trial. However, the spiritual fruits I took from your place the other day have been used up." The old man waved his hand, as if it were not a big deal. "You can take more. Well, no more than 100 kilograms each." Soon after Han Fei left, a woman came out of the house. "You agreed so easily, Gourmet Grandpa?" The old man said. "He's not a bad guy." The woman said, "Interesting." Han Fei would have been surprised if he were there. Wasn't that Zhang Qin? Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Forge the Universe. Li Gang said, "Boss, the fishing trial will be held tomorrow. Do you really not need to train?" Han Fei was playing with a little white fish. He nodded and said, "You're right, I probably should." Li Gang, ever since Han Fei became a public figure, his enemies had abandoned the thought of getting rid of him. In the cave, Han Fei practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning again. Even though Han Fei's body qualities had been significantly improved, he still sweated profusely after he completed all 108 movements. For Han Fei, there was not any obstacle to level 7 as long as he had enough spiritual energy. Training with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning cannot increase the capacity of my spiritual energy anymore. I'd better make the advancement now. Han Fei checked his own data. Owner, Han Fei level 6. Intermediate Fisher Spiritual Energy, 48 2001 2004-9. Spiritual Heritage, Level 2, Low Quality, Upgradable, Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei almost couldn't stop grinning. If his barbecue business were more affordable for ordinary people, he would have had even more storage room for spiritual energy. Han Fei sat cross-legged and took a deep breath. Break. Han Fei's body glowed, and spiritual energy appeared on the surface of his body out of nowhere. However, the calabash did not swallow any of it, maybe because the spiritual energy was too ordinary for it. Han Fei felt that his body was expanding and his bones were shivering. Tremendous spiritual energy was surging through his body. Crack. Han Fei became a level 7 fisher, but he did not stop there. Other level 7 fishers needed to absorb spiritual energy and nurture themselves, but Han Fei had plenty of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy he stored was still surging and brushing Han Fei's bones, flesh, and organs. It was not until the heat became unbearable again that Han Fei finally stopped his cultivation session. Hearing the cracking sounds of his bones, Han Fei felt that he was never in a better state. He could have knocked Li Gang out with one casual attack now. Owner, Han Fei level, 7 Advanced Fisher Spiritual Energy, 36,008-279, Spiritual Heritage, Level 2, Low Quality, Upgradable, Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod, Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei clicked his tongue after seeing that his storage was reduced by more than 12,000 points. Did other people need so much spiritual energy for a breakthrough? Wouldn't that have drained them? Han Fei never realized that one had to train himself day and night from the beginning of a level to the peak of it so that enough spiritual energy could be prepared. It was not the same as his breakthrough at all. It was still late at night. Han Fei considered if he should upgrade his spiritual heritage. After all, it only cost 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But he gave it up on the idea. He had already caught enough attention, and it would be a problem if his spiritual heritage was further improved to level 3. On the other hand, he was finally able to see what Forge the Universe was now. Han Fei opened his hands, and the calabash appeared in his palm. 5,000 points of spiritual energy were nothing for him now. Activate. Stunned, Han Fei felt that the world was swirling and darkening. When it was bright again, he found himself in a round space about 3 meters in diameter. Below him was damp mud. Around him was infinite, pure darkness where nothing could be seen. Han Fei was astounded. What the heck? Where was he? He touched the dark boundary carefully, only to be blocked by a marvelous power that felt like an invisible wall. He couldn't help but speculate that Forge the Universe was inside the calabash. In that case, wouldn't his calabash equal to a space ring? I need to test it with Li Gang and see if I could get him in. What if it kills him? I'd better try yellow fish first. However, this space is too small. Can it be larger? The moment the idea occurred to him, Han Fei saw spiritual energy surging in and the darkness backing off. The area was now larger than before. Spiritual energy can be used to expand the coverage of this place. I shouldn't expand it too much in case it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. How can I get out of here? Han Fei tried to think, and he appeared where he'd been the next second. Han Fei checked his data. His spiritual energy lowered to 30,008 points, which meant that 6,000 points were spent just now. Other than the 5,000 points for the activation of Forge the Universe, the remaining 1,000 points must have been used for the expansion. He tried bringing items in. As expected, they could be taken in when he thought to do so. He inserted a lot of things into Forge the Universe, but when he tried the clam, he discovered that there was some obscure resistance. Is it because the clam is alive? But I did put it in eventually. Han Fei did not know the limits of Forge the Universe. He naturally dared not try it with a person, which would expose him. Han Fei did not stop experimenting until it was almost dawn. Today was the fishing trial which thousands of students would take part in. Han Fei was quite confident. He was already a level 7 fisher. If he hadn't intended to keep a low profile, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach level 8. Everybody arrived at the school early. Some were nervous, and some were talking and laughing. Han Fei knew that all of them were anxious except that the latter pretended they were not. He Xiaoyu grimaced at Han Fei. Han Fei felt something different when he saw He Xiaoyu. He asked, shocked, "You made a breakthrough?" He Xiaoyu said in surprise, "How did you know?" Han Fei said, "I can see that you are in high spirits, so I assumed that you are in high spirits, so I assumed that you made a breakthrough." He Xiaoyu said excitedly, "Haha, I made a breakthrough after I was grounded for 2 days. I'm determined to make it to the top 100 in the test." Han Fei said, "Then you should work harder." He Xiaoyu said, "What about you? My father said that you started a barbecue business. It's indeed delicious. Can you give me a discount?" Seeing that He Xiaoyu was almost drooling, Han Fei knew that she had been thinking about it. Han Fei said, "Of course, you can pay however much you want." He Xiaoyu asked, "How about 10 sea coins for a clam?" Shocked, Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu and said, "Try buying a raw clam on the street with 10 sea coins. That's far from enough." He Xiaoyu argued, "You said I could pay however much I wanted." He Xiaoyu argued, "You said it to let her go." After all, He Xiaoyu was his only friend in this place besides Tangji. He simply waved his hand and said, "Forget it. If you want them, you can take them for free, but don't waste them." "Really?" He Xiaoyu jumped in delight. Her head had been filled with barbecue since her father brought it for her the other day. She thought that even the crimson sea fruit might not be as delicious as barbecue. "Attention, everyone!" At this moment, the headmaster bellowed to the playground. "You all know what the fishing trial means, but don't feel too much pressure. As long as you try your best, you will be fine. Remember, your life matters more than anything else. Let's go." Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Beginning of the Trial. Thousands of boats were launched from the floating island simultaneously. Some of them were occupied by students, and some by their parents who were seeing them off. Some of the parents were weeping. The fishing trial was a life and death test. For a better rank, all the students would be competing with their best. As a result, the trial was highly dangerous. Casualties were unavoidable even though all the teachers and the supervisors were deployed. The best record in history was that 10% died, 30% were injured, and 60% survived. That was the highest percentage of survival. All the 12-year-old kids were gathered on the boats. The village leader spoke to them from a floating boat. "Same as before, the score system will be adopted in this trial. Your score will be calculated according to the level of the fish you catch. The top 1,000 places will be qualified to awaken your spirit. However, remember not to aim too high. Just do your best." Everybody listened carefully. Nobody was impatient. The students' parents were shouting far away. "Son, life first. Listen to the village leader. Don't act tough. Daughter, it doesn't matter even if you can't pass the trial. There's still a chance of natural awakening. Just give up if your opponents are too strong in a competition. You must be wary of other boats." He Xiaoyu searched for Tangge, but there were simply too many boats. He Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was cheering him up not far away. The villager leader said, "Attention everyone, the trial will last for 12 hours. Those who are rescued by the inspectors will automatically fail. The trial will start in a quarter." The wind was not huge on the ocean, and the morning sun dyed its surface gold. Several dark spots appeared on the blue sky. When they were close, people finally recognized that they were boats. Someone exclaimed, "Hey, that's the unique boat of the tigers. Li Hu hasn't been around lately. I'm told that he was striving for level 8. I wonder if he has succeeded." Someone pointed at the other direction. "Look, it's the Wang family's boat. Wang Baiyu is the only one taking the trial this year. He's said to be a future armorist." Many people did not know what an armorist was, but it sounded like something impressive. "Look over there. It's xuanhuan, the only person with a spiritual heritage of level 4, low quality in Heavenly Water Village this year. That's Xiangnan from the North Campus. I was told that he is already a level 8 fisher." Han Fei was lost for words. Why do we have to gather in school and come together, while those people can show themselves off in front of everyone? However, everybody's eyes were soon fixed on the east, where 2 people seemed to be walking out of the sun. They were radiating gold. Everybody fell silent. The monster had arrived. They were none other than Feng Zhe and Teng Ge, who had been away for days. Nobody would say that it was unfair. A level 7 spiritual heritage was already beyond unfair. Everyone had subconsciously agreed that Teng Ge was the first place of the fishing trial. Who else was more qualified than him? Feng Zhe was as indifferent as before. He waved his hand, and a white luxurious boat emerged out of nowhere. It was a major contrast to the other boats. Feng Zhe said, "Don't care too much about the fishing trial. The first place is already yours anyway. You will probably say goodbye to this place after the awakening." Teng Ge searched the crowd and saw Han Fei waving at him. He grinned and waved back. Feng Zhe squinted. He saw through Han Fei's strength easily. A level 7 fisher was something here, but it was not worth mentioning in the city. Most children in the city were already fishing masters at such an age. However, since Han Fei was Teng Ge's brother, he thought that it might not be a bad idea to show him some kindness. The village leader came to Feng Zhe and asked respectfully, "Master, when do you think we should start?" Feng Zhe said, "Hasn't it been scheduled?" "Just do it accordingly." Feng Zhe glanced at the crowd and said casually, "The top 3 places in this trial will be given spirit concentration art. Everybody, keep it up! Hua!" Everybody clamored. They did not know what spirit concentration art was, but it was an award from the angel. It must be good stuff. Many people beamed with interest after Feng Zhe said that. Wang Baiyu was excited. The Wang family had been famous for their armorists. If he obtained spirit concentration art, it was possible that he could become an influential person even in the town. Li Hu thought hard. The tigers had been dwarfed by the Wang family exactly because they did not have a top expert. If he got spirit concentration art, it was possible that he could become a spirit concentrator. He wouldn't need to fear the Wang family at all then. Han Fei felt nothing, but he did remember the awesome armorist from the Wang family he saw in the market the other day. Since he was now much stronger, he certainly could join the competition for spirit concentrator. The village leader was delighted. If a spirit concentrator emerged in the village, it was possible that Heavenly Water Village would rise to higher places. He shouted with a red face, "Attention everyone! The trial now begins." Under the villager leader's command, the boats dispersed and chose their own destination of fishing. Some people were so eager that they cast the hook without moving the boat at all. Since it was a trial, everybody had their own boat, and it depended on their capabilities what their score would be. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He drove his boat to Tengji. Tengji, on the other hand, also drove his boat to Han Fei. Teng Ge laughed. "Han Fei, did you make another breakthrough?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Yes, I'm making progress fast. The fishing trial is not a problem at all." Teng Ge said, that's good. About the things I left for you," Han Fei said solemnly, "do not practice the mystic body technique. I sensed great flaws in it." Teng Ge was stunned. "Huh?" Han Fei said, "Don't ask me how I knew it. Just leave the technique alone." Teng Ge said, "I didn't practice it. What about you?" Han Fei said, "Me either. Let's meet after the fishing trial. I need to tell you something." Teng Ge said, "All right, let's choose a place and start fishing." Feng Zhe appeared and looked at Han Fei casually. Then, he said to Teng Ge, "Don't go together. If you go with him, with your strength and the noises you make while fishing, he might not catch any fish at all." Teng Ge looked at Han Fei in embarrassment. Han Fei said, "You go first. Your destination is the Sea of Stars. Keep it up." Feng Zhe was stunned. He thought that Han Fei would beg Teng Ge to help him, but Han Fei did not ask for anything. The Sea of Stars, on the other hand, was not a bad expression. Teng Ge hesitated. "What about you?" Han Fei smiled. "Rest assured, I'll catch up to you soon. My journey lies in the infinite ocean." Han Fei left on his boat quickly. Feng Zhe shook his head. That was a rather confident kid. Infinite Ocean? Do you know where Infinite Ocean is? It's true that the ignorant are fearless. However, with the boy's talent, it's possible that he can grow into a grand fishing master later. Han Fei was not in a hurry to start fishing. He knew that there were too many resources in the ocean. He did not want to be too close to other people in case they noticed his terrifying fishing abilities. Han Fei drove 500 kilometers away and did not stop until only few boats were around. He took out the fishing pole and put the bait on unhurriedly. The points of the fish were calculated according to their level, so Han Fei's target was never the fish with fewer than 5 points. For example, little white fish were 1 point, yellow fish were 3 points, green turtles were 5 points, blade fish were 7 points, tentacle lobsters were 8 points, and snake belts were 9 points. Some of the fish were special. One meat tortoise was worth 20 points, the rare spirit-swallowing jellyfish was 30 points, and the young ironhead fish was 12 points. Other than the regular fish, it was said that the fishing masters had driven certain unaggressive fish from the level 1 fishery. However, few people were expected to catch them. It was only meant to increase the difficulty of the trial. Han Fei's lips curled as he sank his hook 5 meters deep. To make it to the top 3, he'd better start from the deeper water. Chapter 47, cheating deeper than 5 meters was the domain of bladefish and green turtles. There were even snake belts if he went even deeper. However, snake belts liked warmth and had no interest in the bait. It was barely possible to catch them. Not bothering the cost, Han Fei transmitted his spiritual energy to the fishing line and the hook, getting full control of the responses near the hook. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. He shook the pole and retreated it quickly. There was a bladefish at the end of it. He drew the purple bamboo rod and slashed at the bladefish. Ding! The lousy fin knife of the fish stabbed into the boat, and the head of the fish was broken. Han Fei kicked it into the fish cabin casually. He had earned 7 points. Han Fei saw the inspectors 4 times in the next 2 hours. He pretended to work hard every time they came and were relaxed after they left. During the 2 hours, Han Fei caught 13 bladefish and 8 green turtles, which were 31 points in total. Then he heard a voice from the sky. The village leader announced, "The first place of this fishing trial has 241 points, and the 10th has 142 points. Please keep it up." Han Fei was stunned. "Are you kidding me? I'm already fishing very fast, and I have only 131 points. Why do those people have so many points?" At the same time, in somewhere far away, Wang Baiyu bellowed, and a long hook appeared from a box next to him and darted into the water, stabbing into a bladefish. The knife of the bladefish glittered, but Wang Baiyu did not bother to look at it. He simply shouted, "Shield! Shield!" A shield made of a turtle shell appeared out of nowhere and knocked the lousy fin knife away. On the other side, Li Hu was rather gloomy. Hu has obtained 242 points. I wonder how many points Wang Baiyu has. Probably close to 200, right? Sneering, Li Hu shouted, "Huya, kill it!" A hideous fish almost 3 meters long broke out of the water and spewed a young ironhead fish out to the boat. It was Li Hu's secret that he had been keeping. Everybody knew that his father had a tigerhead fish, but they did not know that he had one too. On Tenggi's side, he had seen a myriad of strange fish in the advanced fisheries, and Fangze had taught him the most practical tricks in fishing and attracting fish. Tenggi's hands were moving sophisticatedly as if he were casting a strange skill. As Tenggi took action, a pillar of spiritual energy fell on the ocean, and fish jumped up, allowing Tenggi to catch them easily. If Wang Baiyu, Li Hu, or a teacher were here, they would be stunned because it was exactly spirit concentration art. Fishing with such an art in a general fishery was like children playing with toys. Apart from those heavenly talents, it was not so smooth for other people. A student from the southern campus had only acquired 40 points. It was not a bad result, but he was so earnest that he sank the hook more than 6 meters deep. Then, an enormous blade cut his head off so fast that even the inspectors had no time to react. 6 students of the northern campus were in a group. They were smart enough to throw tremendous baits into the ocean, hoping to attract the fish. However, 3 tentacle lobsters came to them. Only 3 of them survived. A girl from the eastern campus who scolded Han Fei before unfortunately caught a ballfish. Even the teachers did not see it coming. As a result, the girl's body was riddled with holes by the needles on the fish. The same thing was going on in many other places. There was no time for the inspectors to take action. After all, the students were not fishing at one location. The odds of disability were even higher. To acquire more points, most students chose bladefish, but half of them couldn't avoid the knife from the fish because it was too fast. At least 30% of them were crippled even though they had weapons. Another 2 hours passed. Han Fei was even more efficient than before. He had killed a tentacle lobster and caught 17 bladefish and 6 green turtles. His total score was 289 points. Han Fei swallowed. Was he in the top 10 places now? Nobody could have caught so many fish without enough spiritual energy. He was certain that the fishers below level 7 had to take spirit refilling pills or rest for recovery now. The village leader's announcement came again. The first place of the fishing trial has 482 points, and the 10th place has 298 points. Keep it up! Han Fei was shocked. Are those people really students? By logic, they should be out of spiritual energy. It never occurred to Han Fei that the top places were all the heavenly talents in the village who had spirit refilling pills as well as their own tricks. Xiaoyu, for example, was not anxious at all. She had already obtained 212 points. Her father had given her 3 spirit refilling pills before she came. He did not know that Han Fei also gave Xiaoyu 3 spirit refilling pills for the notes on spiritual energy explosion. Han Fei's face darkened. Fine, you're forcing me to do this. Do you have to compete with me for spirit concentration art and the privilege of spirit awakening? Come on, let's see what you've got. Making up his mind, Han Fei activated void fishing. His hand was on fire in the blink of an eye. Thankfully, he had a bucket of water next to him. He immediately extended his hand into it. Fangze's eyes would have popped up if he had seen this. How could anyone attract spiritual energy into their body in the middle of the day? Was he not scared that he would explode? In the next moment, spiritual energy gathered in this place, and Han Fei saw a shoal of fish coming. He immediately cast the hook. Something bit the bait instantly, but it was not a bladefish but a green turtle. Han Fei did not despise it. Ignoring the spluttering stones, he hit the green turtle and knocked it out. When spiritual energy gathered in Han Fei's place, Fangze frowned. Why did I sense the solar energy just now? Was it my illusion? 2 inspectors nearby also sensed the anomaly. They came in a hurry. They were both shocked to see Han Fei leaping and twisting the head of a tentacle lobster. Then, 2 seconds after Han Fei cast the hook again, a cold knife was shot out, only to be blocked by him casually. The inspectors counted 30 knives on Han Fei's boat. Hiss! One of the inspectors got on board and glanced at him. You're from the eastern campus, huh? You've caught nothing but bladefish, green turtles, and tentacle lobsters? The other inspector had been here to calculate the score just now. He shook his head and said to the first inspector, "Let's go, he's Han Fei, Tangei's brother." The first inspect immediately understood it. It was true that a genius's brother tended to be another genius. Ignoring the two teachers, Han Fei paused for a moment. "It seems inappropriate to leave the knives all over the boat, which would expose my abilities. Fine, I'd better clear them." Far away, Li Hu observed in a stun and said to the tigerhead fish, "Huh? Are fish gathering over there?" The tigerhead fish squeaked as if it could understand him. Li Hu said, "Someone's over there? So what? Let's go and rob him." On the other hand, Wang Baiyu sensed something when he was about to launch his harpoon. His armor had just moved. He couldn't help but look far away. What was over there? Chapter 48. Chapter 48, I'm robbed. That's why cheating feels great. Han Fei couldn't be more delighted. He had collected 10 bladefish within a quarter. Even Tangei's score couldn't be much higher than his. It was a pity that his experiment was too short just now. Most of the fish had dispersed. He probably had to cheat again soon. When Han Fei was about to cast the hook, he saw a boat coming over quickly. Huh? Who's coming? Why is he coming to my place instead of fishing? How can I cheat if he is watching me? Han Fei stopped his action and looked at the boat gloomily. When the boat was near, Han Fei recognized the young man on the boat to be the young master of the tigers. Was it possible that his father asked him to offer some points to Han Fei as compensation? Han Fei did not stop Li Hu from approaching. He said with a smile, "Fine, I'll forgive you for what you did. Don't give me more than 200 points, or I will be too eye-catching." Li Hu? Li Hu? Li Hu saw bladefish swimming below the boat and plenty more in Han Fei's unclosed fish cabin. He immediately squinted. He said, "I'll give you an opportunity. Offer your fish to me and I will allow you to follow me." Huh? Han Fei was confused. "Wait, you're asking me to offer my fish to you?" Li Hu said. "That's right," Han Fei asked. "I wouldn't get to follow you unless I offer my fish to you?" Li Hu replied impatiently. "No." Han Fei was lost for words. Was the guy out of his mind? He was going to rob Han Fei when his father failed to? Han Fei asked, "Was your head hit by an ironhead fish when you were little?" Li Hu was dazed at first, but he soon realized what he meant. He sniffed. "You're quite bold." Han Fei said, "Get lost. I'll blow your head if you are still here after I count to 3. Li Hu's face was full of brutality. He did not expect to be refused. Li Hu said coldly, "Do you know why the casualty rate of every fishing trial can be 50%? Han Fei said, "I couldn't care less. Get your ass out of here." Li Hu roared, "You're asking to be killed." Li Hu drew 2 sabers and slashed Han Fei. He was so angry about Han Fei's attitude that he had to kill the guy today. Han Fei blocked the attack with the purple bamboo rod. He did not expect Li Hu to attack. Was the man crazy? However, the sabers were slashed again heavily. Han Fei discovered in a stun that the guy was a level 8 fisher, but it couldn't change the inevitable. You're asking for this. Spiritual energy surged out of Han Fei's body as he bashed the sabers with the purple bamboo rod. Li Hu did not know that Han Fei was so strong. After only one collision, he felt that his arms were numb and his hands were cracking. Han Fei cursed. "Who gives you the courage to hold 2 sabers when other people all use rods? You think you are capable?" The purple bamboo rod swept as Han Fei shouted. Scared, Li Hu jumped back. However, to his surprise, there was a cold edge when the rod swept at him. While he wondered why a rod had an edge, his clothes were shredded at his abdomen, revealing the armor down below. Huh? You have more clothes down below? No wonder you looked weird just now. But I'm still going to blow up your head, Li Hu said. Very good. You have pissed me off. Tigerhead, why didn't you invite me to this spectacular event? When Han Fei was about to attack again, someone called 100 meters away. Han Fei and Li Hu looked back. It was none other than Wang Baiyu, the 3rd young master of the Wang family. Wang Baiyu was also quite surprised. After identifying Li Hu and Han Fei, he couldn't believe that Han Fei could fight Li Hu neck and neck. The guy was quite extraordinary. Coldly, Li Hu retreated his sabers and jumped back to his boat before he left in a hurry. Standing at the head of his boat, Li Hu declared, "Boy, whoever you are, pray to the sea god, or you will die a miserable death." Han Fei said, "Idiot, I'll send you to the sea god if you dare to come again." Wang Baiyu was stunned. Why did he not know such a brutal man who dared to challenge Li Hu before? He said, "Han Fei, what a coincidence. Why did you fight against Li Hu?" Han Fei still owed Wang Baiyu a favor. He shrugged and said, "That idiot came and asked me to offer my fish to him. What a great fool." Wang Baiyu asked, "You didn't know?" Han Fei said, "What are you talking about?" Wang Baiyu said, "The casualty rate." "Why do you think the casualty rate of the fishing trial is so high?" Han Fei said, "Isn't it because of the risks in fishing?" Wang Baiyu looked at Han Fei in amusement and said, "How is it possible? Even though there are risks, how can the casualty rate be as high as 50%? The real trial won't start until the last 4 hours. Han Fei was surprised. Huh? Why is that? Wang Baiyu said with a smile. In fact, only less than 10% are killed or injured in fishing. Most of the casualties are due to competitions amongst the trial takers. Han Fei asked, Can trial takers kill each other? Wang Baiyu said, "It's only allowed in the fishing trial. In the first 8 hours, everybody is too busy fishing to ask for trouble. In the first 4 hours, only the result of the first place and the 10th place will be announced. Starting from the 5th hour, the result of the 100th place will be announced. In the 7th hour, the result of the 1000th place will be released. Then, those whose score is not high enough will start fighting and looting. Why do the school and the parents agree with such a rule? Wang Baiyu explained. It's because we are cultivators. The ocean can be cruel. You think dangers only lurk in the water? No, your companions or other people who are planning to rob you can be as dangerous. It's unusual in the general fishery because few things are worth fighting over. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, therefore, if I'm strong enough, I need only to rob instead of fishing? Wang Baiyu said, theoretically, yes. Hey, I shouldn't have done that, Wang Baiyu asked. What are you talking about? Han Fei said, I shouldn't have let Li Hu go. I could have robbed him of all his points. Wang Baiyu, won? Then, Han Fei glimpsed at Wang Baiyu's cabin, which seemed full. The man must have plenty of points. Wang Baiyu said, Brother Han. Han Fei said, right, it's all right, I'm just looking at it. Right, what brought you here, Brother Wang? Wang Baiyu smiled and said, I was curious about the spiritual waves in this place and happened to see Brother Han and Li Hu fighting. Wang Baiyu observed Han Fei again. He knew Li Hu's reliance very well. With his tiger-head fish and his strength as a level 8 fisherman, he was rather tricky even for Wang Baiyu. Han Fei was bold enough to fight him. Han Fei was thinking about something else. Even fishers could sense the spiritual waves. Did it mean that he could not cheat? What could he do if he could not cheat? Robbing? That was not a bad idea. It would be simple and effective. Thinking about that, Han Fei said, spiritual waves? I don't know anything about that. It's probably because I encountered a shoal of fish. But most of the fish have already dispersed. I don't know where they are now. They may be still around. Okay, enough talking. I've got some robbing to do. Wang Baiyu, Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Brutal Trial. After bidding farewell to Wang Baiyu, Han Fei did not start robbing immediately but moved dozens of kilometers away. He dare not cheat again because Li Hu and the inspectors must have been attracted by the waves of spiritual energy he caused. Han Fei was certain that Feng Zhe sensed it too, although he was too lazy to check it out. Since it almost exposed him, he could not use the method anymore. The best solutions now were fishing and robbing. In the 5th hour, because of the spiritual energy outburst just now, Han Fei's score soared to 480 points. The village leader announced, the first place of the fishing trial now has 691 points, and the 10th place has 491 points. Please keep it up. Han Fei had finally made it to the top 10. He was probably the 9th place. Since the competition won't start again until the last 4 hours, I'd better focus on fishing first. Han Fei continued fishing. Having no pressure now, he even took out the barbecue that Li Gang prepared for him and enjoyed it. However, Han Fei still underestimated the trial takers. In the latter half of the 5th hour, 2 boats went straight at him. When the boats approached, a young man smiled. Bro, bring them out. Another young man on the other boat declared, you'd better submit your points if you want your life, or we'll feed you to the fish. Holding a roasted lobster, Han Fei said to them in a stun, you are good, you've struck an alliance. One of the young men frowned. Han Fei seemed rather confident. Was he a tricky person? But why was he fishing alone in this remote place if he was strong? Should he rob other people straightly? The young man asked tentatively. Why don't you join our alliance? We'll share the trophies later. The other young man objected. Why? We should seek allies from our own campus. We've never seen this guy before. Han Fei smiled. That's right, you don't need to ally with me because you are already eliminated. Then, Han Fei jumped and slashed a young man. You shameless scoundrel, Clang. The young man vomited blood and was flung away, unable to stand up again. He was frightened. Whom did I just piss off? I'm a fisher at the peak of level 6, but the Rob just now is unstoppable as an adult ironhead fish. The other young man was trying to help, but his ally had been knocked out before he took any action. He was stunned. His ally had fallen after one attack when he was stronger than himself. Han Fei pointed the purple bamboo rod at the young man and said, you'll transfer the fish in your cabin to mine if you are smart. I won't hurt you. It's possible that you can still rob other people. The young man sweated. What's going on? The very first person that they robbed turned out to be a great monster. Why were they so unlucky? I will. The young man was almost crying. Why did they drive the boat so close? There was no chance to escape at all. Han Fei stopped fishing. He asked the young man, which campus are you from? What's your name? The young man said, the northern campus, Songjun. Han Fei asked, has robbing started out there? Songjun said, why yes. People started attacking one another just now. Han Fei said, hey, toss the little white to me. Do not throw them into the fish cabin. Songjun tossed the little white fish to Han Fei in fear. Han Fei touched them and threw them into the ocean casually. Songjun was shocked. Little white fish are points too. Why are you abandoning them? When Songjun picked up a yellow fish, Han Fei said, hey, give the yellow fish to me too. Songjun won? Then Songjun watched the yellow fish to be thrown into the ocean. He couldn't be more regretful. What's the meaning of this? Every yellow fish is 3 points. Han Fei murmured, you are too big for your points. I can't let you fill my cabin. Songjun, soon, the fish cabins of Songjun and the other young man were cleaned. They had 10 blade fish and 24 green turtles in total. Frowning, Han Fei said, why are there so few bladefish? Why did you catch so many green turtles? They're filling my cabin. Fine, you can go on. I'll leave. Songjun couldn't be happier to see him off. What a peculiar man. He even despised green turtles that equaled 5 points each. Han Fei casually drove to where people were crowded with one foot on the head of the boat. He felt that he needed a cigarette, a hat, and an eye patch. This feels good. No wonder the Somalia pirates like robbing. It's fantastic. The ground for the fishing trial was not very large, but it was still rather spacious for the thousands of boats. At this moment, some of the boats were already teaming up, and the lone boats were obviously the best targets of robbing. The inspectors withdrew from the ground. The village leader sighed. The annual killing starts again. I hope that they go easy on each other this time. Feng Zhe, on the other hand, was not bothered. Seated in Teng Gei's boat, he said lazily, "This is a lesson about robbery. The worlds up above are much crueler than here. It's all up to you whether you become a hunter or prey. Look at those young men. What they caught after all the hard work goes to other people in the blink of an eye because they are weak. As for the alliances, you'd better leave them alone because those alliances will eventually fall out. All that matters is your own strength." Tonga was rather solemnly. He knew that it would happen, but he had never experienced it in person. Just now, the student on a boat not far away was slain ruthlessly and thrown into the ocean. Cultivation was a road of thorns. He couldn't save everybody. But where was Han Fei? He needed to find him. Feng Zhe did not stop him. He only said casually, "All right, go now. You have to learn the important lesson." Then Feng Zhe disappeared, leaving Tangge alone on the ocean. There was not a second boat within thousands of meters. At the periphery, Han Fei was surrounded again because he was all alone. Han Fei shouted in fear, "Hey, who are you?" Everybody laughed at Han Fei's cowardliness. One of the girls demanded, "Offer your fish to us and we'll spare you, or you can prepare to die." Han Fei said timidly, "You have 4 boats. Who am I giving the fish to? Why don't you come to take them?" They looked at each other and thought it did make sense. The downside of alliance was that they had to share everything evenly in every robbery. So, they stepped on Han Fei's boat. The moment they got on board, Han Fei grabbed his purple bamboo rod. The girl changed his face. "You're asking to be killed? Hey, I always thought that girls are different from boys, but you seem to be the same. You think you are strong because you are in a team? Who gives you the courage?" A guy shouted in fear. "Not good. His cabin is full of bladefish." All of them changed their faces. A cabin of bladefish meant that the man was extremely tough. He was definitely a heavenly talent since he was not hurt by the knives. The girl roared, "Fight!" The moment she roared, a rod fell from the sky, and the girl blocked it subconsciously. After a clang, her weapon was bent, and she fell on her knees under the brunt. The other 3 guys attacked, but the purple bamboo rod swept at them and knocked 2 of them away easily. One of them fell into the ocean, and the other was blown back to his own boat. Han Fei frowned. He did not expect the guy to be so weak. He reached the edge of the boat and planned to rescue him, but the guy was nowhere to be seen. The last guy ran back to his boat, frightened. However, before he operated the boat, Han Fei had boarded on his boat. Han Fei said, "I'm not a fan of killing. Move your bladefish and green turtles to my fish cabin, and you will be free to get out of here." Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Hunted He Xiao Yu. Han Fei continued wandering on his own in delight. He had finished 3 groups in the same way. 5 of the 8 cabins on the boat had been full. One of the inspects calculated the number in the meantime. He was stunned when the result was out. 1,012 points? Someone's score had surpassed 1,000 points after only 2 hours? In the 5th hour's announcement, Tang Ji, who was the first place, had only 691 points. This person was obviously not Tang Ji, but he had more than 1,000 points. If he could maintain his result, he would be among the top 1,000 without doing anything. A moment later, the village leader announced again, "There are 4 hours to go until the end of the fishing trial. As of now, the first place has 1,431 points. The 10th place has 966 points. The 100th place has 52 points, and the 1,000th has 241 points. Please keep it up." Everybody grew anxious after the announcement. The scores were increasing faster and faster. The top 10 places already had more than 1,000 points. At this moment, people who had teamed up looked for their target, and those who didn't were either searching for allies or running to the edge of the trial ground. Some even activated the signal device on the boat and forfeited the trial when they saw other boats coming at them. Actually, there were plenty of such people. They simply fished in a corner and ended the trial the moment other people attacked them. According to what happened in the previous years, some of them could always make it to the top 1,000. Different from them, Han Fei wandered on his own with his inexhaustible spiritual energy and his high level. Other people were different. Wang Baiyu and Li Hu, for example, did not take any action when many boats came and offered all their trophies to them. The Wang family had more connections than the Tigers, so Wang Baiyu could roam about while enjoying the view. Li Hu was different. While some boats offered points to him, they were mostly from the children of the members of the Tigers. He knew that he had to rob more people. Han Fei waited for other people to rob him, but Li Hu robbed the groups provocatively. Not just robbing, Li Hu was also fond of killing. Few people who encountered Li Hu survived. He Xiaoyu was rather anxious. Although she had a breakthrough before, there were too many enemies. 3 boats just robbed her, but they underestimated He Xiaoyu and were defeated by her. Still, she ran out of her spiritual energy and had to take a spirit refilling pill. She only had 1 spirit refilling pill left. At this moment, 4 boats surrounded her. He Xiaoyu was almost desperate. She just looted some points, but could she survive this one? The last spirit refilling pill cannot be used in a fight. He Xiaoyu was prepared to fight. She had 2 plans: to beat the 4 people, loot their points, and admit failure after using up the last spirit refilling pill, or to run out right now. Hopefully, other people couldn't catch up with her. Right when the few boats were about to surround He Xiaoyu, a scary fish jumped out of the water, followed by a boat that was sailing at the highest speed. It approached one of the boats quickly. Li Hu boarded on it and slashed his sabers. The young man on the boat tried to fight back, but his body was already stabbed through. As Li Hu drew his blades, blood gushed out of the young man. He Xiaoyu was dumbfounded by the brutal slaughter. Her face turned pale. Someone shouted on the other boat, "Run! It's Li Hu from the tigers! Run!" Before he finished, a ferocious tiger-head fish had appeared behind him. He turned around as everybody exclaimed, only to see nothing but darkness, because his head had been bitten off. "Ah!" He Xiaoyu screamed, terrified by the headless body where blood was springing. Frowning, Li Hu yelled, "Shut up!" He Xiaoyu grabbed the bamboo rod and was ready to run. She would have had a chance of escape if she did not pick up the bamboo rod, because there were still 2 other boats, but Li Hu saw the bamboo rod and knew that it was not something that everyone could afford. He shouted, "Tigerhead, kill her!" He Xiaoyu was already controlling the boat to run, but it was not nearly as fast as the tigerhead fish, which jumped and went at He Xiaoyu's face. He Xiaoyu waved the bamboo rod, and spiritual energy gathered on it. Li Hu roared, "Tigerhead, come back," but it was too late. An explosion burst out. He Xiaoyu was bumped into the deck and vomited blood. Of course, the tigerhead fish seemed to be hurt too. She dare not stop and fled on the boat in a hurry. Li Hu had already turned into a murderer. "You think you can get away after hurting Tigerhead?" Li Hu abandoned the 2 survivors and chased He Xiaoyu. The 2 survivors heaved a long sigh of relief, but before they were reassured, they were already surrounded by a couple of boats. One of them shouted desperately, "Not good, they're from the tigers." He Xiaoyu ran fast. Fortunately, she did not fight the 4 invaders just now, or she couldn't have survived after her spiritual energy was used up. The 2 boats were only several hundred meters away from each other. He Xiaoyu shouted while running, "Li Hu, do you know that He Mingtong is my father?" Li Hu roared, "Li Zhao is my father. What can your father do even if I kill you?" He Xiaoyu said, "You are a lunatic. I'll withdraw from the trial if you chase on." Li Hu said, "It will be too late by the time the inspectors come for you." He Xiaoyu was rather angry. "Did I wrong you? Why are you pursuing me? Why are you pursuing me when I'm already level 7? Several minutes later, He Xiaoyu's eyes glittered as she saw an expert from her campus. "Qin Yi, help me!" The guy named Qin Yi was only at the peak of level 6. He ran immediately after he saw that Li Hu was chasing He Xiaoyu. He dare not pissing off the tigers. He Xiaoyu shouted, "Jerk!" He Xiaoyu cried for help whenever she met someone else, but everyone avoided her as if she were a plague. He Xiaoyu ran out of her spiritual energy. She swallowed the last spirit refilling pill without any hesitation. At this moment, she saw Hukun, who was robbing other people. She shouted, "Hukun, help me." Hukun reached level 7 yesterday, so he was bold enough to rob 2 boats on his own. He was rather surprised to see He Xiaoyu being hunted. "Shoot!" Li Hu, Hukun changed high face and gave up the rest of the points. He sailed his boat off quickly. He Xiaoyu was almost weeping. "Who are these people? Hukun reached level 7 yesterday. Is Li Hu really so terrifying?" Hanfei was enjoying the sunlight. 6 of the 8 cabins were already full. He only wished that he had more cabins. However, he was not anxious. When his boat was full, he could rob other people of their boats. He found it a loss he couldn't absorb the fish and planned to make barbecue with them later. The bladefish couldn't taste too bad. Swoosh, Hanfei shouted, "Hey bro, don't run. Let's team up." It was the 3rd boat that had slipped past Hanfei. He was rather speechless. Why were those people sailing so fast? Suddenly, he saw 2 boats coming to him quickly. He was immediately refreshed. Were they new clients? Should he pretend? Hanfei immediately pretended that he was wounded and accelerated the boat, as if he were also running. They were close. "Hey, isn't it He Xiaoyu? Is she trying to rob me too?" When He Xiaoyu was several hundred meters away from Hanfei, she raised her hands and screamed, "Run, Hanfei! Run, Hanfei! Run, Hanfei! Fei, Hai Yu, Hai Yu, Hai Yao Yu," was lost for words. "Other people are all running, and yet you're exactly on our way." While Hanfei is strong, that's Li Hu. When the 2 boats were close to each other, He Xiaoyu shouted, "Hanfei, run! Li Hu is here." Chapter 51, Integration of Man and Fish Confidence came from capabilities. Hanfei was not anxious at all. He was amused to see Li Hu. Hanfei shouted, "He Xiaoyu, stop, don't panic, we'll team up and finish him." He Xiaoyu was almost in tears. "Who are you going to finish?" He Xiaoyu said, "We can't defeat him. He has a tiger head fish as a spiritual pet. He's too strong," Hanfei asked. "Huh? What's a spiritual pet?" Li Hu was also surprised, not because he met Hanfei again, but because he heard Hanfei's name. He seemed to be in trouble. The guy was Han Fei. He Xiao Yu was ready to run any moment, but Han Fei shouted at Li Hu cockily from his boat, "Thief, offer your boat to me right now, or I'll show you no mercy." Gloomily, Li Hu said, "Han Fei, there's no grudge between us. Since she's under your protection, I'll let go of her." Han Fei said, "That's bullshit. You think you have a choice? Now, give you points to me, or I'll let you know the color of your blood." He Xiao Yu was startled. Why was Han Fei so confident, and why did Li Hu seem to be scared of him? Li Hu said, "Han Fei, don't push too far. Tangge won't stay in Heavenly Water Village forever." Han Fei said, "It's none of your business. He certainly can protect me now. This is your last chance. If you don't want the tigers to be obliterated, surrender your points now." He Xiao Yu finally understood that Han Fei was counting on Tang Ji. She was immediately reassured. "That's right. Do you really dare to attack Han Fei?" Li Hu looked awful. He couldn't afford pissing off Tang Ji, which meant that he couldn't attack Han Fei. However, he secretly made a gesture to the ocean behind him and said, "Han Fei, how about I give you half of my points?" Han Fei said, "Did you not hear what I said? All of your points are mine. You will keep none." Holding back his fury, Li Hu said, "There are plenty of fish on my boat. Why don't we move them together?" Han Fei laughed. "Is there something wrong with your head? I'm robbing you, and you want me to do the hard work. You will throw the fish into my cabin. I have all the time in the world." He Xiao Yu jumped to Han Fei's boat and whispered to Han Fei, "Be careful, he just killed several people." Han Fei changed his face. He never thought to kill anyone yet. They were all children anyone. He did not expect that Li Hu was truly killing other people. Li Hu thought to himself, "You may be Han Fei, so what? Nobody is around. If I kill him and he Xiao Yu here, who will know that it was me who did it?" Containing himself, Li Hu transmitted the points to Han Fei's fish cabin. Han Fei urged him now and then, "Why are you so slow? Did you not have lunch?" He Xiao Yu looked at Han Fei, lost for words. The guy was no longer the taciturn person he used to be after he fell into the ocean. He Xiao Yu asked, "Han Fei, how many points do you have?" Han Fei said, "I don't know. There are too many to count. I'm waiting for the inspectors to do the job." Right then, Li Hu suddenly interjected, "Han Fei, your fish cabins are all full." Han Fei replied without thinking, "Are they?" He Xiao Yu, "Do you have empty cabins?" He Xiao Yu's mouth opened wide. Didn't they say that only the top 10 had full fish cabins? "Yes, I have 4 empty cabins," Han Fei said. "The fish that I store in your place can be counted as my points, right?" He Xiao Yu said, "Probably." Then Han Fei pointed at Li Hu and said, "You will move the rest to her cabins. Be quick about it. I have more robbing to do." Li Hu stuffed fish into He Xiao Yu's cabin without saying anything, but he was secretly shocked. This guy's cabins were full of bladefish. How could he have managed that? He Xiao Yu asked tentatively, "How many points did you have last hour?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "I can't remember it now. More than 1,000 points, I think." He Xiao Yu Li Hu. At this moment, the village leader announced, "There are 2 hours to go before the end of this fishing trial. Please keep it up," Han Fei exclaimed. Why did the villager leader not announce the scores? He Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. "There's no need for an announcement after the 1,000th place's score is released. Things are a mess during the last 4 hours. It's difficult to calculate them. Didn't you notice that the inspectors are gone? They are not allowed to intervene now." Blinking, Han Fei asked, "Are you serious? Isn't that an inspector?" Han Fei pointed at a boat that was sailing close. There was an inspector on it. They could easily be distinguished because they were much older than the participants of the trial. Suddenly, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Not good. We're surrounded." Han Fei saw dozens of boats coming at him from all directions. "Ha ha ha, Han Fei, you are dead for sure. You may be Tangge's brother, but so what? He's not here anyway. I can kill you easily." Shocked, He Xiao Yu said in a hurry, "Let's run, run." Han Fei's casualness was replaced by brutality. Everybody's boat was the same. How far away could he run? "You are their leader. I'll kill you first." Han Fei's purple bamboo rod was launched at Li Hu's face with spiritual energy spurting out. Li Hu sneered, "You think you're Tangge? I wouldn't be scared even if you were Tang Ji." With spiritual energy surging out of his own rod, Li Hu smashed back at Han Fei ruthlessly. "Stop!" the inspector called from 1,000 meters away. It was more proof that something was wrong with the inspector, because it was none of the inspector's business. Han Fei turned cold. His capacity of 279 points of spiritual energy was certainly not a joke. The higher the upper limit was, the sturdier one's body would be. Clang. Bam. While He Xiao Yu watched in shock, Li Hu was blown away into the cabin after the collision. Pooh, Li Hu vomited blood crazily. He felt that his arms had been broken. He was astounded. How could the guy be so strong? As a level 8 fisher, he couldn't resist one attack from him. Before Li Hu realized what was going on, Han Fei jumped and attacked again. Li Hu was appalled. He would be heavily wounded if he couldn't avoid the attack. "Tigerhead, attach." "Huh?" Han Fei moved aside, and a hideous fish 3 meters long dashed into Li Hu's body. "What's this?" Li Hu's body expanded terrifyingly with even more intense spiritual energy. The shadow of a big fish emerged. He Xiao Yu said, "After integrating with his pet, his combat ability will be much higher than before." Han Fei squinted and said, "In that case, I'll beat him more. I told you to stop." The inspector was approaching in a hurry, but Han Fei ignored his command and struck again. This time, the end of the purple bamboo rod was glowing as Han Fei had used spiritual energy explosion. Li Hu's eyes almost popped out. He had to deal with spiritual energy explosion prudently even though he was stronger. He also gathered his spiritual energy and launched spiritual energy explosion. Explode. Bam. 2 cabins on Li Hu's boat were blown up by the blast. Li Hu's face was covered in blood. He could barely hold the rod anymore. He felt that his hands were broken. Han Fei was flung away, but he jumped back and launched another spiritual energy explosion with the purple bamboo rod. Li Hu was shocked. Don't kill me. Don't. Han Fei was not an idiot. If he did not take Li Hu down here, he might not have a chance to do so later. But the moment before the purple bamboo rod hit Li Hu, a giant fish charged out of Li Hu's body. Bam. The tiger head fish appeared before Li Hu, and Han Fei's attack collapsed its head. Chapter 52, Kill the Inspector. It's not dead? Han Fei was shocked. He knew how powerful his attack was. Even a level 9 fisher might not have been able to resist. Yet, the fish was not killed. You little bastard, I told you to stop. Han Fei failed to slay Li Hu in 3 attacks. As a result, the inspector was only 30 meters away. Han Fei turned cold. He could not look back now. When the inspector's boat was closer, the inspector jumped over. While the inspector was airborne, Han Fei sprang and launched spiritual energy explosion again. How dare you? Of course, some inspectors were stronger than others. Most of the inspectors who were not teachers in the school were only level 9 fishers. As far as Han Fei could tell, this inspector couldn't have been a fishing master, or he could have intervened from 100 meters away. It meant that he was a peak fisher at best. Therefore, he intended to have a try. Explode. You're crazy. He, Xiao Yu, was forced back by the blast of the attacks. Putong, after the explosion, both of them fell into the ocean. Han Fei, Xiao Yu's face was pale, her mind blank. Falling into the ocean was not a joke. They were almost certain to die since no fishing masters were around. The inspector was the most appalled of all. Was the young man trying to die with him? Why had he launched spiritual energy explosion 4 times? It was a pity that there was no time for him to think. The inspector filled his body with spiritual energy the moment he fell, but he saw a green wind coming at him after stabilized himself. Gudu, shocked, the inspector was blown dozens of meters deeper and could not hold his breath anymore. Who was this young man? Why was he so strong? It was not the time to think. The inspector hurried to swim upward. He already saw bladefish and snake belts. However, Han Fei grinned above him and bared his teeth. It was the first time that Han Fei had used Wandering Dragon Art, but it was still much more useful than what he knew. He was as casual as a fish in the water. Not good. Seeing that Han Fei was swimming toward him quickly, the inspector waved the rod to block him, but he was too slow, and his wrist was cut. The inspector lost his weapon, blood dripping from his wrist. Watching the snake belts that were approaching, Han Fei abandoned pursuit and waved his hand at the inspector. On the surface, Xiao Yu was still observing the water, and dozens of boats were arriving as fast as possible. Ha ha ha, cough cough, you can't get away with this. Shut up, or I'll throw you into the ocean. No, you can't. Even though I'm heavily wounded, you can't kill me. There's no way that he can survive in the ocean. Ha ha ha, bam. Right after Li Hu made the remark, Han Fei broke out of the water and landed on the deck. Li Hu was shocked. How can you still be alive? Xiao Yu burst into tears of joy. Han Fei, you're all right? I was so scared. I thought you were dead. Grabbing the purple bamboo rod, Han Fei said calmly, the inspector happened upon a snake belt after he fell into the water. Ski. I saw the snake belt slithering into his mouth. Well, Xiao Yu almost threw up after she pictured that. Li Hu's face was even paler. He pointed at Han Fei, shivering. You dared to kill the inspector? Han Fei asked back. Did you witness that the inspector was killed by me? Han Fei watched the ocean for a while, and the inspector did not return. So, he came to Li Hu and said relaxedly, I would kill you if it weren't for your points. Han Fei struck again. The tiger-head fish, which was not killed, charged at him again. Explode. Han Fei had seen it coming. He launched spiritual energy explosion again and blew the tiger-head fish to the deck. Bam. Han Fei smashed it so hard with the purple bamboo rod that even the deck collapsed. Finally, the fish was half dead. Li Hu trembled as he watched. That was a rare fish even in the level 1 fishery. But right now, it was dying under Han Fei's smashes. Tigerhead, Han Fei was about to smash more, when the tigerhead fish turned into a streak of brightness and condensed into the shape of a fish on Li Hu's wrist. Han Fei asked Xiao Yu in astonishment, this fish is so sturdy? I thought it was dead. Xiao Yu explained, that's the power of commitment. The tigerhead fish was dying, but it was recalled by Li Hu. However, the partner will be hurt when their contracted beast is hurt. Han Fei looked at Li Hu. He was indeed vomiting blood. Han Fei was lost for words. Such a big fish could be recalled into the body? Wouldn't it be the same as my calabash? No wonder Li Jue, the leader of the tigers, could dominate the level 1 fishery. It was almost impossible to die with such a fish. Thief, release our young master. How dare you attack the young master of the tigers? Are you asking to be killed? You're surrounded. Let go of our young master if you don't want to die. Looking at the dozens of boats all around, Han Fei grabbed Li Hu, who was half dead, and spoke to them. Give me your points, or I will disable him. You dare to steal the points of the tigers? Ah! One of Li Hu's hands were broken. He screamed miserably. Han Fei asked. Did I not make myself clear, or are your ears not functioning well? Li Hu shouted. What are you waiting for? Give it to him, Han Fei said. Fill that boat too. Han Fei pointed at He Xiaoyu's boat and said to her, We're classmates anyway, I got you covered. He Xiaoyu was astonished by Han Fei's ruthlessness. However, Han Fei was truly tough. He had crushed Li Hu, a level 8 fisher, killed a fake inspector, and robbed a dozen boats simultaneously. Was he the Han Fei she knew? Han Fei demanded 2 boats that were absolutely filled up. After the dozen of boats were looted, Han Fei finally patted Li Hu's face and said, Forfeit. Li Hu changed his face. There was only an hour to go before the end of the trial. Was Han Fei intentionally keeping him away from the awakening ritual? Crack. Aha! Han Fei broke Li Hu's leg and grinned. Do I need to repeat myself? Li Hu was most scared. He realized that Han Fei was the opposite of what he was said to be, and that if he declined his terms, he would probably end up in the ocean. Gritting his teeth, Li Hu said, I'll forfeit. The real inspector was shocked to see Li Hu's miserable appearance. Was this the brutal and domineering young master of the tigers he knew? Before he left, Li Hu glared at Han Fei. Han Fei said, What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyes out if you glare anymore. Tell your father that I wasted 10 spirit-refilling pills because of you. Let him do what he sees fit. Li Hu fumed, but he held back his fury. He failed to kill Han Fei. If Han Fei asked Tangge to deal with the tigers, he would truly be doomed. After Li Hu was taken away, He Xiaoyu asked, Why didn't you kill him? Han Fei said lazily, his dad probably would go crazy if he died. On the other side, Tangge ran into Wang Baiyu. Tangge said, Give me your points, and I won't kill you. Wang Baiyu sweated hard. How could he have run into such a monster when the fishery was so big? He said in a hurry, Tangge, I'm Han Fei's close friend. Right, he owes me a favor. Tangge frowned. Do tell me, if I find out that you're lying, Wang Baiyu said. Han Fei was set up and floated on the ocean for 5 days. It was me who found him and rescued him. Say that again? Tangge burst into fury and pointed his long gold rod at Wang Baiyu. Wang Baiyu said, Everybody in the port knows. I do not know who was behind that, but the port is investigating. I think Han Fei knows what's going on. Tangge bubbled down his rod. So to speak, Han Fei does owe you a favor. But if I let you go, he won't owe you anything anymore. Wang Baiyu said, Of course. Chapter 53, Can me show me some respect? Everybody went crazy in the last hour. Those who had enough points wanted to have more so that they could have higher places in the awakening ritual. Those who had fewer points hoped to make it to the top 100. Those whose points had been robbed were planning to get them back. However, there was only an hour to go before the end of the fishing trial, and nobody left was weak. Robbery was much more difficult. More importantly, the alliances from the beginning were falling apart. Some were ambushed by their allies, and some declared war openly. They executed the other members in their alliances and swallowed all the points. More and more people were forfeiting the trial, especially those who earned abundant points after the fallout of the alliances. Of course, some of the alliances grew larger and larger under the lead of certain people. Most of them were heavenly talents who promised returns to others. Xuanhuan from the Western Campus was a typical example of such people. His spiritual heritage was level 4, low quality, which indicated a promising future. So, many people came to offer points to him. On Han Fei's side, he and He Xiaoyu occupied 4 boats full of points. Anyone from the Eastern Campus would have run when they saw Han Fei and He Xiaoyu, but Xuanhuan was not from there and did not recognize Han Fei. Xuanhuan knew that Han Fei and He Xiaoyu might be strong, but they couldn't be stronger than level 8. Since he was a level 8 with a dozen lackeys around him, how could he not rob them? He Xiaoyu was free after she joined up with Han Fei. She felt that it was not a problem for her to make it to the top 100. Suddenly, she shouted, A team of boats is coming, Han Fei said. I saw them. Someone is delivering points to us again. He Xiaoyu, row? Han Fei gave her a spirit refilling pill with a smile. You'll take care of the lackeys, and I'll finish the boss. He Xiaoyu jumped to her feet. But there are a dozen lackeys and only one boss, Han Fei complained. He Xiaoyu, you are a level 7 fisher. Can you handle no pressure at all? He Xiaoyu pouted her lips. Even a dozen level 5 fishers could still exhaust a level 7 fisher. Besides, I'm only new to level 7. How can I defeat them? Han Fei was lost for words. Fine, let's split them evenly, all right, He Xiaoyu said. The boss is yours. He Xiaoyu, let me tell you, you are not going to become an expert if you don't challenge yourself. He Xiaoyu argued. I don't have to become an expert. I only need to become a grand fishing master. That's my father's goal for me. I'll be free after I become a grand fishing master. Han Fei sweated. He Xiaoyu, that's a dangerous thought. He Xiaoyu said, I don't care. You are stronger than me anyway. Since you killed an inspector, you are at least as strong as a level 9 fisher. He, Xiaoyu, looked at the sky. Han Fei was only a level 2 fisher a month ago, but after a month, he was already capable of fighting a level 9 fisher. Wasn't he as extraordinary as Tangge? Han Fei proposed. Let's divide and conquer, shall we? Xiaoyu said. How? They're definitely coming together. Why don't we end the trial? I think you are certainly in the top 10 now, Han Fei said, unsatisfied. Why don't I make it to the top 3 if I'm already a top 10? Only the top 3 will have rewards. He Xiaoyu said, so will the rest of the top 10. According to tradition, they all can choose a battle technique. Han Fei said in disdain, are there any good techniques in our village? I'd better make it to the top 3. He Xiaoyu was of a mind to smack the guy into the ocean. She was beyond anxious, yet the guy was still bragging. Xuanhuan stood at the front of his boat with his hands behind his back and looked over casually. When the boat drew near, he asked Han Fei, I'm very curious. Why did you not flee? Han Fei said, I don't have enough hands to sail the boats or I would have run away. Xuanhuan said, have you been robbed? Han Fei suddenly burst into fury. Can you show me some respect? Xuanhuan, Han Fei said. Put your hands to your front. How can you keep them behind you when you're talking to someone? Xuanhuan, he Xiao was almost crying. The enemy is already here. Why are you still bullsighting instead of fighting? Xuanhuan said, give me your points and I'll spare you. Han Fei asked, are you among the top 3? Xuanhuan found it impossible to communicate with this guy. He couldn't keep up with the guy's line of thinking at all. Xuanhuan said patiently, I'm close. Han Fei's eyes glittered. In that case, give me your points, and I'll be there. Xuanhuan said gloomily. You refuse to offer your points? Han Fei said. I'll hand it over. Xuanhuan was secretly relieved. He did not want to fight the guy, because the traces on the boat suggested intense battles. It meant that the guy couldn't be weak. However, in the next second, Han Fei said, I'll give you my ass. Before Xuanhuan realized what was going on, Han Fei leaped. His purple bamboo rod was glittering with spiritual energy. Explode. Xuanhuan's face changed. Spiritual energy explosion could only be launched by level 7s at the least. Also, why was the spiritual energy even intenser than Xuanhuan's own? Xuanhuan tried to resist it with his rod, but he was too busy feeling good about himself to carry it. Immediately, he stomped and flew back. Behind Xuanhuan, 4 level 6 fishers fought back with their rods. After a collision, all of them collapsed. One of them even passed out and cramped. Everybody on Xuanhuan's side was shocked. They had no idea whom they had pissed off. Before they took action, Han Fei landed on Xuanhuan's boat and charged at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was greatly shocked. He had only just grabbed his rod, but the only thing he could do in midair was lift the weapon and block the attack. Clang, Xuanhuan smashed the cabin cover and fell into it after vomiting a mouthful of blood. Han Fei said next to the cabin casually, politeness is better than arrogance. Who gave you the courage to keep your hands behind your back when you're facing an enemy? Ha! Xuanhuan roared in the cabin and charged at Han Fei. Bam! He was flung back into the fish cabin as fast as he came. Han Fei said, why are you roaring? You're launching spiritual energy explosion when your body is not steady yet. Is that what your teacher taught you? Not far away, the other young men who intended to surround him all stopped. Some were even trying to sneak back to their own boats. Han Fei raised his boat and pointed at one of them. Whoever you are, I'll break your legs and throw you into the ocean if you run any farther. The young man was too scared to run. Xuanhuan was a level 8 fisher, and he had been knocked out by this guy in 2 attacks. Who was this guy? Not bothering what they were thinking, Han Fei shouted to Xiaoyu, collect the points. Xiaoyu was stunned. She was ready for a brutal battle, but it was already over before she jumped on the enemy's boat. Who are you? Clutching the cabin wall with both hands, Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei, his mouth full of blood. Han Fei said solemnly, I'm the person whom you can't defeat. Xuanhuan, Chapter 54, Skilled Storyteller. Xuanhuan's trial ended in advance because he had lost his combat ability and his best fishers had been knocked out. It was impossible to rob other people with those level 5 fishers. At this moment, Han Fei said to He Xiaoyu in frustration, we can't sail so many boats back. He Xiaoyu said, nobody will dare to rob you again when they see so many boats. Han Fei asked, He Xiaoyu, do you think we are first place now? He Xiaoyu said, you are the first place. I'm probably behind the 100th. He Xiaoyu regretted that the battle had ended before she joined it. As a result, she felt ashamed to ask Han Fei to give several boats to her. Han Fei said, that doesn't sound right. I think my points are excessive. I'll give you 1, maybe 2 boats, so that you can make it to the top 100. He Xiaoyu's eyes glittered. Do you mean it? Delighted, she went to pick the boats and exclaimed now and then. Han Fei said, you can take however many green turtles and yellow fish you want, but not the bladefish. He Xiaoyu, first it was already dusk. The gigantic sun was hanging about the surface of the ocean so closely as if they could walk into it if they took a step ahead. Sitting on the deck and watching the sun, Han Fei murmured, too bad that there is no alcohol or cigarettes. What are cigarettes? He Xiaoyu finished picking and was confident he'd make it to the top 100. She did not want to reach top 3, nor was she capable of doing so. Han Fei asked, has it ever occurred to you what a beautiful world we are in? He Xiaoyu said, are we? My father said that the bottom of the ocean was much more beautiful and that I couldn't imagine the plethora of colors there. I wish I could see them someday. Han Fei glanced at her. Why don't you learn to appreciate the gigantic sun for a start? What's good about the sun? Han Fei smiled. Had you ever wondered why the sun is so huge? Isn't it marvelous to you? What's holding such an enormous object? What's preventing it from crashing into us? He Xiaoyu eyed Han Fei as if he were an idiot. The sea god, of course. The sea god captured the most brilliant star in the darkness, and it turned into the sun. Hanfei, Hanfei said, hee hee, I don't believe any of that crap. He Xiaoyu said, do not speak ill of the sea god. It was the sea god who created the ocean, brought the light, and gave us all the wonders in the world. Hanfei asked, He Xiaoyu, have you ever seen a rainbow? He Xiaoyu first? Hanfei grabbed a bottle of water and said, look at the sky and behold. He had a mouthful of water and spewed it out to the sky. Pooh, 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 pooh. He Xiaoyu looked at Hanfei in shock and sympathy. He Xiaoyu looked at Hanfei in shock and sympathy. He was not turning back into the Hanfei a month ago, was he? Ah ha! Suddenly, He Xiaoyu looked at the mist in shock and rubbed her eyes. Her mouth was hanging open. Aha, Hanfei said. Be quiet. Why are you yelling? He Xiaoyu pulled Hanfei and pointed at the sky. The seven-colored divine light. The seven-colored divine light that leads to the sea god's realm, Hanfei said. Shut up. Ignorance is truly scary. Hanfei waved his hand and said when the rainbow was gone, it's called a rainbow. It's caused by the optical dispersion and reflection when the sunlight reaches water drops that are approximately spheres. Forget it, you can't understand it anyway. He Xiaoyu looked at Hanfei with her full interest. No, it's the seven-colored divine light. Hanfei, did you meet the sea god at the bottom of the ocean a month ago? Hanfei said. I met many a sea conch. He, Xiaoyu, wanted to ask more, but Hanfei interrupted her and said, look, a boat is coming. The fishing trial would be over soon. All the boats that passed by had fled in a hurry when they saw Hanfei's fleet. However, a few boats were coming straight at them. Hanfei and He Xiaoyu were both curious. Who was so bold? Hanfei asked, are you ready to rob? He Xiaoyu replied, yes. As the boats approached, Hanfei saw Tangei, and Tangei saw Hanfei. He, Xiaoyu, hopped and waved her hand. Tangei, we're here. Tangei was astounded to see Hanfei's boats. Hanfei, what has happened? Hanfei said, oh, they're my loot. Tangei, raised his head in disbelief. I'm only away for less than a month, and you are capable of looting so many boats in the fishing trial? He Xiaoyu said enviously. It's all because of the treasures you left for him. Tangji, how much good stuff did you give him? He's already capable of killing an inspector after a month. Did I leave many things? Wait, what? An inspector? Who killed an inspector? Hanfei was of a mind to stuff He Xiaoyu the blabbermouth into the fish cabin. She had exposed all his secrets the moment they met. Holding Tangei's neck, Hanfei whispered to him, don't be surprised. I had other fortuitous incidents. I spent 5 days on the ocean when you were not home. During the 5 days, I met a white-bearded old man who insisted on teaching an art to me. There was a lot of information in Hanfei's confession, but Tangei ignored the details and asked, who tried to kill you? Hanfei said, haha. It wasn't a problem for me at all. Don't leak the secret, though. I told other people that I advanced fast because of the treasures you gave me. Tanga nodded and said, okay, it's best not to attract too much attention. However, killing an inspector is a big thing. Why did you, Hanfei said, he should be a traitor among the inspectors who worked for the tigers. I only knocked him into the ocean when he was not prepared before a snake belt slithered through him. So, I didn't actually kill him. Tangei was shocked. You fell into the ocean? Were you hurt? Hanfei said. As you can see, I'm absolutely fine. Tangei said gloomily, the tigers are truly bold. Rest assured, I'll teach them a lesson after we're back. Hanfei said, not thinking that it was a big deal. Forget it. Let me take care of it. Right, will you be home tonight? I'll teach you the technique if you are. Fangzhe shook his head in the fog. A white-bearded old man? Battle technique? Could there be any great expert in Heavenly Water Village? It was indeed a miracle that the young man became a level 7 fisher from a level 2 fisher, but in the city, there were people who grew from a regular fisher into a hidden fisher overnight. That was more splendid than the description of any word. Hanfei said unhurriedly, let me tell you, the name of the battle technique is the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning. Say what? All of them were shocked when Fangzhe appeared out of nowhere. Overwhelmed, He Xiaoyu said, Master Angel. Hanfei was much better than He Xiaoyu, but he also pretended to be surprised. Greetings, Master Angel. Fangzhe nodded and asked solemnly, what's the name of the technique you talked about? Hanfei said, the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning. Fangzhe said, tell me in detail how you met the old man. Hanfei began making things up. I was cultivating that night and felt that I was on the verge of a breakthrough, but something was always missing. Then, a white-bearded old man emerged out of thin air and told me that my body qualities were too bad. He then pressed his hand on my forehead and I learned the technique. Fangzhe mumbled, knowledge pouring and a top body polishing method, you met a venerable level expert. You're truly unbelievably lucky, boy, Hanfei asked foolishly. How strong is a venerable level expert? Is he stronger than you, Master Angel? Fangzhe chuckled. For someone like you, it's best not to learn such things. All you need to know is that venerables are the best experts in the ocean. Right, did you mention that the art was incomplete? Hanfei said. It includes 108 movements. Doing them is hard, but it's quite effective. Fangzhe said, of course, Tangei, we'll spend a few more days in Heavenly Water Village. You have to learn the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning. Well, the Venerable taught Hanfei the technique. Is it appropriate for me to learn it? Feng Zhe said. It doesn't matter. The Venerable only taught him the basics, so he was not the Venerable's disciple. If he had the full technique, we would have to keep ourselves away from it. Feng Zhe then observed Han Fei, wondering why the Venerable guided a common fisher. Did the guy have any potential that he didn't notice? Chapter 55, Can I Take These Fish? He Xiaoyu listened in silence, shocked as if she had heard the greatest secret. It was not Feng Zhe's plan to visit them, but since he had arrived, he decided to give his juniors some greeting gifts. He took out 2 crimson sea fruits and said, Since we've met, these 2 spiritual fruits are my gifts for you. He Xiaoyu accepted one of them, stunned. They were the crimson sea fruits that only the village leader could enjoy. But the angel had tossed them to her casually. Han Fei, on the other hand, thought for a moment and said, Master Angel, would it be outrageous if I propose a request? Feng Zhe was rather surprised that Han Fei did not take the crimson sea fruit. A regular villager could resist such temptation? Even Tang Ge was too shocked to say anything when he saw the crimson sea fruit for the first time. Feng Zhe said, Oh, what is it that you want? Although you are Tang Ge's brother, I won't take your incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning without giving anything in return. Han Fei said, Master Angel, could you grant me a boat? Regular boats are too fragile for battles. I'm afraid that I'll spend a long time here, so a good boat might be more useful than a spiritual fruit. Feng Zhe smiled and said, Interesting, you are smart. A good boat is much more important than a spiritual fruit. Huh? Han Fei pretended to be surprised. Feng Zhe waved his hand and said, Fine, I'll give you a boat. A white boat appeared in the ocean out of nowhere. Its shape and decorations were much better than those of the boat they were on. What caught Han Fei's attention was not the boat itself, but how it appeared. He wondered if it had the same mechanism as his Forge the Universe. Feng Zhe said, All right, your trial will end soon. Go now. Feng Zhe disappeared in the blink of an eye. The village leader announced soon after fishing trial left, I hereby announce that the fishing trial has ended. Everyone will stay where they are. I will watch in the sky. The result of whoever moves will be nullified. All the inspectors were deployed. Some parents also came in to check the result. An inspector came to Han Fei after a quarter. Han Fei was surprised. He knew the inspector to be Zhou Ding from the southern campus, who grabbed him out of the southern campus last time. Zhou Ding was stunned to see the dozens of boats. He thought that they must belong to a heavenly talent, but he exclaimed when he saw Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. It's you? Han Fei said. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. He Xiaoyu said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. Tang Ge said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ding asked, Are you Tang Ge? After seeing Tang Ge, he was no longer surprised about so many boats. Who dared to stop the disciple of an angle from robbing them? Of the 10,000 boats that participated in the trial, only 3,000 remained. At this moment, all the staff in the ports were summoned to calculate the fish on those boats. Scores were announced now and then. Zhou Chang, total score, 481 points. Ding Daiyu, total score, 389 points. Xu Erling, total score, 501 points. Whenever someone's score was above 500, people exclaimed, because such a score was almost certainly among the top 1,000. Suddenly, one of the staff exclaimed, Wang Baiyu, total score, 4,982 points. Hua. Everybody was shocked. It was almost 5,000 points. The third son of the Wang family was truly extraordinary. One of the parents exclaimed, He's definitely the second place. Some parents were envious. I'm told that the angel will award the top 3 with spirit concentration art. It must be an awesome battle technique. Some parents mocked, What do you know? Spirit concentration art is not a battle technique, but a great profession. Those who practice spirit concentration are known as spirit concentrators. Some parents even said with mixed feelings, I wish that Wang Baiyu was my son. Han Fei, Tang Ge, and He Xiaoyu were waiting for their scores to be calculated. It was Tang Ge's turn first. The staff was dumbfounded to see the chain of boats. Were they all Tang Ge's? Tang Ge pointed at them and said, Those 5 boats are mine. Huh, everybody took a breath in relief. They almost thought that the boats all belonged to Tang Ge. Soon, someone exclaimed again, Tang Ge's total score is 588 points. The parents remarked again, as expected of the angel's disciple. He's 1,000 points higher than Wang Baiyu. Someone shook their head. Not just 1,000. If Wang Baiyu's family hadn't asked other people to help him, he couldn't have obtained 5,000 points. Wang Jie, as Tang Ji's teacher, blushed in excitement. That was his student. It seemed that they had a winner now. Nobody thought that the angel helped him, because it was not worth it. If the angel had taken action, he could have reaped 50,000 points easily. On the other hand, He Xiaoyu was brought away for statistics too. He Mingtong had been observing her. When he saw that He Xiaoyu returned with Tanga and Han Fei, he knew that his daughter's result couldn't be bad. Before He Xiaoyu's fish was weighed, a worker announced, Hukun, 1,029 points. Hukun was excited. The last 12 hours had been perilous for him. He was almost killed many times, even though he was in level 7 now. After hearing the score, he knew that he could be among the top 100. But he saw He Xiaoyu behind him and changed his face when he noticed the 3 boats that came with her. Did Li Hu not catch her? A moment later, the worker said in shock, He Xiaoyu, total score, 3,012 points. Ha ha ha, He Mingtang couldn't help but laugh in excitement. A teacher complimented him. Old He, you have a great daughter. Mr. He, your daughter is a future grand fishing master. He, my boy's score is not very high, but he is handsome and courteous. Can you consider him? He Mingtang couldn't hear any of that now. Your son looks like a yellow fish, yet you say that he's handsome, and you want him to marry my daughter? All the parents saw He Xiaoyu's appearance and praised how beautiful she was. Someone even secretly remembered it and planned to ask his son to pursue her. Hu Kun was stunned. The score was a slap in his face. He thought that He Xiaoyu was robbed by Li Hu, but why did she have 3,012 points? Was He Xiaoyu stronger than him? Hu Kun saw Han Fei behind He Xiaoyu. Immediately, he felt awful because he saw the dense boats behind Han Fei. Finally, it was Han Fei's turn to be calculated. The worker asked, "Are you Han Fei? Which of these boats is yours?" Han Fei said, "All of them are mine." The worker stared at Han Fei. "Say what? All of them are yours?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, all of them." The worker circled the boats in disbelief and asked again, "Are they truly yours?" Han Fei said, "There are so many teachers here. How can I be lying?" Han Fei had 21 boats in total. Nobody could have believed that they all belonged to one person. While they were calculating, one of the workers opened a cabin and exclaimed in shock. It was full of bladefish without a single green turtle. The worker was dumbfounded. Han Fei was the only one who knew that there were only 4 boats of bladefish, but that was still plenty. A moment later, when Han Fei's result was out, a worker simply cried. Everybody looked at the worker, but she raised the book and stammered, Han Fei's total score is 13,208 points. Chapter 56, The First Place. The whole place fell quiet. Everybody had been chit-chatting heatedly, but they were all rendered silent by the score. The teachers and the staff were dumbfounded, and so was the villager leader, the headmaster, and Wang Jie. Only Tang Ge was smiling. Han Fei scratched his head. The situation was getting awkward. "It's impossible! He cheated!" Hu Kun grew excited. He was truly shocked by the number, which was 10 times higher than his. The only possibility he could think of was that Han Fei cheated. How else could he have acquired such a high score? Squinting, Han Fei looked at him and said, "Young man, you are responsible for what you're saying." The village leader stood out and said, "Young man, what proof do you have to accuse Han Fei of cheating?" Of course Hu Kun had no proof, but he suddenly had an idea. It must be Tang Ge Han Fei, and Tang Ge are good brothers. Tang Ge must have given his points to Han Fei. Why else could he have acquired such a high score? Humph. Tunga stood out and said, "Hu Kun, stop slandering. I did not give Han Fei a single point. He won his points on his own." Hu Kun said excitedly, "You're lying. He was only a level 2 fisher 2 months ago, but after a month he got more than 10,000 points in the fishing trial." Can you believe that? The village leader and other people looked at Han Fei, wondering if he was a level 2 fisher a month ago. He certainly did not look like one right now. Han Fei was not bothered. "Hu Kun, everybody has their own lucky moments. Shouldn't I have mine after all the life and death experiences? You, on the other hand, can't make it to the top 10 anyway with your 1,000 points. So why are you attacking me?" "Is it because you are jealous of me?" some parents shouted. "Young man, tell us how you got the points." "That's right. It's not a problem to explain the source of the points, is it? How many people did you rob to get so many points?" Many people were shouting, some were truly interested, and some were merely enjoying the drama. The village leader scolded, "Silence. The calculation is not over yet." Finally, when the noises died down, the village leader looked at Han Fei and hesitated. "Han Fei, you can talk about it if you want. I guarantee that nobody will ask for your trouble." Han Fei asked. "Village leader, can I hold you to your word?" The village leader said, "Of course, just spill it out. Nobody will ask for your trouble." Han Fei said, "This is what happened. I was not interested in robbery at all, but many people came to rob me, including Li Hu, Xiao Wushuang, and other students that I did not know. So, I robbed them instead." Han Fei finally bared his fangs at this moment. The heavenly talents in the village were nothing at all for the big shots. How could he rise to higher places if he couldn't compare to the heavenly talents? So, he thought it was time for him to reveal his abilities. "What? You robbed Li Hu? Huh? I saw Xiao Wushuang return after being wounded. Was he robbed by Han Fei? That's impossible. Li Hu is a level 8 fisher. Xiao Wushuang's spiritual heritage is level 4, low quality. Could Han Fei defeat him?" People whispered to each other, unconvinced. Hu Kun scolded, "That's poppycock. Li Hu and Xiao Wushuang are both level 8 fishers. How could you have robbed them of their boats?" Han Fei looked at him pitifully. "Is it a surprise?" "Because they couldn't defeat me." "Do you want them to speak for themselves?" It was a pity that neither Li Hu nor Xiao Wushuang could stand up right now. Li Jue was clenching his fists among the parents. He could not burst into fury although his son had almost been crippled. He even needed to thank his enemy for not killing his son. Xiao Wushuang was also a proud man. His spiritual heritage was only second to Tang Ge's in Heavenly Water Village, and he was supposed to be the strongest other than Tang Ge, but he was defeated by a Mr. Nobody. Why would he embarrass himself by explaining the details to the public? Looking at the staff, Han Fei said, "Is my score certain now?" The staff looked at the village leader and nodded. Han Fei's total score is 13,028 points. Whoever is not convinced is free to check it later, but you must not hinder the following calculations. However, Han Fei did not leave immediately. He asked the staff in a low voice, "I wonder if I could take those fish away." After a brief pause, the staff said, "We provide delivery service. I don't think it's easy to take dozens of boats away." Han Fei said, "It's very easy. I'll take them back on my own." The staff, well, the calculation continued. It was finished before nightfall. Standing on a floating boat, the villager leader announced with a list in his hand. The first place is Han Fei. Total score, 13,028 points. The second place is Tang Ji. Total score, 5,882 points. The third place is Wang Baiyu. Total score, 4,982 points. The fourth place is Shangnan. Total score, 4,356 points. Total score, 2,222 points. The results after the 10th place plummeted. Eventually, Hu Kun was the 86th place. It was not a bad result, but it was not nearly as good as the top 10 places. According to the final result, the score of the 1000th place was 496 points. Some were delighted, and some were upset. While the top 1000 were happy, they were touched by what the villager leader said next. "Dear students, I believe that you have recognized the cruelty of the fishing trial, which is a reflection of reality. In the Level 1 and Level 2 fisheries, such things happen on a daily basis." Many students and parents fell silent. In fact, some of the parents had been silent since the beginning because they didn't find their children. The village leader continued, "Do you know the casualties of this fishing trial?" According to the inspectors, 13,564 students took part in the fishing trial, but only 10,031 returned. 20% of them are buried in this ocean. Everybody was touched, including Han Fei himself. He knew that there were casualties, because many boats he looted were empty in the first place. Many students who were in alliances attacked each other. That was the biggest cause of casualties. The village leader said emotionally, "The reality is cruel." Only 298 boats were able to finish the fishing trial. 5,000 people were injured in the trial, some permanently. I'm telling you this not to intimidate you, but to inform you that in order not to perish in this man-eating ocean, you have to work extra hard. There is always hope as long as you are alive. Han Fei fell silent after hearing the statistics. This was only a fishing trial of the village. What about the town and the city? For the first time, he recognized the cruelty of this world, the cruelty of cultivation. To become a hidden fisher as good as Feng Zhe, how many bones must one step on? Han Fei looked at the parents at the periphery. Nobody smiled anymore. Some were weeping, and some were comforting them. Han Fei took a deep breath. He had to compete with people and with fate. Chapter 57, Toss the Fish for Fun. The first thing that Han Fei did after he returned to the floating island was to ask Li Gang to make barbecue. At night, hundreds of people were gathered around the barbecue stand in the market. Li Gang was sweating hard as he roasted the food. He shouted, "Don't be hasty. There will be a half price in our shop in the next 3 days. You can come whenever you want." Li Gang was too busy to even drink any water, but he was delighted. He was hated when he collected protection fees for the tigers before, but right now, his barbecue was in such high demand that people were voluntarily throwing their money at him. Li Gang and his girlfriend were busy in the market, and Han Fei, Tang Ge, and He Xiaoyu were enjoying barbecue in Han Fei's home. They were having a headache over how to deal with the fish they caught. He Xiaoyu's 3 boats had been taken away by He Ming Tang. After Han Fei sorted out the boats he still had 15 full boats. Even though he had given Li Gang 3, he still had 12 full boats that he had no place to put away. Enjoying the garlic lobsters in his hand, Tang Ge remarked, "Delicious. This is delicious. We should make all fish into barbecue." "We'll make a lot of money," Han Fei said. "They are too many. We have hundreds of thousands of kilograms of fish." He Xiaoyu said, "Considering the weather right now, the fish will die and go bad within 1 week." Han Ge proposed, "Should we sell them?" Thinking for a long time, Han Fei said, "They were taken from the ocean, so they should be returned to the ocean." "Why don't we throw them back into the ocean?" "Throw them back?" Tang Ge and He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. Had he forgotten the bitter days of the past so quickly? Han Fei said, "Our barbecue stand can use up 2 boats of fish by tomorrow night at best. The rest will be wasted." Noticing their disdain, Han Fei immediately said, "You do not understand it? We have been absorbing resources from the ocean all the time. Now that the resources are excessive, we better throw them back into the ocean instead of letting them rot, right?" Tang Ge scratched his head. "Then, why did you take those fish back? You could have sold them at the port." Han Fei had a bite of the lobster and said, "They were too lonely in the ocean. I took them to the sky for a ride." Tang Ge, Haye, He Xiaoyu. Then, ignoring them, Han Fei jumped onto a boat. He had rented all the boats from the port, and they were tied somewhere near his home right now. He Xiaoyu nudged Tang Ge and said, "Did you notice that, although he is growing strong very fast, his brain sometimes malfunctions?" Tang Ge said unhappily, "What are you talking about? How could he have won the favor of a venerable if something is wrong with his brain?" He Xiaoyu said, "I feel that he changed after he was pulled out of the water last time." Tang Ge was deep in thought. Was this Han Fei's real nature? Then He Xiaoyu hesitated. "Do you think it's possible that a fish turned into He Xiaoyu? It's said that there are fish who can turn into humans in lands unknown." Tang Ge scorned and looked at He Xiaoyu speechlessly. "I think my brother is fine. You, on the other hand, need to check your brain." At this moment, Han Fei had started throwing the fish. He smiled happily every time he threw a fish down. Tunga and He Xiaoyu were both dazed. He Xiaoyu said, "I'll help you." "Stay there," Han Fei scolded. He Xiaoyu, who was going to jump off. "Girls shouldn't do the hard work. Sit there and enjoy the barbecue." Tunga smiled and said, "Let me help you. You stay there too." Tunga Zhe wrote. Han Fei rolled. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "Fine, it's not an urgent task to throw the fish. I'll teach you the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning first." He Xiaoyu pouted her lips and said, "Okay, I'll go back." Han Fei asked, "Why are you going back? You can learn it together." "Huh?" Han Fei looked at Han Fei in shock. "Really? I can learn it too?" Han Fei waved his hand and said generously, "I don't have many friends. How can I forget you?" Han Fei, who climbed up the cliff, mumbled to himself, "I won't tell you that I'm only teaching you because I don't want you to throw my fish." He Xiaoyu was quite excited. According to Feng Zhe, it was a top battle technique of the legendary Venerables. She didn't know what Venerables were, but they had to be strong. Teng Ge was the same. He thought that Han Fei could barely pass the fishing trial, but right now Han Fei was already able to teach him a battle technique. Han Fei said, "Stand there and imitate me. Try to be exactly the same." Teng Ge said, "Okay." He Xiaoyu said, "Not a problem." The first movement was to bend back and reach one hand to the ground and the other to the feet. Han Fei completed it easily. Teng Ge blushed as the movement was difficult. He Xiaoyu, on the other hand, fell on the ground. Han Fei said, "He Xiaoyu, are you capable of this or not? Girls are supposed to be more pliable than guys. How did you fall?" He Xiaoyu, "It's so difficult," Han Fei asked. "Do you want to learn it or not?" He Xiaoyu nodded quickly. "I do." 1, 2, 3. Han Fei taught 18 movements in a row. Both Tunga and He Xiaoyu were sweating hard by the 8th and almost collapsed after they were done. Han Fei was puzzled. It was difficult for him at the start, but he could complete 36 movements. Was their poor performance because of his bad teaching? Feng Zhe observed everything from the sky. He nodded now and then. Every movement of the top battle technique required all the muscles on the human body. He wondered if he should study it too. Forget it. It's fine for the juniors to learn it, but if I do... Tunga and He Xiaoyu breathed so heavily as if they just came out of the ocean. As they continued, Tunga suddenly sensed something. "Huh? The capacity of my spiritual energy has increased," He Xiaoyu said. "Really? Ah, that's true." They were about to tell Han Fei the good news, but Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. They walked out of the room only to see that Han Fei was throwing the fish and whistling in delight. Han Fei was angry to see them. "You stopped already? You can't stop until tomorrow morning." "Huh?" He Xiaoyu was frightened. The world was falling apart for her after she finished the 18 movements. Did she have to repeat them until tomorrow morning? Teng Ge's lips also twitched. He wondered if he could make it. Suddenly, Han Fei patted his head and said, "Hey, I forgot that I still had some iron fish body polishing fluid. Take some of that and you will feel nothing during cultivation. I cultivated myself for 3 days in a row back then." Teng Ge looked at Han Fei in shock. It was hard for him to finish the difficult movements once, and Han Fei did them for 3 days. Also, the whole set included 108 movements. Immediately, Tunga said, "He Xiaoyu, let's go and keep practicing." While Han Fei was throwing fish and Tunga and He Xiaoyu were cultivating, He Mingtong was angry on his way to Han Fei's home. "Yes, you helped my daughter in the fishing trial, but this doesn't mean that you can kidnap her. Look, she's not home yet, even when it's so late." Before He Mingtong reached Han Fei's home, a person appeared in front of him and shocked him. He was dumbfounded after he recognized who the person was. Master Angel." Feng Zhe asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" He Mingtong replied in a hurry. "Master Angel, I'm here for my daughter. Tomorrow will be the day of spirit awakening, but my daughter is not home yet, so I'm here to look for her." Feng Zhe asked casually, "Is your daughter He Xiaoyu?" He Mingtong nodded. He Xiaoyu was indeed at Han Fei's place. Feng Zhe waved his hand and said, "Go back now. He Xiaoyu is lucky to have the chance to practice an ultimate technique. She'll join the awakening ritual on her own tomorrow." "Huh? An ultimate technique? Right, of course. I'll take my leave." He Mingtong was shocked. The angel said that it was an ultimate technique. His daughter was truly good. His anger was gone, and he returned in delight. Chapter 58, Spirit Awakening, Fort's God. Han Fei's arm was sore after throwing fish for a whole night, but he was delighted when he checked his data. Owner, Han Fei level, 7 Advanced Fisher, Spiritual Energy, 38,012,279, Spiritual Heritage, Level 2, Low Quality, Upgradable. Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality. He spent tremendous spiritual energy in the fishing trial and had no more than 27,000 points left afterward. After one night, he had earned 10,000 back. It was not bad. The dawn would arrive in 2 hours. Han Fei wondered if he should improve his spiritual heritage. If the awakening ritual had something to do with one's potential, spiritual heritage would be very important. He knew Feng Zhe must be around, but he was not certain that the man would discover it. Thinking for a moment, Han Fei thought that he could give it a try. He dared to do so because he thought that Feng Zhe was not as prestigious as people believed. Heavenly Water Village was only a village, and there were towns and cities above it. If Feng Zhe was here to host the awakening ritual, didn't it mean that all the other villages had similar experts as hosts? Even if Feng Zhe noticed something wrong, he could still make up a story and fool him. There was Tengge after all. The other boys certainly couldn't hurt him. Thinking about that, Han Fei climbed the cliff, only to see that Feng Zhe was enjoying barbecue and liquor on the roof of his house. When he saw Han Fei, he said casually, "This food is not bad. I did not know that the lowliest spiritual fruits were so delicious. Also, how did you make this alcohol? Tell me the mechanism later." Han Fei scratched his head and dropped the idea of improving his spiritual heritage. How could he do that in front of Feng Zhe without exposing the demon purification pot? He said in a hurry, "If you like it, I'll give you the method to make the alcohol as well as barbecue." Feng Zhe nodded. He waved his hand, and a piece of vintage jade appeared before Han Fei. Feng Zhe said, "I won't take advantage of you. I promised the top 3 of the fishing trial that I would give them spirit concentration, but since you were the first place and also offered the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning, I'll give you this spiritual book. It contains many ways of cultivation for a spirit concentrator. It depends on yourself how much you can learn." Han Fei was shocked. The spirit concentration art was changed into the ways of cultivation for a spirit concentrator? That's much better. Han Fei said, "Thank you, Master Angel." Feng Zhe stopped talking to Han Fei, and Han Fei came to Tengge and He Xiaoyu. They were not just sweating now, they were practically smoking. There was no telling what Feng Zhe had given them. However, Han Fei speculated that they just took spiritual fruits such as the crimson sea fruits because he could smell the fragrance. Han Fei joined the cultivation, but he did not ask Feng Zhe for a spiritual fruit. He thought a boat was already fair enough. The morning sun dyed the sky red. Every time he saw the view, Han Fei found the world wonderful and marvelous. Crack. He, Xiaoyu, who was maintaining a weird posture, had tremendous unknown matter emerging from her body as if she had broken certain obstacles. Body cleansing? Han Fei recognized it quickly. The same thing happened to him when he upgraded his art, except that He Xiaoyu's effect was not as good as his, probably because she only took a spiritual fruit. On level 8 now? Bam, He Xiaoyu fell on the ground. She was too tired. Practicing the 18 movements was the most exhausting thing she'd done in her entire life. Tengge, on the other hand, did not rise until he finished the last movement. "I feel good," Tengge grinned and said. "I feel that my capacity for spiritual energy has increased by at least 30 points. This art is truly magnificent." Han Fei was shocked. "How many?" Tengge said. 30 points? Are you not the same?" Han Fei was lost for words. He did not want to talk to Tengge. Was that the difference between a mortal and a genius? He only increased a dozen points after completing all the 108 movements. He Xiaoyu said enviously. "So many? Why do I feel that mine only increased by 10 points? Han Fei said gloomily. "Mine was even fewer." Ha ha ha, Feng Zhe appeared and laughed. "That's the power of the spiritual heritage. Not bad. After learning the 108 movements, Tengge, you will be invincible in your level." Ha ha ha, Feng Zhe was obviously very delighted. Han Fei sensed that it was probably because he could mock those who sent him to this shabby place after he returned to the city. The most sacred place on the floating island was the center of it. Even the village leader was not qualified to live here. It was the first time that Han Fei had come to the center of Heavenly Water Village. There was a stone statue in this place. It was a woman who was raising a fishing pole high. Many offerings were laid before the statue. "Daughter," He Mingtong was relieved to see He Xiaoyu come with Han Fei and Tengge. He observed He Xiaoyu and said in shock, "Daughter, you are a level 8 fisher now." He Xiaoyu blushed. "Father, don't ask too much." He Mingtong said, "Right, of course, I won't ask. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell me anything." He Mingtong could barely stop grinning. It seemed that hanging around with Han Fei and his brother was not bad. He thought that the angel must have granted his daughter the ultimate technique because she was Tengge's friend. He Mingtong said, "All right, pay tribute to the sea god and join the team. You will be the first batch in the awakening ritual. Don't slack off." Han Fei was astounded. "Isn't the sea god a man?" He Mingtong's face darkened. "What are you talking about? Don't say such nonsense when you're paying tribute." Han Fei mumbled that the sea god in his place was a bearded man holding a trident that was much more impressive than a fishing pole. There were no rules concerning the tribute. Han Fei took out his fishing pole and prayed like He Xiaoyu and Tengge did. After paying tribute to the sea god, they entered the circle and stood behind the statue of the sea god. It was a pit with a coverage of 200 square meters. The bottom of the pit was flat, with many complicated patterns. It looked like a splendid swimming pool. Around the pool were rows of stairs that looked like the auditorium in a stadium. At this moment, all the stairs were seated. Many people had come for the annual gala. Some came with their kids, and some were here just for fun. Han Fei and his companions were brought to the behind of the statue, where there was a channel to the pool. Han Fei saw Wang Baiyu, Xiangnan, Chen Qing, and a few other people that he did not recognize. They nodded at each other. After all, none of the top 10 would be ordinary in the future. They were the most distinguished young men on the floating island that harbored 600,000 people. Before the awakening ritual, people were crying the names of the top 10. Tengge, Tengge, Wang Baiyu, Wang Baiyu, Wang Baiyu, Xiangnan, Xiangnan, Xiangnan. The cheers echoed each louder than the last. Few people cheered for the dark horses like Han Fei, because they just learned about him. But Tanga was different. Tanga was already a role model for Xiaoyu. Even Hun Xiaoyu had some fans cheering for her. Tanga, Wang Baiyu, and Shengnan were names that were cheered most. Han Fei. The roar suddenly silenced the audience. Everybody looked at the person who cheered for Han Fei. Chapter 59, Spirit Awakening Part 2. Looking at the source of the cheer, everybody saw xuanhuan, who should have been a top 10 but was now seated among the audience. Ignoring the others, he cheered for Han Fei again. It was quite a weird moment when xuanhuan was the only one who cheered for Han Fei. Good for you. Han Fei waved his hand at the auditorium and shouted back. Everybody, Cao Yu, Wang Baiyu, and the rest of them were stunned next to Han Fei. Could it be more embarrassing? Cao Wuxuan clenched his fists. He knew that everybody underestimated Han Fei, whose power was much more terrifying than what a student who took part in the fishing trial should have. Han Fei said, "Look, there are always people whose eyes are keen." He Xiaoyu said, "Are there? Why is nobody cheering for me?" Han Fei said, "They're all planning to introduce their sons to you. Cheering for you now will make them an enemy for everybody else." He Xiaoyu said, "You are the worst." Tanga said, "It feels awful to be cheered by someone you don't know." Han Fei said, "That's because you're popular. You're a role model." Tanga said, "I think you can be a role model too." He Xiaoyu said, "I could be a role model for girls. I'm the only female among the top 10. Wang Baiyu was speechless overhearing their conversation. "Are you not nervous at all? This ritual will influence the rest of your life," Wang Baiyu said. Han Fei, Tanga, remember to walk to the center later. It will benefit you. Han Fei asked. "What's the hole at the center for?" Wang Baiyu explained. "It's where the spirit awakening water springs out." Pooh, Han Fei nearly choked. He did not know this at all. Han Fei asked, "But wouldn't there be too much spirit awakening water?" "Such a pool is enough for thousands of people," Wang Baiyu said. "The spirit awakening water has been diluted." "Have you never watched the previous rituals?" Han Fei immediately said. "Of course I have, but I never tried it in person. How I wish I could bathe here every day." Everyone, after a moment, the top 1,000 of the trial were in position. The village leader announced before everyone, "Please keep your voices down. The awakening ritual for this year is about to begin with exactly the same rules as in the past. The top 10 will go to the pool first. An hour later, the top 100 will join. After 2 hours, the rest of you will follow. You must get out of the pool the moment your naturally endowed spiritual beast is awakened." The village leader read the list. Now, Han Fei, Tanga, Wang Baiyu, He Xiaoyu, Jia Tong, Li Yuan, Cheng Qing will go to the pool. Excitedly, they walked down the stairs while the other students watched them enviously. This was the privilege for the top places because they were presumably the most talented. The rest of the students could only come later. The spirit awakening water was not filled in the pool yet. Han Fei and his companions scattered around the hole at the center and sat down. He Xiaoyu and Tenge were seated at Han Fei's sides, 5 meters away from each other. He Xiaoyu asked, "Han Fei, what do you think my spiritual beast is? I'm so excited." Han Fei thought for a moment. He had only seen Wang Ye's giant crab since he came to this world. Li Hu's tigerhead fish was probably not a spiritual beast. So, Han Fei said, "Probably a crab." "That's hideous. I don't want a crab. The spiritual beasts might not be from the general fishery. Many people's spiritual beasts are unseen. Some even had corals." "What, corals are a beast? I don't know, probably not. However, those who are awakened with corals have remarkable defense abilities. I don't know what will come to me." Han Fei was rendered speechless. He felt that it was good enough to have any spiritual beast. He wondered if it was a lottery where the treasure from the ocean was completely random. Wang Baiyu said, "Most people's spiritual beasts are familiar to us. However, the strange spiritual beasts are always exceptional." Hula hardly had Wang Baiyu finish speaking when a pillar of water rose. Tunga said, "Calm down and focus." The water surged up fast. Very soon, everyone's chests had been submerged. At this moment, green fluids flowed out of the hole and dyed the whole pool green. Then, the water reached their chins. Tunga said, "Hold your breath." Han Fei took a deep breath. Soon, his head was already drowned, and everyone was fixed under the water. Han Fei looked at Tunga and He Xiaoyu, only to discover that they both kept their eyes closed. So, Han Fei closed his eyes too. The moment he closed his eyes, Han Fei entered a marvelous state. He felt that he was in a magnificent ocean where the waves were brushing his body like gentle hands. It was very comfortable. Inside his head was a world of darkness. Around him and far away were countless glittering stars that were surging into his body crazily. After a long time, when the sparkling stars were gone, Han Fei found himself in a complicated channel. His body traveled like a streak of light until he saw an ocean. Han Fei could not see what was inside the ocean. It was very clear, but there seemed to be a film between him and the water that he could not pass. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a small calabash. He was shocked. "Why are you everywhere? You're attending my awakening ritual too?" However, the demon purification pot ignored him and started spinning, attracting tremendous fish. But those fish could not pass the film either. So, new fish arrived and charged at the film. Almost an hour had passed in the outside world. Suddenly, the water was boiling. Someone exclaimed, "It's here!" Chen Qing is the first person to be awakened. Voila, Chen Qing trembled. A fish in the shape of a sword appeared next to him and swam around him. Someone sighed. It's a swordfish. That's the most aggressive fish in the level 1 fishery, but it's too common. Someone argued. What do you know? It's from the level 1 fishery anyway. You should know that most people's spiritual beasts are from the general fishery. The village leader looked at the swordfish and shook his head. That was not good enough. Swordfish were too common in the town. Then there was another anomaly in the water. This time, it was xuanhuan. A giant meat tortoise showed up next to him. Everybody exclaimed. Someone shouted, "A meat tortoise! There's a meat tortoise this year." Xuanhuan's father rose in excitement. The meat tortoise meant extraordinary defensive abilities. With such a spiritual beast, his son would never perish in the fisheries. The village leader secretly nodded. This Xuanhuan was definitely more promising. Then, Jia Tong had a giant crab like Wang Jia did. However, his crab was not as good as Wang Jia's. Wang Jia's spiritual beast was a green jade crab that could only be found in the level 1 fishery, but Jia Tong's was only a common crab from the general fishery. The gap was obvious. The audience, however, did not care about that. Someone even said enviously, crabs can be used in both offense and defense. It's not bad at all. He Mingtong was the most anxious of all. Normally, the longer the participants persisted, the stronger their spiritual beasts would be. He wondered what his daughter would get. To He Mingtang's surprise, Zhang Chang, the 6th place, got an ironhead fish first. He Mingtang was delighted. He felt that his daughter must be more talented than them. That was why she had to wait longer. The ironhead fish raised exclamations. People often joked with the ironhead fish, but such fish were highly sturdy and were not much weaker than the meat tortoise. The 5th place got a swordfish. Xiangnan, the 4th place, got the first strange fish, a ballfish. It meant that Xiangnan would have high attack abilities in the future. Few young men could get a ballfish even in the town. Suddenly, noises came from Xiao Yu's side in the water. Chapter 60, Dragon Feather Lobster. He Mingtang grew excited and sweated hard. Wang Jai said, "Don't be excited. Xiao Yu has persisted for such a long time. Her spiritual beast will certainly be better than theirs." He Mingtang nodded. "Yes, I have no doubt about that." Putong, the village leader, shouted, "A strange fish! A strange fish!" All the audience rose. They exclaimed at the fish, which was red, black, and white. "I've never seen such a fish, but it's so beautiful." He Mingtong wept. "A strange fish! Ha ha ha! The He family has a strange spiritual beast now." The village leader was rather thrilled too. It had been decades since an unknown spiritual beast appeared in the village. If Han Fei's eyes were open, he would have mocked those people for not knowing clownfish. Many people looked at the sky, as if they wondered if Feng Zhe could recognize the fish. As they expected, Feng Zhe stood in midair and said while looking at the clownfish next to He Xiaoyu, "This is a cardinal fish, also known as anemone fish. It's highly aggressive and feeds on sea anemone. It's rare, but it only has limited future abilities. If it can evolve into an obsidian fish, this child will be qualified to go to the city." Everybody whispered among themselves. Many people were startled. The fish fed on sea anemone? It could even be a qualification to go to the city. Many teachers surrounded He Mingtang. "Mr. He, congratulations. You have a marvelous daughter," He Mingtang said. "Thank you. You're flattering me." I have a relative who's in the town. Can you consider him?" He Mingtang said. "Haha. My daughter is still too young." While they congratulated He Xiaoyu, the students who got their spiritual beasts earlier than He Xiaoyu looked at her enviously. He Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes. She saw a little fish which was half red and half black with a white mark on the head. Immediately, she smiled in great delight. "Wow, you're so cute. Are you my spiritual beast? Swim for me." The clownfish seemed able to understand what she said. It swam quickly around He Xiaoyu. She couldn't be more excited. The village leader said, "Cough, cough. Those who have acquired a spiritual beast, get out now." At this moment, He Xiaoyu finally remembered that many people were watching. She immediately triggered a thought as her father taught her, and the clownfish disappeared into her forehead. He Xiaoyu looked at the bottom of the pool and noticed that Han Fei and Tanga were there. They would certainly have better spiritual beasts since they persisted longer. She decided to ask about her fish first. The first hour neared the end, and Han Fei, Tango, and Wang Baiyu were left alone in the pool. Wang Baiyu couldn't hold it anymore. Accompanied by weird noises, a green tortoise with a highly rising back showed up. Whoa, this is an armored tortoise? Some of the audience was stunned. All the tortoises were quite good. The meat tortoise was invincible in the level 1 fishery, and the armored tortoise had nearly the best defense. Their defense was not the best because legend had it that an extremely rare tortoise named rock-holding tortoise was in the level 1 fishery. It was said that the rock-holding tortoise had a battle technique on the rock on their back. However, nobody had really seen a rock-holding tortoise, so the armored tortoise was often accepted to be the best. The patriarch of the Wang family was also watching. He nodded after he saw the armored tortoise. "Good boy, if you practice hard in the future, another great armorist will appear in the Wang family." Wang Baiyu was slightly disappointed to see the armored tortoise, but he still patted its shell. He looked around subconsciously, only to discover that Han Fei and Tengge were not up yet. An hour had already passed, and the greenness in the pool was slightly dissolved. The village leader announced, "The top 100 will go to the pool." Hualala, they jumped into the water in a hurry as if it were a public bathhouse, fearing that the spirit awakening water would be absorbed by other people if they were slow. However, the audience did not pay attention to them. They were discussing Tanga and Han Fei. Someone felt weird. This Han Fei seems capable. How could he have stayed so long in the pool? Someone was puzzled. Is he a genius who is as good as Tanga? Someone shook his head. That's impossible. I'm told that Han Fei's spiritual heritage was only level 1 high quality during the test. He must be staying there because of luck. Suddenly, the center of the pool boiled, and a fire rose to the sky. Fang Zhe, who had been taking a nap with his eyes closed, appeared behind the statue of the sea god after a blink and watched earnestly. Putong, a slender creature about half a meter long, soared into the sky. It was burning with crimson flames, with a red line from its head to its tail. There were red and white bone wings on its back and a pair of pincers on its head. Everybody was astounded. What was that? Xiaoyu opened her mouth, and so did the students who were ready to join the pool. The creature was too strange. The village leader had no idea what it was at all. He simply exclaimed in excitement, "Tunga, Tunga, Tunga." Everyone was thrilled. They had never seen flames that could burn in the water. After Tunga woke up, he looked at Han Fei subconsciously, only to discover that Han Fei had not woken up yet and nobody else was around. He smiled and swam to the surface. After he got out of water, the first thing Tunga saw was what appeared to be a strange, burning lobster. Seeing that Tunga had woken up, Fangza announced in ecstasy, "If my guess is correct, this is the legendary dragon feather lobster. It's said that their pincers are as hard as godly iron. I've never seen it in person before." Fangze felt that his trip was totally worth it. He was certain that Tange would rise in the city soon. As Tange's introducer, his position would rise higher and higher. Tange mumbled, "Dragon feather lobster? Since you are completely on fire, why don't I call you xuanhuan?" The dragon feather lobster dashed to Tange's head and clutched the air with its pincers. Tunga got out of the pool while everybody cheered for him enviously. Fangze said, "Fantastic. You have probably gotten a legendary lobster spiritual beast." While Tunga was excited, he still looked at the pool. Fangze said, "Since your brother has persisted so long, his result can't be bad. You only need to wait." Everybody was looking forward to Han Fei's result. A moment later, hundreds of students who came later awakened their spiritual beasts. But the results were not entirely satisfactory. The headmaster announced the results now and then. Chen Fen has a bladefish as his spiritual beast. Chen Yu has a green turtle as his spiritual beast. Shen Luolu has a bladefish as her spiritual beast. Han Fei was bored. He saw that the creatures had been replaced many times on the other side of the film. At first, there were plenty of them, but the creatures grew fewer and tougher as time went on. He even watched a fish bite a green crab into pieces only to be pierced through by an eel later. Is it because my spiritual heritage is too low? Han Fei sensed the water currents next to him. He could tell that Xiaoyu and Tange were already finished. Didn't they say that the longer one stayed in the water, the more potential he would have? Calabash, let's upgrade my spiritual heritage, shall we? The demon purification pot ignored him and simply spun on. Suddenly, Han Fei vaguely saw a pure little fish whose exact color he could not tell on the other side of the film. Huh? Why are you so small? The lobsters, crabs, and tortoises can swallow you easily, can't they? The moment the little fish appeared, the calabash spun crazily. The transparent film seemed to be falling apart as the little fish stuck its head against it. In the pool, a swirl suddenly appeared around Han Fei. Someone exclaimed, "It's coming." Chapter 61, Twin Yin Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish Translator, Henye Translations Editor, Henye Translations. There was a sensation on the stand, and everyone watched with high expectations. What kind of spiritual beast would the first place of this fishing trial would have? Someone said, "It must be an exotic spiritual beast." After all, the sound this spiritual beast made was different. Someone nodded. "Yes, what kind of exotic fish do you think Han Fei will get?" Another person guessed, "I don't think his spiritual beast will be better than Tongyi's." Someone retorted, "Don't count on that yet. He stayed in the pool longer than Tongyi." Han Fei was a little excited at the moment as he felt the film was about to break. Did this mean that his spiritual beast was this tiny fish? Rip! Suddenly, the film broke and he felt a burst of spiritual energy fly into the middle of his eyebrows. What surprised him was that there seemed to be another burst of spiritual energy besides this one. A pure white fish suddenly appeared beside Han Fei and then began to revolve around him. Spirit-swallowing fish? What? Just a spirit-swallowing fish? Are you kidding me? I thought it was an exotic fish. No way! It caused such a stir, but it turned out to only be a spirit-swallowing fish. For a moment, the people on the stand all gasped in puzzlement. Suddenly, someone said, "No, this spirit-swallowing fish has long barbels on its face, as well on its tail and fins. It seems to be better looking than an ordinary spirit-swallowing fish." A sharp-eyed individual pointed at the head of the little white fish and said, "Look, there is a black dot on the head of this spirit-swallowing fish also." Everyone else immediately looked at it and found that there was a round black dot on the fish's head indeed, but so what? It was still a spirit-swallowing fish. Someone shook his head. This is normal. I once caught a spirit-swallowing fish whose two fins were red, but wasn't it still a spirit-swallowing fish? Someone echoed. Yes, I also once caught a spirit-swallowing fish with a long black tail. It just had a little bit of mutation, but essentially it was still a spirit-swallowing fish. The village leader glanced at it, a little disappointed, but still looked at Feng Zhe, hoping that he could give an answer. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu also looked at Feng Zhe expectantly. Feng Zhe shook his head. Maybe this spirit-swallowing fish has a slight mutation, but it's not prominent. Ordinary people don't understand that even the worst exotic fish are much stronger than ordinary spiritual beasts. They have to figure it out slowly by themselves. Tunga questioned, "Is it bad?" Feng Zhe replied, "It's not good, but not that bad either." Hearing Feng Zhe's words, some people felt lost while others had their eyes light up. There were also some who felt disdain, and of course, many people were also envious, such as those students who didn't enter the top 1,000. Some people chose to ridicule. What's the use of a spirit-swallowing fish? In terms of practicality, it's not even as good as green turtle. After all, green turtle has a very hard shell, but spirit-swallowing fish can only be used to make soup. Someone tried to defend the spirit-swallowing fish. Actually, it's not bad. After all, it's still an exotic fish. At least, it has more spiritual energy than other fishes, right? Someone sneered. Come on, except for that, it can only be used for soups. Spirit-swallowing fish is the easiest to fish in level 1 fisheries. Otherwise, why would our 4 major schools have so much spirit-swallowing fish soup to drink? Han Fei opened his eyes and surfaced, immediately seeing a beautiful white fish with long barbels, a long tail, and a black dot on its head. And besides the white fish, there was a little black fish with long barbels, a long tail, and a white dot on its head. A string of data flashed before his eyes. Spiritual beast, one named twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish introduction. They're the descendants of the mysterious primitive yin-yang sky, swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany one another. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other lives too. Level E, Level 0. Quality. Mysterious, Squality, E quality. Mysterious S spiritual energy, 100 points F food NEAS, 100 points F food NEA, 100 points F food NES. They can swallow everything. The black fish is not visible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born yin-yang divine eyes can see it. Han Fei's eyes glazed over. What kind of damned fishes did he get as his spiritual fishes? Twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish. The name sounded cool, but why was their quality mysterious? Come out, stop looking at it. It's just a spirit swallowing fish. What are you staring at? No matter how long you stare at it, it's still a spirit swallowing fish. What were we excited for? It's just the most common spirit swallowing fish. What a waste of my time. There were boos in the stands, but Han Fei just smiled. You idiots just have no idea what awesome fishes I have. But I don't mind. If I'm too outstanding, you guys will be jealous of me. Han Fei glanced at the black fish that was circling around the little white fish, and his smile grew brighter. Sure enough, no one can see you. With a thought from Han Fei, 2 spiritual lights flew into the middle of his eyebrows. After Han Fei went ashore, Tungay patted his shoulder solemnly. It's all right. At least it's an exotic spirit-swallowing fish. And it's said that every cultivator can sign contracts with many fishes, such as the tiger-head fish of the tigers. We can sign a powerful demonic fish later. He Xiaoyu said, Han Fei, don't worry about those people. All they know is to jeer at others. Maybe your spirit-swallowing fish has some effects they don't know about. Wang Jie also came to Han Fei at the moment. Exactly, your fish is also an exotic fish. Although we often drink spirit-swallowing soup, as you can see, there are not many people who can have a spirit-swallowing fish as their spiritual beast. At this moment, the village leader shouted, Wu Lei has a spirit-swallowing fish as his spiritual beast. Wang Jie was embarrassed. Well, Han Fei's face was dark. Does your face hurt? Feng Zhe was also a bit disappointed. He thought that Han Fei, who had been enlightened by a venerable level expert, should have gotten a powerful exotic spiritual beast, but it was a pity that the result was not satisfactory. They were all a bit down, but Han Fei said with a smile, What's wrong with spirit-swallowing fish? Even if it is a spirit-swallowing fish, my fish is the strongest spirit-swallowing fish in the infinite ocean. Everyone stayed silent. Some young men who didn't go down into the pool rolled their eyes. Nonsense. The strongest spirit-swallowing fish in the infinite ocean? Yes, in your dreams. Han Fei looked at Teng Ji. What spiritual beast did you get? Teng Ji wasn't sure what to say as he didn't want to discourage Han Fei. Should he say or not? But He Xiaoyu, this simple-minded girl, blurted out, an exotic fish, a legendary-level dragon feather lobster that even the angel hadn't seen. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Legendary level? Tunga said. One's own strength is the most important. You can't solely depend on your spiritual beast for cultivation. Han Fei knew that Tunga didn't want to discourage him, so he looked at He Xiaoyu and said, What about you? Did you get a big crab as your spiritual beast? He Xiaoyu pouted. No big crab. I don't like big crabs. Look, my little red looks so pretty. With a twinkle of light between He Xiaoyu's brows, a clownfish appeared in midair and swam in the air around He Xiaoyu. Han Fei blurted out, A clownfish? Smack. Xiaoyu gave him a slap. Bah, it's not a clownfish, but a beauty fish. Han Fei, the clownfish in Han Fei's eyes was a series of data floating in the air. Spiritual beast, name a cardinal fish, introduction. A rare species of fish with strong territorial awareness and combat capability feeds on various anemones and can digest various venoms. L level, level 0 quality. Rare spiritual energy, 100 points, F food anemone no. If it evolves into an obsidian fish, it'll become a precious fish species. Hanfei thought about the man-eating sea anemone he saw on the sea floor and was a little surprised. Does this fish eat sea anemone? That's pretty strong. He Xiaoyu snorted. Yes, it also has a nice name, Cardinal. Hanfei asked, did you all get exotic fishes? How many people have gotten exotic fish in total? He Xiaoyu answered. Just Tunga and me. Oh, Wang Baiyu has a big turtle as his spiritual beast. Your spirit-swallowing fish should be at the same level as his big turtle. Hanfei knew that He Xiaoyu was trying to comfort him. How could a spirit-swallowing fish be at the same level as a big turtle? Even giant meat turtles were way better than spirit-swallowing fish. These people who entered the pool later were quick to get their spiritual beasts. Almost no one lasted longer than half an hour, nor did they get an exotic fish. The best spiritual beast they got was a snake belt. After them, the remaining 900 people entered the pool and the color of the water in the pool began to fade quickly. These people finished even more quickly and almost all got their spiritual beasts within 15 minutes. The best spiritual beast they obtained was a mutated tentacle lobster. When there were only dozens of people left in the pool, the green spirit awakening fluid had been completely absorbed. Some of these people burst into tears. I worked so hard to get ranked among the top 1,000 but ended up like this? Of course, Hanfei and his companions didn't see this scene because they had already gone home to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Chapter 62, My Goal is the Infinite Ocean Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The cottage where Hanfei was living had become a forbidden area, and even the village leader couldn't be within a kilometer of it. 7 days later, the sunset had almost set. In Hanfei's small courtyard, Tange was panting and sweating with his hands on his knees. Tange was soaked with sweat but laughed. I finally completed the 108 stances at once. He Xiaoyu was still practicing the 96th stance and her hair was muddled by sweat, but she still asked persistently, Tunga, how much has your upper limit increased? Tunga felt it and said, I'm not sure, but now it seems to stop at 199 points and can't be increased anymore. He Xiaoyu immediately exclaimed, Wow, 199 points, that's so high. Is a level 9 fisher's affordability for spiritual energy so high? Mine seems to be only 99 points, but I feel it can still be increased as long as I complete all the 108 stances at once. Hanfei, how about you? Hanfei looked at his data. Owner, Hanfei level, 7 advanced fisher, R spiritual energy, 42892, 22992, spiritual heritage, level 2, low quality, upgradable. A spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish weapon, purple bamboo rod main arta, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss mortal level, divine quality. Hanfei wondered if 299 points was the threshold, but Tange was already a level 9 fisher. Was his upper limit of spiritual energy only 299 points? On the surface, Hanfei just grinned. What a coincidence. Mine is also 99 points. He Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. I will soon surpass you. In the past few days, Hanfei didn't dare to cultivate or upgrade his spiritual heritage, but rather practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing with Tunga and other companions. In fact, his upper limit had early reached 299 points. He knew his upper limit probably wouldn't increase if he didn't make a breakthrough, but his breakthrough would make a pretty big racket. He'd better not let Feng Zhe, an outsider, see it, so he just practiced the 108 stances over and over again. Of course, besides that, he would also go to the plantation and barbecue stalls, but most of the barbecue he brought back was eaten by Feng Zhe. This guy thought buying food at barbecue stalls would tarnish his image, so whenever he wanted to eat barbecue, he would gesture to Hanfei with his eyes, and then Hanfei had to do the legwork for him. The only person who was allowed to come to this cottage these days was Li Gang, who was terrified every time he came. He, a street hooligan, almost peed the first time he saw a big shot like an angel. Fortunately, Feng Zhe knew that this guy was here to send material for making distilled spirits, otherwise he would have killed him with a slap. At this moment, Feng Zhe was amazed. Tunga was already a level 9 fisher with an upper limit of 299 points for spiritual energy. How many people in the city could reach this level? And he still hadn't reached the peak. If he had, wouldn't his upper limit even exceed 300 points? It seemed that only a fishing master could do this. What was my upper limit when I became a level 9 fisher? But now, only by practicing the incomplete monograph of top battle technique, even small potatoes like He Xiaoyu and Hanfei have had their upper limit reach 99 points, which was really astonishing. If Feng Zhe learned that Hanfei's upper limit of spiritual energy was actually 299 points, he would be dumbfounded. No matter how poor Hanfei's spiritual heritage was, he would take him to the city. Feng Zhe came down from the roof and glanced at Tang Jie. It's almost time. You can decide what to do tonight yourself. Hearing his words, Tunga fell silent. Was it almost time for him to leave? Xiao Yu's eyes turned red as soon as she heard this. Was Tanga leaving? She had just felt as though she were making another good friend and he was about to leave? Han Fei patted Tangge on the shoulder and said, I'll ask Li Gang to suspend his business and specifically cook barbecue for us tonight. Tangge reminded him, and also liquor, Han Fei said, as much as you want. Both of them grinned. As good brothers, they connected with one another. In the evening, Li Gang quickly came over. When he reached Han Fei's cottage, he didn't even dare to look around. He was so careful that he didn't even dare to walk fast, whereas his wife Little Red looked around and seemed to be curious as to why young Master Han Fei lived in such a shabby place. Li Gang said, Red, please don't look around, you'll offend the angel. Little Red agreed. Oh, okay. At this time, Han Fei laughed. Gang, don't worry, the angel is not here. You'll be responsible for the barbecue tonight. Make as much as you can. Li Gang was relieved to hear that Feng Zhe was away and immediately smiled. No problem, young master. Then they began to drink and eat barbecue and fish. Tangge said, in fact, Brother Feng Zhe once told me that even if I went up above, I could come down, and when I become stronger, I would be able to do it again. Han Fei said, it's okay. Even if you can't come down, I can go to the above to hang out with you. Makes no difference. Tangge smiled. I know you can do it. Everyone thinks you are relying on me, but I know you are not. You can become a level 7 fisher within a month, which proves that your talent is anything but ordinary. Xiaoyu glanced at Han Fei and didn't quite believe Tangge's words, so she just silently ate her barbecue. Han Fei suddenly asked, don't people in the city go fishing? If they don't, how can they become stronger? Tangge answered, yes they do, but they don't have to fly up and down every day. There seems to be a portal matrix or something like that through which they can directly go to the sea, and it is said that they'll be sent to at least a level 2 fishery. Han Fei said, that's great. Level 2 fisheries, maybe I will be able to go there soon. Tangge shook his head. It is said that there are many level 2 fisheries in the city. Han Fei nodded. Yes, there are many villages and towns under a city, so there are certainly many level 2 fisheries as well. That night, they drank and ate barbecue until they were so full that they almost threw up. With a flushed face, Han Fei was drunk, but he still shouted, you go up first and I'll be there sooner or later. My goal is the infinite ocean. As a Belch, a gold hunter, there is no place in the world that I dare not go. Xiaoyu shook her head. He is drunk. Tanga agreed. This liquor is really strong. With that, Tanga got up and bowed to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, Han Fei has no friends. Maybe you're his only friends. Maybe you're his only friend. Please help me take good care of him. Xiaoyu pouted. But he'll bully me. Tanga grinned. No, he won't. Okay. I'll take care of him for the sake of him teaching me the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Xiaoyu agreed. Tanga got up. Then I'm leaving. Xiaoyu asked. Are you leaving now? Yes, he replied before leaving. Tanga left with nothing left. Even the finest feast must break up at last, but he believed they would meet again. Han Fei lay on the ground muttering, my goal is the infinite ocean and the endless treasure, the tigers. Li Jue was gloomy recently because he was so scared. Li Hu was disabled by Han Fei and the tigers were almost destroyed. Fortunately, his spiritual fish survived, although it almost faced death. He was very angry and eager to kill Han Fei, but he did not dare make a move. As long as Tangge and Feng Zhe were still here, he didn't dare to act rashly. Li Ju, come out. Li Ju's heart trembled. Did they come? Then he smiled bitterly. This day had finally come. He knew this would happen when Li Hu robbed Han Fei. No matter how powerful he was nothing but an ant in Feng Zhe's eyes, something to be crushed with one finger. At the gate of the tigers, Li Ju said, welcome, young master Tong Ji. Tong Ji didn't bother to hide the murderous intention in his eyes. Let's not waste our time. I know what kind of person you are. You are very angry now and you want to kill my brother. Li Jue said, I dare not. Tangge smiled. I had planned to kill you myself, but when I saw Han Fei today, I thought it was unnecessary. You, Li Jue, only deserve to be my brother's stepping stone. Li Jue remained silent, but his clenched fists revealed his inner rage. Tanga sneered. No matter how angry you are, you and your men tried to kill my brother more than once. You're exempt from the death penalty, but hardly from punishment. I'll give you another chance. Wound yourself and make sure you won't recover within half a year. A cold gleam flickered in Li Jue's eyes. Does Tanga really want to keep me as a stepping stone for Han Fei? But does Han Fei deserve this? Li Jue bit his mouth in resentment till it bled, but he said without hesitation, thank you for sparing my life, young master Tang Jie. Bang, bang, bang. Li Jue's body was covered with dozens of wounds. As blood flowed out from his wounds, he also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Feng Zhe appeared beside Tang Jie silently at this moment, watching the scene indifferently. Tang Jie looked at Feng Zhe, who nodded, signaling that Li Jue had done as he was asked to. On the way back, Feng Zhe asked, are you sure that Han Fei really can break that stepping stone? Tang Jie nodded. Yes, he is no longer the former Han Fei. I'm pretty sure of this. The former Han Fei wouldn't have had a chance, but the current Han Fei can definitely make it. Chapter 63, Spiritual Heritage Upgraded. When Han Fei woke up the next day, Tangge had gone. He Xiaoyu was still eating barbecue, and when she saw that Han Fei had woken up, she shouted, "You're awake. Want to have some breakfast?" Han Fei asked. He Xiaoyu, "Have you eaten all night?" He Xiaoyu replied, "No, I just started eating." Han Fei looked at the pile of skewers in front of her and sighed. "Did I starve you or what? Hurry home. A gang needs to go back to work." He Xiaoyu pouted. "Tunga asked me to take care of you and not let anyone kill you." Han Fei was a little incredulous. "You? Take care of me? Do you think you can beat those I can't?" He Xiaoyu defended herself. "Well, I can have Cardinal fight for me. The angel once said that Cardinal could be very strong, but it's only level 0 now. Ask your father to help you upgrade your Cardinal at once. Otherwise, he might be bitten to death by someone else's yellow fish." He Xiaoyu shouted back. "That's impossible. A spiritual beast will never be killed by an ordinary demonic fish unless by special means. And even if a spiritual beast is dead, there is a chance to summon it back from the spiritual sea." "Spiritual sea?" Xiaoyu explained. "Well, it's an invisible sea. It is said that all spiritual beasts were born in the spiritual sea." Han Fei hadn't heard of it before, so he simply said to He Xiaoyu, "Now go home. Otherwise, your father will think you were abducted by me. What if he comes here to hold me accountable?" Fine, I'm leaving. I'm going to ask my dad to help me upgrade Cardinal. I'm here to pick you up." He Mingtang's voice suddenly sounded from a short distance away. Noticing that his daughter seemed greatly changed and her face glowed with vigor, He Mingtang smiled. "Xiaoyu, come home with me. You've just gotten your spiritual beast, and not to mention an exotic fish. You've got to treat it carefully." "Dad, can Han Fei come home with us?" He Xiaoyu pleaded. No, He Mingtang and Han Fei spoke in unison. "Cough, cough," He Mingtang said. "You can be rest assured. Last night, the leader of the Tigers, Li Jue, was seriously injured and may not be able to engage in any physical fights for at least 6 months. Now some people have begun to rectify the public security in the eastern port, and the development of the Tigers have also been restricted. I am afraid that it will take at least a few months for Li Jue to recover." Han Fei thought to himself. Was Li Jue seriously injured? He Mingtang took a deep look at Han Fei. Why would he be seriously injured? This was probably done by Tangge before he left, who feared Li Jue would hurt Han Fei. But everyone wondered why Tangge didn't kill Li Jue. It stood to reason that even if Tangge wiped out the Tigers, no one in Heavenly Water Village would stand up for them. Han Fei laughed. "That's great. He Xiaoyu, just go home. Now the Tigers are no longer a threat, and I'm going to work as an apprentice in the plantation." "You can't keep following me." He Xiaoyu said. "Humph, then I'm leaving. When you see me next time, my Cardinal will have become very powerful." After He Xiaoyu left, Han Fei took a deep breath. Finally, they had all left. At the door of his cottage, Han Fei summoned the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fishes. The two little fishes played and swam back and forth. The white one suddenly stopped and seemed to be looking at Han Fei, whereas the black one dove straight to the bottom of the tank. Crack! Han Fei was stunned to see that the shell of a large sea clam at the bottom of the water tank was bitten through, and the black fish was drilling into the shell. Within a few minutes, the sea clam shell was all that was left. But this little guy wasn't full yet and bit through another big sea mussel shell. "Wow, the black fish is so fierce, Little White. I will call you Little White from now on. Little Black is too fierce. Let's not play with him." Unexpectedly, as Han Fei just finished saying this, and with a whoosh, the black spirit swallowing fish suddenly jumped out of the water and spat at Han Fei. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Hey, it's just a joke. Do you have to be so angry? Fine, we'll play with you, all right?" "Little guy, you're pretty grumpy." Han Fei thought to himself, sea clams are not very nutritious. Should I go to the sea to catch some better food to feed these two little guys? Forget it, it's been a bit painful to suppress this breakthrough these past few days. Let me make the breakthrough first. Han Fei entered the cave and sat down. But the first thing he did was not make the breakthrough but upgrade his spiritual heritage. He had waited for half a month, and now the people who could detect that something was wrong with his body should have disappeared. He could finally upgrade safely. Upgrade? With a thought from Han Fei, in a split second, his body was enshrouded with spiritual energy. He immediately felt his bones numb and then a needling pain. At the same time, impurities began to ooze out of his pores, and after a while, he felt his bones become a little stiff but more powerful. At this time, Han Fei was glad that he didn't choose to upgrade in front of Feng Zhe. Otherwise, such an obvious situation of his tendons washing and marrow cleansing would definitely be noticed, and then he wouldn't even know how to explain it. About half an hour later, the spiritual energy enshrouding him was mostly absorbed and no impurities oozed out anymore. At this time, Han Fei looked at his own data. Han Fei, 7 Advanced Fisher. 100 points, Level 2, Mid-Quality Upgradable, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fishes, Purple Bamboo Rod, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. So he had consumed as much as 10,000 points of spiritual energy, and his spiritual heritage just upgraded from Level 2, Low Quality, to Level 2, Mid-Quality. But to his slight surprise, the upper limit of spiritual energy his body could afford had increased by 10 points, though he had only upgraded his spiritual heritage and hadn't continued to strengthen his body with the incomplete monograph on 108 Ways of Body Polishing yet. Can it still be upgraded? Han Fei clicked open Upgrade spiritual heritage again, only to find that the spiritual energy was still 10,000 points. He suddenly understood that the so-called upgrade didn't mean the upgrade of level, but of quality. But it made sense. If spiritual heritage could be upgraded to level 3 with merely 10,000 points of spiritual energy, then it wouldn't take long for him to upgrade his spiritual heritage to level 7. Sure enough, there were still restrictions. Otherwise, it would be upgraded too fast. Upgrade. Han Fei chose to upgrade again without hesitation. Then he repeated exactly the same process as before. Han Fei, 7 Advanced Fisher, 2892, 319, Level 2, High Quality Upgradable, Twin Yin Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fishes, Purple Bamboo Rod, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality, Can it be upgraded again? Han Fei continued to click it open, but frowned. This time, it needed 20,000 points of spiritual energy. Then wouldn't his spiritual energy be all consumed? After thinking about it, Han Fei didn't choose to upgrade immediately. After all, he still needed to make a breakthrough. Once he chose to upgrade his spiritual heritage, he wouldn't have enough spiritual energy left for the breakthrough. But he didn't choose to make a breakthrough either. After all, his spiritual heritage had been upgraded to level 2, high quality. Did that mean that his upper limit of spiritual energy had also increased? So he began to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. 3 hours later, Han Fei had sweat all over his body and found that his upper limit of spiritual energy had reached 326 points. So it could really continue to increase. Han Fei was overjoyed. It was said that a reserve of 300 points or more was the amount of spiritual energy that only a fishing master could possess. 2 days later, Han Fei walked out of the cave. Seeing that now he only had 200 points of spiritual energy left, Han Fei felt his heart ache. The upgrading consumed too much spiritual energy. Upgrading to level 8 Fisher had cost him more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Then what about upgrading to level 9, or even to a fishing master? And what about the improvement of spiritual heritage? Han Fei sighed. He would have to work at the barbecue stall again. Han Fei wasn't disappointed though. After all, he may have done what others could only do for a few months or even a few years in one night, as his upper limit had been raised to 359 points. Others needed to work slowly and attract spiritual energy to strengthen their bodies, whereas he made it straight to the peak of level 8. Although more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy was a lot, it laid a solid foundation for him. Now he just needed to accumulate spiritual energy, secure his foundation, and continue to make a breakthrough when his spiritual energy was sufficient. Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had promised the old man in the plantation to help him with his work, and he would have broken his promise if he didn't do it now. After all, the awakening rituals had passed for several days now, so Han Fei picked up a jar of liquor and went to the plantation. Chapter 64, 5 Major Professions. Grandpa, I brought you some liquor. I can hear you. Don't make such a fuss. Don't you know you aren't supposed to wake up a sleeping old man? Han Fei pretended not to hear him and retorted, If you really want to sleep, I won't bother you. I hurried here to help you with the plantation as soon as the spiritual beast awakening ended. The old man took the liquor jar naturally, opened the lid, and sniffed. Then he moved his beard aside, picked up a grilled fish, and began to eat. The old man asked, Boy, I heard that you won first place in the fishing trial? Yes, the old man went on asking. I heard that the angel gave you the spirit concentration art, right? But you only got a spirit swallowing fish as your spiritual beast. That thing can only be used for soup. Han Fei asked, You sleep every day. Where'd you hear the news? The old man answered. From that fatty. Han Fei knew he meant Li Gang, who was responsible for delivering liquor and barbecue to the old man a while ago. However, Han Fei shook his head and said, My fish is the #1 spirit swallowing fish in the infinite ocean. It's a fish with ideals and goals. Pooh, the old man almost choked and he ridiculed, It's just a spirit swallowing fish. #1 spirit swallowing fish in the infinite ocean? Are you kidding me? Han Fei shrugged. I won't argue with you about this. When I shoot to fame one day, you'll know how awesome my twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fishes are. The old man took 2 sips of liquor and put down the jar. In fact, you're not normally qualified to help me with the plantation, but since you've got the spirit concentration art, you're just barely qualified. From now on, the 1,000 acres of the plantation will be handed over to you. Don't forget to turn the soil, weed, sow seeds, water the plants, and gather spiritual energy. Well, that's all. Han Fei was stunned as he looked at the seemingly endless plantation dumbfounded. Grandpa, I would like to ask who turned the soil, weeded, sowed seeds, watered the plants, and gathered spiritual energy before. And what is gathering spiritual energy about? The old man hummed. I just let them grow on their own before and would pick a few red fruits when I was thirsty. As for gathering spiritual energy, the fields need to be fertilized, and spiritual energy is the fertilizer. If you don't gather spiritual energy with spirit concentration art, do you think spiritual energy will drill into the fields by itself? Han Fei questioned further. So you mean you just let the plants grow by themselves before, but now I need to do all these jobs after the plants are handed over to me? The old man tilted his head. Yes, are you not willing to take them over? Han Fei wanted to hit this old man's head with an iron-headed fish. I've never done these damn chores before. And now you want me to do them all of a sudden? Fine, of course I'm willing to, but Grandpa, I haven't learned spirit concentration art yet, the old man said. Then learn it, or else why did the angel bother to give it to you? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This old man sounded so arrogant and showed no respect to the angel when he talked about him. Just as he guessed, this old man must be a recluse big shot. Grandpa, I can't keep calling you Grandpa. Can you tell me your name? It'll be more convenient for me, Han Fei asked. The old man sneered. Fuck off. You're just my worker. Why do you need to know your boss's name? Han Fei nodded. All right, then I'll just call you Grandpa. You're the boss. You call the shots. He turned around only to see the thousands of acres of plantation, and he almost blacked out. Forget it. It's too troublesome to till the land. I'll learn the spirit concentration art first. The old man, drinking and eating barbecue and occasionally peanuts, looked so aloof. Han Fei could only find a random place to sit down and begin to read the jade slip Fang Zhe gave to him. Han Fei was attracted to the book at first glance because what was introduced in the beginning of the book was not spirit concentration art, but the 5 major professions on the floating island. The 5 major professions were the only way to become a strong man. Almost every fishing master started from studying the 5 major professions. In the town, many fisher-level students had begun to study the 5 major professions. The 5 major professions were respectively, a spirit gatherer who could continuously draw spiritual energy from the world. On the battlefield, whoever had the best spirit gatherer would have the initiative in their hands. A spirit gatherer could not only gather spiritual energy, but also set up a matrix. During the battle, a spirit gatherer could continuously convey spiritual energy to companions and play a pivotal role. A soul warrior was a battle-oriented profession. Compared to the other 4 major professions, a soul warrior had the strongest combat power. Countless people scrambled to become a soul warrior because they usually had the best weapons and most skills. A manipulator, which was difficult to become, who owned spiritual plants instead of ordinary spiritual beasts. They could control spiritual plants and even mimic creatures with spiritual energy, with which they acquire combat power. A hunter with strong mental power and explosive power. It was also difficult to be a hunter. They were kings of assassination and usually only practiced the strongest and most deadly combat skills. Hunters' enemies could hardly survive the first round of a fight with them. Being an armorist required lots of equipment. They needed a variety of weapons for both attacking and defending. If they were in a team, they would be responsible for the equipment supply. Most importantly, armorists were physically the strongest, best in defense, and usually the richest in the 5 major professions. Each armorist was a master of physical training. Wow, when Han Fei read this part, he took a deep breath. Are these the 5 major professions? Each of them look awesome. Han Fei remembered the armorist of the Wang family and Wang Baiyu, who he met during the fishing trial. They both had a box with them. Was that box used for containing weapons? Yes, when he fought him that day, he saw 2 cold flashes as 2 swords came out. In the Heavenly Water Village where everyone used sticks, if you used a sword, it showed that you were very different and very strong. It was a pity that what was written on Feng Zhe's jade slip was merely a general introduction that didn't analyze the pros and cons of each profession specifically, nor did it make clear which profession was the best. Perhaps it was because it was hard to choose the best one. Han Fei continued to read, and the following was about the cultivation methods of a spirit gatherer. If you wanted to become a spirit gatherer, you must have a high degree of control over spiritual energy. You must be able to freely mobilize and use spiritual energy in your own body. Only then can you mobilize spiritual energy outside. Of course, this didn't mean that a spirit gatherer could endlessly absorb spiritual energy from the world. If the spiritual energy in the world was all yours, you could even become a sea god. A spirit gatherer must pay a price every time he practiced spirit concentration art. It required the spirit gatherer's physical energy and mental energy and would consume his spiritual energy. Of course, as a spirit gatherer could absorb spiritual energy from the world, no one would take their consumed spiritual energy seriously. That was to say, a spirit gatherer was not omnipotent as they had their limits. If the overall consumption was too large, they had to rest. And at this time, they were most vulnerable and could be easily killed by others. Of course, what a spirit gatherer was capable of was not only spirit concentration art, but also many other skills, such as gathering cloud rain, summoning gusts of wind, and some powerful spirit gatherers could even summon thunderbolts from the ninth heaven. However, Han Fei, a weak newbie who hadn't yet started, didn't have much to worry about. For now, he could only learn the simplest spirit gathering skills. Following the instructions on the jade slip, everyone could feel the spiritual points in their own bodies which could be controlled. And the first thing Han Fei was going to do was split these spiritual points and prevent them from jumbling together in his body, which could also improve the efficiency of spiritual energy used. Reading the jade slip, Han Fei began to practice. Spiritual energy balls were not difficult to find. They gathered in his dantian, but in Han Fei's eyes, they were intertwined. He tried to mobilize them, but as soon as he tried, dozens of spiritual points danced simultaneously, so he pulled these dozens of spiritual points all over his body with his thoughts. To the old man, in Han Fei's body, a cloud of gas ran from his forehead to his chest, then to his arms, and finally ending in the legs. Are you an idiot? Can't you just make them stop and carefully pull one point out? The rest of the spiritual energy will go back by itself. Although Han Fei had closed his eyes, he could still hear. Hearing the old man's words, he was amazed. What? The spiritual energy can go back by itself? So Han Fei quickly made the spiritual energy stop. Sure enough, as soon as it stopped, they tried to run back. At this time, Han Fei fixed onto one spiritual point, and the spiritual energy ball immediately shrank in half. Then Han Fei carefully repeated this process over and over again. As sweat trickled down his forehead, he finally managed to separate a spiritual energy ball containing 4 or 5 spiritual points. In the end, however, maybe the traction force wasn't enough. As soon as he wasn't concentrated enough, the 4 or 5 spiritual points started running back and Han Fei's mind quickly chased behind them. As a result, when his mind finally caught up to them, they were already in his dantian, and the 4 or 5 spiritual points formed a mass like raindrops falling into the sea. Little did he know, the old man was watching him while drinking outside, nodding from time to time. Chapter 65, Spiritual Beast Upgraded. During the night, the moon was clear and stars were sparse, and in the plantation, only the wind could be heard. Han Fei was still struggling to control the spiritual energy in his body, but he gradually mastered the new skills. Now he could succeed 5 or 6 times out of 10 attempts, and his speed was much faster than the first time. The old man could see that this lad was so immersed in building his skills that he was completely free from outside interference. He was simply a born spirit gatherer. Are you sure you want him to manage such a large plantation by himself? If Han Fei was sober at the time, he would have found a person he knew very well standing next to the old man, Jiang Qin, the registrar from the port. The old man said, "He asked for it. I didn't ask him to come." Jiang Qin questioned further, "Perhaps he has a certain talent for spirit gathering, but does he have a talent for alchemy?" The old man answered, "I don't see it that way. This brat has a very good ability for control. This kind of person usually has good alchemy and refinery skills too. Of course, I just gave him a chance. Let's see how long it will take him to familiarize himself with the 1,000 kinds of useless spiritual fruits in this low-level plantation. I don't expect him to become an alchemist. Let him take his chance. If he succeeds, I'll recommend him to the plantation in town with hundreds of thousands of acres and tens of thousands of different spiritual fruits. What if he can make a difference?" Jiang Qin was silent for a moment. "I think he can become a soul warrior. He survived so many small fish tides, indicating that he has certain combat ability. In the fishing trial, he beat Li Hu and xuanhuan with low-level spiritual heritage, which further proves this." The old man sneered. "Nonsense. What's the point of fighting and killing? Can 10 soul warriors put together beat one spirit gatherer?" Jiang Qin said after a short pause, "I don't care what he will become. I'm just wondering why he upgrades so fast. If the spiritual heritage test wasn't wrong, it must be because he has some sort of chance." The old man said, "He is good at body tempering, far better than his peers and even better than the heavenly talents in the town. The opportunity he got should be about body tempering." In the morning, the old man was still sleeping, but someone kept exclaiming, "Wow, wow, wow, wow." "Shut up, brat." Han Fei grinned. "Grandpa, I made it." Look, Han Fei stood still, and about 7 or 8 seconds later, a spiritual point was gathered at his fingertip. He laughed triumphantly. The old man rolled his eyes. "You spent a whole night just learning to separate spiritual energy? What a disgrace it took you so long." "Well," Han Fei asked timidly, "Grandpa, how long is it supposed to take?" The old man said with a straight face, "When you shorten the time to about a second, you're close to success. A real spirit gatherer can mobilize spiritual energy with his thoughts and doesn't even need a second." "I see." Han Fei tilted his head. "Grandpa, it's just a matter of practice. Practice makes perfect." "Then practice," the old man encouraged. Han Fei scratched his head and thought to himself, "Is it so difficult to be a spirit gatherer? It's surely difficult to separate spiritual points in an instant. All right. This old man seems to be a big shot. Let me just do what he said." Han Fei sat down again. Han Fei laughed out loud. "Grandpa, I succeeded. Ha ha ha, I'm a genius, Grandpa. I made it." As Han Fei raised his hand, a spiritual point fluttered on his fingertip. The old man said grumpily, "Stop calling me Grandpa. I'm not your grandpa. Genius my ass. It took you so long to separate a spiritual point within standard time. Can't you see that I'd even drank all my liquor?" "Hurry and get me some more, Han Fei," Han Fei muttered as he went out. "What's the problem with this old guy? Although it took me some time, I still succeeded." Han Fei didn't know that soon after he walked away, the old man quickly took a mouthful of liquor to calm down. He was shocked. Does this brat have such a great aptitude for spirit gathering? How long did it take him to separate spiritual points? It seemed to be half a year. In the most delicious in the world barbecue stall. Li Gang and his wife had completely become barbecue masters, so their barbecue stall was still very busy. Although many people lost interest in barbecue after tasting it, they could still sell half as much as before. Seeing Han Fei coming to help, Li Gang quickly said, "Oh, young master, we will do this ourselves. How can we trouble you to do it?" Han Fei said, "It's all right. Go about your business. I'm here to feed fish." Li Gang looked puzzled. With a twinkle of light between Han Fei's brow, the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fishes appeared. Of course, Li Gang could only see the white one. Li Gang's mouth twitched. Young master, do spirit-swallowing fish eat these fish? Aren't they supposed to eat spiritual energy? Han Fei turned his eyes to him. Huh? Li Gang's words reminded him. Yes, spirit-swallowing fish eat spiritual energy. Why the hell do I feed them fish? Dozens of spiritual points immediately appeared on Han Fei's fingertips, and he moved his fingers to the fishes, only to see Xiaobai quickly swim over and swallow them in one bite. As I guessed, Little White likes eating spiritual energy, but I don't know how much I should feed him in a day. Come eat some, Little Black. However, Han Fei discovered that Little Black didn't eat his spiritual energy at all. Instead, he swam into the fishes, and soon a fishbone appeared in the bucket. Oh, Little White eats spiritual energy, but Little Black doesn't? Questions kept popping up in Han Fei's head, as after he checked the data, he realized that the two fishes should have two sets of data, but there was only one. So what does twin fishes mean? Can spiritual energy be shared by the two fishes? If either one is full, the other won't be hungry. With these thoughts, Han Fei quickly took Little Black out of the bucket while the spiritual energy from his fingertips was constantly supplying Little White. 100, 200, 500, 800 points. Han Fei's face was all dark. Well, aren't you a fucking pig? Do you think spiritual energy is for free? It's been only a few minutes, and you've eaten 800 points of spiritual energy, you little foodie. When Little White ate as much as 100 points of spiritual energy, he stopped. Then, as a light flashed across his surface, he seemed to grow up a little bit, which could hardly be detected. Han Fei immediately looked at the data. Spiritual beast twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fishes. They're the descendants of the mysterious primitive yin-yang sky-swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other doesn't die. One mysterious 100 points omnivorous. They can swallow everything. Note, the black fish is not visible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born yin-yang divine eyes can see it. Damn, Li Gang stuck his head out from the barbecue booth. Young master, what's wrong? Han Fei said. Nothing. You may do your own work. Han Fei didn't know what to say. He spent 1,000 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the fishes to level 1, and his spiritual energy reserve was cleared to 0. That's ridiculous. I'm a human being, a big, strong man, and I worked so hard to reach the upper limit for spiritual energy of 326 points. But now I feel as though I'm good for nothing compared to this level 1 fish. Although he was shocked, Han Fei still took Little White out, no longer feeding him spiritual energy, and then threw Little Black back into the bucket. It just swam in the bucket, ignoring yellow fish, little white fish, and all others fishes. Wow, are you guys full? Just as Han Fei guessed, the two were actually one. If one was full, the other one would not be hungry. Although he hadn't learned the other abilities of these two fish yet, he was glad to find out about their upgrading conditions and spiritual energy storage capacity. After Han Fei refilled the 1,000 points of spiritual energy he had lost, he headed for the plantation carrying barbecue and liquor. Han Fei asked, Grandpa, do you think I can go check those spiritual fruits now? The old man was impatient. Why are you in such a hurry? Learn to walk before you run. Can you absorb spiritual energy drifting in the air? Give it a try. Han Fei asked this with a purpose. He actually wanted to plant the fruits into Forge the Universe. Why? It was convenient for him to pick fruits directly from Forge the Universe in the future so that he could eat spiritual fruits for free. Then he wouldn't have to work in the damned plantation anymore. In fact, he had done so already, throwing in condiments such as garlic, chili, ginger, etc. Unfortunately, they hadn't sprouted yet, and he didn't know if they could. After being scolded by the old man, Han Fei could only continue his cultivation pitifully. Chapter 66, Birth of a Genius. Han Fei spent 4 days learning to manipulate spiritual energy in his body. He thought he had just passed this first step. This time, he was learning how to guide the spiritual points drifting in the outside world, which was a bit more difficult. This was a spirit-gathering skill for beginners, and he continued to read the Jade Slip to learn how. It was written on the Jade Slip that there was a vast amount of spiritual energy between the heavens and earth, that the spiritual energy was invisible but drifting around us at all times, and what a spirit gatherer needed to do was to capture and control it. At first, Han Fei felt that this was like practicing void fishing, drawing the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth into his body, but he felt it was not the same thing after he tried it. The function of void fishing was to absorb the spiritual energy into one's own body and nourish the body, so as to strengthen one's body. But spirit concentration art was a different case. A spirit gatherer could send the spiritual energy he captured to other people's bodies, which was different in nature from the former. The first step to capture these spiritual points was to see them, which was the first thing a spirit gatherer had to learn. Thus, all spirit gatherers had to practice a technique about eyes, which was called pupil spell. Pupil spell was universal to all spirit gatherers, so there was no one stronger than anyone else because the spell's only function was to see spiritual energy. Therefore, when Han Fei was reading the contents about pupil spell, the sign of technique upgrade appeared in the system, incomplete. The Eyes of True Vision, a universal pupil spell used by ancient spirit gatherers. As time went by, it had been incomplete, and it took 10,000 points of spiritual energy to get the complete version. Han Fei almost cried when he saw this note. This is just a minor spell to see spiritual energy, but it actually requires 10,000 points to get the complete version? Although it may be a once-for-all cost, isn't that expensive? Now, all the spiritual energy I have is only 8,200 points. Not long after Han Fei sat down, he was scared. Grandpa, I'm going to take 2 days off. The old man gave him a stare. What? You just got here several minutes ago and now you're asking for leave? I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to tend to, so I have to go. I will bring you some good liquor and barbecue when I'm back. With that, Han Fei slipped away like a ghost. To Han Fei's frustration, although he was still so far away from being a fishing master, his spiritual energy was being spent like water. He could hardly make ends meet now. Even a minor auxiliary pupil spell cost him 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Then, how much would he have to spend to be a fishing master? Li Gang was busy grilling meat, and Little Red wiped the sweat from his face from time to time. The couple looked so sweet together. Since Li Gang quit the tigers, he had completely changed and was a family man now. Li Gang raised his head and found that Han Fei was back. Li Gang was surprised. Young master, were you driven out? Han Fei sneered. Haha, how could I possibly be driven out? I can go to a place like the plantation anytime I'd like. I just felt a little bored over there, so I'm going to stay at the barbecue stall for 2 days. Aren't you bored processing fish at the barbecue stall? Shut up. Shh, shut up. Han Fei was speechless. Why is this big guy so stupid he cannot just let things slide? Han Fei had considered going to the sea for fish tides, but after giving it a second thought, he thought it was too troublesome. It was quicker to earn spiritual energy to process fish at the barbecue stall. Although the barbecue wasn't as popular as it used to be, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get 10,000 or so points of spiritual energy in 2 days. Soon, 2 days passed by. Being tortured by the fishy odor, Han Fei swore he would never ever come to process fish again if he found an easier way to earn spiritual energy. Wang Jie and He Mingtang came to buy barbecue every night. Every time they saw him, they would ask him questions and nag him. Han Fei, how's your cultivation going recently? Han Fei, the village leader, is arranging jobs for graduates. Don't slack off, Han Fei. Grilling fish here every day will get you nowhere. Han Fei, have you given up on yourself? Han Fei was afraid to see He Mingtang and Wang Jie now. These two bastards were such nags. The old man was much better than them. He was busy drinking and eating barbecue all day long and never bothered him unless he came to him first. As soon as he had accumulated 20,000 points of spiritual energy, Han Fei immediately upgraded his spiritual pupils. Ultra Quality, the Eyes of True Vision, a universal pupil spell used by ancient spirit gatherers with which one can easily find the drifting spiritual points between the heavens and earth. The technique was easy to use and cost Han Fei very little to acquire it. According to the instructions on how to use the Eyes of True Vision, he just needed to cover his eyes with spiritual energy and then focus. So when Han Fei used the Eyes of True Vision for the first time, he discovered that the world was full of small spiritual points drifting around. The old man was sleeping. Han Fei said, "Grandpa, I've brought you liquor and barbecue. May I put them on the table?" The old man hummed. Okay, then, silently, he got up and began to drink and eat his barbecue while Han Fei sat casually on the ground and started to capture spiritual points. As soon as he opened the Eyes of True Vision, with a gagging sound, the old man squirted the liquor out of his mouth. Han Fei glanced back at him with a frown, as if blaming him for disturbing his cultivation. The old man was shocked. Damn, what did I see? It's only been 2 days. Didn't the brat say he had something urgent to tend to? How did he come back with spiritual pupils? The old man began to recall how long it took him to get spiritual pupils. It seemed to be half a year, but this brat only used 2 days. That's really unfair. Is his spiritual heritage really a low-quality one? I don't believe it. But when he saw that Han Fei was trying to capture the spiritual points in the air with his hands, he almost laughed out loud. Is this brat a genius or an idiot? Capture spiritual energy with hands? Are you kidding me? But the old man kept the thoughts to himself. Since you're so quick to learn, then figure it out yourself. After trying a few times, Han Fei also felt it didn't work well. The spiritual energy was drifting around. Even if he caught some in his hands, they were gone as soon as he opened them. It was just like trying to capture air with hands and was not going to work. Han Fei continued to read the jade slip that said spiritual energy must be guided, and he should mobilize the spiritual energy in his body to guide the spiritual points outside. So, Han Fei concentrated some spiritual energy in his body at his fingertips and tried to attract the spiritual points outside. Sure enough, it worked this time. Some spiritual points ran to Han Fei's fingertips, but there were too few of them and only 5 or 6 points. He tried dozens of times but didn't make much progress. Han Fei began to ponder. As specified in the Jade Slip, a spirit gatherer needed to consume spiritual energy in spirit gathering, but just now he had only concentrated the spiritual energy in his body at his fingertips without consuming any of it. Then, Han Fei attracted some spiritual points to his fingertips and then held up his fingers to cover his fingers with spiritual energy. In an instant, spiritual points gathered up from all directions, which were as many as 50 or 60. Han Fei was in a state of meditation now. As a person from a different world, he thought more than others. Think about it. If I want to convey spiritual energy to others, are 50 or 60 spiritual points enough? It may be enough for fishers, but what about people above fisher levels? Obviously not enough. Then what should I do in this case? Han Fei's first idea was to export more spiritual points from his body, but then he found it would consume too much spiritual energy in this way. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Han Fei was completely immersed in deep thinking and could no longer perceive the outside world. Little did he know, however, the old man was dumbfounded. I've given him no hint. How can he learn so fast? It was getting dark and Zhang Qin came over. Seeing Han Fei sitting on the ground pointing his fingers to the sky and that his fingertips were shining, she widened her eyes. Zhang Qin stammered, Grandpa, he has learned it. The old man replied, How can I know? He is still self-teaching, already fully immersed. Zhang Qin took a deep breath. How long did it take him? The old man said grumpily, You can count the days. It took him 6 days at most. Zhang Qin exclaimed, I think he may be a genius spirit gatherer. The next second, she saw a lot more spiritual points gathering at Han Fei's fingertips. Both she and the old man knew that this was definitely not the same spiritual energy in their bodies. Han Fei's heart was dancing with joy. So that's what it is. Exchange the spiritual points in my body with those in the outside world. As this process goes along, I can export more spiritual points and at the same time attract more from the outside world. Up to this moment, his fingertips had gathered at least 200 spiritual points. Han Fei thought to himself, what's the next step? To transfer these spiritual points to other people's bodies. Chapter 67, Digging the Ground. Han Fei only had a moment's thought before he had an idea about how to transfer spiritual energy into other people's bodies. Since fishers could transmit spiritual energy to the fishing line, make it expand and contract, and thus set the fishing hook in motion, he could learn from this method. He had been practicing hook kiss for so long and certainly knew how to do it. So Han Fei got up and looked at the old man. As he pointed a finger at him, a light entered into the old man's body. There's someone next to him. Han Fei didn't notice who this person was, but an idea soon occurred to him. What if I convey spiritual energy to more than one person at the same time? So Han Fei held up his left hand, and in an instant, with a flash on his fingertips, a light also entered Zhang Qin's body. Bam! The liquor jar in the old man's hand fell to the ground. Zhang Qin widened her eyes, and a curious look appeared on her serious face. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the spiritual energy disappeared abruptly, and Han Fei laughed wildly. He pointed to the old man and said, Grandpa, did you see that? I told you I was a genius. I made it, ha 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 ha. Han Fei waited for the old man to praise him. After quite a while, however, the old man remained silent. Then he noticed that there was a person standing next to the old man. Hi, Sister Qin. Zhang Qin nodded slightly. Han Fei, how did you just do that? Han Fei was confused. Huh? What? Zhang Qin wanted to understand what had happened. The last step, the step where you transferred spiritual energy to our bodies. Han Fei replied, I did it just like fishing. Don't you just throw the fishing line out with a whoosh in fishing? The old man, Zhang Qin, after a long time, Zhang Qin muttered, He's a genius, undoubtedly. The old man swallowed. Don't show off. I learned all this in a day when I was young. How long did it take you? 6 days. How do you have a face to show off? Han Fei scratched his head, and Zhang Qin rolled her eyes as she thought, Fine, I won't debunk you. Just keep on bragging. Han Fei asked, Sister Qin, why are you here? Zhang Qin smiled. Because my home is here. Huh? Han Fei was startled, clutching his chest and pointing at the old man, saying, You, Grandpa, is Sister Qin your wife? Pa, a prawn was thrown at Han Fei's face, and the old man scolded, What are you talking about? She is my granddaughter. Seeing Zhang Qin's face darkened, Han Fei hurriedly ran to the fields. Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm going to find a place to sleep. The old man scrunched his face. Sleep? Which cultivator have you seen sleeping? Then I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. The old man scolded, Fuck off. Why do you, an insignificant fisher, need to cultivate in seclusion? After Han Fei slipped away, Zhang Qin said with a smile, Grandpa, you seem to get along well with this guy. The old man said grumpily, Get along well with him? He is so much younger than me. If it weren't for the liquor and delicious barbecue he brings me, I would have thrown him out. Zhang Qin smiled. If you don't want him, why not give him to me? I think he might also be talented in becoming a soul warrior. No way. How can I let a born spirit gatherer become a soul warrior? Do you think I'm an idiot? Don't even think about it. Zhang Qin chuckled. Then you've got to be careful. The village head is already arranging some students to study in the town. Han Fei offended the tigers. Although Tanga left the tigers to Han Fei as a whetstone, the village leader doesn't know it. He still believes that Han Fei is just relying on Tanga, so you must be careful, otherwise the village leader will bring him into town. The old man waved his hand. Yeah, I see. The next day, when the old man got up, he suddenly found Han Fei squatting beside his bed. Cough, cough, you little brat, what are you doing here? Don't you know you will scare me squatting beside me while I'm sleeping? Didn't you say that cultivators don't need to sleep? Ha, how dare you talk back? Just stand here. It didn't take long for the old man to come out of the house and throw a jade slip to Han Fei. Take it. I will give you half a month to learn the contents in this jade slip by heart. Han Fei didn't know what was in the jade slip. When he took it out and read it over, his face turned purple. What the hell? This jade slip has recorded hundreds of thousands of different plants. It will take me half a lifetime to learn them by heart. Seeing Han Fei's expression, the old man laughed smugly. Haha, do you know how long it took me to memorize these contents? Only 10 days. I've given you more than enough time. Just then, Ch1 happened to walk past to go to work. When she heard the old man's words, she rolled her eyes and walked away. She still remembered when the old man gave this book to her. He said he wanted her to learn its contents by heart in 3 years and emphasized that he only used 1 year to memorize them. Now 1 year was changed to 10 days? She really didn't want to admit this childish old man was her grandfather. Han Fei felt like he was going crazy. He wondered if it was too late for him to run away. He came here just because he had long guessed that this old man might be a recluse big shot, so he came here to see if he could ride on his coattails, but look what he was required to do. Why do I have to hit the books even in this world? Watching Han Fei walk away desperately with the jade slip, the old man was cheerful. Haha, well, aren't you a genius? Just hit the books. In a corner, Han Fei opened the jade slip reluctantly, and then he was stunned. Incomplete, a complete collection of spiritual plants in the infinite ocean, a complete collection of spiritual plants handed down from ancient times. Since time has gone by, it is now incomplete and takes 1,000 points of spiritual energy to get the completed version. Han Fei widened his eyes. Are you kidding me? Can this book also be upgraded? Haha, it only needs 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Oh, right, it's not a cultivation technique, so it doesn't require as much spiritual energy. Well, I shouldn't perform too well. Since the old man memorized this book in 10 days, maybe I should do it in half a day? Han Fei shook his head. No, that's too cruel for the old man. What about 1 day? Yes, 1 day is long enough, or else I'll have to find ways to kill time. Okay, I'll memorize it in 1 day. The next morning, dawn was just breaking. Ch1 went out to go to work as usual. The old man was sleeping as usual. Han Fei squatted beside the old man's bed as usual. When the old man woke up, he scolded, "You damn brat, I told you not to do this again." Were you deaf? Grandpa, I've memorized the contents of this book. What? What do you mean, do? Do you mean you've memorized the contents of the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants? Ch1 retracted her foot that had just stepped out of the door and looked stunned. Are you serious? Are you a monster? The old man shouted. Don't lie to me. It's only been a day. I'm not lying. I'm gifted with an extraordinary memory. The old man just wanted to slap him. Damn you. Damn your extraordinary memory. I said 10 days. Why did you do it in a single day? I would have felt better if you could accomplish it in 9 days. But on the surface, the old man just said calmly, well, let me test you. Triple-leaf purple nightflower. Tell me about it. Han Fei answered fluently, 3-leaf purple nightflower, a spiritual plant that is good at ensnaring prey and grows on the bottom of the sea. It usually coexists with triple-head purple nightfish. But when any fish wants to eat it, triple-head purple nightfish will swallow it in 1 bite. Triple-leaf purple nightflower can ingest the essence from the heads of triple-head purple nightfish, so if it's used to refine medicine, it can attract spiritual energy of the outside world and increase the success rate by 30% when a fishing master makes the breakthrough to become a great fishing master. Ch1 was dumbfounded and the old man was still struggling. Then tell me about xuanhuan fruit. Han Fei recited. Xuanhuan fruit is usually born in sea anemone bushes in the fisheries above level 2. When anemones eat too much, the indigestible substances produced by them will be excreted in one place, and as time goes by, xuanhuan fruit will be produced there. But this plant contains highly toxic substances, and ordinary people may vomit blood and die if touching it. However, if it's taken together with coral fruit, its toxicity will be assimilated. It can be used to build up a body immunity to poison. The old man asked 7 or 8 questions in a row, and Han Fei answered fluently at a stretch, which almost drove the old man crazy. Both he and Ch1 were thinking, shouldn't this guy be taken to the city? Why did the stupid Feng Zhe fail to find out about this boy's talents? Ch1 left with shining eyes. The old man didn't continue with the test. He had a feeling that if he went on, he might die in shock, and he didn't want to die that way. So the old man simply said to Han Fei, go dig the ground. Chapter 68, Beating the Village Leader. Han Fei's face turned purple. I can cheat in reciting books, but how can I cheat in digging? Of course, digging the ground wasn't its literal meaning. Han Fei needed to weed the thousands of acres of land in the plantation first, which was a ponderous job. Although he was a cultivator, it still took him 3 days to do this job and another 3 days to turn the soil for arable land. 7 days later, Han Fei asked, Grandpa, so I should start tilling the land now? The old man replied, no, it's not time yet. Since you've learned the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants by heart, trim all the spiritual plants in the plantation first. What? Han Fei almost cried. Grandpa, you can't bully me like this. Will trimming the spiritual plants help my cultivation? The old man smiled. You need to feel the natural beauty of spiritual plants intuitively so that you'll have a good mood for tilling the land. Han Fei thought to himself, I don't know if spiritual plants are beautiful or not. What I know is that I'm in a bad mood. Do you know how much spare time I sacrificed to till the land? Now you want me to prune flowers and plants? Are you kidding me? 10 days after Han Fei learned spirit concentration art, he finally started to till the land. It didn't matter what kinds of spiritual plants grew. What mattered was the effect of spirit concentration art on the growth of plants after they were planted. Han Fei planted a field of roses, a field of garlic, and a field of strawberries as a test. He had planned to grow wheat or rice, but he didn't find them, so he had to give up. Han Fei could apply spirit gathering art very well now. After sending spiritual points drifting outside into the land, he was faced with another problem: how to apply spirit gathering art over all the fields. The old man didn't give him any hints. Han Fei's first idea was to send a cloud of spiritual energy over the land, but the spiritual energy exploded and blew a big hole in the ground. But this time, the old man didn't laugh. In fact, Han Fei's logic was correct and even very precise, which showed that he was really a genius. Han Fei also found that although a hole was blown up in the ground, there were spiritual plants sprouting in places that hadn't been bombarded. I've got it. The spiritual energy explosion originated from the non-dead corner explosion from a central point. If I can control the spiritual energy to spread only laterally, it won't explode. After dozens of experiments and explosions, Han Fei finally managed to control the spiritual energy, so tilling land could actually improve his ability to control spiritual energy, which was really a useful experience for him. One day, Han Fei had gained some experience with spiritual energy explosions and was about to try it again when the village leader suddenly came to the plantation. As soon as the village leader came in, he saw the old man drinking and eating barbecue. He sniffed and ignored the old man, calling straight to Han Fei standing in the ground. Han Fei, come here. Han Fei ran over, covered with mud. Leader, what can I do for you? The village leader is the leader of the Heavenly Water Village. If it weren't for the fishing trial, he wouldn't have even remembered me. Why has he come to me here? The village leader said. Han Fei, our village wants to select some outstanding students to study in the town where there are better schools. Although the selected student can only be auditors temporarily, it's still a great chance. I specially reserved a place for you. Hurry up, go back home to pack and get ready for setting off. Huh. Han Fei scratched his head, glanced back at the land he hadn't finished tilling, and thought about it. What can auditors learn? The village leader laughed. The schools in the town are not the same as those in the village. That's where elites stay. You just have to stay there for 3 years and then you can learn about the 5 major professions or even get started. Do you know what the 5 major professions are? Let me tell you. Han Fei looked blank. He pointed a finger at the village leader and a string of spiritual energy was sent into his body. Like this? The village leader? He stuttered. Spirit gatherer? Han Fei said seriously, Leader, if I have to be in the town for 3 years just to learn about the 5 major professions, then I'd rather not go. Recently, I find farming particularly interesting and I plan to continue to study in the Heavenly Water Village. When I go to the town one day, I'll startle them with what I'm capable of. The village leader? Do you mean farming? The old man on the side suddenly pounded the table and jumped to his feet, throwing a prawn at the face of the village leader. What's wrong with farming? Do you have a problem with farming? The village head frowned. Old Zheng, you gotta show me some respect. The chance to go to town is something that many young people are desperate for. Han Fei has a great gift for being a spirit gatherer. How can you just keep him here farming? What else can your spiritual fruits be used for besides being able to make some barbecue? The old man's face darkened. Do you despise planting spiritual fruits? Big-headed Zhao, you ignorant idiot. The Tao of spiritual fruits planting will bring you lifelong benefits. That'll be a waste of his time to be an auditor in the town for 3 years. Was your head hit by an ironhead fish? The village leader yelled. Don't call me idiot, you idiot. You idiot. The Tao of spiritual fruits planting? Why didn't I see you grow a single piece of spirit fruit? If it weren't for the fact that every hanging island needs someone to study spiritual fruit, I would have flattened your plantation. The old man immediately threw a small white fish at him. Flatten my plantation? Yes, in your dreams. I'd like to see how you can flatten my plantation. Dare you shovel a piece of soil? Let me show you whether I dare or not. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Han Fei couldn't get a word in as the 2 old men were too irritable. The quarrel between them soon escalated into a fight. They were getting angrier and angrier. As the village leader burst into a roar, his body suddenly bulged with muscles and he threw a punch at the old man. Han Fei was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he saw. Leader, didn't you always tell us to be kind and get along with others? The old man didn't flinch at all. Casting a sardonic glance at the village leader, he reached out and grabbed in the air, and then a water shield appeared in front of him. The water shield exploded and the 2 old men were both sprinkled with water all over. The village leader kept punching, forming a dragon shadow in the air. A fierce battle was imminent. The old man stood still, summoning a lot of water from the void, which turned into a chain and then into a whip. Han Fei was dumbfounded. That's awesome. The old man looks so cool. He can actually grab anything out of the air as he wants. How eye-opening. Han Fei squatted on the ground not far away, watching the 2 of them fight. The village leader roared, Old Zhang, do you really think you can beat me? Buzz. A cloud of spiritual energy appeared on the village leader's fist. Han Fei shivered when he saw the village leader initiate a spiritual energy explosion, which was an extremely terrifying force. But the old man just sneered. You want to play spiritual energy with me? Are you still in your dream? He reached out and grabbed at the mass of spiritual energy, which immediately diffused and broke into spiritual points. After dozens of seconds, with a whoosh, the village leader was thrown out of the plantation. The old man pointed at the village leader and cursed, Big-headed Zhao, who do you think you are? If you dare to set your foot on my plantation again, I'll beat the hell out of you. The village leader was very angry. You damn farmer. I can't even communicate with you, Han Fei. I've asked you to go to town for your own good. Since you have already started as a spiritual gatherer, you don't have to be an auditor. Besides, although Li Jue was almost disabled, it is possible for him to recover in advance. Think it over for yourself. Han Fei waved his hand in embarrassment. Li Jue? It's only been half a month and Li Jue has shown signs of recovery? He had thought that there was still a lot of time left for him. Now being reminded by the village leader, he realized that he wouldn't be able to spend all his time and effort on farming. Just now, old Jiang showed great power in the battle when he grabbed water from the void and transformed it into any weapon he wanted. Was it a different skill of a spirit gatherer? If this was the case, a spirit gatherer was powerful indeed. He wanted to learn this skill. Old Jiang turned his head, watching Han Fei's expression changing, and asked grumpily, Did you change your mind? Han Fei shook his head. No, but I think I have to take a few days off, Grandpa. Oh? For what? I've felt signs of a breakthrough recently, and I want to prepare for my breakthrough. Cough, cough, old Jiang was speechless. Didn't you just make a breakthrough not long ago? Why are you going to make another breakthrough so soon? Is a breakthrough as simple as eating and drinking for you? Chapter 69, He Xiao Yu, also leaving translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations The Tigers. Father, I heard that Han Fei was doing odd jobs in the plantation of the Heavenly Water Village. Ha, short-sighted bastard Tunga has left now, no one knows whether he'll come back or not. Father, if we don't get rid of Han Fei now, we won't have another chance if he goes to town. A vicious gleam flickered in Li Hu's eyes. He had almost lost all of his force because of Han Fei. Although his force had restored by 70% or 80%, it would still take him at least a few months more to fully recover. Han Fei was the culprit of his sufferings. He certainly wouldn't let him off. Li Ju was also full of hatred. Because of Tungay, his strength had diminished by more than half. Now, even though he took various kinds of spiritual drugs every day, his injury hadn't recovered yet. Li Jue gnashed his teeth. Humph! Tungay wanted me to make the tiger's Han Fei's whetstone, but does Han Fei deserve it? How is a piece of junk whose spiritual beast is a spirit-swallowing fish worthy of treating me as a whetstone? Li Jue mused and said, Huer, bear with him for a few more days. The tigers haven't recovered from this setback, and are now outshone by the Wang family. If it weren't for the fact that killing is not allowed on the floating island, I am afraid I might have been killed by them. Therefore, I must not leave the floating island before I fully recover, so you'll be in charge of hunting Han Fei. Li Hu said, Father, I see. Please wait a few more days. When I recover, I'll watch for a proper moment to kill Han Fei at sea with our tiger brothers. Han Fei had yet again gone to the most delicious barbecue stall in the world. Li Gang asked, Young master, are you bored again? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Can't I come if I'm not bored? Li Gang grinned. You can come anytime. Li Gang and Xiao Hong once discussed privately why Han Fei always came here to process the fish, as Li Gang thought Han Fei must have some indescribable feelings for these fish. Han Fei summoned the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fishes. The two little guys should start to upgrade. Before Han Fei started to feed them, however, he saw Little White spit out a cloud of spiritual energy. Han Fei looked around and then quickly drew the spiritual energy to his fingertips. But as soon as the cloud of spiritual energy came into contact with him, he widened his eyes. What pure spiritual energy! Han Fei felt comfortable all over, though this small cloud of spiritual energy was only 500 points. Han Fei wondered if there was something wrong with the two little fishes as they spat out spiritual energy. He immediately examined them. Spiritual beast, N name, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, introduction. They're the descendants of the mysterious primitive yin-yang sky, swallowing fish. The black and white fish accompany each other. The white fish is docile, whereas the black one is cruel. They are symbiotic. As long as one lives, the other won't die. Level 1 quality, mysterious E spiritual energy, 0 points E spiritual energy, 0 points Fort Mysterious, 1-1 menace. They can swallow everything. Note: the blackfish is not visible. Except for the owner, only people with naturally born yin-yang divine eyes can see it. What? The stored 1,000 points of spiritual energy disappeared? Han Fei's heart shivered. Did the two little guys simply purify the spiritual energy? Was the purified spiritual energy better? Of course. For an analogy, within the tolerance range, the higher the oxygen concentration, the better. In the era of the Big Bang, mosquitoes could be the size of a human fist, and all marine life, land life, and plants were gigantic. In short, if Han Fei had been ingesting this high-purity spiritual energy, it could help broaden his meridians and strengthen his bones and flesh. The purer the spiritual energy he absorbed, the stronger his combat power would be. Wow, great! Han Fei was overjoyed, and Li Gang and Little Red glanced back at him from time to time, wondering what was wrong with this young master who sometimes seemed to be smart, but also sometimes looked like a fool. Han Fei fed Little White 1,000 points of spiritual energy once again, but the latter made no breakthrough, so he fed him another 500 points. This time, Little White refused to eat it. He knew that he was already full. So Han Fei started absorbing spiritual energy, but he still felt it was too slow, and he tried to work out other ways to earn spiritual energy. Hey gang, young master, what's up? Put ads that the barbecue stall will be selling all products half price within the next 3 days. Li Gang was confused. Huh? Why on sale again? Han Fei said impatiently. Just do it. This is the way of doing business. You don't understand. As he expected, no sooner than the discount ads were released, the number of customers had almost doubled. Han Fei gained a total of 30,200 points of spiritual energy, plus the 4,186 points that he already had, which was enough for him to upgrade his spiritual heritage. Upgrade. With a swish, 20,000 points of spiritual energy were gone, but Han Fei didn't grudge at all. Instead, he was beaming with a smile. No wonder the upgrade this time required 20,000 points of spiritual energy. With this breakthrough, his spiritual heritage was upgraded to level 3, low quality, which raised his strength by a whole level. But soon Han Fei's face turned green when he found out it would take 100,000 points to make the next upgrade. He suddenly had an impulse to curse, 100,000 points per each improvement in quality. Wouldn't it mean that if he wanted to upgrade the level 3 spiritual heritage to level 4, he would have to spend 400,000 points of spiritual energy? This will be too slow. Even if I give discounts to customers of the barbecue stall every day, it will still take 40 to 50 days, he thought to himself. Han Fei wondered if he could talk to old Jiang and open some more barbecue stalls on the floating island. But then he dropped the idea, because he couldn't be in several places at once, so it wouldn't get him more spiritual energy to open more barbecue stalls. Forget it. Let me raise my upper limit of spiritual energy first. Han Fei was now a fisher at the peak of level 8. Although he could break through to level 9 at any time, he had to lay a solid foundation first. Anyway, he preferred quality over speed. 5 days later, Han Fei lay on the ground like a dead dog. Although he was already familiar with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, he still felt extremely tired every time he practiced it. If it weren't for the fact that it worked quite well, he would have given up on it long ago. Han Fei looked at the data. Owner, Han Fei Level, 8 Advanced Fisher, Han Spiritual Energy, 1923-3379, Han Trinity 1923, Han Trinity 3379, Han Trinity H Spiritual Heritage, Level 3, Low Quality. Upgradable S Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish's Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod, Main R2, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei was very satisfied with the data. After the comprehensive cultivation of this time, he felt stronger. If he met Li Hu again, he would be able to knock him down easily. An ordinary level 8 fisher would only have 160 points of basic spiritual energy in the beginning. Even after repeated tempering, his spiritual energy would be no more than 200 points or so. He had been several times stronger than ordinary level 8 fishers. Since I've got so many days off, why not go to sea? Han Fei didn't dare to use the less than 20,000 points of spiritual energy he had left. He found that spiritual energy soon ran out. When he broke through to level 8, he used more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But if he wanted to reach level 9, he would need at least 20,000 spiritual points. The barbecue stall. Han Fei said, Agang, don't forget to deliver liquor and barbecue to Grandpa Zhang. I'm going to sea for a few days. Li Gang was surprised. How many days? Young master, the sea is dangerous. I know. Don't worry. Oh, by the way, young master, He Xiaoyu came to you 2 days ago. I said you were cultivating, and she said that when you were done cultivating, go find her. Han Fei wondered. He Xiaoyu went out with her father to upgrade her spiritual beast. Did she come back so soon? Han Fei had always felt that upgrading a spiritual beast was not a simple matter, but it seemed that she had succeeded to some degree. Okay, I see. At He Xiaoyu's home. Han Fei just arrived at the door of her house and happened to meet He Mingtang, who was going out. Seeing Han Fei, He Mingtang questioned, Hi, Han Fei. I heard that you rejected the village leader? Young man, you should seize the opportunity. Not everyone can go to the town. Besides, I heard that Li Hu had recovered and seems to have even made a breakthrough, so be careful. Han Fei grinned. Don't worry, Mr. He. I'll protect myself. He Mingtang nodded. Good. Glad to hear that. Xiaoyu has just finished cultivating. You can go straight in. Okay, take care, Mr. He. Don't take my daughter to fool around with you, and don't touch her. Okay, now you can go in, He Mingtang said abruptly, turning round after taking 2 steps. Han Fei, right? Han Fei was speechless. Why do you think I'd be interested in a 12-year-old girl? I am not a pedophile. He entered the door, only to see a middle-aged woman who asked as soon as she saw him, Are you Han Fei? Yes, auntie. Come on in, I just made dinner. Xiaoyu is having dinner. Let's have dinner together. When Han Fei saw He Xiaoyu, the girl was holding a skewer of barbecue in her hand and eating it with an apparent appetite. Han Fei asked, How can you eat barbecue every day? Don't you think it's too greasy? I heard that greasy food will make you fat. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. No, as long as you don't eat too much. Han Fei stared at the dozens of skewers on the table. You called this not too much? Xiao Yu was offended. Shut up, you know what, I'm going to the town. Are you going too? Chapter 70. Grumpy Little Black Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. Han Fei asked her. To be an auditor? Han Fei grunted. I enjoy my life in the Heavenly Water Village. My life here is stress-free and my strength is getting better and better. I even have a feeling that here I am going to reach the peak of life. I don't want to go to the town school at all. Xiao Yu was shocked. No, I'm going to be a full-time student, not an auditor. Han Fei, really? So I can only be an auditor, whereas Xiao Yu will be a full-time student? Village leader, you old bastard? Fortunately, I didn't listen to you. Then go. Perhaps you can cover me when I get to the town. Xiao Yu chuckled. Why not go with me? I heard that the students of the town school are the most talented selected from all the villages. Technically, only those with level 2, good quality spiritual heritage or above are eligible to enter the school, but there are exceptions, such as you, who have unusual physical strength. Han Fei shook his head. I'm not going there, Xiao Yu said, but you can learn something useful. Do you know the 5 major professions? Han Fei exclaimed in his heart. Oh, not this again. Did you forget the spirit-gathering art Feng Zhe gave me? I can cultivate with that too. Maybe you won't learn as much in school as I self-taught myself, Xiao Yu pouted. Bah, you're bragging. It is said that even the best genius in town has to learn for several years. Well, forget it. Have you heard that Li Hu has recovered and even made a breakthrough? Han Fei replied. Yes, your father told me, but it doesn't matter. Li Hu is like a salted fish. Since he has fallen down, he can no longer get up. But there are many strong men in the tigers, and your spiritual beast has no combat power. Once those people fuse with their spiritual beasts, you will hardly be able to defend against their attacks. Han Fei was confused. Fuse with their spiritual beasts? Don't tell me that you haven't started cultivating your spiritual beast yet. Xiao Yu was shocked. Is that urgent? Xiao Yu said anxiously. Sure, almost everyone will have their strength rise after they get their spiritual beast. The stronger your spiritual beast is, the stronger you will be after fusing with it. Han Fei was interested. Will my cultivating speed increase dramatically after I fuse with my spiritual beast? Doesn't a spirit swallowing fish like swallowing spear best? Then he smiled. Little girl, when are you going to the town? Xiao Yu was annoyed and questioned, why do you call me that? I'm older than you. But you look much younger than me. But forget it. It's not bad staying in the Heavenly Village. At least you won't meet so many geniuses here. Your strength is not weak. Maybe we can meet at the level 1 fishery after we become fishing masters, Han Fei asked. Are the town and villages using the same level 1 fishery? Xiao Yu nodded. Yes, all the villages use the same one. At this time, Xiao Yu's mother brought fish soup and Han Fei tasted it. In addition to the rich umami taste it had, there was nothing special about the soup. Xiao Yu's mother joined the conversation. Lad, you shall work hard. When you become a fishing master, your father will not object to your marrying Xiao Yu. Pooh, cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yu's face instantly turned red. Mother, what are you talking about? We're just friends. I'm going to cultivate. Xiao Yu clattered upstairs and Han Fei embarrassedly said to her mother, Auntie, I think I have to go too. Xiao Yu's mother was warm with her response. Okay, no rush. Cultivation goes first. Xiao Yu is leaving the village in 2 days. The village leader will send her to the town. Han Fei, Xiao Yu's father said that you could actually go too. Auntie, different people have different aspirations. I still have a lot of things to do in the Heavenly Water Village. I'll go to town one day, but not now. After leaving Xiao Yu's house, Han Fei went straight to his house. The white fishing boat Feng Zhe gave to him remained tied to the edge of the cliff next to his house. Han Fei jumped onto it and sailed straight to the sea, the tigers, not long after Han Fei left. Young master, Han Fei has gone to sea. Li Hu frowned. Going to the sea at night? He pondered. Let Uncle Wolf deal with him. A dark night, a killing night. How dare he, a minor fisher, go to the sea at night? He is simply courting death. Yes, young master, gee. The boat used by city people is really different, so fast and stable. With this boat, I don't have to go to the port to rent one, which was much more worthwhile than a piece of spiritual fruit. Coming to the sea again, Han Fei pondered, spirit-swallowing fish are from level 1 fisheries. If they are put in a common fishery, would there be no fish able to kill them? Xiao Yu once said that only very special creatures or spiritual beasts could kill spiritual beasts. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared. Seeing the endless sea, even without instruction from Han Fei, Little Black jumped straight into the seawater. Han Fei called to him, Little Black, why are you in such a hurry? Come out of the sea. However, Little Black ignored Han Fei, and Little White also jumped into the sea. The 2 small fishes, one black and one white, jumped out of the sea and then dove back into the water, seeming to be playing. Han Fei covered his face helplessly. Most people have their spiritual beasts as fighting pets, whereas mine are 2 cute pets. Something suddenly drew his attention. A blade fish jumped out of the sea and rushed straight to Little White. Little White, watch out! With a twinkle and swish, Xiao Bai dove into the seawater, leaving a white flash. In the blink of an eye, he had swum behind the blade fish and seemed to be curiously observing this big fish. But Little Black was not so curious. He thought to himself, you want to eat Little White? Then I will eat you first. Then Han Fei saw something that shocked him. Little Black rushed up, and as he kept revolving around the bladefish, the latter became a fishbone. Wow, so strong? You, a level 1 small fish, ate a bladefish leaving only the bones? The water glittered like frost, and the fin blade of the bladefish fell into the water. Hanfei was about to get the blade out of water when he saw Little Black rush up again and bite at the blade. Hanfei's jaw almost dropped. What did he just see? Little Black actually ate a blade? Come here, Xiaohei. Little Black jumped out of the water and swam around Hanfei in the air. Hanfei found that this little guy was not hurt at all. That's a blade, not fish meat. Don't your teeth hurt when eating it? However, Xiaohei didn't seem to understand what Hanfei was saying, or he didn't even give a damn. He jumped back into the water. Because Little Black was his spiritual beast, Hanfei could sense that Xiaohei was still eating. What was he eating? He had no idea, but he found that his spiritual energy was increasing. Oh? Directly increasing my spiritual energy. When Hanfei saw the 3 moons rising in the sky, he knew it was almost time. He immediately called Little Black and Little White back, only allowing them to wander around him. Hanfei sat with his legs crossed and began to cultivate, and suddenly, the spiritual energy around him surged. There seemed to be rolling spiritual energy wherever the bright moonlight fell. As Hanfei was cultivating, the sea around him violently stirred, and a large number of fishes emerged and writhed from time to time. As in the past, the moment when spiritual energy was present, no fish fought one another, not even the cruelest snakebelt. They were immersed in absorbing the essence of this world as if on a pilgrimage. Little Black, who was agitated and wanted to jump into the sea again, was also quiet at this moment. It stayed suspended in the air and slowly revolved around Hanfei. The black and white spots respectively on the 2 fishes' heads were shining and seemed to be breathing. As time went by, however, Hanfei felt that the spiritual energy he absorbed was getting less and less. He opened his eyes and found that the calabash was flashing. Little Black and Little White were absorbing spiritual energy, so were the fishes in the sea. Hanfei gave a wry smile. So the spiritual energy I attracted in cultivation was mostly absorbed by you guys? But fine, anyway, I still grew stronger. After more than an hour, the sea surface gradually began to stir. Some fish began to flop about, and a whitefish jumped on board, almost hitting Hanfei. But at the moment the whitefish jumped up, Little Black rushed over and threw it into the sea after a few bites. Soon, there were more and more fish starting to flop around, mostly just yellowfish and whitefish. Fishes like bladefish didn't jump on board, though. Little Black was relatively grumpy. He seemed to realize that his owner was cultivating, so any fish who dared to approach the deck was killed by it. As he was busy biting and chewing, suddenly both Little Black and Little White's body flashed, and they actually upgraded. All of a sudden, Hanfei felt Xiaobai bumping on his body. He turned his head, only to see that a ship shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. There are people at sea at this time? Are they coming for me? Chapter 71, Fighting a Fishing Master Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Hanfei frowned. The first idea coming to his mind was that he was followed, but he didn't stop cultivating. Well, if I stopped cultivating at this time, the sea would go violent. It was for this reason that he asked Feng Zhe for this high-end fishing boat, but to his dismay, there was always someone trying to disturb him. Li Lang, one of the founders of the Tigers, a very strong man, was about to break through to be an intermediate fishing master. He was in the top 5 of the Tigers in strength. When he was assigned this task, he was full of disdain and even assured Li Hu that he would slash Hanfei's head off within 2 hours. He felt that it was a little insulting to ask him to kill an insignificant fisher. However, he knew that this guy almost had leader and young master killed, so he was very eager to kill this guy to get the credit. At this moment, Li Lang was only 500 meters away from Hanfei's fishing boat. He figured that he was too busy cultivating and didn't notice him. The spiritual energy here seems to be more intense than other places. Is that guy getting a chance to cultivate? When Li Lang was 300 meters away from Hanfei, he heard a flapping sound under the ship, and he took a look at it only to find that many yellowfish and whitefish were bumping against the ship. A school of fish? This guy is lucky to meet a school of fish at night. When Li Lang was only less than 100 meters away from Hanfei's white fishing boat, he felt something was wrong. No, it's not a school of fish. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich. This guy must have won a treasure. No wonder he dare go to sea at night. But I'm afraid your treasure will be mine. I can give your head to young master, but your treasure, ho-ho, swoosh. Just when Li Lang was about to reach Hanfei, he pulled out his fishing rod, planning to hook Hanfei's white fishing boat with his fish hook so as not to let him escape. But before he cast out the fish hook, he saw the white fishing boat darting towards him. Damn it, do you want to die? Li Lang certainly wouldn't think his fishing boat was stronger than the one Feng Zhe gave Hanfei. If the 2 boats collided, the one destroyed must be his fishing boat. Roar! Do you think you can kill me by destroying my boat? You wish? Li Lang retracted the fishing rod, carried it behind his back, and picked up a long rod. This was an iron rod made of iron trees on the seabed, which was at the same level as He Xiaoyu's bamboo rod and Hanfei's purple bamboo rod that was not yet refined. Li Lang was about to jump onto Hanfei's ship, but what did he see in the next second? The sea was roaring and rolling, and hundreds of thousands of fish were flying out of the sea. He saw countless snakebelts, bladefish, green turtles, and even 2 tentacle lobsters. Li Lang's face changed dramatically. Damn it, is this a small fish tide? A fishing master as he was not invincible. He might be very strong in a one-on-one fight, not a single fish here could beat him, but there were too many of them. The fishes flopped violently and jumped out of the water in succession. Han Fei hid into the cabin as soon as he saw the fishes jumping up, leaving his boat drifting by itself. Bang! The bow of Li Lang's fishing boat was knocked askew and sawdust flew around. The fishes couldn't find Han Fei, so they all swarmed up at Li Lang. At this time, Li Lang had no time to deal with Han Fei and could only clench the rod in his hands. Han Fei steered the fishing boat a bit away as he watched. Huh? This man is so strong. Is he a fishing master? Han Fei saw Li Lang waving his hand and he easily broke a green turtle, which flew away with a ruckus. 5 or 6 big blade fish darted their fin blades at him, but Li Lang immediately blocked their attacks and hit 2 of them hard with his rod. Humph! Li Lang suddenly groaned. He was hit by a blade fish that had lost its fin. This would not have hurt him, but a tentacle lobster climbed up behind him and whipped him hard on the back with its tentacle at the same time. Go to hell! The long rod in Li Lang's hand flashed and he dented the lobster's head with a blow of his rod. Wow, he is really a worthy fishing master. Look how observant and alert he is in the fight. But how many fishes can he beat alone? Han Fei wondered. Li Lang was in trouble at the moment. If the fishes that jumped up were all swordfish and tentacle lobsters, he was confident that he could easily kill them. But what he faced up with was hundreds of thousands of white fish and yellow fish who madly darted at him. It didn't make sense to beat these fishes because they couldn't wound him anyway. But if he didn't get rid of them, his sight was completely blocked. He couldn't see anything but white fish and yellow fish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been whipped by a tentacle lobster. Li Lang yelled angrily, Han Fei, you insidious coward. Did you use your treasure to cause this fish tide? Do you know how many people will chase after you if I escape? Show me how you can escape with the bow of your boat wrecked. You coward, just keep hiding in your cabin. As Li Lang's iron rod whistled through the air, countless white fish, yellow fish, and green turtles were sent flying. Ouch! A fin blade flew across Li Lang's chest, and his chest was immediately dripping with blood. When he finally jumped from his ship to Han Fei's, he had 4 blades in his body, and the wound on his back was still burning. In addition, his face was also swollen from bumping into a green turtle. Little Black, bite him. The moment Li Lang set foot on Han Fei's fishing boat, Han Fei immediately ordered Little Black to attack Li Lang. Oh! Caught off guard, Li Lang felt that his calf was bitten by something that ripped a bloody piece of flesh off his leg. He tried to find the thing that bit him, but there were only white fish and yellow fish under his feet. He thought it was a coincidence, but when he took a step forward, he felt that his forearm was bitten too and a piece of flesh was bitten off. What the hell is that? Li Lang hurriedly refilled his body with spiritual energy, and at the moment when his body was flooded with spiritual energy, with a thought from Han Fei, Little Black quickly came back to his owner. Han Fei sneered, now it's time. The fish cabin was knocked open instantly. Han Fei struck Li Lang with his purple bamboo rod. With a flash from purple bamboo rod, Han Fei shouted, "Explode!" Bam! A turbulent air wave erupted between them, throwing hundreds of fish away. Li Lang was knocked back 3 paces by the attack. His arms were numb and he was shocked. That's not right. Han Fei's strength is not right. Isn't Han Fei only a level 7 fisher? Liar. He is clearly already a fishing master. Explode! Li Lang had hardly stabilized his body when Han Fei hit him with the rod again. Bam! Li Lang felt that as his shoulders were hit hard, his blood was rolling and the spiritual energy in his body finally exploded. After taking 2 consecutive spiritual energy explosion attacks, he could hardly stand. Han Fei sneered, "You want to kill me? I will drain your spiritual energy first." Although Li Ju was seriously wounded, he still clenched his fishing rod and he lashed at Han Fei with it. Han Fei was sent flying through the air and bumped into a passing green turtle. Fortunately, he was not wounded, and in the blink of an eye, he filled his body with spiritual energy again. Han Fei grinned. "Brother, come and kill me." Li Lang stared at him ferociously, then quickly grabbed a spirit refilling pill and swallowed it. However, as soon as he threw the spirit refilling pill into his mouth, his belly was suddenly bitten by something twice, and a bloody hunk of flesh was bitten off. Damn, what the fuck was that? Li Lang hurriedly refilled his body with spiritual energy again, and tightly covered the wound on his belly with his clothes to stop the blood from flowing out. What the heck is that? He didn't even know what bit him. However, when he had just dressed his wound, he saw Han Fei sneering and his rod flash again. Is he going to give him another spiritual energy explosion attack? Fuse. Just when Han Fei's rod was about to hit Li Lang again, Li Lang roared, and instantly, a shadow covered Li Lang's body. No sooner than purple bamboo rod hit Li Lang again, Han Fei's shoulder had a sharp pain and seemed to be pierced by something. Pooh, Li Lang spurted blood. Even if he had fused with his spiritual beast, half of his body still went numb and his shoulders were dented when he was hit by Han Fei. Han Fei was knocked back and quickly looked to his left shoulder, only to find that blood was streaming out of his shoulder as if penetrated by a sword. Li Lang seems to have become stronger. Bastard, do you know that my spiritual beast is a swordfish, the most aggressive fish from level 1 fisheries? I'm gonna kill you. Chapter 72, Desire to Kill Hanfei, blinked, jumped back quickly to block a fin blade darting at him with his rod, and then caught the bladefish to throw it at Li Lang. Li Lang easily smashed the bladefish, but the moment he smashed it, his palm was pierced. He turned his head to look, only to find that it was not a bladefish, but a palm-sized knife. It was one of the small flying knives Hanfei made with a bladefish's fins. When he was first engaged in refining, he laughed at himself for making rubbish, but now it seemed that he could use them as hidden weapons. Li Lang was shocked. This bastard had so many means. He hadn't even figured out what this guy released to bite him yet and was injured by his flying knife again. Before Li Lang came back from the shock, he saw Hanfei reach out, grab something from the air, and throw it over. He thought it was another knife. But the next second he found that there was nothing at all. Explode. It turned out to be another spiritual energy explosion attack. Li Lang hurriedly held his stick to block it, shocked and angry. Is this guy's spiritual energy endless? Even if he could gain spiritual energy by drinking spirit-swallowing fish soup, there was no damn soup here for him to drink. Where did he get so much spiritual energy? Boom. Hundreds of fish were sent flying through the air by the explosion, and a tentacle lobster that had just climbed halfway onto the boat was shaken off, knocked into the water. Hanfei felt that his body was pierced again. This time it was his right hand. He quickly backed away and looked at his right hand where a long cut appeared. Little Black, bite him. Hanfei gritted his teeth. He shattered Li Lang's spiritual energy once again. I don't believe you can keep refilling your body with spiritual energy. Sure enough, the next second, Li Lang was bitten in the back of his neck, and another piece of flesh was bitten off. Li Lang was going crazy. What the heck is it? Once the spiritual energy in his body disappeared, he would be bitten. Enough is enough. Li Lang was forced to refill his body with spiritual energy again. He knew that if he couldn't kill Hanfei this time, he would be doomed. At this moment, on the white fishing boat on the sea, two people, whose bodies were shimmering with spiritual energy, were fighting fiercely, and clangs were heard from time to time. Hanfei retreated one step after another, not because his strength was inferior to Li Lang, but that Li Lang seemed to be able to emit sword chi that left many cuts on his body. Bam! Being thrown backward, Hanfei hit the rail guard and vomited blood. Very good. Do you think only you know how to fuse with your spiritual beast? Hanfei was irritated. He knew that the tigers wanted to kill him and there was a fishing master in the tigers, but he didn't expect the tigers to send a fishing master to ambush him on the sea at night. Even though the sea at night was considered a horrible place and fishing masters were reluctant to come, he had come, and this person was quite strong. If Hanfei guessed right, he may be a junior fishing master before fusing with his swordfish, but after the fusion, he probably became an intermediate fishing master. Little White, Little Black, fuse with me. It was not difficult for Hanfei to kill his opponent by draining his spiritual energy with spiritual energy explosion attacks, but Li Lang was too close to him and he couldn't resist his sword chi that easily and seriously wounded him. So although Hanfei had not yet tried to fuse with his spiritual beasts, he had to do it now. Even if Little Black and Little White were still at a low level and couldn't boost his strength much, at least they would improve his strength somewhat. The next moment, Hanfei saw the black and white fish appear in front of him, circling around him, and then they entered his body like a Tai Chi pattern. Roar. As soon as Hanfei finished the fusion, Li Lang couldn't help but take a step back. What did he see? At the moment, one of Hanfei's eyes had turned pure white against the dark sky, which meant that Hanfei had one black and one white eye. Li Lang had never seen such a creepy scene and was a little scared. Isn't this guy's spiritual beast just a spirit-swallowing fish? Who the fuck said that to me? I'm gonna kill him. Hanfei felt that he had become a lot stronger and probably had the power of a level 9 fisher, which might be nothing to a fishing master. But at the moment, Hanfei became extremely calm, and there was a bloodthirsty desire in his heart. The sight of Li Lang aroused an urge from his heart to bite him. In addition to that, the world in his eyes had changed, and Li Lang's movement suddenly slowed down. Li Lang knew that there would be no chance for him to kill Hanfei if he didn't kill him right now. Without any hesitation, he covered his iron rod with the last bit of spiritual energy he had. He didn't think Hanfei could defend himself against the spiritual energy explosion attack of a fishing master. But this time, to his surprise, Hanfei just stood still. When his iron rod was about to hit him, he suddenly twisted his body in a strange angle and dodged his attack. Pooh, Li Lang only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then the strength of his whole body seemed to be fading. The fusion effect gradually dissipated and his strength was gone. Li Lang looked down, only to see a knife in his chest. Hanfei had no expression on his face and looked calm. He looked at Li Lang, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, suddenly opened his mouth and bit at Li Lang's neck. One bite after another. Aha! Li Lang died miserably, and his widened eyes were filled with terror. However, Hanfei didn't terminate the fusion. Instead, he carried purple bamboo rod and started to hit the fishes who wanted to jump on board. The tentacle lobster that was shaken off started to climb back on the boat, but a rod hit down, smashing its head. 15 minutes later, the ship had been covered with dead fishes and a struggling look gradually appeared on Hanfei's face. Minot, the fusion, BAM, Hanfei sat down on the deck, breathing heavily, and two small fishes in front of him, black and white, were happily revolving around him in the air. Hanfei threw up violently to the ground. He knew exactly what he had just done. He knew he had just bitten Li Lang to death. But at the moment he killed Li Lang, he felt extremely excited. Both his body and his spirit were in a state of extreme excitement. He wanted more killing and wanted to appreciate the pleasure. That's horrible. What the hell are you, Little Black? Han Fei knew that this was Little Black's masterpiece. This guy didn't like to absorb spiritual energy from the beginning. Whenever he saw a fish, he would rush up to bite it. He was only at level 1 but had already nibbled a swordfish to death. When he fused with him just now, he felt his desire to kill was skyrocketing. Han Fei decided unless his life was in danger, he would never fuse with them again. Just now, he felt like he was crazy, yes, like a madman who was crazy and extremely high. Although he knew that his state was not right, he was reluctant to terminate the fusion. After gasping for quite a while, Han Fei kicked Li Lang, who was already dead, rummaged through his person, and found nothing but a rod. He looked at it and thought, not bad. It was not destroyed when hit by my purple bamboo rod, so it should be a weapon of the same level as purple bamboo rod. Tossing Li Lang's body into the sea, Han Fei thoroughly cleaned up the boat. After he absorbed all the spiritual energy, his spiritual energy had exceeded 22,000 points. After a little hesitation, Han Fei chose to break through immediately. Otherwise, if another master about the same level as Li Lang came, he might not be able to defend himself. And if two came, he would definitely die. Little Black, Little White, guard my side. Watching the two little fishes circling happily around him, Han Fei gave a wry smile. Little guys, do you know you almost drove your owner into madness? Make the breakthrough. Spiritual energy was surging around Han Fei, and his momentum was constantly rising. Crack. In a split second, Han Fei accomplished the breakthrough. Of course, he was still far from the peak of level 9, so spiritual energy was still surging. After more than an hour, Han Fei opened his eyes. I was too weak before the breakthrough, but now my strength has increased by thousands of kilograms. Han Fei got up and found that the wounds on his body had begun to scab. Although it was not as fast as his previous recovery speed, it was still fast. He wondered whether it was because of the breakthrough or other reasons. He looked at his data again. Han Fei, 9 Advanced Fisher, 1023, 399, Level 3, Low Quality, Upgradable. Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fishes, Purple Bamboo Rod, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality, Chapter 73, Like a Fish Hopping in the Sea. Han Fei was relieved to see that he still had 1,023 points of spiritual energy left. He had been worried that his spiritual energy was not enough, but now it seemed that it was enough. However, it was certain that the amount of spiritual energy consumed for each breakthrough was increasing. He could be sure that 20,000 points of spiritual energy would not be enough for him to accomplish his next breakthrough, which might require 30,000 or even 40,000 points. He was struggling in his heart whether he should continue to cultivate or to practice the incomplete monograph on 1/8 ways of body polishing. He felt that, however, in this breakthrough, the increase of his upper limit of spiritual energy was not as much as he expected. He seemed to encounter a small bottleneck, so he needed to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing to help himself advance. Well, the tigers won't stop unless I die. This amount of spiritual energy may not be enough. At the same time, the tigers. Young master, Li Lang has been gone for 3 hours. Li Hu waved his hand. Perhaps he hasn't found Han Fei. Even an ordinary fishery covers hundreds of kilometers. It is not easy to find a certain person there. I order all people who are not yet fishing masters to go to the ordinary fisheries tomorrow to search for a white fishing boat. Yes, young master, Li Hu sneered. Han Fei, are you an idiot? You got the white fishing boat from the angel. It's just like the brightest star in the night sky. We can easily find you with this boat. The next morning, dawn came, and as Han Fei's cultivation came to an abrupt halt, the sea surface immediately stirred. Although Han Fei had reached level 9, he still hid in the cabin. Come on, even a fishing master like Li Lang could hardly handle the fishes. I don't think I can do better than him if I go out. After less than half an hour, Han Fei threw the great amount of dead fish, whose spiritual energy had been absorbed by him, into the sea and checked his own spiritual energy with a frown. It was only 4,620 points. Damn, the fish's spiritual energy is too low, not even 5,000 points. If I meet a master like Li Lang again, I'll need at least 2,000 points to beat him. If 2 of them come, I will be in danger. Little Black, go hunting in the sea by yourself. I don't care what you do, but you must upgrade to level 3 today. Upon hearing this, Little Black jumped into the seawater. Now Han Fei was already on the edge of ordinary fisheries where there were very few people. He was now a level 9 fisher and his strength was completely different from before. Perhaps this time he could give it a try on the seabed? Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked by his bold idea. A fisher is thinking about going to the seabed to earn spiritual energy? If it were known by fishing masters, they would probably slap me to death. Anyway, fortune comes from danger. When I was still an ordinary person, I dared to dive into the sea in a diving suit and play with sharks. Why should my courage diminish now? With a flop, Han Fei jumped into the sea. As soon as he entered the sea, he exercised the wandering dragon art, and then he saw that Little Black was nibbling a snake belt while Little White was circling around him. Wow, do you guys have any idea that you're only level 2? Seeing Han Fei appear, Little White quickly swam over. He seemed to ask him, Master, why are you here? Little Black also swam over reluctantly. Didn't you tell me to eat fish here? Are you here to take me back? Han Fei carried purple bamboo rod in his right hand with a bladefish dagger on his waist and an iron fishing rod hanging on his back as he dove into the seabed. A bladefish wanted to swim over to see what Han Fei was. However, he felt a bite on him before he approached, and he hurriedly struggled and searched in anger for the thing that attacked him, but he found nothing after searching around. Then its tail disappeared, so did its belly. Han Fei clicked his tongue. It's really horrible to be attacked by an invisible creature. He still remembered the way Li Lang, dripping with blood from bites, desperately searched for what was biting him. As Han Fei dove into the sea, there were schools of fish coming over and swimming around him. No matter how powerful Little Black was, he had only one mouth and could not eat this many fish at the same time. It was only when the fish in the schools found that they had a companion who suddenly became bones that they ran away. It was not as dangerous as last time for Han Fei. Although Snakebelt swam over occasionally, he was not afraid at all. It was just that once he killed a fish in the sea, a school of fish would be attracted. This was very troublesome because he had to escape before absorbing enough spiritual energy. On the seabed, Han Fei didn't see coral reefs this time, but a gray, muddy ground and some jagged stones. As an experienced fisher, Han Fei knew very well how many dangers hid under the mud. Shit, what the hell is this place? There is no coral reef here. How can I get an opportunity for a breakthrough? At this moment, Han Fei was suspended 5 or 6 meters above the mud, and his body was agile like a swimming fish. Little Black and Little White were flanking him. As two snakebelts quickly swam over from a distance, Han Fei's eyes lit up. An opportunity has come. In the icy waters, Han Fei was a heat source, which quickly attracted the attention of the fishes. At the same time, under the stones, some green crabs began to show up. Poochie, a snakebelt, frantically darted towards him, and Han Fei dodged in a strange angle, pulling out the bladefish dagger from his waist and killed the snakebelt. On the other side, Little Black was nibbling a snakebelt that struggled fiercely and twisted its body in pain, though it didn't know what was biting it. Without any chance to escape, the snakebelt was bitten into 2 pieces and it sank. As soon as the 2 snakebelts died, the mud stirred. For a moment, it seemed as though hundreds of sticks had shot out of the dirt, which startled Han Fei. Sea snakes. Green scale sea snake, 7 regular 21. Drinking snake blood for a long time can supplement your chi and blood and enhance physical fitness. Green scale snake gall. Han Fei hurriedly drifted up a bit. His blood almost froze. These sea snakes rooted their tails in the soil. Once a prey came in sight, they would swarm out. They looked exactly like sticks. If they hadn't tilted their heads, ready to attack the enemy at any time, he might have been fooled by their mimicry. Did I enter a snake pit? Han Fei's face was all black. How can I deal with these snakes? They don't come out and I dare not go down. While Han Fei was hesitating, he saw Little Black rush past with a swish and bit a sea snake into 2 halves. Yes, how can I forget Little Black? These sea snakes can't see Little Black. He can just drill into the snake pit and eat them slowly. Therefore, Han Fei just drifted in the air, occasionally killing 1 or 2 snakebelts and throwing them down to the bottom of the sea after absorbing their spiritual energy. Even the big green crabs under the stones came up and ate the bodies of the sea snakes. Soon, the bloody smell began to thicken. Han Fei saw rotating starfish flying over like darts, and hermit crabs that seemed to have snail shells on their backs came out of the mud in all directions. The sea snakes seemed to have been angered. We don't eat you shelled ones. Why are you attacking us? You've gone too far. So a fight began. More and more snakebelts appeared in the distance, as well as green turtles, bladefish, and ironhead fish. For a time, cold lights flashed and crashing sounds were heard without end. Han Fei found that the calabash on his wrist was shining and seemed to be swallowing spirit. And not only the calabash, Little White was also absorbing spiritual energy in this bloody scene like an elf in the water. What? Can Little White absorb spiritual energy from 20 meters away? Han Fei immediately swam onto a stone, letting the calabash slowly absorb spiritual energy. From time to time, snakebelts swam over to siege him, but were all killed. The battle had been very fierce and dead fishes were everywhere. Han Fei could occasionally see Little Black shuttle under the water. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned. The Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants said that snake fruit would produce in the gathering place of sea snakes, especially green scale sea snakes. This snake fruit was a spiritual fruit and was recorded in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants. Snake fruit was a low-level spirit fruit. As snakes wouldn't move their nests for a long time, their saliva would accumulate and nourish an associated spiritual fruit. Eating this fruit could help restore a small amount of spiritual energy and heal wounds. However, its core value lay in alchemy. The snake pill fruit, refined from snake fruit, had a great restoring effect and contained a lot of spiritual energy. Little White, Little White. Little White swam to Han Fei while he was absorbing the spiritual energy. Han Fei pointed at the ground and tried communicating with him. Little White, go see if there is dark green fruit. If there is, bring it to me. Don't eat it. Little White immediately swam away and disappeared in the mud in a blink of an eye. Chapter 74, Marching Sea Leech's translator, Henyi Translation's editor, Henyi Translation's Little White, went away for about 10 minutes and swam back to Han Fei with a string of snake fruit in his mouth. Han Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect such a benefit in studying the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants. He looked at the green scale snake fruit in his hand and a string of data appeared. Tim A. Name green scale snake fruit introduction. A spiritual fruit coexisting with green scale sea snakes and nourished with the snake's saliva. It can increase the spiritual energy of snake pits. Level low level spiritual fruit quality, bad spiritual fruit. Quality bad spiritual energy, 500 points E effector. Directly eating it can increase a small amount of spiritual energy. Fishers can build up their bodies if taking it, but it's ineffective for fishing masters and above. There were 7 or 8 pieces of fruit in this string, which were all thumb-sized, but according to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, a snake fruit was as large as a fist. Was it because these sea snakes were too low of a level? Yes, this was just an ordinary fishery. How could there be so many treasures? Otherwise, fishing masters would all rush to ordinary fisheries for hunting. Hanfei swallowed all the pieces of fruit, one fruit at a time. He wouldn't bother to save them for alchemy. That would be too much work, let alone that he knew nothing about alchemy. It had been about half an hour, but the fighting showed no sign of stopping. The sea snakes had all been killed, and the crabs were busy scrambling for the dead bodies of the sea snakes and fighting one another like mad. Ironhead fish crashed against the crabs, smashed their shells, and ate the crab roe inside. Snakebelts were nothing here. Hanfei saw some snakebelts swim over, but only a few seconds later they were cut into countless pieces by crab claws and eaten by the crabs. But during this time, Hanfei had absorbed nearly 5,000 points of spiritual energy. This was the bottom of the sea, where danger and opportunity coexisted. Ouch! Hanfei suddenly felt a pain in his leg. He patted his leg unconsciously and looked down, only to see his hands covered in blood. Efk, what is it? On name Marching Sea Leech, level 1 quality, regular spiritual energy. 1 point introduction. A submarine mollusk that can be used as bait. When they breed, they forage in swarms and need to eat a lot of food, so everywhere they march over, nothing is left. When they're marching in swarms, they are invincible at level 3 fisheries and below. Hanfei's expression changed drastically. He picked up one of these finger-long leeches. The slippery worm was slapped to death by Hanfei, leaving a pool of blood and mucus. Ew! Suddenly, Hanfei shuddered and looked back quickly. The scene he saw almost froze his blood. Dozens of leeches were drifting over, and behind them it was a dark and dense mass of leeches. Hanfei almost peed. If there were only hundreds or thousands of them, they might have been eaten up by the fishes along the way. But marching sea leeches, just like marching desert ants, usually came out in swarms, and everywhere they went, not even a single blade of grass was left. Run, little black and little white, run. Having no time to care about the fighting fishes, Hanfei ejected like a rocket and didn't dare to delay at all. Even a fishing master would be turned into a mummy if trapped by marching sea leeches. Hanfei exercised the wandering dragon art and quickly slipped away. Little Black followed behind him and swallowed a marching sea leech from time to time. You foodie, are you still eating? Do you think marching sea leeches won't eat you because you're invisible? No, they will devour everything in their path. Hanfei turned his head, only to find that the crabs, blade fishes, and ironhead fishes that were fighting fiercely had all disappeared. All he could see was a dense cloud of marching sea leeches. Shit, so fast? Hanfei speeded up, and at the same time refilled his body with spiritual energy and accelerated to swim towards the surface of the sea. Clash, Hanfei jumped out of the water, only to find that his white fishing boat seemed to be thousands of kilometers away. He quickly got into the water again and rushed towards the fishing boat. But as soon as Hanfei jumped into the water, he saw a swarm of marching sea leech a few hundred meters away. He was stunned. Damn it, my fishing boat is on the other side of these marching sea leeches. Hanfei almost burst into tears. Are you kidding me? Without a fishing boat, do I have to have a swim race with these leeches? Fortunately, I still have the wandering dragon art anyway. Marching sea leeches won't necessarily win against me. Without any hesitation, Hanfei swam crazily in the opposite direction of his fishing boat. Hanfei really regretted that he came to such a remote place. If there were someone else with him, they could jump into his boat, but now, no one would save him from the swarm of worms. Of course, it was not just Hanfei who was running for his life. There were bladefish darting forward around Hanfei, and behind him there were whitefish and yellowfish. He even saw a big meat turtle rise to the surface and run for its life, but the meat turtle seemed not to be confident with its speed, so it shrank its head into its shell. Hanfei couldn't help but worry. Do you think you'll be safe to shrink into your shell? The leeches could easily devour your shell. At this time, no fish was attacking Hanfei. After all, life was more precious than the stomach. Even fish knew this. At the same time, dozens of miles away, dozens of fishing boats were slowly approaching. Li Hu looked gloomy. How could Hanfei defeat Uncle Wolf? Tangge must have given him some special treasures. A person standing behind Li Hu said, "Young master, Li Lang's ship is badly devastated. It seems that he had encountered a small fish tide. Maybe he was not killed by Hanfei." Stupid. Can a small fish tide in an ordinary fishery kill a fishing master? Besides, Uncle Wolf can become an intermediate fishing master after fusing with his swordfish. How can the demonic fishes in a common fishery kill him? Li Hu was very angry. A fishing master. How valuable a fishing master is. The tigers only had 5 fishing masters in total. Now they had lost one. Suddenly, one of his men shouted, "Young master, we seem to have encountered a school of fish." This person was looking and pointing at the distant sea with excitement. For fishermen, encountering a school of fish was a good thing. Almost every fisherman hoped to come across these schools every day. Li Hu froze for a moment, wondering if the closer to the border, the luckier one would be. But he still shook his head and said, "Don't forget our purpose. Find Han Fei and kill him. Uncle Wolf is dead, so Han Fei can't be safe. Otherwise, he would have returned to the village long ago." Soon, the fleet led by Li Hu and the school of fish met. Most of the fishes floated on the surface of the water and swam quickly, with no intention to stay. Some people looked at the sea surface and wondered, "Well, did you find that the fishes didn't look right? They are all different species of fish. Why do they appear together?" Someone pointed to the sea. "What is there?" "There is a strange big fish jumping on the sea surface. It looks like a swordfish." "Huh? How can a swordfish appear in an ordinary fishery?" Suddenly, someone shouted, "Not good, the fishes are not foraging but escaping. Something is chasing them." Before this man finished his words, another man shouted, "Look, that's not a swordfish but a person." Everyone was stunned. "Are you fucking kidding me? Someone was swimming in the sea? Did he want to swim to hell?" In the next moment, they found that that was a person indeed, but he swam faster than many fishes. Then the crowd noticed that there was a black, dense swarm of some creatures, but they couldn't see clearly what they were. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Run, young master, run! Those are marching sea leeches." The fleet was instantly in an uproar and everyone was frightened. How could marching sea leeches appear in an ordinary fishery? There was a 1 in a million chance to encounter marching sea leeches in a level 1 fishery. Don't they mostly appear in level 2 fisheries? Li Hu was also panicked. Having no time to think where Han Fei was, he shouted, "Everyone, run!" Han Fei hadn't thought that he would swim faster than the marching sea leeches. After all, each man had his limits. He was not a real fish and couldn't swim as easily as fish. But at this moment, he saw hope. There were fishing boats. He immediately refilled his body with spiritual energy and his swimming speed skyrocketed. Swoosh! Before the fleet fled, Han Fei caught the stern rail with his fishhook. He glided as fast as he could on the sea surface to catch up with the ships while shouting, "Run! Marching sea leeches are coming." The members of the Tigers were all stunned, including Li Hu. He looked back, only to find that it was no one else but Han Fei. Han Fei was also dumbfounded. Li Hu? In an instant, Han Fei realized that this fleet was here to kill him. "Haha, that's really interesting. What a small world." Bam! Han Fei landed on a fishing boat. Before Li Hu said anything, Han Fei had hit a member of the Tigers with his purple bamboo rod. Clang! The level 9 fisher quickly blocked Han Fei's blow, pondering how he should quickly kill this guy and claim the credit. But as soon as his rod met purple bamboo rod, he felt a great force fall upon him, which bent his rod and almost shattered his insides. Poof! Without hesitation, Han Fei grabbed this person in one hand and threw him into the sea. "No, help!" "Young master," Li Hu shouted, kill him for me." Li Hu shouted at the crowd and steered the fishing boat in panic, trying to make the ship take off. There was certainly more than one person on this fishing boat, and the other 3 all rushed towards Han Fei. Go to Hell, Explode, Chapter 75, A Narrow Escape Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei launched a spiritual energy explosion attack at them, but everyone here had acquired this simple combat skill, so at the moment he launched this attack, the 3 level 9 fishers on the opposite side shouted and also launched spiritual energy explosion attacks at him. Shit, Han Fei was smashed out of the fishing boat by their attacks, and the 3 people were also shaken off the boat one after the other. The huge collision force of the spiritual energy explosions caused a gust of wind. In midair, Han Fei saw that the marching sea leeches were only less than 100 meters away. If he fell into the water, he would be turned into a mummy soon. Swish! With a twinkle, he exercised the hook kiss technique and hung on to Li Hu's fishing boat. Yanking the fishing boat, Han Fei flew towards Li Hu's fishing boat. "Young master, watch out! Protect young master." On Li Hu's ship, there were as many as 5 people protecting him, all of whom were level 9 fishers. Before Han Fei boarded the ship, the 5 people had all stood on the bow, shielding Li Hu behind them. Fuck, Han Fei wasn't afraid of the 5 people. None of them were fishing masters. If he fought them on the flat ground, he could surely beat them. After all, although he was also a level 9 fisher, he could kill a fishing master. But now suspended in the air, he couldn't play to his full strength. If the 5 of them launched spiritual energy attacks at him like before, he would be hit down into the sea. "I swear, I'll kill you if I survive." With a shout, Han Fei withdrew the fishing rod and threw the fishhook at the fishing boat with the fewest people on it. But there were still 3 people on that fishing boat, and one of them was steering the boat. Li Hu shouted, "Han Fei, you're dead meat. Although you won't be killed by me, I'll still be very happy to see you killed by the marching sea leeches. Ha ha ha." Han Fei said nothing. 2 fishing boats that hadn't taken off yet were already crawling with marching sea leeches. The purple bamboo rod flashed in Han Fei's hands, and he was ready to launch another spiritual energy explosion attack. "Little Black, bite him." The 2 people who were going to intercept Han Fei were wondering, who is Little Black? Suddenly, one of them felt that something had bitten their thigh. He thought that the marching sea leeches had got on the boat and quickly looked down in fright. Han Fei gave a cold smile and threw a flying knife at him. Aha! Before the person looked up, Han Fei had launched a spiritual energy explosion attack, and the two of them flew upside down by the blow, blood spurting out of their bodies. The flying knife had inserted itself into the eye of the person who was bitten by Little Black. Hey! You shouldn't have let me get on board. Die. Explode. The man who was steering the fishing boat panicked. Is this guy the waste young master spoke of? Bullshit. Can a waste beat 2 level 9 fishers with one blow? Can a waste continuously launch such powerful spiritual energy explosion attacks? Han Fei launched another attack, and one of the level 9 fishers was sent flying through the air, falling heavily into the sea with a bang. Help. Me. Before he finished speaking, he had been covered with leeches, and in the blink of an eye, his face quickly shriveled. Another person was also seriously injured, and both arms were broken. Han Fei casually poked him into the sea with his rod, not even looking at him. The only person left widened his eyes and shouted at Han Fei, "If you dare to come over, I will destroy this fishing boat." Han Fei frowned and just wanted to kill the guy, but he still said calmly, "I can spare your life. You can go to another fishing boat. What do you think?" The man glanced around in panic and frowned. There were only 5 fishing boats that managed to take off. Among them, Li Hu's boat flew the highest and furthest away. The remaining 3 fishing boats were all at least 100 meters away from him. He would fall into the water if he was not careful. How could he go to another boat? So the man said, "Even if I escape to another boat, the tigers won't let me off. Rather than this, I might as well die with you. Maybe Leader will take care of my family for me." Han Fei said coldly, "Are you a fool? Are you sure Li Jue will treat your family kindly if you die? From what I know of the tigers, if you die, your wife will be given to another man as a gift, and your child will have to call another man father. Who knows how they'll be treated? You'll kill me anyway. What can I do?" The man roared and his eyes turned bloodshot. Han Fei shook his head. "Who said I will kill you? Do you know Li Gang? He tried to kill me twice but failed. I gave him the opportunity to follow me. Now he is in charge of the most delicious barbecue stall in the world in the port, making tons of money. And I believe it won't be long before he becomes even richer. Since I can take him under my wing, why can't I take you?" This man froze and seemed to have an inner struggle. Obviously he knew Li Gang and knew that Li Gang was doing well now, so he was moved by Han Fei's words. Han Fei quickly added, "Look, Li Jue is now seriously wounded and has lost half of his strength. Li Hu is a waste. I can easily kill him. I was a level 2 fisher a month and a half ago, but now I can kill a level 9 fisher as easily as killing a yellow fish. I will wipe out the tigers soon. If you don't yield to me now, you will die. I think you know what to choose, right?" At this time, Li Hu was looking here in his fishing boat that was a few hundred meters away. He seemed to be shouting something at this man. His voice came with the wind, and it could be vaguely heard that he was telling this man to kill Han Fei. Han Fei laughed. "See? This is your young master? He just wants you to kill me and doesn't care about your life at all. But why doesn't he come by himself? Because he doesn't dare. Once I board his ship, he will be dead meat. Now, tell me, what's your choice?" The man seemed to be having a fierce struggle inside. He looked at the black, dense mass of leeches under the boat, took a deep breath, and looked back at Han Fei. "Can you promise not to kill me?" Han Fei smiled. "Do you believe my promise? You have no choice, but I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, I would have killed Li Hu in that fishing trial. Then I wouldn't have been in this trouble." The man asked, "Did you kill the fishing master, Li Lang?" "Li Lang? The fishing master who tried to assassinate me last night? Yes, I killed him." "Okay, I'm on your side now. The marching sea leeches will soon pass. There are 13 level 9 fishers with young master, on Li Hu's side, including himself." "How can we escape?" Han Fei instructed. "Steer the boat over there. The fishing boat that the angel, Feng Zhe, gave me is over there. Once we get on my fishing boat, nobody can catch up to us." "Okay." The man immediately steered the fishing boat to fly towards Han Fei's white fishing boat. From this moment on, he had betrayed the tigers. The only thing he could do was to count on this man. He can kill a fishing master. What horrible potential he has. Even though he is only a level 9 fisher now. The middle-aged man remembered what Li Hu said before coming, who said that Han Fei was just a level 7 fisher. Now he just wanted to give Li Hu 2 slaps. "Idiot, do you have any idea what kind of enemy you have made?" Han Fei asked the man. "What's your name?" "Li Qing, master." Han Fei waved his hand. "You don't have to call me master. I won't treat you as a subordinate. When we're done here, you can go to manage the barbecue stall with Li Gang, and you can keep 10% of the profits." "Huh?" The middle-aged man couldn't believe his ears. He could keep 10% of the profits? He knew how rich Li Gang was now, who could earn 10 mid-quality pearls a day. Many members of the Tigers envied him, and everyone said that the fatty had changed from a pheasant into a phoenix. Suddenly, Li King's face changed. "Not good. They are coming at us." Han Fei just smiled. "Don't worry. Even if they come over, so what? There are all level 9 fishers. We don't have to be afraid of them." Soon, Han Fei saw his white fishing boat. At this moment, the marching sea leeches had come over, and the white fishing boat was also covered with a layer of leeches. Han Fei said, "Let's rush over. There are only a few worms. We can easily deal with them." Li Qing nodded. The two instantly jumped into the white fishing boat. Han Fei released spiritual energy to shake the leeches off the boat before steering the fishing boat to quickly leave. 100 meters behind him, Li Hu was roaring angrily. Li Qing, you bastard, how dare you betray the tigers? I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your entire fucking family. Seeing Li Qing's face turn gloomy, Han Fei smiled. He can do nothing but yell at you, or can we leave them here forever? Can we? Chapter 76, A Crushing Defeat for Li Hu Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Li Qing was shocked. How is that possible? There are 14 of them, including Li Hu. Even if you have the strength to kill a fishing master, once you're trapped by them, no one knows what will happen. Han Fei nodded. Yes, there are quite a few of them. But we can solve them one boat after another. I guess you have no idea how good a quality my fishing boat is. Oh? As a frantic gleam flicked in Han Fei's eyes, the white fishing boat suddenly took off and turned around, darting at one of the fishing boats. Li Qing was terrified. Is he actually hitting a boat with his own? Han Fei said. Get ready to take over the fishing boat at any time. If they dare to jump into my boat, I'll beat the hell out of them. The 4 fishing boats accompanying Li Hu were chasing the white fishing boat frantically. Seeing the boat running further and further away, they had almost given up. Who would expect the white fishing boat to suddenly turn around and rush straight at them? On one of the fishing boats, someone exclaimed, Not good, he is hitting our boat with his. The 3 people wondered if Han Fei was crazy. Once the keel of his boat broke from the collision, he could only wander at sea. But immediately they realized that this was not some garbage fishing boat produced in the Heavenly Water Village. It was a fishing boat from the city. That kind of fishing boat was prepared for a journey to unknown places outside of level 3 fisheries. How could it be on the same level as their fishing boats? Before they had time to think about it, they saw the white fishing boat crashing into their boat like a big bird. Bam! Han Fei shouted, Li Qing, take over this boat. Li Qing immediately took over the white fishing boat. Now he had no turning back. Since he had fled with Han Fei, he had already betrayed the tigers, and they certainly wouldn't let him off. Fortunately, this white fishing boat was really sturdy. It easily left a big hole in the other party's fishing boat and bent its keel. Damn, let's kill them. Except for the man who was controlling the fishing boat, who fell to the sea with the boat, the other 2 jumped into the air and tried to board Han Fei's fishing boat. Han Fei sneered, How did you treat me just now? Now you want to board my boat? Get down. Explode. With a loud bang, spiritual energy scattered and rolled forwards, and the 2 people fell uncontrollably to the sea. No! Li Hu roared. Li Hu gnashed his teeth in resentment at the sight of this scene. He said to the people on the other 2 fishing boats, Let's trap him and see how he can deal with 3 fishing boats at the same time. Han Fei quickly turned around. Li Qing, pick one boat and hit it. In fact, before Han Fei issued the order, Li Qing had already steered the white fishing boat to crash towards the furthest fishing boat. The 3 people on that fishing boat became anxious. They were the furthest away, but not as fast as the white fishing boat. If the white fishing boat rammed their boat, they would have no chance to survive. Run, Han Fei sneered. Do you think you can get away? 100 meters away, Li Hu shouted. Land on the sea. Let's deal with him together. A cold light flashed across Han Fei's eyes, and he said coldly to Li Qing, Kill the 3 men first. Bam! The 2 fishing boats collided again. This time, the white fishing boat precisely hit the place where the driver was located and tore open a big hole, making it fall uncontrollably. The 3 people had to give up on the fishing boat as they tried to jump into Han Fei's fishing boat. Little Black, bite them. One of these people suddenly lost a piece of flesh from his neck. He froze in the air for a moment before dropping to the sea. Ah! The other 2 were terrified and greeted by a spiritual energy explosion attack. Unable to resist it at all, they were sent flying and fell into the water. Unfortunately, Li Hu and another fishing boat had landed. The 2 fishing boats joined together and chased down to the place where the other boats fell. Han Fei clicked his tongue. What a pity. If we had moved faster, we could have destroyed one more boat. Li Qing felt a chill down his spine. How many ships do you want to destroy? 40 or 50 of us with more than a dozen ships came to kill you, but how many people are left? There were only 8 people left on the 2 fishing boats, including Li Hu. The elite members of the Tigers were almost wiped out. And you think it's not enough? At this time, a person stuck his head up from the water. Wow, he is still alive. Han Fei was surprised. This man was really lucky to survive. But it was not strange. Although he was injured, there weren't many fishes in the sea at this moment. After all, the marching sea leeches had just passed by. But although the man climbed into the boat, he was covered with leeches and had almost been sucked dry. There were still some leeches left in the sea, although most of them had left. No one knew how many leeches were hidden in the sea. This man was lucky not to be sucked to death by them. Li Qing asked, "What should we do now? Follow them. Don't give them a chance to escape. Once the boats separate, hit them separately." It seemed that Han Fei was determined to kill Li Hu, but he didn't object to that. If Li Hu went back, he would definitely take revenge on him. Unlike Li Gang, who was expelled out of the Tigers, he betrayed them, which was completely different. "Young master, now what shall we do? Our fishing boat can't stand the impact of the white fishing boat. If we separate, I'm afraid that they will destroy us one by one." Li Hu's face was gloomy. What if we take off at the same time and fly back to the village? Someone analyzed. Young master, this is not an appropriate move. I think Han Fei's strength is not weak. I am afraid that he already has the combat power to be at the peak of level 9. If he hits us with his boat, we can't all jump into his ship in a short time. If so, I'm afraid half of us would die. Go to a crowded place and turn to an inspector for help. Han Fei was standing on the bow of the boat, not worried at all. He was looking at the sun in the sky, wondering if he would be burned to death if he drew spiritual energy from the sun. He abandoned this idea in a flash. That'd be too painful. I'm afraid that I'd be roasted within seconds, Little Black. Did you see those 2 ships? Go bite the people on them. Show no mercy to them. Han Fei thought to himself, even Li Lang, a fishing master, couldn't resist Little Black's sharp teeth. How can these level 9 fishers defend themselves? Little Black swam out quickly, and after a while, screams were heard from afar. At first, only one person was screaming, but soon they began to scream one after the other. Han Fei sneered, standing on the bow. Just fill your bodies with spiritual energy. Otherwise, you'll end up being bitten to death. Sure enough, after a while, someone began to fill their body with spiritual energy. At first, it was only 1, then 2, and in the end, everyone there had filled their bodies with spiritual energy. Even Li Hu had lost a few pieces of flesh before he filled his body with spiritual energy. Li Qing's heart trembled. He didn't know what kind of hex Han Fei had used to attack those people from a few hundred meters away that forced them to exhaust their spiritual energy to protect themselves. He knew that he had discovered Han Fei's secret, so he must keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, he would be killed. Li Hu stood on the bow of the ship and roared, Han Fei, what demonic trick are you using? You're really vicious. Han Fei responded, wanna know? Beg me. In less than half an hour, the people on Li Hu's side had almost run out of spiritual energy and could no longer fill their bodies with spiritual energy. So soon, someone screamed again, what the hell is biting me? Why can't I see it? A man waved around with his rod like crazy, but the next moment, a piece of flesh was bitten off from his wrist. 1 hour later, 2 people were bitten to death by Little Black. One was the guy who climbed up after falling into the water, and the other was the only level 8 fisher brought out by Li Hu. Han Fei said indifferently, there are 7 people left. With 2 more dead, you won't be able to go back. Hearing Han Fei's muttering, Li Qing didn't dare to say a word for fear that Han Fei regretted sparing his life and would turn around to kill him. After a moment, Li Qing stuttered. Han, young master Han Fei, I'm running out of spiritual energy. Li Qing was helpless. If this was an ordinary fishing boat, he would have no problem controlling it for such a long time. But this was not an ordinary one, and his spiritual energy was consumed fast. Han Fei casually waved his hand, and a column of spiritual energy was poured into his body. In an instant, Li Qing felt that his spiritual energy was restored quickly. Li Qing was shocked. What is this? A spirit? Spirit gatherer? Han Fei said coldly. Don't tell anyone about this for now, otherwise you should know the consequences. Li Qing hurriedly bowed his head. Yes, I'll keep a tight lip and never ever tell anyone about it, not even my wife and children. Chapter 77, Shoot to Fame Translator, Han Yi Translations Editor, Han Yi Translations. Li Qing was trembling. The entire Heavenly Water Village knew where Han Fei got the spirit concentration art, which Feng Zhe gave to him after the fishing trial. But how long had it been since the end of the fishing trial? Had he acquired this art so soon? Now Li Qing just wanted to slap those who said that Han Fei was a waste. If a person like Han Fei was a waste, then who could be called a genius? Now he was very glad that he had betrayed the tigers. Otherwise, he would have ended up in the stomachs of those leeches. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He looked at Li Hu with a smile. The fishing trial means to show us the cruelty of the ocean, doesn't it? Huh? Li Qing didn't know what Han Fei meant by that, but he vaguely felt a trace of terror. At this time, the fishing boats were already close to the central fishery. Some fishing boats appeared in the distance, and occasionally 1 or 2 fishing boats flew in the sky. Han Fei smiled. Haha, they may have a chance to survive if they fly to the sky, but they chose to lead me to the central fishery. What can they do here, in the near distance? On the 2 fishing boats, the others had almost exhausted their spiritual energy, whereas Li Hu still had enough. He probably had taken multiple spirit refilling pills. Li Qing hit Li Hu's boat. Now, after all, killing is not something pleasing to watch, just hit it. Li Hu said nothing more and began to slam into Li Hu's fishing boat at full speed. Just then, Li Hu suddenly shouted, "Abandon the boat." Han Fei played with his purple bamboo rod and sneered, "What an idiot. If it's useful to abandon the boat, why did I bother to wait for so long?" Li Hu abandoned his fishing boat and all the 7 people gathered on the other boat. Some of them were still waving their rods and hitting the air. They had discovered that there must be something invisible biting them. At the moment, except for Li Hu, the other 6 were all drenched with blood. Li Hu sullenly said, "Get ready to fight." At the moment the 2 fishing boats collided, Han Fei roared and rushed forward. With a flash of the purple bamboo rod, he was ready to launch another spiritual energy explosion attack. 3 people were standing in front of Li Hu to protect him, and another 3 clenched their rods in their hands, trying to ignore the thing biting them. However, only one of the 3 made a spiritual energy explosion attack, because the other 2 had exhausted their spiritual energy. Han Fei squatted down, holding the railing with one hand and dodging the attack with a strange posture. Then he turned around and kicked, and with a boom, one of the people was kicked into the sea. Then, as ordered by Han Fei, Little Black jumped into the sea. Since you've fallen into the sea, then stay there forever. Explode again. Han Fei jumped and hit one of them with his rod, breaking the iron rod in this man's hand and denting his head. As blood oozed from this man's eyes, nose, and mouth, he fell stiffly backwards. Li Hu yelled, "Brothers, together up," but he was already horrified. He didn't know how Han Fei had become so strong. Although Han Fei was strong during the fishing trial, he was not as strong as now. At that time, he even blocked the 3 attacks of Han Fei. But now, he killed 3 people with 2 blows, which was horrifying. At this moment, Li Hu had no doubt that Li Lang was killed by Han Fei. This guy was a mystery. He must have some big secrets. Han Fei was about to behead the next one, but behind him, Li Qing suddenly swung his rod at that guy, shouting, "Young master, I will solve this person." Li Qing felt he had to show his allegiance to Han Fei now. He could feel the murderous intentions in Han Fei. He was only a 12-year-old boy now. Why was he so scary? He doubted that if he didn't take action right away, he would be killed too. Li Hu was furious. "Li Qing, you traitor. Humph, the tigers committed countless crimes. I have long wanted to quit." The 3 people in front of Li Hu gritted their teeth, but Han Fei launched attacks one after another. They couldn't resist them at all. After 3 blows from Han Fei, one of them was killed, one jumped into the sea, trying to go to the nearest fishing boat for help, but after swimming for less than 30 meters, he was dragged into the water by something unknown. The hands of the last one had been broken, and he dropped feebly while blood dripped from his mouth. "I don't want to die. Fuck off, you piece of junk." Li Hu pushed the person into the sea, shouting, "Tigerhead, fuse with me." Han Fei sneered, "Phew, does your ugly fish come back to life?" Knowing that there was no way back, Li Hu rushed towards Han Fei with a roar. "Han Fei, one of us must die here today." Han Fei took 2 steps forward, hitting him hard with his rod, and with a loud bang, Li Hu was sent flying, and spiritual energy began to leak from his body. Han Fei casually shook his head and chuckled. "You're right, one of us must die here today. Guess it's you or me. Gee, I thought you would be stronger after your breakthrough. It turns out that you are even weaker than those you brought with you. They are already at the peak of level 9 anyway. But what about you? A weakling who has just entered level 9 and can't reach the peak of level 9 even after fusing with your spiritual beast? What makes you believe you can kill me?" Li Hu had no sooner stood up when Han Fei hit him with his rod again, smashing the deck. "I heard that the tigers have been running amok." Bam! "I heard that the tigers kill people like flies." Bam! "I heard that you had my fishing boat destroyed at the port and made me float for 5 days and 5 nights at sea." Bam! "I heard that you want to kill me." Bam! At this time, Li Qing had just killed a seriously injured former colleague. After seeing this scene, every time Han Fei hit Li Hu, his eyelids twitched and his heart pounded. Han Fei didn't use a spiritual energy explosion. After Han Fei hit Li Hu 7 or 8 times, a big fish rushed out of Li Hu's body and bit at Han Fei. This seemed to be Li Hu's last card. Boom, boom, boom. The tiger-head fish was hurled to the deck like a dying serpent. Han Fei cursed, "How dare you bite me, you stupid stinky fish." Shit. Li Hu's mouth was full of blood. He still tried to struggle, but he couldn't even sit up. "Han Fei, stop it." In the distance, 300 meters away, a fishing boat was quickly approaching. Han Fei recognized at a glance that it was his teacher, Wang Jie, an inspector of ordinary fisheries. Han Fei waved at Wang Jie with a smile. Then, without bowing his head, he said softly to Li Hu, "Be a fish in your next life. You don't deserve to live as a human being again." With that, the tail of his rod flashed, and he thrusted the rod into Li Hu's chest with a jerk and pierced his body. Watching this scene, Li Qing was drenched with sweat and turned ghastly pale. The next moment, Wang Jie arrived. He glanced at the blood-stained fishing boat, then at Li Hu, whose eyes were still wide open, and took a deep breath. Wang Jie was shocked. In the morning, his men reported to him that dozens of fishing boats of the tigers headed for the ordinary fisheries. Wang Jie knew that something bad would happen, so he immediately went to ask Li Gang, who said that Han Fei went to He Xiaoyu's house. But when he hurried to He Xiaoyu's house, her mother said that Han Fei went to sea. Wang Jie immediately had an awful premonition, but at this moment, seeing this scene, he didn't know what to say. Someone reported that there was a fierce fight here, and when he arrived, he saw the bloody scene for himself. "You, Han Fei, just smiled. Mr. Wang, this is what happens at sea, isn't it? Fighting with the sea, fighting with the fish, and fighting with people. Fortunately, I won. Theoretically, killing was not allowed in ordinary fisheries, but the tigers tried to hunt Han Fei first, so although Han Fei killed these people, nobody would say anything about it. Besides, Han Fei was his student, so Wang Jie didn't say anything and took Han Fei back to the floating island. Wang Jie said upon leaving, "You're not allowed into the sea for 3 months." On this day, the Heavenly Water Village was in an uproar. It was said that Han Fei, the first-place winner of the last fishing trial, killed the son of Li Jue in an ordinary fishery by piercing his chest with his rod. It was rumored that the tigers lost most of their members in that fight. It was said that the leader of the tigers, Li Jue, vomited blood in public and his eyes were bleeding. It was said that when Han Fei returned, he declared war against Li Jue. When the old enemy of the tigers, the Wang family, heard this news, Grandfather Wang laughed happily and exclaimed that Han Fei was really a worthy winner of the fishing trial. As the most outstanding one of the third generation of the Wang family, Wang Baiyu gave a wry smile when hearing the news. He thought to himself, did Han Fei really get where he is today because of Tangege? The entire Heavenly Water Village was talking about Han Fei, but he didn't care at all because He Xiaoyu was leaving. Chapter 78, cut out to be a cook translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations, He Xiaoyu's mother was all teared up and couldn't bear to part with her daughter. He Mingtang was sad too. He brought his daughter up with all his heart and was really reluctant to part with her. He Xiaoyu, also drenched in tears, hugged her mother and refused to get on the fishing boat. The village leader said, cough, cough, Xiaoyu. Going to the town is not like going to the city. You can come back every year. He Mingtang smiled. You can go now. Remember you are my daughter and have got an exotic spiritual beast. Even in the town, you are the best. He Xiaoyu nodded. Dad, I will study hard and strive to become a great fishing master as soon as possible. At this time, Han Fei stepped forward. Well, He Xiaoyu, I heard that the people in the town are all talented and have great strength. I guess that you will have to practice other arts while practicing rod techniques. Here you are. Tanga gave me this knife. Keep it. If anyone bullies you, cut them with it. He Mingtang glared at Han Fei. Is my daughter the kind of person who will casually cut people? Huh? This knife. The village leader's eyes lit up and he took the knife and looked at it. Then he pulled out the bladefish dagger of He Mingtang and hit the two against one another. Hu Mingtang's dagger broke in two in an instant. Everyone's eyes lit up and the village leader was amazed. Is this a mortal level weapon? It's at least a treasure knife at the mortal level, mid-quality or even high quality, or even high quality. He Xiaoyu also widened her eyes. A mortal-level weapon. She had heard of such a thing before, but never used one. It's not a big deal. It's just a knife. A knife is used to cut people, but I don't cut people, so this knife is not suitable for me. Everyone was speechless. You don't cut people? Then what about the young master of the tigers? Yes, you didn't cut him, but you did stab him to death. He Xiaoyu took the treasure knife happily and felt the coldness of the blade, asking, what is the name of this knife? A knife is a knife. It doesn't have a knife. It doesn't have a name. If you'd like, you can give it a name. He, Xiaoyu, grunted, fondling the knife admiringly. This knife is black and white and its blade is sharp and shining, so how about I call it Black and White Knife? Everyone, Wang Baiyu rolled his eyes and thought, what kind of shitty name is that? Han Fei said, whatever you like. It's up to you. Thank you, Han Fei. I will cover you when I come back from the town. You may not believe it, but honestly, I can kill an ironhead fish with one punch. Do I need you to cover me? Bah, go on bragging. The village leader interrupted the two of them. Okay, it's almost time. Han Fei, are you sure you don't want to come with us? Han Fei shook his head. No, leader. I still have a lot of things to tend to. The village leader just wanted to kick his ass. This kid speaks as though he is the village leader. He has a lot of things to tend to? Who does he think he is? As the fishing boat took off, everyone waved farewell. It was not until the fishing boat disappeared in the clouds that He Mingtang said, Han Fei, that knife, Mr. He, it's just a knife. Tunga left me more than one. He Mingtang, this knife was certainly not given to him by Tunga. Han Fei forged this knife with Li Lang's iron rod and the nearly 50 bladefish daggers he got from the fishing trial. Its quality was actually not mid-quality, but divine quality. Han Fei walked in with barbecue and spirits. Grandpa, I'm back. The old man lifted his eyelids. You're finally back, brat? Without you here, soon the field will be lying waste. Haven't you thrown some spiritual energy to the fields? The old man sneered. I'm old, so I'm not supposed to work. Isn't it too tiring for me to till the fields? Han Fei was dumbfounded. It's tiring to me too, all right? Han Fei threw the wine jar on the table, walked to the field humming, and sat on the ground. Where did he stop last time? Oh yes, instilling spiritual energy into the fields in a large area. Han Fei started experimenting, throwing spiritual energy into the field. The old man picked a garlic prawn, pondering while eating. Did this kid really wipe out the elites of the tigers by himself? Huh? Has he reached the peak of level 9? The old man twitched the corner of his mouth. Are today's young people all upgrading so quickly? There are no shortages of 12-year-old level 9 fishers or even 12-year-old fishing masters in the town, but there are no 12-year-old level 9 fishers in the town who can kill a fishing master, a month later. Han Fei and Old Jiang were standing in front of a large vat covered with thick fish skin. Old Jiang asked, Are you sure you succeeded? Han Fei replied, Yes, but even if it has been made, it should be exposed for a period of time after the vat is opened. Are you sure this? What is it called? Vinegar. Yes, are you sure vinegar is delicious? Han Fei explained. It doesn't taste good on its own, but how many kinds of spiritual fruits in the plantation are delicious to eat alone? The old man nodded. Han Fei seemed to be talented in cooking, and he didn't have any say in this field. Han Fei took out the bladefish dagger, poked a hole in the fish skin, and suddenly a sour taste floated out of the vat. The old man wrinkled his nose. It smells really bad. Some bad-smelling things are the most delicious. Let's try this semi-finished product first. Maybe it will be half delicious. Let's have a try, sure. When Han Fei began to live in the plantation, Zhang Qin started a rotation holiday. When she came from the outside, she saw her grandfather and Han Fei standing around a big vat. Zhang Qin asked, "What are you doing?" Han Fei and old Zhang said together, "Secret." All right. Since Han Fei learned how to spread spiritual energy over the land, he no longer tilled the land but focused on his hobbies, mainly cuisine. At first, the old man despised his hobbies, but after he tried the strange dishes Han Fei made, he began to study cooking together with Han Fei, saying that it was one of the great joys of life. He was glad he had a gourmet's luck. Half an hour later, the three of them sat around a table where a large plate of seaweed salad and a large plate of drunk shrimp, as well as 3 large sweet potatoes were placed. Roasted sweet potatoes were loved by both the old man and Zhang Qin. They used to eat them raw, but they didn't expect them to be so delicious after being roasted. However, they dare not taste the other 2 dishes. Old Jiang asked, "Are you sure this is edible? Isn't this seaweed? Is seaweed edible? And this white shrimp is still alive. Look, it's moving." Han Fei tried to explain, "Is grass inedible? Bugs eat grass?" Old Jiang shot back, "That's a bug. Is a man a bug?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. Bugs are tiny compared to humans, but in front of the heavens and earth, aren't human beings as tiny as dust particles? If bugs can eat grass, so can humans. As for the white shrimp, it's only delicious when it is alive and it will lose its flavor when it dies. However, neither old Zhang nor Zhang Qin touched the 2 dishes. Han Fei cast a glance at the 2 with contempt, picked up a white shrimp and put it into his mouth. As he spat out a piece of shrimp shell, the transparent shrimp flesh had slipped into his stomach. Old Zhang and Zhang Qin exchanged a glance. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to really enjoy it, old Jiang couldn't help but pick one up and put it into his mouth. As soon as he tasted it, his eyes brightened, and then he copied what Han Fei had just done. Old Jiang questioned, "Is this vinegar?" Han Fei was curious about what he thought. "How do you feel?" Old Jiang confessed. "Very good. It's simple and fast to make, and once you make a vat of it, you can eat it for a long time." "Good, good." Zhang Qin frowned, wondering if the 2 were deceiving her together. However, she had tried the dishes made by Han Fei a few times, which were really good, so in the end, she also tasted a drunk shrimp. When the white shrimp touched her tongue, it tasted so smooth and special. It felt as if life was beating on her tongue. The rich wine aroma and the sour yet delicious sauce made her narrow her eyes. "That's really delicious," she thought. "What about this seaweed?" Han Fei smiled. "Why not have a try, Sister Qin?" Thinking of drunk shrimp, Zhang Qin no longer hesitated as she tasted it. Half an hour later, most of the seaweed salad and drunk shrimp were in the stomachs of old Zhang and Zhang Qin, but the roasted sweet potatoes remained untouched. After a while, the old man lay lazily on the chair, chewing roasted sweet potatoes, and seemed to be enjoying himself. Old Zhang clicked his tongue. "Boy, I think you shouldn't be a spirit gatherer. Be a cook. I bet you'll be very popular." Han Fei didn't seem to be sold on the idea. "I am not interested in cooking for so many people. I only cook for myself." Suddenly, Han Fei saw Zhang Qin winking at him, motioning him to follow her. Deep in the garden, Han Fei asked, "Sister Qin, what's up? Why do we have to sneak around like this?" Zhang Qin looked at Han Fei Dao seriously. "Do you want to learn combat skills?" Chapter 79, Soul Warrior Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Combat Skills. Of course, Han Fei wanted to learn them. When he came back from the sea a month ago, he had realized this problem. His current combat skills were too scarce. In addition to attacking with his rod, all he knew was spiritual energy explosion attacks. He felt that even Little Black was more useful than him because he could bite people. Han Fei immediately said, "Sure, Sister Qin, are you going to teach me combat skills?" Zhang Qin nodded. "I can teach you, but you have to promise me something," Han Fei asked. "What is it?" "It's useless to tell you now, but you have to make a promise. If one day you become a strong soul warrior, you have to come back to the village once." Looking at Zhang Qin's serious expression, Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Strong? How strong? At least stronger than Feng Zhe." Han Fei scratched his head. "Sister Qin, you're talking about Feng Zhe, the legendary hidden fisher. Stronger than him? Is it possible?" Zhang Qin continued, "If you can't be stronger than him, then forget about it. I can teach you for free, and you don't need to fulfill any promises." Han Fei had long felt that this grandfather and granddaughter pair were very strange. The old man was obviously very strong, which was obvious from his fight with the village leader. At that time, the village leader had done all he could, but the old man just moved his fingers and threw the village leader out. He was sure that Zhang Qin was very strong too. Han Fei scratched his head again. "Then let me have a try." Zhang Qin looked at Han Fei seriously. "Think it over, please. I know that you have the talent to become a spirit gatherer. When you reach the level of Feng Zhe, you'll be worshipped by everyone. However, a spirit gatherer is not the one to fight in combat. Although they can control spiritual energy, it is difficult for them to achieve great results." Han Fei was confused. "So?" Zhang Qin explained. "A soul warrior owns the strongest combat power and the best weapons. The best soul warrior can have both the great defensive ability of an armorist and the explosive power comparable to that of a hunter. So, are you willing to become a soul warrior?" Han Fei felt as if he were dreaming. Not long ago, he didn't even know what a spirit gatherer was. When he saw the armorist of the Wang family at the fair, he thought that man looked so cool and was envious of him. But now he had not only become a spirit gatherer, but also might even become a soul warrior. Han Fei felt his heart pounding. He swallowed and asked, "Why do you choose me? You have a kind of luck that others don't have. By rights, you should have died on the sea after having so many accidents in the fisheries, but you survived. Not only that, you are getting stronger and stronger and even killed a fishing master." Han Fei's heart had a quiver. "You knew this already?" Zhang Qin shook her head. "Although I haven't witnessed that battle, I knew Li Long of the Tigers went to sea, but he never came back. He must be dead." "Sister Qin, do you choose me because of my talent?" Zhang Qin asked with a smile. "Do you have talent?" Well, Han Fei felt that he was being despised, but whatever, he could be a soul warrior. If he learned combat skills, he didn't have to keep knocking around his enemies with his rod, Zhang Qin said. "Grandpa opposes you becoming a soul warrior for a reason. There are very few people who can be engaged in two professions. Even if there are, few of them are proficient in both professions. Are you willing to take the risk?" Han Fei nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, I am." Han Fei was certainly willing. He felt that a spirit gatherer of his current level was completely useless in battle. When his enemy attacked him, he could only use his rod. But once he became a soul warrior, he would be able to cut his enemies with a knife, stab them with a sword, or shoot them with a hidden weapon. Zhang Qin nodded slightly. "Do you know why a soul warrior is almost invincible in close combat?" Han Fei shook his head. Zhang Qin explained, "Because of their strong physique, good weapons, and adequate combat skills, this is also one of the reasons that I choose you. You have huge strength, which is something that ordinary people lack. I don't know what chance you have, but that must be the reason why you can advance so fast and have such incredible strength." Jiang Qin instructed, "Since you have made your choice, go to the village library to find me tomorrow." There was a library in the village, but no one took it seriously. It was said that the combat skills stored in it were all low-leveled. After the fishing trial, Han Fei was allowed to enter the library at any time to choose combat skills to practice, but he forgot about it. Now standing in front of the old building, he wondered, could there be any good stuff in this shabby building? Zhang Qin saw Han Fei's face and asked, "Why is that look on your face? Do you despise the library?" "No." "Haha, I just think the design of our village's library is, very simple," Zhang Qin said calmly. "Not only you, many people despise this library and don't believe there can be any books about advanced combat skills here. But who tells you that the more advanced the combat skills, the better?" Han Fei tilted his head and looked at her. "Aren't they?" Zhang Qin shook her head. "The higher the level of a combat skill, the more difficult it is to practice. In contrast, the lower its level, the easier it is to practice. For a soul warrior, any combat skill that is practical is good. Even the worst combat skill can be used in combat, can't it?" Han Fei clicked his tongue. Although what Zhang Qin said seemed to make sense, no one really wanted a junk combat skill. Besides, even if it was a low-leveled combat skill in itself, it was not necessarily a low-leveled one in his hands. He had a demon purification pot, right? Zhang Qin gave him the first task. "Now go in, choose the combat skills you are interested in, and take them out." Han Fei asked, "How many books can I take out?" "As many as you want. After all, even if you take them out, I will not necessarily let you learn them." Han Fei, May dot, 1, May dot, May dot, May dot. Poor C, Maydod. Poor C.E., Han Fei, Maydod guarding the library, who looked like a janitor. Han Fei glanced at him, wondering if this old man was a recluse master. But this old man was so ordinary and looked as if he might die at any moment. Han Fei shook his head. How can there be so many recluse masters? He entered the library. As he expected, it was dilapidated inside and the wooden floor creaked when he stepped on it. The bookshelves looked as if they would fall down at any moment, and there were many clusters of spiderwebs in the corners. Oh, isn't there a janitor here? How come there are so many spiderwebs? Unlike what was said that the higher the level of combat skill was, the higher floor it would be placed on in the library, this library had only one floor. Han Fei stepped forward and found that there were fingerprints on some books. Obviously, the library still had visitors, but there was too much dust here. Each time he touched a book, it would leave a fingerprint on the book. But there were still many books full of dust and without any fingerprints. Han Fei glanced over. Rod skill, fist skill outline, fishing skill, iron fist art, iron fishing rod, and fish chopping knife, a bunch of books that gave him no desire to read were placed here. Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth. Since the village library was like this, the town library probably wouldn't be better. Not minding the dust, Han Fei searched all the way and looked at each book's name. Whenever he found a book's name pleasing to his eyes, he took it out and threw it on the ground and then chose from these books. 7 knife choppings. The name looks nice. Keep it. Ho, infinite cudgel. Nice. Keep it. Sword and sleeve. It sounds like some hidden weapon. Keep it. Windy rod. Maybe it can be useful. Keep it. Rod shaking technique. Is it used for fishing? Can it be better than my hook kiss? Not interested. More than half an hour later, Zhang Qin was stunned to see that Han Fei came out with a stack of books that was up to his chin. Zhang Qin was helpless. "Can you read all these books?" "No, help me choose some. I have selected a few books myself. I feel pretty good about them." Zhang Qin agreed. "Show me the books you've selected." Hanfei pulled out 3 books from the bottom, which were, respectively, Wind and Waves Technique, The Strongest Invincible Rod Technique, and Sea-Splitting Sword Art. Zhang Qin, Hanfei, was still smug. It took him a lot of energy to find these 3 amazing books. However, Zhang Qin frowned and threw these 3 books to the ground at random. So you just choose your combat skills based on the name. Did you only pick those with nice names? Hanfei replied. Yes. I think an author who can work out such an amazing name for his book must be somebody. Am I wrong? The fisher who wrote the sea-splitting sword art, was somebody indeed. After finishing this book, he went to an ordinary fishery with a sword and was killed by a bladefish. Hanfei, Zhang Qin continued, as for the author of the Wind and Waves Technique, he wrote this book as soon as he became a fishing master. Then he went to a level 1 fishery to brave wind and waves, but ended up being stabbed to death by a swordfish. Hanfei asked carefully. Then what about the author of the Strongest Invincible Rod Technique? Zhang Qin shot this one down too. Well, he accidentally knocked himself to death with his rod. Hanfei, 1, Chapter 80, 5 Basic Combat Skills Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Hanfei felt that these authors were too unreliable as they had simply ruined their legacies. Zhang Qin wanted to look through the rest of the selection. Okay, let me see the rest. Standing in front of Hanfei, Zhang Qin picked up a book and threw it away. The author of 9-Level Sword had Qi Deviation when he was still studying the first level of this combat skill. Not this one. This sea cudgel is mediocre and is not as good as the sweeping stick you practiced. You can throw these away. This broken knife art is full of empty talk and isn't practical at all, not suitable for you. Hanfei watched Zhang Qin throw away the books one by one, dumbfounded. In the end, there were only 5 books left. Hanfei asked, Sister Qin, are you going to throw them all away? Didn't you say that the level of combat skill is not important? Why are you still so picky about them? Zhang Qin was silent for a moment. I overestimated your ability to choose. Hanfei, Do you know that hidden weapons are exclusively used by hunters? Hanfei replied. Isn't it a good thing to strike when the enemy is unprepared? Hanfei liked hidden weapons. Technically, Little Black was a kind of hidden weapon. Zhang Qin explained, Soul warriors prefer head-on attacks. Although they are not forbidden from using hidden weapons, in most cases, they don't use them. Can I study 1 or 2 hidden weapons as my killer punch? I've kept one for you. Learn these 5 combat skills first. Hanfei glanced at the 5 books in her hands, which were respectively Gusty Rod, Stormy Footwork, Blood Boiling, Fast Knife Technique, and Elusive Grapper. Hanfei returned to the plantation happily with the 5 books. I'm going to be a soul warrior. When I become a soul warrior, I'll crush my enemies' heads easily. As for a person like Li Jue, I'll be able to kill him with 1 cut. In the plantation, Old Jiang cast a disapproving glance at Hanfei and said, You should be more ambitious. Hanfei, Old Jiang sneered. Do you know that in any combat, a soul warrior must fight at the forefront? They have the highest mortality rate, and are the target of everyone's blow? Hanfei questioned. Oh, is it dangerous to be a soul warrior? Of course. Spirit gatherers and soul warriors are the souls of a team. Soul warriors are always the first to die in a battle, and then it's the armorists. Do you think you can be the exception? Hanfei scratched his head and took a breath. Okay, let me disguise myself as a spirit gatherer in combat. Yes, then everyone will try to protect me in combat. Old Jiang, fuck off, I don't care what combat skills you learn, you gotta till the land first. Only when you get proficient in spirit concentration art can you proceed to the next stage of the study. Alright, Grandpa. Hanfei had no idea what he was going to study at the next stage, but he didn't remember he had ever studied anything here. Apart from reciting books and tilling the land, he literally learned nothing. Hanfei sat on the ground holding the 5 books and quickly browsed them. Soon, he figured out why Zhang Qin chose them for him. The characteristic of Gusty Rod was its fast speed, but the strength was not strong enough. However, he could make up for this weakness. Stormy Footwork was also to increase his speed. If he couldn't resist his enemy, he could escape with this art. But then he wondered if he could use this footwork at sea. Boiling Blood was not exactly a combat skill, but a technique to improve his explosive power. It consumed a lot of chi and spiritual energy to activate the spiritual energy in his body and stimulate his body, so as to improve his strength in the short term. Fast Knife Technique and Elusive Grapper were easier to understand. Fast Knife Technique was a technique about a flying knife, and Elusive Grapper was a skill to make your hand muscle more flexible. He would be able to use hidden weapons better with the 2 techniques. Gee, that's really well-rounded. If I can deduce these techniques, won't my strength be greatly improved? Gusty Rod, low end. Remark, the work of an unknown person, low grade, intolerably bad. Deduced technique, unable to be deduced. You can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 1,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Hanfei gaped at the information. Low end, low grade, intolerably bad. If the author hears your comments, he may jump out of his coffin in anger. Hanfei smiled. 1,000 points of spiritual energy. That's a piece of cake for me. Deduce. New data appeared in his mind. Crazy Devil's Rod mortal level, ultra quality, Our remark, the combat skill was created by a genius fisher 300 years ago when he was hunted by his enemy. With this combat skill, he killed 2 fishing masters and 9 fishers and then died of exhaustion of spiritual energy. 8 disadvantage, disadvantage, it tends to make people crazy and lose reason. Do use it with care. A deduce technique, you can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Han Fei immediately took a deep breath. Wow, deduce an ultra-quality technique with only 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But the guy who created this technique was really awesome. He killed 2 fishing masters and 9 fishers, although he was only a fisher. But then Han Fei remembered that he also killed 1 fishing master and dozens of level 9 fishers not long ago. Han Fei continued to deduce, only to find that the 5 combat skills were all low-end. He thought to himself, the combat skills from the village library were lame indeed. I should find some better combat skills from the town or the city. 10 minutes later, all the combat skills had been deduced. Wind footwork, mortal level, ultra quality, error mark, 900 years ago. A fishing master came across a gale, and feeling the power of the wind, he created the wind footwork. With this technique, one can ride the wind for as long as 800 meters. Disadvantage 80 disadvantage, the speed is average. Deduced technique, you can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Fury mortal level, ultra quality, error mark, 200 years ago. A soul warrior fused his chi, blood, and spiritual energy, and thus brought out his maximal strength to save a friend in danger. The strength that can be improved depends on the physique of the specific person. A disadvantage, it can only be used once within a day. A deduce technique, you can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Universe machete, mortal level, ultra quality, error mark, 500 years ago, a great genius created this technique on the first day he came to touch a machete. All the user's spiritual energy will be drained when this technique is used. The user will lose all his spiritual energy after using it. Deduce technique, you can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Shadowless hands, mortal level, divine quality. In ancient times, a cultivator weaved a giant spiritual net with spiritual energy. When he finished weaving the net, he was inspired to create the shadowless hands. Deduce technique, you can try deducing a new technique from it on your own. The deduction results are random, and it requires 10,000 points of spiritual energy to deduce it. Han Fei was very satisfied with the deduced techniques, especially the last one, which was a divine quality combat skill. Although it was only an auxiliary skill, with this book alone it was worthwhile for him to go to the village library. But to his disappointment, among the 5 techniques, except for the shadowless hands, the other 4's disadvantages were too obvious. Crazy Devil's Rod may drive him crazy. Wind footwork had to be practiced at sea. Fury didn't look practical. The only thing he could try was how much combat power would be increased after he used this technique. As for Universe Machete, once he used it, his spiritual energy would be drained, which made the skill look like chicken ribs. Pondering for a while, Han Fei used Fury to fuse his spiritual energy, chi, and blood. At the next moment, he felt that his body was inflating, his eyes turned bloodshot, and the blue veins on his neck protruded. Dong, Han Fei hit the ground with a fist, leaving a big pit in the ground. He felt that if he met Li Lang again, he should be able to fight him head-on without Little Black's help. Only holding on for several minutes, Han Fei sat on the ground, panting. Not bad, but I'm aching a bit all over and don't feel very well. 3 days later. Zhang Qin came to visit him. According to her estimation, these simple combat skills were very quick to learn and would only take Han Fei 3 days at most to master them, so she came to check his mastery now. Chapter 81, I think he's a monster translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. After being aggressively cleaned up by Zhang Qin, a vacant space the size of a basketball court appeared in the plantation. At this moment, Zhang Qin and Han Fei stood opposite one another. Zhang Qin began the interrogation. Have you learned these combat skills? Han Fei scratched his head. Yes, but I don't think they are suitable for me. Zhang Qin, Han Fei explained. Well, I think these skills are a bit too powerful. I'm afraid that not only would my enemy not withstand them, but neither would I. What? Zhang Qin wanted to roll her eyes. Are you talking about those basic combat skills? Is it the first time you are exposed to combat skills? Zhang Qinqing shouted. Come on, use all your combat skills on me. Show me what you're capable of. That'll be too cruel to you. Sister Qin, you're such a beautiful and delicate girl, and I don't want to hurt you. Otherwise, Grandpa will kill me. Hurt me? Give it a try. With that, Zhang Qin suddenly stepped on the ground, jumped up, and kicked him. Wait a minute. Bam. Han Fei was kicked 7 or 8 meters away and fell to the ground. If he hadn't blocked the attack with his rod, he would have been lying on all 4s on the ground. Sister Chin, I have something to say. Please stop. Wait till we finish. Just show me your combat skills. Without giving Han Fei a chance to speak, Zhang Qin struck again, empty-handed. The kick she made just now had proved how terrifying her strength was. Even though she reserved some of her strength, Han Fei could hardly resist her. Ouch. Han Fei took a deep breath. So this is the way a soul warrior acts? Get into a fight with you at any time. Will she kill me if I say I don't want to learn these combat skills? Come, my rod. Han Fei roared in a low voice, and when he looked up again, Zhang Qin was shocked to see that his eyes were full of frantic fighting intentions. Bam! Han Fei stepped on the ground, leaving a small pit in place, and started his attack. Unlike the hacking, sweeping, and stabbing movements of Sweeping Stick, the characteristic of Crazy Devil's Rod was being fast and violent. Zhang Qin was a little bit stunned. Huh? Is this Gusty Rod? Clang. Having no time to think about it, Zhang Qin concentrated on the fight. The shadows of her fist and Han Fei's rod almost overlapped and colliding sounds were heard repeatedly. Zhang Qin was astonished. Is Gusty Rod so powerful? And when she looked at Han Fei, she found that an eerie smile was hovering over this guy's lips and his eyes were full of madness. Cut. Han Fei hit Zhang Qin with his rod, but his attack was easily blocked by her. Then he picked, stabbed, chopped, poked, and backhanded. His movements were varied and his attacking angles were strange. Zhang Qin turned green. Hey! You're hitting my eyes, chest, and the part between my legs. You damn boy, let me teach you a good lesson. Break. Zhang Qin's fist suddenly flashed and she threw a punch at the tip of his rod. Bam! Han Fei was knocked backward 3 to 4 meters. Then he poked his rod into the ground to stabilize his body that was sent flying backward, leaving a long mark on the ground. Zhang Qin squinted at Han Fei. She had been forced to use her fishing master level strength because she found that if she still used the strength of level 9 fisher, she might be immediately defeated by him. Ho ho, it seems that I can't beat you with the Crazy Devil's Rod. Then what about Fury? Roar, Han Fei's body suddenly inflated and blue veins stood out on his neck, forehead, and hands. Kill. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei's speed doubled. He waved his rod so quickly that only the shadow of the rod could be seen, and the power of each blow was overwhelming. Zhang Qin was forced to adjust her strength to the peak of a junior fishing master, only to find that she still couldn't resist his attacks. Han Fei's blows were unexpectedly powerful, and he moved extremely fast. No, I'm going to lose within 1 minute. Upgrade to Intermediate Fishing Master. The two sides were so well matched that neither could gain the upper hand. Dirt flew across the field, the shadows of the rod flashed, and spiritual energy spread, creating ripples in the air. Outside the field, Old Jiang looked at this scene holding a skewer of shrimp and pondered. Not noticing the shrimp had been eaten up, he bit the skewer in his hand again. Han Fei, stop. Zhang Qin was surprised. This was definitely not blood boiling. God knew what this was. How could blood boiling improve a person from a level 9 fisher to an intermediate level fishing master? Han Fei chuckled and didn't stop at all. Seeing his rod flash with spiritual energy, Zhang Qin let out a curse in anger. This brat was going to launch a spiritual energy explosion attack at her. Bam, bam, bam. At extremely short intervals, he launched 3 spiritual energy explosion attacks in a row. Han Fei, that's enough. Zhang Qin punched so fast that only the shadow of her fist could be seen. She launched a spiritual energy explosion attack too, sending Han Fei flying through the air. Zhang Qin just wanted to stop when Han Fei's rod was suddenly swung at her forehead. Clang. While the purple bamboo rod was shaken away, swishing sounds were heard. Zhang Qin immediately upgraded to an advanced fishing master. Her hands moved fast, shaking off the palm-sized flying daggers that were darted at her. Han Fei, but her words were ignored. Han Fei leaned forward and tried to stab her with 2 arm-length daggers. Zhang Qin dodged quickly, but the daggers followed her like her shadow and turned like butterflies in Han Fei's hands. Although Zhang Qin had improved her strength to that of an advanced fishing master, she was still continuously cut on the forearm by Han Fei. Not only that, Han Fei still wanted to stab her chest. Zhang Qin was finally annoyed. She instantly filled her body with spiritual energy. With a bang, Han Fei was shaken backward 7 or 8 meters. Han Fei fell to the ground with a backward somersault. He suddenly smiled coldly at Zhang Qin, and the dagger in his hand shot out as fast as lightning. The dagger was covered with flashing spiritual energy and left a long shadow as it cut through the air. Zhang Qin's face changed greatly. She immediately mobilized all the spiritual energy in her body and shouted, "Destroy!" Bam! The violent explosion directly overturned the land within 3 meters of Zhang Qin's foot, and the latter looked down at her fist, only to see there was a cut between her middle finger and ring finger, and blood oozed out of it. Zhang Qin was shocked. A fisher made her bleed. How could this be possible? No one would believe it, not even herself. She was a veritable dangling fishing master, only 1 step away from being a hidden fishing master. She could even fight with Feng Zhe, but now a fisher made a cut in her hand? Han Fei seemed to be going to launch another attack at her, but as soon as he stepped his feet hard on the ground, he collapsed to the ground and fainted. Seeing this, Zhang Qin didn't know what to do. He had fainted, so she couldn't hit him, but if she didn't hit him, she couldn't vent the anger for almost being killed by him just now. I told you not to make him a soul warrior. Look, what a little monster you've made. Gee, he was such a good boy when he was studying spirit concentration art. All he did was pick flowers, farm, and occasionally cook, but now he is not adorable at all. Old Jiang walked forward leisurely, touched Han Fei's neck, and nodded slightly. He did faint. Zhang Qin was confused. Why was he attacking me like crazy? Old Jiang wondered. What kind of combat skills did you choose for him? How did they turn him into this? Combat skills? Well, I selected some combat skills for him from the village library. There were only some lame basic combat skills there. Oh? That's strange. Then where did he get these crazy combat skills? Zhang Qin had an idea, but I noticed that the combat skills he just used are the sublimated versions of those I chose for him and much stronger than the original ones. This kid must have a secret. I knew it. He memorized the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants in one day. How could that be possible? Zhang Qin didn't have an answer. I thought he was crazy. Don't you think he was like a monster just now? Well, geniuses are always envied. We in bed. Han Fei felt sore all over his body as if he had wandered in the sea for 5 days and 5 nights. He felt that his bones had almost fallen apart. Ouch, Grandpa, Sister Qin. Soon, the two of them came in from outside. Old Zhang was the first to arrive. Does it hurt? You deserved it. The combat skills you learned are beyond the limits of your physical endurance. You should be glad that you aren't disabled. If your body hadn't been strong enough, you would have ended up in bed for the rest of your life. Han Fei looked over at Zhang Qin. Sister Qin, it was you who asked me to fight with you. I said wait a minute, but you didn't listen to me. Zhang Qin looked serious. Where did you learn these combat skills? Han Fei was puzzled. You chose them for me. Bullshit. The combat skills you used are not what I chose for you. How can you explain it? Chapter 82, Provocation Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei certainly wouldn't tell her the truth as he began to blab at random. Well, here is the thing. I tried the Gusty Rod, but it was not very easy to use. Just being fast isn't enough. Li Gang is also fast, but I will defeat him with a single blow. So I innovated a bit, grabbed some spiritual energy from my body and exploded it, and then it did become easier to use. It became more powerful while maintaining its speed. Zhang Qin and the old man were dumbfounded by his words. Who do you think you are? Innovated a bit? But to be honest, the combat skills did become much more powerful. Zhang Qin asked, what about blood boiling? Han Fei explained. That stuff is useless. I tried using it, but I felt I was almost roasted. How could I still fight with others in such a state? So I changed it too. I split spiritual energy into bits, covered my internal organs with them, and made them jump with my insides. Well, guess what? I did grow stronger as they jumped with my insides, although I felt a little bit uncomfortable. Old Jiang wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. Are you kidding me? Wrap internal organs with spiritual energy. I hadn't even thought of that, but you just went ahead and did it? Old Jiang was curious about the next move. I can guess how you'll explain your last move. You poured all your spiritual energy into the machete and made the spiritual energy explode as soon as the machete touched your enemy, right? How did you come up with that? Han Fei had no problem explaining this one too. I just wanted to increase my combat power. Isn't stronger combat power better in combat? Old Jiang wasn't sold on this one. Bullshit. Although this trick is not bad, what if you failed to kill your enemy? Or if you had more than one enemy? How many enemies can you kill with one slash? Han Fei wanted to scratch his head, but his arm hurt a little, so he gave up on the idea. But he thought to himself, although my body can only withstand 400 points of spiritual energy, there is no upper limit. When the spiritual energy in my body is used up, I can replenish it easily. What am I afraid of? You take a good rest. Except for Gusty Rod, you can't rashly use the other combat skills, Zhang Qin instructed. But what should I do next? I mean the soul warrior thing. Zhang Qin said, wait a few days. 1 day later, Han Fei recovered. He wanted to go to sea, but he was banned from going to sea for 3 months, and his boat was also confiscated, so he had to give up this plan. The barbecue stall alone could not meet his demands. After more than a month, he only got 80,000 points of spiritual energy from the barbecue stall. After refining knives, deducing combat skills, and training, now he only had 68,000 points or so left. Were they many? There seemed to be many, but actually not many at all. There was the peak level above level 9. Only when he broke through to the peak level could he continue to break through to be a fishing master. Now he was ready to break through to the peak level, and his spiritual energy had reached the limit of 419. But what about the next breakthrough? These points of spiritual energy were certainly not enough for him to break through to be a fishing master. Grandpa, I'll take leave for a few days. Old Jiang was curious as he asked, where are you going? Well, I have serious business to tend to. Before Old Jiang responded, Han Fei had left and gone to his secret small cave. 3 days later, Han Fei strolled casually to the barbecue stall to absorb spiritual energy, but when he arrived at the barbecue stall, he found that no one was standing in line. Hey gang, where are the customers? When Li Gang saw Han Fei coming, he burst into tears and said, young master, we are gonna go broke. Now no one dares to buy our barbecue. Li Qing joined the barbecue stall a month ago. He said gloomily, young master, it's the tigers. They threatened people. Whoever dared to buy our barbecue, they would kill them. What? Han Fei burst with anger in an instant. Cutting off my barbecue stall business was equivalent to cutting off my source of spiritual energy. Shit, is Li Jue formally declaring war against me? Han Fei left without any hesitation carrying his rod. Li Gang hurriedly stopped him. Young master, what are you going to do? What else can I do? I'm going to fuck up Li Jue, that old bastard. Li Gang, Li Chui, Yang, Li Chuang, Yang master, please don't do that. I heard that Li Jue has recovered, Li Gang begged. Li Qing added, it may be true. After all, the tigers are very rich. It's said that Li Ju has bought a lot of supplemental medicines this month and even sent his men to the sea to find spiritual fruits. He seems to have got something. Han Fei didn't care. Humph, so what? Has he broken through to be a great fishing master? How dare he provoke me like this? Young master, although Li Jue is not yet a great fishing master, his strength is already at the peak of a fishing master. I'm afraid his strength is already quite close to that of a great fishing master, Li Qing warned. Han Fei clenched his fist. He wants to cut off the source of my spiritual energy. How can I bear this? Han Fei took a deep breath and calmed down. How did the tigers threaten us? Li Gang sighed. They just stood right in front of our booth and stopped people from buying our barbecue. They even had their men guard the stall. Look, the two guys over there are their men. Once a customer comes, they will threaten him. Han Fei turned his head and found there were two people staring at him indeed. Ha ha! Han Fei went straight to them and pointed purple bamboo rod at the two. Are you from the tigers? One of them ignored Han Fei and snorted. The other said, yes, do you dare to hit me? Bam! The next second, one of them was kicked away, and seeing this scene, the other was about to run away, only to be hit on the head and he fell to the ground. Both of them vomited blood. You, how dare you be engaged in a fight on the floating island, law enforcement team, Han Fei mocked them. Now you remember the law enforcement team? Weren't you on your high horse a moment ago? Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. Anyway, I'm now banned from going to sea. It was not a big deal for me to hit one or two hooligans. Bam! Han Fei jumped over and beat the two of them up. Stepping on the head of one, he said, you're from the tigers, aren't you? Now I've kept your faces in mind. Next time I meet you at sea, I'll kill you. Who dares to start a fight at the fair? A group of law enforcement team members came from a distance, led by a fishing master who shouted to Han Fei coldly. Han Fei kicked the person under his feet away and smiled at the fishing master. It's me, but these two men threatened my customers. Now no one dares to buy anything from my stall, so I gave them a little punishment. Did I break the law, sir? The fishing master looked at Han Fei and asked, are you Han Fei? Yes. The fishing master shook his head slightly. The floating island will only maintain the order of the floating island. Forgive me for not being able to control their behaviors in fisheries, but fights are forbidden on the floating island. We won't punish you this time, but don't do it again. Han Fei immediately smiled. Sir, is that to say, the tigers can threaten anyone here and kill those who don't obey them at fisheries, and you won't do anything about it? The fishing master remained silent, which meant that what he said was right. Han Fei turned around and asked Li Qing, what businesses are the tigers running on the floating island? Li Qing answered, they are running dozens of casinos, fish stalls, and bait shops. Take me to their shops one by one. Well, yes, young master. The fishing master frowned and shouted in a low voice. Han Fei, don't go too far. Han Fei turned around and grinned at him. Sir, I promise I won't hurt anyone unless someone hurts me first. With that, his face went cold and he left. Behind the fishing master, a member of the team said, Master Wu, isn't this Han Fei too arrogant? Wu Chen narrowed his eyes. Han Fei seems to be confident. He is not a pushover. These two people are both at the peak of level 9 but almost had no power to fight back. Did he get some sort of special opportunity? Wu Chen believed that Han Fei got this special opportunity because of Tongji. Otherwise, how could Han Fei have upgraded to level 9 so fast? Wu Chen waved his hand. Follow him. Just make sure that no fight breaks out. The tigers are a bunch of villains and don't need our protection at all. Let's just remain neutral. A casino of the tigers. Li Qing led Han Fei to one of the casinos owned by the tigers. Young master, here it is. Someone immediately recognized Li Qing and shouted, Li Qing, you traitor, how do you have the nerve to come here? Li Qing snorted coldly without speaking. Han Fei brushed them off. Go away, I'm going to bet some money today. The two refused to make way for him. Han Fei's face went cold. What? Am I not your guest? If you don't let me in, shut down this casino. The two men frowned, and in the end, they let him in. What they thought was that if Han Fei wanted to gamble here, why not let him? Anyway, if he lost money here, he asked for it. But less than a minute after Han Fei walked in, they heard a loud noise from inside. It seemed that something was smashed. Wu Chen's face changed. Let's go inside. The law enforcement team walked in, only to see that Han Fei had smashed all the gambling tables with the purple bamboo rod. He was surrounded by 5 or 6 members of the Tigers who were wary as if facing a formidable enemy. Han Fei casually cast a glance at Wu Chen. Master Wu, I didn't hit anyone, I just smashed some things. I'll pay them back. You know, I'm rich, gang. Where's the money? Chapter 83, Declaring War Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Li Gang quickly took out a bag of pearls from his arms, all of which were mid-quality pearls. Han Fei took one from inside and threw it on the ground. These tables are mine. Wu Chen was speechless. Didn't you say you were rich? How could you only leave a mid-quality pearl? Bam. purple bamboo rod flashed in Han Fei's hands, and Han Fei suddenly smashed the furnishings in the casino with a spiritual energy explosion attack. Someone shouted angrily, "Han Fei, you were looking for death. Haha, Li Jue, you old bastard, come out. If fights weren't forbidden on the floating island, your blood would have been dry by now." Someone sneered, "If it weren't for that, do you think you could have lived to this day?" Han Fei smiled. "Just call Li Jue out. I've killed his son, and sooner or later I'll kill him too." Wu Chen frowned. "Han Fei, calm down. Even if you smash the casino, so what? These things will be replaced soon." Han Fei said as a matter of factly, "Then I'll smash them again. How dare they touch my barbecue stall? I just return like for like." Wu Chen didn't know what to say. In his opinion, Han Fei was not a domineering person. Why did he suddenly become like this, even though his protector, Tang Ge, had been gone? He had smashed 6 stores in a row before their very eyes, but this casino was different. It was guarded by a fishing master. Li Qing whispered to Han Fei. "This is Li Dao from the Tigers. His strength is at the peak of a junior fishing master. He is quite strong." "Okay, keep smashing the casino." Li Qing. "Everyone else?" Li Dao roared. "Han Fei, don't push me." "Everyone else?" Li Dao roared. "Han Fei, don't push me. If you leave right away, I will let you off. Otherwise, I'll teach you a good lesson." Han Fei raised the purple bamboo rod in his hand. "I, Han Fei, challenge you today. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Buzz. Li Qing and Li Gang only felt a buzz in their heads. Wu Chen's eyes widened. "You, a level 9 fisher, challenge a fishing master? Do you want to die?" "Ha ha ha ha." Li Dao laughed as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. Although there were rumors that Han Fei killed Li Lang, it was not yet known how Li Lang died. After all, it was at sea. Anything could happen at sea at night. But now, Han Fei was challenging him on the floating island. Only God knows who gave him this courage. Li Dao smiled. "I was trying to work out a way to catch and kill you, but you've simply sent yourself to me. If I don't accept your challenge, people will laugh at me." "Let's fight then." Wu Chen felt nervous. "Han Fei, you'd better give it a second thought. This is not a joke. If you lose, no one can help you." "I lose? In my life, I have never lost." Everyone was speechless. "Why are you still bragging at this time? You have never lost because people were afraid that they would beat you to death." Some people started to hoot, especially the members of the Tigers. Many people wanted Li Dao to torture Han Fei hard. There was an open space respectively in the north, south, east, and west of the floating island. With some sparse trees in these open spaces, they were originally used as training grounds for fishing skills. But at the moment, a large group of people came to the east training ground. The shocking news that a fisher challenged a fishing master quickly spread, and there were more and more people coming to watch. Soon, the training ground became tightly packed with people. Wu Chen was the witness of this challenge. He looked at Han Fei with a complex look. Li Dao asked, "Can we start? I'm ready to crush your head anytime." Wu Chen gave the official order, "Start." Han Fei immediately launched a spiritual energy explosion attack with his purple bamboo rod. Li Dao smiled coldly. "This brat wants to play spiritual energy explosion attacks with me. Do you really think this lame combat skill can hurt me?" Bam! In an instant, Li Dao's hands went numb. His face changed greatly. The blow was really powerful. In terms of power, this guy's strength was already comparable to that of a fishing master. However, Li Dao sneered, "Physical strength is not important in combat. Thousand Shadow Rod, kill." Han Fei had seen this Thousand Shadow Rod. He had selected this combat skill from the village library, but Zhang Qin threw it away. Han Fei almost laughed. "What makes you believe you can move faster than me?" Han Fei activated the Crazy Devil's Rod. With a chuckle, he jumped over like a gust of wind. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei and Li Dao were fighting fiercely with an extremely fast speed. All the audience could see were shadows of rods which dazzled their eyes. Li Dao's face changed drastically. He can keep up with his speed. And why does he have such great power in every blow? Bam! Li Dao couldn't keep up with Han Fei's speed anymore. Suddenly, his chest was poked and his face was hit by the purple bamboo rod. He was sent flying through the air, half of his face was dented, and his cheekbones were cracked. Damn, Fuse! Everyone was astounded. "Come on, you're a fishing master. Does a fishing master need to fuse with his spiritual beast in a fight with a fisher?" Wu Chen was also dumbfounded, but he was really shocked by Han Fei's strength. Is he really a level 9 fisher? Li Dao dared not look down upon Han Fei again. This was a life-or-death battle. If he didn't take his enemy seriously, he might be killed. A fat black fish suddenly rushed into Li Dao's body. His momentum suddenly increased and he roared and pounced at Han Fei. Someone shouted, "Watch out! Iron-headed fish has iron-like skin and bones. Now the hardness of his body has increased by at least 30%. Han Fei murmured, "Oh, 30%, fury." Everyone was surprised to see that Han Fei's body suddenly inflated. The blue veins on his body stood out, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Bam! Li Dao was sent flying again, faster than the last time. Blood was gushing out of his mouth when he was still in midair. He asked himself, why did Han Fei suddenly become so strong? Before Li Dao hit the ground, he saw a rod flying at his head. Li Dao turned pale with fright, but what could he do in midair? Clang! Li Dao fell heavily to the ground, and his face was almost smashed by the rod. Although he had fused with his iron-headed fish, he still could not withstand such a violent blow. The hardness of his body was improved by 30% after he fused with his spiritual beast, whereas Han Fei doubled his strength when he activated Fury. It was as plain as daylight which one was stronger. Han Fei pierced Li Dao's chest with the purple bamboo rod. Then he shouted at the members of the tiger who were scared out of their pants. "Tell Li Jue that I will send him to see his son soon. Tell him to wait." Then Han Fei's face twitched and his body seemed to be deflated. He changed back to his original appearance. Han Fei stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly. It seemed that he still couldn't control Fury very well because this combat skill was too strong. Li Gang and Li Qing were stupefied at what they saw. Seeing Han Fei stumble, they quickly stepped forward to help Han Fei stand up. Everyone present was shocked. A fisher killed a fishing master, which happened for the first time in the Heavenly Water Village. Not only did Han Fei kill Li Dao, he was not injured at all, not even had his skin been scratched. What kind of a monster-like talent did he have? The tigers. Li Jue's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Did Han Fei kill Li Dao? Yes, leader, I saw it with my own eyes, but Han Fei seems to use a secret technique. Although he killed Li Dao, his spiritual energy seemed to be exhausted. Li Ju narrowed his eyes. Han Fei must die. At first, he killed Li Lang and then Li Dao. 2 fishing masters of the tigers have been killed by him. This guy is growing too fast. He even wondered if Han Fei had hidden the true level of his spiritual heritage. Otherwise, how could he be growing so fast? At the village leader's home. What? Han Fei killed a fishing master? The village leader was stunned. Did old Jiang teach him some powerful combat skills? That could explain it. Old Jiang was the most mysterious person in Heavenly Water Village, and also the only one who he couldn't see through or defeat. Han Fei was really lucky. Was this the reason Han Fei refused to go to the town? On this day, no matter the East or West Fair, the entire floating island was talking about this matter. This was the biggest event in the Heavenly Water Village for decades. A fisher killed a fishing master. No one had ever heard of it before. Late at night, Han Fei asked Li Qing, "Where is the treasure house of the tigers?" Li Qing hurriedly stopped Han Fei. "Young master, you'd better not go there. That is heavily guarded by the tigers. Not only fishing masters, but also at least dozens of peak-level fishers are guarding this place. If anyone intrudes, Li Jue will soon arrive in person." "The consequences are unpredictable," Han Fei retorted. "Do you think I'm stupid? I certainly won't just break into it. I just want to observe the terrain and wait for a proper chance. Don't waste my time, just tell me." After Li Xing left, Han Fei sneered. "Li Jue, do you want to cut off my source of wealth and spiritual energy? Fine, I'll take all your treasure first." Chapter 84, Treasure Map Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. In the dark, Han Fei masked a black fish skin on his face. "Little Black, when you get in, take out anything you see, except those too big for you to carry. Do not leave behind anything you can carry. Understood?" Little Black rubbed intimately against Han Fei's face and flew out. Han Fei was surprised. Was a spiritual beast a fish or a soul? If he was a fish, why could he fly in the air without water? But if he was a soul, he could also swim in the water, eat, and bite people to death. Han Fei was lying in the woods in the distance and waiting motionless, turning into the same color as the vegetation. After a while, Little Black came out with a small bottle in his mouth. Han Fei opened the bottle and found it was a bottle of spirit refilling pills. Not bad. Seeing that Little Black didn't go but remained staring at the spirit refilling pill, Han Fei reluctantly poured a pill out of the bottle and threw it in his mouth. Little Black flew away in satisfaction. The second time, Little Black brought back a money bag with nearly 100 mid-quality pearls in it. Han Fei wasn't quite satisfied. "My barbecue stall has earned me lots of money. This money is nothing to me. But fine, it's money anyway." Han Fei felt he had to say something when Little Black brought him more than a dozen of these money bags in a row. "Little Black, let's steal something else. This stuff can't be eaten. The spiritual energy inside is little and not easy to use. Go steal something with spiritual energy or value, such as small bottles and small boxes." Little Black shuttled quickly. Han Fei calculated that it would take him about 5 minutes to make the round trip. It had only been 1 hour or so, and the guards were still eating sea melon seeds together. 5 minutes later, Little Black brought him a small box. Han Fei opened it. Wow, a spiritual fruit. Because it was too fragrant, Han Fei immediately closed the box. Han Fei instructed, "Little Black, just steal this. Steal as many as there are." To Han Fei's disappointment, however, there were only 2 such spiritual fruits, which made him very unhappy. Li Qing said that Li Ju had sent a lot of people to find spiritual fruit. How could he only get 2? Little did Han Fei know that where there were spiritual fruit, there would be a strong guardian beast. The sea dragon he encountered last time was not something ordinary people could deal with. To get the 2 spiritual fruit in his hands, the tigers had lost dozens of members. If Li Jue knew that his spiritual fruits were stolen, he would have vomited blood in anger the next day. "Roar, you bunch of wastes, who robbed my treasure house?" Li Jue was going crazy. All the small things inside were gone, and there wasn't even a single jelly bean left. The big ones, such as weapons, were left, but there were rows of teeth marks on them. Some weapons even disappeared, but who the fuck would eat weapons? Now Han Fei was sitting at home happily turning over the treasure he had got from the tigers, which filled a whole pocket. The 2 spiritual fruits alone were worth a lot of money, not to mention there were so many other things. 3 bottles of spirit refilling pills and Little Black ate half a bottle. There are still 7,500 points of spiritual energy left. Not bad. 1,304 mid-quality pearls. The tigers are really poor. Did they commit so many crimes just to collect such a small amount of money? In fact, unknown to Han Fei, there was a whole trunk of mid-quality pearls in the treasure house, but Little Black was unable to carry it. 27 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid. The tigers are damn rich to have so much of this fluid. It is priceless, especially when you want to condition your body. Huh? A treasure map. Han Fei was stunned and immediately pulled all the other stuff aside. Finding a treasure map in a box, he was beside himself with excitement. Han Fei smoothed out the fish skin on the table and a small map appeared. The central area of the map was the floating island, below which were ordinary fisheries, but what was painted on the map was not the sea surface but the underwater terrain. There were many places marked on the map. Coral reefs, snake caves, undersea stone caves, spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlements, and dozens of other places were on the map. Among them, 3 places were marked as dangerous. One was a spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlement, one was an undersea stone cave, and the other was a boat-burying pit. Among these 3 places, only the name boat-burying pit was drawn in a circle. Han Fei frowned. He hadn't heard of any of these places, but from these names, he could tell these places were not common ones. Boat-burying pit? More than one ship must have sunk there. But why did ships sink to that place? Could it be that there was a magnetic field problem like Bermuda there? No, if there was a problem with the magnetic field, people must have found out about it. Who dared to go to ordinary fisheries then? Han Fei thought to himself, Li Ju must have explored this place, but he survived by a fluke. Otherwise, how would he know that there were a lot of fishing boats sinking in that place? The next day, Han Fei went to Li Qing. Uncle Qing, do you know where the boat burying pit is? Li Qing immediately turned pale and he quickly said, Young master, you must not go there. It's very dangerous. Seeing Li Qing's reaction, Han Fei had already had a rough idea in his heart and said, Just tell me, I'm still banned from going to sea for 2 months. Li Qing was relieved to hear that, but he still looked a little frightened. Young master, there are actually a lot of dangers even in ordinary fisheries. People just don't know about them. The most dangerous place in our fisheries is this boat-burying pit. It's said that dozens of fishing boats disappear there every year. Young master, do you know where the wounds on on Li Jue's body and face came from? Han Fei raised an eyebrow. He got those scars in this boat-burying pit, Li Qing replied. Yes, Li Jue was already an advanced fishing master at that time. Although he had not yet reached the peak, he was not far from it. He heard that several of his ships disappeared there, so he started to investigate in person. However, you know what? He returned with serious injuries only 15 minutes later, and none of the people he took with him came back. At that time, he had at least hundreds of wounds on his body. Although he had a narrow escape, the scars on his face and body could never be removed. Han Fei quickly went on asking, did he get his tiger head fish there? Li Qing paused and then shook his head. No, he got that tiger head fish from the spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlement. But you shouldn't go there either, young master. There are not many people fishing in that water. This spirit-absorbing jellyfish is also sold in the fair, but very few people bought it. It will absorb the spirit energy of other fishes. People who go to sea will easily have their spiritual energy sucked up by the jellyfish and die in the sea. At that time, Li Jue took more than 20 people to explore that place, but only 7 of them came back. Fortunately, he was paid back and got his tiger head fish. Han Fei nodded and asked, do you know where the undersea stone cave is? Li Qing was puzzled and shook his head. Is it at the bottom of ordinary fisheries? I have never heard of it. Okay, I'm afraid that the barbecue stall is going out of business right now. You and A Gang can take a rest, stay at home, drink and have fun, don't go outside. Yes, boss. On the way back to the plantation, Han Fei thought about it. There must be an opportunity in the spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlement. It may have been inhabited by a tiger-head fish, but that fish was taken away by Li Jue. There can't be any other opportunities, otherwise Li Jue would definitely have returned for the second time. But he wasn't sure whether Li Jue had ever been in the undersea stone cave or not. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that he hadn't been there, and the other was that he had been there but found no opportunity. If it was the latter, then at least people could return safely from that place. But if it was the former, Li Jue didn't go there because of something he feared. Then it was worthy of his vigilance. But Han Fei was not afraid. That's treasure. How can a treasure hunt not be dangerous? But are treasure hunters afraid? Have I ever been afraid? No, all treasure hunters are full of adventurous spirit in their bones, and they all gamble with their lives. There must be a great chance in the boat-burying pit. I must go to this place. Chapter 85, Boat-Burying Pit Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, Sister Chin, can you do me a favor? Huh? Han Fei looked over at her. Can you lift the ban on me? I haven't gone to sea in more than a month and I feel suffocated. Zheng Qin didn't think this was a good idea just yet. No way. Li Jue's strength has been restored. If you go to sea, he may go to kill you. Don't overestimate your strength. Li Jue is not easy to deal with. You can't kill him yet. I won't let him know that I've gone to sea, and I'll come back quickly. Don't forget that I have the fishing boat that Feng Zhe gave me. Can Li Jue's boats catch up with mine? Zhang Qian was not convinced. Don't even think of it. What you should do now is cultivation. Make the breakthrough to be a fishing master, and I'll let you go. Han Fei was upset. Do you think I don't want to make a breakthrough? But I can't do it without enough spiritual energy. Han Fei sighed. He was frequently engaged in fights recently, so his spiritual energy was consumed very quickly. He had taken all the spirit-refilling pills and spiritual fruits that he got from the tigers. However, including his own spiritual energy, he only had less than 60,000 points of spiritual energy, which was certainly not enough for him to break through to be a fishing master. According to the law of void fishing, he needed at least 50,000 points of spiritual energy to break through the bottleneck, and then he had to rebuild his body and push himself to the peak of a junior fishing master. He would need much more spiritual energy than 50,000 points. That night, all was quiet. Han Fei slipped out and headed for the port. His white fishing boat was still impounded there, hanging in the middle of the cliff of the floating island. There was a team of people on duty at the port who were chatting while eating sea melon seeds. All of a sudden, they heard a sound, and it seemed that something had been knocked over. Who is it? Let's go check it out. Han Fei walked over quickly from the other side. As soon as he walked through, someone looked at this side and almost found him. Fortunately, at the moment, Han Fei was hanging himself on the edge of the cliff, which most people dared not to do because if he fell, he would definitely die. Humph, ban me from going to sea? For what? This time I'll stay at the sea, for at least 5 days and nights. Next, Han Fei drove a stolen fishing boat to find his own boat. After a while, Han Fei had gone to sea. He shouted in joy and excitement. Haha, I'm finally free. You want to ban me from going to sea? Impossible, in the plantation. Old Zhang questioned, why did you let the boy go to sea? He has secrets. Can't you see that he hates being cooped up on land? Zhang Qin speculated. He'd better pray to God not to be killed on the sea. Isn't it satisfying just to be a spirit gatherer? Why does he have to get into all this trouble? Of course, Han Fei could not hear them at the moment. He was carrying a treasure map in his hand and was determining which direction to head. Here we are. Half an hour later, Han Fei stopped, nervous and excited. So does my treasure hunt start again. Han Fei was very excited. He had more methods than Li Jue, and he was confident that he was also stronger than him. Besides, he had wandering dragon art. Even if there was a danger, he would be able to escape. Han Fei was excited. He summoned Little Black and Little White, and they jumped into the sea with a flop. After more than a month of feeding, Little Black and Little White had upgraded to level 6 and could already hunt almost all the fish species in level 1 fisheries. After a while, Han Fei climbed onto the boat from the sea, scratching his head while gazing at the treasure map. There is no shipwreck below. Did I go in the wrong direction? Li Jue, you idiot, why didn't you mark the directions? What a waste of my time. Half an hour later, Han Fei shouted at Little Black, are you ready? Let's advance to the treasure. Flop. It was pitch dark underwater, but Han Fei was not afraid at all. He had reached the peak of Fisher, so his eyes could already adapt to most of the dark waters. There are still a lot of fishes here. Did I run in the wrong direction again? 30 meters underwater, Han Fei saw a snake belt as long as 4 or 5 meters. His eyelids twitched. What a big snake belt. I can't believe my eyes. Little Black, eat him. Han Fei continued to dive, but the further he went down, the fewer fish he found. For some reason, his heart was pounding. Is something staring at me? But I don't see anything. When he continued to dive for 30 meters, he felt a chill down his spine. What caught his eye was a long trench less than 10 meters wide. Its depth was unknown. On both sides of the trench, there were shipwrecks all over the place, so densely packed that they could not be counted. At this very moment, Han Fei felt his wrists ache. Did his calabash feel something? Han Fei blinked and initiated the eyes of true vision. Then he saw that the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich, especially in the trench, in which the spiritual energy was so abundant that it was about to overflow. Wow, treasure. Han Fei was overjoyed. Yes, he found it. At this time, Little Black had already killed the snake belt. Han Fei waved, motioning Little Black to go into the trench and explore it. The trench was so narrow. Once an unknown event occurred, it was not easy for him to run away, so he'd better be careful. At the same time, Han Fei fell carefully on a sunken ship. Soaking in the water all year round, the hull of the ship had almost been covered by dark green water plants, so it was a bit slippery to step on. There were many pieces of human bones near the shipwreck. Obviously, these people had died long ago. Many bones were broken, which seemed to be caused by battering. Hiss, Han Fei quickly turned around, held the purple bamboo rod in his hand, and flew off the shipwreck instantly. The next moment, he saw a 2-meter-long crab appear on the shipwreck. Damn, an XL green crab? Something attacked him, and Han Fei immediately counterattacked. With a clang, he was beaten back several meters. He turned around, only to see another large bladefish 3 to 4 meters long. Almost instantaneously, Han Fei filled his body with spiritual energy and swiftly approached the fish. Then he thrust a knife into the head of the fish and sent it to hell. At the same time, he quickly left. Strange, the creatures here are all huge. Han Fei stared closely at where the bladefish fell. After 1 or 2 minutes, a crab claw appeared, followed by several huge green crabs. As they gathered and tore open the bladefish's body, many more large green crabs crawled out of the wreck nearby. Han Fei felt his blood freeze and he tried to comfort himself. It's okay, they're just a little bigger. How about Little Black over there? Suddenly, Little White swam to the trench quickly. Little White, come back! Han Fei was anxious. Is Little Black in danger? But what kind of a creature can find Little Black and kill him? Han Fei looked around. Although there were a lot of big green crabs out there, very few of them crawled into the trench. Let me try my fortune. Han Fei was not afraid when entering the trench. He was used to crossing submarine caves without wearing oxygen masks. He knew the characteristics of fish. They might hunt things they were familiar with, and only a small part of them that were very aggressive were interested in strange creatures like humans. Of course, he was not sure about the fish here. The shallowest part of the trench was not deep and only as deep as about 50 meters. But as Han Fei dove all the way down, he found the deepest part here was close to 300 meters. Han Fei was quite proud. If it were before, how could he directly descend to a water zone 90 meters deep? The bottom of the trench was also covered with sunken ships, some of which were upside down. Han Fei stood on the shipwreck and gaped. He actually saw a huge cave at the bottom of the trench. From the top, it seemed that the bottom of the trench was as narrow as its opening, but now it didn't seem to be the case at all. The underwater cave at the bottom of the trench seemed to lead to a distant and unknown place. It seemed that the internal space was not small, but Han Fei didn't act rashly. Little White revolved around Han Fei and went to the cave from time to time as if beckoning Han Fei to go inside. No hurry, let me check it out. Han Fei took out the fishing rod behind his back, fastened a dagger to the fish hook with a fishing line, and shot it into the cave. As soon as the dagger went into the cave less than 30 meters, a monster suddenly jumped out of the sand at the bottom and pounced at the dagger. Han Fei was astounded. Thank God he didn't act rashly. Otherwise, he would definitely get snipped. He quickly withdrew the fishing line and the monster jumped up and chased the dagger. Not only that, Han Fei also noticed the surrounding sand bulge and there seemed to be something about to move. Ha, I'd like to see what it is. When the thing broke through the sand and revealed its full body, Han Fei ejected himself backwards immediately and floated up. What did he see? The 2 or 3 meter long stuff was not a fish at all but an ultra-large mantis shrimp. Shit, Chapter 86, Mantis Shrimp King Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Ennami Mantis Shrimp, Cubly Level, 10A Quality, Regular Respiritual Energy, 111 points. Edible effects, its flesh is exceptionally delicious. Eating its flesh for a long time can build up your body. And eating mantis shrimp beads can quickly strengthen your physical strength. Seek-eatable mantis shrimp beads, Yue Cerebral Wa. Han Fei was relieved to see that the shrimp was only at level 10. Although a level 10 shrimp was the strongest in ordinary fisheries, it wouldn't be able to hurt him, but was this only a cub? A cub with such a gigantic body? Then how big was an adult mantis shrimp? As he expected, the mantis shrimp began to chase him. His front claws were as long as 2 meters when they were fully opened. Clang, he swung the purple bamboo rod at the shrimp and hit the forearm of the mantis shrimp that attacked him at the same time. He struck first because only people who had gone to sea knew how strong a mantis shrimp's attack power was. His instantaneous explosive power could enable him to break a crab's claw with one blow. At the moment a mantis shrimp attacked, its speed, explosive power, and attack power would instantly reach their peak state. To Han Fei's surprise, however, this mantis shrimp only backed away a few meters and then shook its head. His 2 oval eyes stood up and stared at Han Fei. What strong defensive power, but I don't think I will lose to him. Han Fei smiled. At least this shrimp was not as strong as he imagined. Han Fei drew out a dagger, and when the mantis shrimp punched at him, he leaned forward obliquely, narrowly dodging its attack, and at the same time thrust the dagger from his hand into the shrimp's neck, almost cutting the shrimp's head off. He kicked the mantis shrimp to the bottom of the sea, and his heart was pounding fast. If he hadn't initiated the wandering dragon art instantly just now, his head would have been hit by the shrimp's claws. At this time, a group of mantis shrimps had gathered around. Han Fei frowned. How could he pass with so many mantis shrimps in his way? Wait a minute, although this creature loves to fight, I don't have to fight them myself. Han Fei immediately swam up. At this moment, a group of large green crabs was still watching with their eyes up. When they saw Han Fei rushing out, they lifted their claws one after another. Han Fei glanced around, found a large green turtle, and rushed straight over. Bam! The green turtle was knocked to death by Han Fei before he had any time to react. Han Fei took out his dagger, cut a dozen wounds on the green turtle, and then dragged it to the crabs. Lured by food, more and more big green crabs gathered up. Han Fei hit the claws of the big green crabs with his purple bamboo rod from a distance and then swam away quickly. Soon, hundreds of big green crabs began to chase after him. If they could talk, they would have shouted, "You are dead meat! How dare you tempt us with food and hit us? We're gonna crush your head with our claws!" When they reached the trench, they didn't stop, but they kept swimming in. Hundreds of green crabs had entered in only a short while. Han Fei thought, "Great, cannon fodders, come on." Han Fei threw the green turtle into the trench and quickly swam away like a big fish. From a distance, Han Fei saw that the first big green crab that entered the trench was punched to pieces by the mantis shrimp in the blink of an eye. Oh, that's sad. Why were mantis shrimp's attacks described as punches? Because when mantis shrimp attack their enemies, they punch with their front claws just like a boxer. Only if they caught fish would they use their tongs. Now Han Fei probably understood why Li Jue went back with so many injuries. When a level 10 mantis shrimp was angered, no fish in the entire ordinary fisheries could resist him. Han Fei even suspected that even a big meat turtle wouldn't survive the attacks of a group of mantis shrimp. Of course, this mantis shrimp he saw wouldn't be able to hurt an advanced fishing master, so Han Fei guessed that there should be one or even a few more powerful mantis shrimp inside. He thought to himself, if those mantis shrimp don't come out, I won't get in. Perhaps the smells of blood and crab roe attracted the attention of fish. From time to time, green turtles, bladefish, whitefish, and other fishes swam in along the trench. At this moment, there was a fierce battle in the trench. Han Fei saw that a green turtle sank to the bottom and his head was gone. Wow! Han Fei was not in a hurry now. He began to absorb spiritual energy on the side. As the battle grew fiercer, spiritual energy was continuously supplied. Staying too long undersea, Han Fei had to return to the sea surface to get some fresh air. The battle lasted for almost an hour, and Han Fei had absorbed at least 10,000 points of spiritual energy. When he was happily absorbing spiritual energy, the water below suddenly became cloudy, and a bladefish tried to escape only to be crushed by a punch. Hiss! When the water became clear again, Han Fei saw another mantis shrimp and a string of data appeared in front of his eyes. Namamea mantis shrimp, kingly level, 19 qualit, 19 qualit, 19 qualit, Namamayan, Namame, A qualit. Y, Nama. A spiritual energy, 500 points, edible effects. Its flesh is exceptionally delicious. Eating its flesh can build up your body, and eating exotic mantis shrimp beads can greatly strengthen your physical strength. Oh, collectible mantis shrimp beads, absorbable. Han Fei was silent. A level 19 mantis shrimp king, this was the real reason that Li Jue came back with serious injuries. Although the data showed that the shrimp was only at level 19, Han Fei felt that the sea dragon he fought last time was a piece of cake in front of this mantis shrimp king. The latter would be able to crush the former's head with a single punch. Damn, this thing is too big. I can't beat him. Han Fei's eyes were shining. The fight between big green crabs and the mantis shrimp had almost finished, and body parts were scattered everywhere. The fish nearby had almost been killed off by the shrimp. Now the gigantic mantis shrimp king was chewing a bladefish. What a pity. If only I hadn't eaten the spiritual fruits stolen from the tigers. If I take them out, they will definitely attract a lot of large green crabs and fishes. Huh? Spiritual energy. If I cultivate here, no, the mantis shrimp king will kill me. Or should I attract some more fish to come here? Han Fei hadn't tried to cultivate in the sea before, neither had anyone else in the Heavenly Water Village. He forcibly took Little Black back and swam a few kilometers away before stopping. Han Fei asked the fish, "Where did you go? Guard my side and allow no creatures to come near me." When he initiated void fishing, he was shocked. The spiritual energy didn't come from the sky, but from all directions. Soon, countless large green crabs, sea snails, rotating starfish, and bladefish swarmed one after another. Han Fei felt something bump into him and then bump again. He opened his eyes. Didn't I tell you not to allow any creatures to come near me? Shit. Seeing countless fish and crabs coming from all directions, Han Fei immediately stopped cultivating and ran away. Little Black was stunned too. There's too many. I can't eat them all. Sorry, master. Just as Han Fei left, a large school of fish swarmed in, as well as countless large green crabs. They all dashed at him fiercely as if going to cut him to pieces with their claws. Oh, are the fishes crazy, huh? My spiritual energy has increased by more than 400 points in such a short time. Han Fei took a deep breath. He had cultivated several times more spiritual energy on the seabed than on a fishing boat at night. No wonder it caused such a stir. Little Black, when you get a chance, get into the shell of that big mantis shrimp and eat it from inside. Little Black kept circling around Han Fei as if protesting. The shrimp shell is too tough for me. Han Fei patted his own chest. I'll help you. I will open a hole in the back of his head. Remember to slip into his shell from the hole and eat quickly. If you can't eat him, I'll be eaten by him. Boat burying pit in the trench. Han Fei rushed directly into the trench. Now he didn't have time to keep an eye on the mantis shrimp king in front. What was behind him was even more terrifying. When he was about to reach the bottom of the trench, he saw that the big mantis shrimp king had retracted his two claws, exposing half of his body, ready to attack at any time. However, Han Fei suddenly condensed a column of spiritual energy in his hand and shot it directly at the mantis shrimp king. The mantis shrimp king was stunned. What is this strange fish doing? Why is he sending me spiritual energy? Han Fei kept grabbing one mass of spiritual energy after another from the void and stuffed them into the body of the mantis shrimp king. Seeing this scene, the fishes and crabs behind were all in an uproar. Wow, spiritual energy. So much spiritual energy. Bam. The fishes rushed up and rammed the mantis shrimp, turning the seabed dusty and sand and stones flew all over. With continuous clangs and clanks, crabs were hitting the shell of the mantis shrimp with their claws. But undoubtedly, they couldn't hurt him at all. It was like a group of 4 or 5-year-olds trying to beat an 18-year-old youth. The odds of success were slim. Quantity didn't make any difference. Han Fei hid aside, no longer transmitting spiritual energy to the shrimp. Instead, he held a knife in his hand and swam tens of meters away from the Mantis Shrimp King, waiting for a chance to make a move. Chapter 87, Make a Fortune Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. If the Mantis Shrimp King could speak, he would have definitely scolded Han Fei. Where the fuck did all this food come from? There's too many of them. The Mantis Shrimp King was attacking wildly with all its legs and killed several large green crabs with a single punch. However, shrimp power had its limits. Although he was strong, there were too many enemies here, especially creatures like bladefish that were really hard to deal with. They kept darting their fin blades at them, and now both of his tentacles had been broken. Han Fei took out 2 spirit refilling pills and put them into his mouth, holding the knife in his hand and waiting for the right time. When the Mantis Shrimp King punched a large green crab, he exposed the part connecting his head and body. A cold gleam flickered in Han Fei's eyes, and he suddenly approached him as fast as he could. Fury, Universe Machete. In an instant, Han Fei's combat power rose to its peak. With a cold flash, he pierced the neck of the mantis shrimp with his knife. Little Black, come on. Han Fei quickly retreated and swallowed 2 spirit refilling pills. Although spiritual energy quickly returned to his body, he still felt weak all over. The Mantis Shrimp King immediately went violent, drilled out of the sand, and exposed his whole body that was as long as 10 meters. As his legs twitched and punched, his gigantic body rushed forward while swarms of large green crabs were torn into pieces. The Mantis Shrimp King was flapping and tumbling for at least 5 minutes, and in the end, he trembled, reared his claws, and shot out 2 visible water blades. Wherever the blades cut, all fishes were dismembered. When the stirred soil settled, only dismembered corpses, cracked shells, and countless crab claws were scattered around the trench. Han Fei took a deep breath. He wondered how Li Jue survived the attack of this huge mantis shrimp. Even a fishing master might not be able to beat him. At this time, Little Black stuck his head out of the shell of the mantis shrimp and looked around. When he spotted Han Fei, he quickly slipped out and swam to him. Han Fei glanced at it and said, "Well done. I'll award you when we go back." Han Fei didn't leave the trench. There were too many fish bodies here, and spiritual energy was everywhere. The demon purification pot on his wrist began to absorb spiritual energy. As spiritual energy flowed in, Han Fei's spiritual energy was rocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha, I should have gone to sea earlier. I've absorbed more spiritual energy in just 1 hour here than I could in a month in the village. His spiritual energy value no longer rose after reaching 86,211 points, as the spiritual energy here had all been absorbed by him. Han Fei was looking at the data in a daze when Little White tugged at his arm. Huh? Seeing Little White try to swim into the cave, Han Fei patted his own head. Yes, I'm here to hunt for treasure. I haven't found any treasures yet. What am I happy about? The cave was very deep. Han Fei swam as far as 2 kilometers, only to find that the road had come to an end. Huh? Did I reach the end? Han Fei swam upward. Pooh, Han Fei was shocked when he rose to the surface. This was an underwater cave with an area of about 100 square meters. When he came out of the water, he saw a stone tablet with the words, "Any trespassing fishing master or above will die." The smile on Han Fei's face disappeared when he saw these words. There seemed to be a great threat in this cave. Han Fei swallowed. I am not a fishing master yet. It should be fine if I go in. He climbed ashore, looked around, and was at once certain that someone used to cultivate here. There were a bed, a table and stools, and a large pool of 5 or 6 square meters in the cave. Han Fei's gaze followed the mantis shrimp's footprints, which was leading to the pool. He walked over and immediately felt a rush of spiritual energy. There was an abundance of spiritual energy. Here and there was a milky liquid dripping into the pool from above. Wow, the spiritual energy here is really rich. Is this pool full of liquefied spiritual energy? It was a pity that there was not much white liquid left in the pool, probably only enough to be ankle deep. It must have been sucked away by the Mantis Shrimp King. Han Fei planned to explore the entire cave, but Little Black and Little White were already bathing cheerfully in the milky pool. Han Fei's face immediately changed. Just now, the 2 fishes flashed, which he had seen 5 or 6 times this month. This meant that Little Black and Little White had upgraded. Upon seeing this, Han Fei immediately sat into the pool and began to cultivate. Shit, I finally found a treasure. How can I let the 2 fishes take it from me? That's unacceptable. As soon as he sat into the pool, even before he began to cultivate, he felt that spiritual energy was pouring into his body. Overjoyed, he immediately initiated void fishing art. Soon, his face turned red and he felt spiritual energy rolling throughout his body. The spiritual energy flowing in the meridians was so enriched that they were burning. Breakthrough. As Han Fei shouted, the spiritual energy in his body instantly permeated into his bones and muscles, and at the same time, the white liquid in the pool drilled into his body, which was visible to the naked eye. After 4 or 5 minutes, Han Fei felt resistance. Is it the last obstacle before becoming a fishing master? Break. After hitting dozens of times in a row, something seemed to break. Han Fei felt the jammed spiritual energy in his body instantly begin to flow smoothly. As trickles were converging and spiritual energy was gathering up like rivers flowing into the sea, his meridians became tougher, his bones clicked and his muscles bulged. There seemed to be an explosive force in his body. Han Fei knew that the breakthrough had not yet finished, and the spiritual energy was rapidly strengthening his physique. After about half an hour, Han Fei felt that his body had been rebuilt and he had reached the peak of a junior fishing master. If he was willing, he would even be able to make the next breakthrough to be an intermediate fishing master. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. He tried to stand up. If he made another breakthrough before he adapted himself to the breakthrough just now, his cultivation foundation would be undermined. Why can't I stop? Han Fei was a bit helpless. Void fishing was still running automatically and oppressing him. Calabash, Calabash, help me Calabash, my dear Calabash, Little Black, drink this pool dry. Little did he know that at this moment, Little Black and Little White were lying in the pool motionlessly and their bellies were bulging. They were too full to move. Han Fei was surprised. Why is spiritual energy still pouring into my body even though I'm not cultivating? Is it because I am sitting in this pool to cultivate? No, my body will explode if I don't continue to make the next breakthrough. Just when Han Fei was anxious, he suddenly remembered the forge the universe he had that was only as large as a few square feet. Could it be expanded? Without hesitation, Han Fei kept transmitting the spiritual energy that was running in his body into Forge the Universe. To his surprise, it was expanding bit by bit and had expanded by more than 1 meter in under a minute. When the space in Forge the Universe was expanded to 10 square meters, the expansion speed immediately dropped. The garlic, peppers, and other plants he planted in it began to grow, catalyzed by the spiritual energy, and soon matured. Half a day, or perhaps 1 day later, Han Fei's Forge the Universe had expanded to nearly 50 square meters. Han Fei suddenly remembered his white fishing boat and wondered where it had drifted. After all, it had been so long and the boat should have drifted away by now. If only Forge the Universe became a rectangle, then he could throw the ship into it. As soon as this idea popped up in his mind, he was surprised to see Forge the Universe suddenly change from a circular space into a rectangular one. Wow, am I seeing this right? Han Fei froze. Could he change the shape of this space at will? With a thought from Han Fei, a pool appeared in Forge the Universe, and as he thought again, this space changed into a square. This is awesome. Can I conjure something up in it? Han Fei thought for a while and decided to conjure up a pig. He hadn't eaten pork for a long time. Unfortunately, nothing had changed in this space this time. Han Fei tried many times. It turned out that he could only change the terrain of the space, but not any flower, tree, bird, or beast inside or outside the space. But this made sense. If he could conjure living beings, wouldn't he be the creator? In the end, the area of Forge the Universe stopped at about 60 square meters, and Han Fei no longer felt massive spiritual energy pounding his body. Han Fei opened his eyes, only to find that his body was covered with filth. He had no time to clean himself up, but he looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei, level 13 junior fishing master. A spiritual energy, 56,666 points, 5059, spiritual heritage, level 3, mid-quality, upgradable A spiritual beast, Quin Yin Yang spirit swallowing, fish weapon A, AZ weapon A, purple bamboo rod, main AA main ardor, void fishing, chapter 1, hook kiss mortal level, divine quality, huh? I didn't upgrade my spiritual heritage. I didn't upgrade my spiritual heritage. Why was it upgraded? And why is the upgradable part behind it grayed out? Han Fei was a bit panicked. Is it because my spiritual heritage was upgraded too quickly? Or are there conditions that have not been met, so I can't upgrade it? Chapter 88, Indestructible Body Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei repeatedly pondered over the information revealed by this string of data. First of all, his spiritual heritage might not be able to be upgraded for the time being. It seemed to be limited by some unknown power. He tried upgrading it with spiritual energy, but nothing happened. Then he noticed the change in his level. It must have taken him a lot of spiritual energy to upgrade to a fishing master and improve his strength to be at the peak of a junior fishing master. It was precisely this number that reminded him of something. In everyone's eyes, fishing masters had no difference in level, only in quality, but the data only showed that he was level 13, it didn't show his specific quality. This was very important, which meant that there might be a big gap between junior fishing masters. Although the upper limit of his spiritual energy had been increased to 509 points, he felt that he still had a lot of room for improvement. After all, he hadn't finished practicing the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, and his physique hadn't reached its peak yet. Thinking of this, Han Fei felt that it was necessary for him to solidify his foundation now. More haste, less speed. Although it was good to become stronger, if his strength was increased too fast, there would definitely be problems. This was common sense. Of course, Han Fei didn't plan to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing here because he hadn't finished exploring the cave yet. Han Fei looked down only to see that Little Black and Little White were shining with spiritual energy. The two little guys upgraded fast indeed. Even their bellies bulged. Of course, what surprised Han Fei most was the white liquid in this pool. Now, it was completely gone. It must have been used up when he was expanding Forge the Universe. Otherwise, the spiritual energy contained in the white liquid would be enough to burst his body dozens of times. Hanfei summoned back Little Black and Little White, and they began to explore this space. In addition to beds, tables, and stools, there was also a place for cultivation. Seeing it, Hanfei knew that he used the wrong cultivation method just now. Even the owner didn't sit in the pool to cultivate. He was stupid to do that, but he was mainly affected by the footprints of the Mantis Shrimp King. Walking through the place where the owner of the cave cultivated, Hanfei found several pockets on the rock wall, and when he walked past, he found 2 books. Hanfei picked up a book without a name and looked at it. It was the owner's self-record of his cultivation. The record dated back to when this person discovered the underwater cave. The first page stated, "I was defeated and fell to this place. I thought that I would die here. However, I found a spiritual spring in this ordinary fishery. Unfortunately, my injuries are too serious and the spiritual spring is too little to make up for my losses. I know that I don't have much time left, but I can do nothing about it." Page 2. "My cultivation foundation has been damaged and I can no longer cultivate. Fine, let this cave be my tomb." Page 3. "On the 7th day, I'm lying here and waiting for death. The spiritual energy in my body has been exhausted and I can't absorb any spiritual energy from the spiritual spring. I know, I am doomed." Page 4. "This sea area is abundant with mantis shrimp. They taste good. I am accompanied by mantis shrimp every day." Page 5. "Why am I still alive? I've been waiting for death here for a month. Why am I still alive?" Page 6. "I have had an amazing discovery. Do cultivators only need spiritual energy? Wrong, completely wrong. After consuming mantis shrimps for a long time, I found myself full of energy. My mental power and energy are intertwined. Without spiritual energy, I'm even capable of telekinesis, god of the sea. I found a great secret. Does cultivation only need spiritual energy? No, using spiritual energy is only one of the ways to cultivate. There is still another way." When Hanfei read this, his heart was pounding hard. What does the cave owner mean? He no longer had any spiritual energy, but he could still cultivate. What does this mean? Hanfei continued to read eagerly. Page 7. "It took me a year to create the physical training method. Now I'm confident that even a hidden fisher won't be able to beat me after I've tempered my body with this method. But this art still has a weakness. I know, my mental power is seriously damaged. Haha, wait for me to find a way to restore my mental strength. When I return, I will wipe out the entire Thousand-Star City." Hanfei hurriedly turned the page, only to find that there was no more. Did this mean that the owner had left to find a way to restore his mental strength? Fuck. It feels like I missed 100 million yuan. Hanfei continued to read the other book. Turning the first page, he saw 2 large words, "Indestructible Body." Hanfei was shocked. He just felt that he had missed 100 million yuan, and then he found that this guy had left him the physical training method. Hanfei excitedly turned another page, but this page was not about the training method. Hanfei's eyelids twitched when he read its contents. "I don't know who will inherit my indestructible body, but you can enter here when you're still a fisher, which shows that you're quite talented. The first is to give up and leave the indestructible body art here. The second one is to practice it. Then, even if you are a waste, you can be a god as long as you are willing to work hard. However, if you choose to practice the indestructible body, you are my disciple. Remember not to tell anyone you're Ren Tianfei's disciple when you go to the Thousand-Star City, otherwise you'll probably be killed by my enemies. Of course, it's also possible that you are such a waste that you'll still die early even if you've practiced indestructible body. But it doesn't matter. I've left a map for you. If you can set foot in a level 3 fishery, you can use the map. If you can't even go to a level 3 fishery or find my treasure trove, then you are basically a waste and don't deserve to be my disciple." Sure enough, Hanfei did find a fish skin map at the end of the book. It was a map of a sea area that he had never seen before. The topography was very complicated and a red dot was circled. Hanfei found this guy both funny and annoying. He was so arrogant that he wanted to wipe out a city and even become a god. But Hanfei liked that. Hanfei hummed while flipping through the book. "I'm not going to be your disciple. You have so many enemies. I don't want to get into trouble, but I owe you one." He opened the page and it read, "The mysterious human body can be basically divided into 5 levels: skin, flesh, internal organs, bones, and marrow. If you finish tempering your skin, no weapon can penetrate your skin. If you finish tempering your flesh, your body will become extremely flexible. If you finish tempering your internal organs, any wound you have can heal by itself. If you finish tempering your bones, your fist will be even harder than the best weapon. If you finish tempering your marrow, your body will be indestructible and you'll be a god." Hanfei's mouth was almost watering. "That's the most valuable treasure I've ever seen. It's completely different from those garbage books in the library of the Heavenly Water Village. This is a genuinely magical art, and its author is a real genius." Hanfei habitually looked at the data of the indestructible body. Indestructible body, venerable level, peerless quality, S remarks, the peerless genius of the Thousand-Star City created this physical training method. Indestructible body at the lowest point of his life, which is only one step away from a divine quality art. Deduced Arte, Indestructible Overlord Body, required spiritual energy, 100 million points. Han Fei was dumbfounded and dazzled as he rubbed his eyes. Damn, that's ridiculous. Are you serious? 100 million points. You might as well kill me. Han Fei didn't know what to say. 100 million points. Isn't the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing also a venerable level? Why is this one so special? 100 million points required to deduce it? But Han Fei was still very happy to get this art. After all, a wonderful combat skill like Shadowless Hand was only of mortal level, divine quality, whereas this indestructible body reached the venerable level, which must be a very advanced combat skill. Although he was still unclear about the hierarchy of different arts, he had a rough idea of how advanced this art was from the spiritual energy required to deduce it. If this weren't a great art, would it require so many spiritual energy points to deduce it? Han Fei immediately threw the book into Forge the Universe. He would never leave it to others now that he had got it. If it was taken by someone else, he would cry himself to death. Han Fei explored around the rest of the cave and found nothing else. Then he walked out without hesitation. When he left, he said to the air, "I'm taking away this treasure, but I won't stop to find the next treasure. The next treasure, wait for me. It won't take me long." Chapter 89, Fighting Li Jue Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Li Jue, got the news early in the morning that Han Fei stole his own fishing boat and went out to sea. For this reason, the village leader said that when Han Fei came back, he would lock his fishing boat in his house and make him stay put on the floating island. The news couldn't be concealed. Li Jue had been waiting for this moment a long time. A few days ago, Han Fei killed a fishing master of the tigers, although he was still a fisher. If Han Fei was given more time, he might really end up as his whetstone and never be able to avenge his son. Li Jue went out to sea too. Instead of leaving from the main port, he left secretly. Although Li Jue left secretly, his action did not escape the eyes of some people. At this moment, the plantation. The village leader was angry. "Old Jiang, why did you let that kid go to sea? If he dies at sea, how would I explain it to Tengge when he returns?" Old Jiang lay on his chair and said slowly, "You know nothing. Tengge kept Li Jue as a whetstone for that kid. If he doesn't go through hardships, why does he need a whetstone? If he dies, then he can only blame himself for his incompetence. Who else can he blame?" The village leader shouted. "Easier said than done. You are not the village leader. Of course, you are not under pressure. Also, Li Jue has already gone to sea. Although I have asked Wang Jie to look for Han Fei, I'm not sure if he can find him since the fishery is so big. If Zhang Xin appeared at the moment. Han Fei is not as weak as you think. Although he is unable to beat Li Jue, he won't have any problem escaping." The village leader? The village leader was stunned. What did she mean? Did she mean that a fisher wouldn't have any problem surviving the hunt of a fishing master who already reached a peak level? Outside the cave, Han Fei cheerfully picked out the mantis shrimp beads from the heads of the mantis shrimp, and at the same time, stuffed the body of the mantis shrimp king into Forge the Universe. His shell was tough indeed. He could make some knives from it. Only 68 mantis shrimp beads? Han Fei looked at the bodies scattered all over the place and was shocked. The combat power of mantis shrimp was really strong. Only 100 mantis shrimp had killed thousands of fish and crabs, half of which were killed by the mantis shrimp king. If he weren't bitten to death by Little Black, he would have been able to kill even more fishes and crabs. After swimming out of the trench, Han Fei glanced at the shipwrecks and went straight to the sea surface. On the way, a snakebelt wanted to come over to bite Han Fei, but the current Little Black was not the fish he was yesterday. He had grown 10 centimeters longer and no longer looked like a baby fish. The snakebelt was instantly bitten in two by Little Black, completely unable to fight back. Han Fei stuck his head out of the sea, and his first reaction was that it seemed to have just dawned. Han Fei let out a breath. That's great. Although the boat burying pit was not very remote, it was nearly 500 miles away from the Heavenly Water Village. There won't be many people coming here to fish. Little Black, Little White, go find my ship. Han Fei didn't see his boat. No one knew where it had drifted after the whole night had passed, but it should be within 50 miles. So Han Fei practiced wind footwork while searching around. If someone was nearby at the time, their jaw would drop. A guy was walking on the sea like flying. Although he could only fly dozens of meters at a time before falling into the sea, he was still flying. By the time Han Fei found the white fishing boat, it was already 30 miles away. Before finding it, he ran in the wrong direction, so he came to the original spot again. During this time, he saw 2 fishing boats and some people fishing. Han Fei certainly couldn't let them see him, so he swam underwater like a big humanoid fish. When he got on the boat, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to go back. After all, he stole the fishing boat and snuck out to sea. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out again after going back, and he would probably be made to till the land in the plantation. But Han Fei didn't want to do that now. He had learned Spirit's concentration art. Unless the old man was willing to teach him something new, he didn't want to till the land now. Perhaps Zhang Xin could teach him some new combat skills, but after thinking about it, he thought that the 5 combat skills he had just practiced were enough for now. And what good stuff could be found in the Heavenly Water Village? He might as well stay at sea to study the indestructible body. This art was really cool. Of course, Han Fei was not in a hurry to study that art now. He began to practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. He had just become a fishing master and needed to harden his body. When Han Fei practiced the 108 stances again, he felt that they were easier to practice. Maybe it was because his strength had been improved. It would normally take him nearly 6 hours to practice all the 108 stances before, but now he only needed 4 hours. Just when Han Fei was practicing the 8th posture, with a swish, something came out of the air. Huh? Han Fei immediately stopped practicing and ducked aside, only to see a fishhook shining with spiritual energy appear in front of him. A fishing boat appeared out of nowhere dozens of meters away. When Li Jue found out that his map had been stolen and that Han Fei stole the ship and slipped away, he knew that Han Fei must have read his map. He thought that Han Fei would go to the undersea cave first, but he didn't find Han Fei there, so he went to the spirit-absorbing jellyfish settlement. After all, he had gotten his tiger-head fish from there. However, Li Jue was surprised to find that he wasn't there either, so he guessed that this damned guy must have gone to the boat burying pit. Li Jue hoped that Han Fei wouldn't go there because if he did, he would be torn to pieces, but Li Jue wanted revenge with his own hands. After all, the Mantis Shrimp King was too terrifying. He felt lucky that he was able to survive him last time. Han Fei, you bastard, I've got you. You won't be able to escape today. Looking at Li Jue, who came leaping forward, Han Fei grabbed in the air and with a flash, the purple bamboo rod appeared in his hand. Bam! Han Fei stepped back 7 or 8 steps, feeling his arms slightly numb. He squinted. Li Jue was really a worthy peak-leveled fishing master. His strength was shocking. But he didn't know that Li Jue was also shocked. How can Han Fei be safe and sound after being hit by me? You're already a fishing master? Han Fei twisted his neck. I've just become a fishing master and you just happened to come around. Li Jue was shocked. This bastard was so talented? He used to suspect that it was because of Tanga's help that Han Fei had been upgrading so quickly and smoothly. But now Tanga had left. Which level was Han Fei at when Tanga left? But now Han Fei was already a fishing master? Li Jue's face changed slightly. Even if you're a fishing master, so what? I must kill you today. How do you know that I'm not purposely waiting for you here? Since you've come here, just stay here forever. Arrogant bastard, go to hell. After Li Jue launched a wild spiritual energy explosion attack, Han Fei, who also exerted a spiritual energy explosion attack, was shaken more than 20 meters away. Han Fei's arms were numb and his internal organs were tumbling. He felt very uncomfortable. However, just when Li Jue thought that Han Fei was about to fall into the water, Han Fei walked back on the air as if a gust of wind had sent him back. His face turned ferocious, and he let out a strange laugh, which was a bit creepy. How was this possible? Li Jue was really shocked. He used 80% of his force on the last hit, but Han Fei remained intact and could even fight back. Clang, 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 clang. Han Fei moved extremely fast. The purple bamboo rod danced in his hand like a dagger and stabbed at Li Jue's eyes, throat, private parts, armpits, and other vital parts of his body. That's strange. What secret technique are you using? Li Jue's face changed. Han Fei was stronger than just now, which he could obviously feel. Han Fei was a little crazy, and his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. The power of each blow was overwhelming, and he thought to himself, since the creator of the Crazy Devil's Rod killed 2 fishing masters with the strength of a fisher, why can't I? However, after 10 minutes or so, Han Fei found that Li Jue remained silent but didn't retreat in the slightest. They seemed to be equal. Huh? Does this old fox want to exhaust my spiritual energy? Chapter 90, Li Jue's Death Translator, Henye Translation's editor, Henye Translation's Han Fei, smiled. Do you want to exhaust my spiritual energy? Are you kidding me? Explode. Li Jue's eyes were cold, and when Han Fei launched a spiritual energy explosion attack, he did the same at the same time. Han Fei was sent flying through the air again, but once again he flew back and fought Li Jue. In just a few minutes, Han Fei was sent flying 7 or 8 times, but he was still shouting. Li Jue, the leader of the Tigers, is this all you can do? Aren't you a peak-leveled fishing master? Aren't you going to be a great fishing master? Come on, hit me, kill me. Li Jue almost vomited blood in anger. What kind of chance did Han Fei get? How did he suddenly become so strong? Was his spiritual energy really endless? If he didn't kill him today, how could he beat him in the future? Die. Suddenly, Li Jue punched Han Fei away and took the chance to put some spirit refilling pills into his own mouth. When Han Fei pounced at him again, he frowned. There must be something wrong. In an instant, Han Fei's toe tips touched the ground and he flew back. At the same time, Li Jue split his rod into 2 pieces, exposing 2 thin knives, and he thrust them at Han Fei. Han Fei hurriedly changed his posture and narrowly ducked the 2 knives. Han Fei's face changed slightly. What a tricky angle. Did he learn it from me? But that's a knife, not a rod. No matter how sturdy my body is, you can't stab it with a knife. Ho, Li Jue, you really let me down. Is that all you've got? Li Jue stood still and coldly stared at Han Fei. I have to say, you may be the most talented person in the Heavenly Water Village in this past century except Tongay, but so what? I slaughtered my way through and got where I'm today from being a nobody. You're no match for me. Since you want to die, let me help you. Tiger head, fuse with me. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. He had been waiting for this moment. Although they seemed to tie, Li Jue did not exert his full strength. Even if he used the Crazy Devil's Rod, he still couldn't beat him. It could be seen that although the Crazy Devil's Rod was powerful, it couldn't help him win. Its creator must have only killed 2 junior fishing masters. Little Black, bite him. Huh? Li Jue glanced around but found nothing at all, but at the next moment there was a pain in his thigh. When he looked down, a piece of flesh had been bitten off. Li Jue's look changed greatly. What is it? Before Li Jue had the time to react, the same place on his thigh was bitten again. Ouch! Li Jue immediately filled his body with spiritual energy. What is this? What hex do you use? Han Fei chuckled. I'll tell you when you die. Han Fei also filled his body with spiritual energy and attacked him again. This time, he felt completely different. Li Jue's attacks were so swift and fierce that he even diffused his spiritual energy explosion with his knives. When Han Fei didn't pay attention, he was cut in the chest. Although he wasn't seriously wounded, he had to fill his body with spiritual energy again. Interesting. Your strength was improved by a level after fusing with your tiger head fish, but so what? You're still a peak-leveled fishing master. You're still not my match. Han Fei evaded Li Jue's double knives and jumped in the air, shouting, "Fuse!" The next moment, a yin-yang pattern instantly covered up his body, and one of Han Fei's eyes became black and one white while his momentum soared. Li Jue was shocked. It's impossible. How can a spirit-swallowing fish bring such a strong fusion effect? Ho-ho! In Han Fei's eyes, blood was circulating in Li Jue's body and spiritual energy was rolling in his meridian, which was as plain as daylight to him. Clang! When their fists collided, the corner of Li Jue's mouth twitched. Just a moment ago, he saw a cold flash, and then his spiritual energy explosion attack was diffused. He turned around only to see that 2 knives appeared in Han Fei's hand, and his purple bamboo rod was gone. Do you use knives too? Ho-ho! A sudden thirst for blood seized Han Fei. Having this feeling once again, he was still terrified, and at the moment of fusion, he felt that his strength should surpass that of a junior fishing master. Li Jue's movements were not as fast or powerful as before. Die! They were both using double knives and fighting fiercely. Only in 10 minutes, Li Jue had more than a dozen wounds on his body, and his spiritual energy explosion attacks had been diffused 3 times. Li Jue was confused. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? Your spiritual beast can't be a spirit-swallowing fish. Han Fei's face was grim and his voice was hoarse. My spiritual beast is twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fish. Li Jue was astounded. It turned out that his spiritual beast was not an ordinary spirit-swallowing fish, but a very powerful exotic fish. No wonder his strength became so terrifying after the fusion. Every time he almost cut him, he would narrowly dodge it. Although he came this close to killing him, he failed in the end. Li Jue would not give up. No, I won't lose. Bladefish, fuse with me. The next moment, a bladefish rushed into Li Jue's body from the void. Few people knew that Li Jue used knives, and even fewer people knew that Li Jue had a spiritual beast. Everyone knew that Li Jue had a tiger head fish as his contractual spiritual fish and thought that he had no spiritual beast or his spiritual beast had already died, but who knew that Li Jue's spiritual beast was the most common, a bladefish? Obviously, bladefish were too common and could be seen everywhere in the Heavenly Water Village. But with such a spiritual beast, Li Jue still became the leader of the tigers, which demonstrated his ability. With one eye black and one white eye, Han Fei looked very calm. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, Han Fei was thinking about how to kill Li Jue at this moment. Once again, he dashed at Li Jue again, carrying the knives. The double knives in his hand danced like flying butterflies and looked gorgeous. But this time, he failed to defuse Li Jue's spiritual energy explosion attack. From time to time, Han Fei saw a transparent knife shoot from Li Jue's body. Although it was almost invisible, it could not escape his eyes. Pooh! Han Fei looked down at the wound on his right shoulder that was left by the knife. He had seen the knife coming just now, but couldn't dodge it. Li Jue sneered. You have many means, but so what? Your real strength just equals to that of a junior fishing master. How long can you keep this special fighting state? Han Fei clenched his knives and said lightly, Fury. In an instant, Han Fei got close to him. He waved the knives so fast that only shadows could be seen. Li Jue had just barely blocked the first 10 attacks but failed to block his attack again. In a blink of an eye, a dozen wounds appeared on his body and he was drenched with blood. This brutal battle continued. Impossible. Li Jue let out a desperate roar. Why did this guy suddenly become even stronger? He shot 7 or 8 knives simultaneously, but Han Fei twisted his body in strange postures and dodged them all. No ordinary people could twist their bodies like that. Swish, swish, after only several minutes, Li Jue was covered with blood and his hands had turned to bones. Li Jue looked incredulously at his hands that had become bones and then at the 2 knives respectively in his left and right chest. Han Fei looked calm and the gleam in his black and white eyes seemed about to go out, but in the end, they didn't. Han Fei grinned eerily and his twisted face was all bloody. He pulled Li Jue over, opened his mouth, and bit his neck. Ah! After dozens of minutes, Han Fei terminated the fusion with difficulty. At the moment he terminated the fusion, he threw up. Shit, I bit a human again. I don't want to do it. Little Black, why didn't you tell me that human flesh is so gross? Of course, Han Fei hadn't really eaten any human flesh. He just killed Li Jue by biting off all the flesh of his neck. Perhaps he subconsciously resisted eating human flesh, so he spat the flesh out. But even so, the strong bloody smell almost made him faint. Oh, Han Fei ate a spirit refilling pill and lay on the fishing boat, exhausted. Little White swam over and kissed Han Fei's cheek, and then swam to Han Fei's mouth, giving Han Fei a mouthful of pure spiritual energy. Han Fei wanted to faint again. I not only ate human flesh, but also ate spiritual energy spat out by a fish. Although this spiritual energy is very pure, it is still from a fish's mouth. Chapter 91. Translator, Hen Yi Translations Editor, Hen Yi Translations. In the evening, Wang Jie finally found Han Fei. The moment Wang Jie boarded the fishing boat, he gaped. There was blood all over the deck, as well as some suspicious pieces of flesh, and Li Jue's rod was left on the deck. Han Fei knew it was Wang Jie, but he didn't open his eyes. He was too tired. Although he had just restored some strength, he still didn't want to move. Mr. Wang, I'm fine. Wang Jie let out a sigh of relief and immediately asked, Where is Li Jue? Han Fei pointed to the deck and said, I threw him to the sea to feed the fish. Wang Jie, Quan Jie was stunned. Is Li Jue dead? Li Jue, who had been such a bully for years, is dead? How did Han Fei manage to kill him? How did you kill him? Han Fei stretched out and sat up. I used the secret weapon Tunga gave me. Wang Jie rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? If you did have a secret weapon, why is blood all over on the deck, and why do you look so tired? However, Wang Jie was still deeply shocked. No matter how Han Fei made it, he made it, which showed that Han Fei had the strength to kill a peak-leveled fishing master. Everyone knew that Li Jue was only one step from becoming a great fishing master. Have you made a breakthrough? Yes. Wang Jie didn't know what to say. How old is he? A 12-year-old kid who had just gone through the fishing trial was already a fishing master. A few months ago, he was still a level 2 fisher, a weakling that even he could pinch to death. Wang Jie asked, What's your plan next? Han Fei only muttered, Ho, Han Fei. Returned to the village with Wang Jie, and the fishing boat was taken away by the village leader as soon as they hit the port. But when the village leader saw Han Fei, he exclaimed, Are you already a fishing master? As the village leader exclaimed, many people looked at Han Fei. What? This kid is already a fishing master? Someone said, Isn't this boy Han Fei who was the first place in the fishing trial? It's only been a few days and he's already a fishing master? Some people shouted, I have lived in vain for half my life. I have not yet become a level 7 fisher and he, a kid, is already a fishing master. I am really... Someone patted him on the shoulder. Forget it, buddy, people are different. What kind of spiritual heritage do you have? A level 1, low quality one, right? So what else do you expect? You should be glad that you're still alive, someone sighed. My son has a level 1 high-quality spiritual heritage, but now he is only a level 6 fisher. What a shame. Shit, your son is already a level 6 fisher? My son has a level 2 low-quality spiritual heritage and is also a level 6 fisher. What? Your son has already reached level 6? Why is my son only level 5? For a moment, they strayed off topic. Everyone was in awe of this genius, so no one mentioned how useless Han Fei used to be again. Xuanhuan was standing stunned among the crowd, and all the sea melon seeds in his hands were spilled on the ground. He had once blackmailed Han Fei and went to his barbecue stall to make trouble for him. Most importantly, this morning he heard that the leader of the tigers, Li Jue, went after him. Now Han Fei was back. What about Li Zhu? A terrible thought suddenly occurred to Xuanhuan. Is Li Jue already dead? On the port, Li Gang and Li Qing quickly greeted them. Li Gang greeted him first. Young master, welcome back. I was so worried about you. How could you secretly go to sea? Has Li Jue found you? Forget it, he certainly didn't find you. Young master, don't be so capricious next time. Li Qing's lips moved, but he didn't speak. Boss is really lucky to come back alive. Han Fei smiled and patted Li Gang's shoulder. Gang, I have something to tell you. Li Gang hurriedly put his ears close to him. Although he didn't know what happened, he believed Han Fei unconditionally. What? Li Gang looked at Han Fei in shock. He almost peed in panic. Han Fei assured him, Don't be so dramatic, just do it. Li Gang's face suddenly beamed with a smile. Yes, young master. Watching Li Gang stride away triumphantly, Han Fei said to Li Qing, Uncle Qing, let's go to the barbecue stall. We will open the stall today, free of charge. Before hearing Li Qing's response, Han Fei shouted out loud to the sky, Everyone, listen to me. The leader of the tigers, Li Jue, is dead. The most delicious barbecue stall in the world reopens today and all food is free of charge. Then he walked away, leaving the crowd stunned and at a loss. Someone scratched their head in wonder. What did he just say? He seemed to say that Li Jue is dead. Really? Li Jue is a peak-leveled fishing master. How could he have died so easily? I heard that Li Jue went after Han Fei this morning and vowed to kill him. Could Han Fei have beat Li Jue? Yes, I heard it too. Let's go to the barbecue stall and check it out. What if it is true? Someone sneered. If it is true, I'll thank God. Li Jue is such a bully. I'm glad to see him die. Let's go together. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Wang Jie looked at the receding figure of Han Fei and wondered whether what Han Fei said was real. He didn't find that Han Fei had such a side before, but what was this kid going to do? Whatever, I'm going to the barbecue stall anyway. It's great to have a free barbecue. Half an hour later, the most delicious barbecue stall in the world. Li Gang, Little Red, and Li Qing were busy making barbecue. Since Li Qing joined them, the area of the barbecue stall had expanded a bit, and a shed was placed above the barbecue stall. Han Fei was standing on the shed at the moment. The street in front of him was packed with people who were all attracted by the news Han Fei had just released. From every corner of the village, people came out and gathered to check out whether the news was real or not. Just now, Li Gang went to tell the members of the Tigers the news of Li Jue's death, but they didn't believe it. Now they were also at the stall, staring warily at Han Fei standing on the roof. Everyone, be quiet. Han Fei took a breath and said, Everyone, the floating island is our home, but Li Jue and Li Hu threw their weight over everyone. They cheated, bullied, and killed. Everyone hated them. I, Han Fei, have killed Li Jue's son, Li Hu, on the sea a few months ago. And now I've also killed Li Jue and sent them to reunite under the ground. Nonsense. Our leader is a peak-leveled fishing master. How could he be killed by you? Han Fei coldly stared at this man. The latter was scared by his eyes and immediately shut up. Han Fei snorted and took out Li Jue's rod, saying, This is Li Jue's rod that can turn into 2 knives after being split in the middle. It's quite unique, but no matter how unique it is, it can't stop me from killing that bully. What I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask Master Wang Jie, an inspector of ordinary fisheries. Wang Jie was also in the crowd. Seeing many people looking at him, he complained in his heart that he was just there to get free barbecue. Why do you suddenly draw everyone's attention to me? What are you going to do? But for the sake that Han Fei was his student, Wang Jie said in a deep voice, When I arrived, Li Jie was already dead. Wow, really? Haha, great. Haha, great. Li Jue, that bastard, finally died. God of Sea, Li Jue is dead. What great news. The crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, everyone was excited at Li Jue's death, especially those who were oppressed by the Tigers. They almost jumped for joy. And the members of the Tigers were all stunned. Leader is dead? Damn, then what should they do next? Be quiet. When the crowd calmed down, Han Fei said, As you can see, the Tigers commit all sorts of crimes. Now that Li Jue has died, the Tigers shall no longer exist. Now, I, Han Fei, have an important matter to announce. Huh? What is it? Some people asked curiously. The smile on Han Fei's face disappeared and he said seriously, Our village needs a peaceful environment. The Tigers collected protection fees, killed innocent people, and seized their goods. But I, Han Fei, intend to establish a brand new gang. A gang that can protect the villagers and improve the quality of our life. I, Han Fei, am going to found the Fish Dragons. From now on, no one can bully others in our village. Now, the Fish Dragons officially recruits its members. Only level 8 fishers or above can be admitted. Is anyone willing to join? Chapter 92, Yes, Young Master Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? A 12-year-old kid wanted to found a gang? Among the crowd, Wang Jie was stupefied and felt as if there were 10,000 iron-headed fish fighting in his heart. Did I hear him wrong? Han Fei wants to found a gang? Seriously? Zhang Han was also dumbfounded. Are you kidding me, Han Fei? Do you have any idea how old you are? Even Li Gang and Li Qing were stunned. Is young master all right? Is he crazy? They lowered their head and avoided people's gaze. We better just focus on making barbecue. Han Fei glanced around and got no response from the crowd, so he said, Everyone, the Fish Dragons have just been established. We'll only recruit 200 members for now, and from today on, the Fish Dragons will take over all of the Tiger's properties. Even Li Jue was killed by me. I'd like to see if anyone dares to reject me. With that, Han Fei snorted, and the members of the Tigers all trembled in fright. Their leader was dead, and now they were like lambs to the slaughter. However, someone in the crowd still shouted angrily, How can you just take over our property like this? That's illegal, Han Fei said casually. I remember when the Tigers and the Wang family competed for territory, you guys committed many crimes, didn't you? With that, Han Fei pointed to the man who spoke. I announce that any former members of the Tigers who didn't commit any crimes and are at least a level 8 fisher can join the Fish Dragons, and all other members will be expelled, including the one who spoke just now. Among the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, I want in. I didn't kill or bully anyone. I joined the Tigers just to live a good life. Some people immediately chose to join, and many more were moved by Han Fei's words because the condition Han Fei offered was too tempting to them. The Tigers had so many properties. If the bad guys were expelled, they would be able to have a finger in the pie. Then they wouldn't have to worry about their well-being anymore. I'm in. I'm just an off-staff member of the Tigers, but I'm already a level 8 fisher. I'm in too, me too, a member of the Tigers angrily rebuked them, You traitors. Do you think you will be better off if Han Fei becomes your leader? Some people retorted, "What do you mean by traitors? Li Jue is such a badass. If I were strong enough, I would have killed him earlier." The tigers instantly split into two factions, which Han Fei was glad to see. Han Fei said, "All those who are willing to join the fish dragons go register with Li Qing. Li Qing, choose the eligible people in strict accordance with my standards and take down their information. Don't miss anyone, understood?" Li Qing moved his lips, and in the end, he simply said, "Yes, young master." At this moment, only some former members of the Tigers joined the Fish Dragons, so Han Fei continued, "Everyone, please listen to me. I promise I'll lead the Fish Dragons to prosperity, to the pinnacle of life. Look at the most delicious barbecue stall in the world. With this little stall, I make a fortune. And now, I've decided to open a large hot pot restaurant respectively in the 4 fairs of the Heavenly Water Village. On the day they open, all the food will be sold at half price. What is a hot pot restaurant?" No one knew and everyone was curious. Hot pot is an unparalleled delicacy. It is just as delicious as barbecue, or even better. We'll offer you a 50% discount when the restaurants open. The managers of these restaurants will be chosen from the members of the Fish Dragons. You can also apply for jobs in these restaurants. My fellow villagers, please think it over. Opportunity seldom knocks twice. You have already wasted the first half of your life. Why not give it a try to change the second half? Present were all fishermen who only knew fishing. How could they resist Han Fei's temptation? The hot pot was even more delicious and profitable than barbecue. Of course, they wanted to earn easy money. Who wanted to risk his own life and go fishing in the sea every day? The crowd was instantly in an uproar. "I want in. Leader, I am a level 9 fisher. Look how strong I am. Go away. Leader, count me in. I am hardworking and kind-hearted. Get out of the way. Me, leader, don't forget me. I am quite talented at cooking." Han Fei waved his hand. Don't rush. If you want to join, sign up with Li Qing. Also, this is only the first time we are recruiting members. Our members must have a good moral quality. As our business expands, we'll need more members. Anyone who is willing to join us will be given a chance. Uncle Qing, I want to sign up. Brother Qing, we knew each other long ago. Sign me up, Master Qing. It was completely out of control. The crowd didn't even have time to take the free barbecue as they swarmed around Li Qing, congesting the street. Even the nearby hawkers stopped doing business and came to sign up. Could their business be as profitable as the barbecue stall? If they could join the hot pot restaurants, they would be able to make a fortune. Li Gang and Little Red were stupefied. "Young master, you're our hero. You're our god." Wang Jie finally pushed his way through the crowd to Li Gang and patted him on the shoulder. "Pack a portion of barbecue for me, please." Still sitting on the shed, Han Fei looked at Wang Jie and said, "Mr. Wang, do you want to join us? You can be our elder, and I can pay you 10 mid-quality pearls a month." Wang Jie rejected. "Ho, I am too busy." The village leader was not surprised when he heard the news, although Han Fei was a little bit beyond his expectations. Not bad, this kid. Although he was the leader of the Heavenly Water Village, he couldn't take care of everything in the village. Although the tigers had been bullying other villagers for years, according to the rules of the floating island, he had no right to stop them, so he could only watch the villagers be bullied by them. Now the tigers had been wiped out and the fish dragons appeared. Many people hoped the latter would not oppress them. If the fish dragons didn't bully them, they didn't mind their existence and would even support it. Han Fei did not return to the plantation that day, but he led more than 200 of his men to harvest the properties of the tigers, which certainly included Li Jue's residence and his treasure house. The treasure house of the tigers? No, of the fish dragons. Han Fei looked at the treasure in this room. There were a lot of knives, swords, and halberds, a trunk of mid-quality pearls, tentacles, and shrimp whiskers, and a set of armor forged with fishbone, as well as some low-level combat skills. In addition to these, there were some ores, which no one knew where Li Jue got them from, Han Fei muttered, so poor. Everyone, after a while, Li Qing came and saluted. "Leader, just call me young master." Li Qing paused and then said, "Yes, young master." The members of the tigers who committed crimes or refused to surrender have been expelled. And there are 3 fishing young masters of the tigers who want to join us. What do you think? Have they committed any crimes or killed any innocent people? Li Qing assured him, only one of them hasn't, the other 2 have. Han Fei instructed, expel the 2 and bring that one to see me. Yes, boss. Li Qing felt very proud and elated now. At one time, he was worried that he would be targeted since he betrayed the tigers. Now the tigers were wiped out, which proved what a wise decision he had made. He had forgotten that he was actually persuaded by Han Fei. After a while, Li Qing let a person in who was tall and looked a bit simple-minded. Young master. Han Fei blinked. What's your name? This man was stunned for a moment. Is the new leader laughing at me? But I can only put up with it now. I'm Li Gan, okay? Li Gan, 1? Talk less and do more, then you won't be tired. Li Gan, 1? Han Fei was curious with this fisher. Why have you never bullied others or killed innocent people, although you're a fishing master of the tigers? Li Gan stuttered. They thought I would disgrace them when I was out with them. Han Fei felt a bit suffocated. If I were Li Jue, I wouldn't have taken you out with me either. You haven't finished your words yet, even when the fight is already over. Isn't it embarrassing? Han Fei could only say, in the future you will be an important member of the fish dragons. As long as you do not violate the principles of our gang, no one dares to laugh at you. Yes, yes, young master. Chapter 93, Fish Dragon Card Room Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations the next day. Han Fei, the new gang leader, went to investigate the Fish Dragon's properties, followed by more than 100 gang members. At the moment, Han Fei was standing in front of a casino and asked, "Did I smash it before?" Li Gong informed him, "Yes, you did. It hasn't been repaired yet." Han Fei looked back and asked seriously, "Don't you think this casino will affect the image of the Heavenly Water Village?" Everyone, a member immediately came out and said, "Young master, this casino is quite a money-making business. It can make us a lot of money every day." As for the image of the Heavenly Water Village, does the Heavenly Water Village have a certain image to uphold? Han Fei rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Did anyone go bankrupt because of gambling?" The man smiled embarrassedly. "Well, occasionally." "Then how do we deal with those who can't pay back the gambling debt?" The man waved his fist. No one dared repudiate a debt. They could only work from dawn to night to earn money to pay off debts. Smack, Han Fei slapped the guy's head. "Stupid, can't you tell I want to abolish this casino, huh?" Someone stood up and said, "Young master, if you abolish casinos, we'd be making a lot less money." "Stupid, is there only one way to make money? Come in with me." Han Fei sat on the table. "I'd like to create a new way of gambling in the Heavenly Water Village." "Bah, a new way of entertainment in the Heavenly Water Village. Gang, go get me 28 green turtle scales." "Yes, boss." Soon, the scales came, and Han Fei took out a knife and carved something on the scales. Then he said, "Gang, Li Qing, Li Gan, come and sit down here." "Huh?" The three of them froze for a while. "Why did young master ask us to sit down?" Han Fei instructed, "Come on, sit down. All the members of the Fish Dragons, come in. Let me show you a new kind of game. The fun is no less than gambling." Everyone came in with a stupefied look and many scratched their heads. This new leader behaved so oddly. But what is the new form of entertainment? Look, here are 108 scales, 54 of which are repetitions. Look, this is a small white shrimp which stands for 1. This is a prawn which stands for 2. This is a mantis shrimp which stands for black joker. This is a big meat turtle representing a red joker. After half an hour, many people were eager to try. This was really simple and fun. With the 108 cards, 4 people could draw various combinations of cards. Han Fei and the other 3 were playing the cards in high spirits. Li Gang announced, 2 sevens, 2 blade fish. 2 8s, 2 tentacle lobsters. 2 2, 2 10s, 2 snake belts. Han Fei chimed in, "Bomb, 4 big yellow fish. Bomb, 5 small white fish." "Everyone," Han Fei said proudly, "full house, 3 tentacle lobsters and 2 blade fish. I've won. Give me money." Everyone's face turned purple. No, not again. They secretly made up their minds that they must practice their card skills when they were free. This is fucking fun. Although they looked so frustrated when they lost, they just needed to pay 5 sea coins, which was almost affordable to anyone. Han Fei put away the money, stood up, and said, "Okay, have you learned it?" More than 100 people all shouted, "Yes, young master." Someone said, "Young master, that's really fun, even more fun than gambling." Someone asked, "Young master, can I manage this new casino in the future?" Smack, Han Fei was annoyed. "It's you again. What's your name? Is this a casino? From today on, it's called the Fish Dragon Card Room. The rule is that the amount of money for each match cannot exceed 5 sea coins. However, if anyone wants to come to play in the card room, he shall pay 1 low-quality pearl each hour." The young man quickly gave a smile. "Young master, my name is Chen Eryu. I've remembered the rules. I'll allow no one to break the rules of the Fish Dragons." "Good. Then you'll be in charge of the Fish Dragon Card Room. Tell those who have no money but want to play the game to go home and play by themselves, understood?" Chen Eryu nodded. "Got it. I'll tell them to go home and fuck themselves if they don't have the money." Schmack! Han Fei was helpless. "Why do you have to put it that way? Anyway, if anything goes wrong, it's your responsibility." Chen Eryu was really lucky. Leader gave him this fun Fish Dragon card room so easily. "I should have strived for it," Han Fei said. "Okay, now I have a question for all of you. Does anyone see a business opportunity from my behavior just now?" Someone quickly raised his hand and said, I do. "Yes?" The man smiled and said, "Build 100 Fish Dragon card rooms and collect money every day." Han Fei sneered, "Fuck off, who else knows?" Another man raised his hand. "You, speak." The man hurriedly said, "Young master, let's start with a low fee, and when they become addicted to it and more people want to play the game, we'll raise the fee." Han Fei pointed at this man. "Anyone kick him for me, thanks." Bam! Someone stood up and kicked that man, shouting, "Bullshit." "Young master, I know. If you give me a wrong answer too, I'll have you pressed to the ground and whipped 10 times with a fishing rod." The man's face turned pale, but he still said timidly, "Young master, let's make a lot of green turtle scale cards and sell them to those in need." Smack! Everyone shrank their necks and thought this guy was beaten too, but it turned out that it was Han Fei who patted his own thigh. Han Fei asked, "What's your name?" The man shrank his neck. "Young master, my name is Li Beixia." "Great, you're damn smart. You'll be in charge of making Fish Dragon cards. Pick 10 people from the members to assist you. If it's not enough, you can hire people from outside and pay them a salary. I will teach you the art of printing later. Try to master it as fast as you can." Li Beixia was stunned and then smiled from ear to ear. Yes, young master, I'll try my best. You have my word. Many people cast envious stares at him. Why the heck didn't I think of that? Suddenly, Han Fei glanced at the crowd again and asked, So, who saw business opportunities from Li Baixia's idea? Someone immediately shouted, Young master, I know. Yes, the man said, recruit a large number of off-staff members to manufacture the cards, and at the same time send dozens of regular members of the fish dragons to inspect the whole Heavenly Water Village. If anyone dares to secretly manufacture the cards, break their legs. Han Fei turned black and shouted, Press him to the ground and whip him 10 times with a fishing rod. The man was stunned. Am I wrong? This is very logical. After the man was whipped, a thievish-looking guy said, Young master, I know. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Think it over. Otherwise, you will be whipped too. The man scratched his head. We can open a shop respectively on the 12 streets in the 4 fairs, then arrange people to explain the rules of fish dragon cards to the people passing by, and we have to tear down the signs of casinos in front of everyone and put up the sign that reads, Fish Dragon Card Room to arouse everyone's curiosity. Huh? Han Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad, your IQ is almost 180 compared to them. What's your name? This man's eyes immediately shined. Li Duoyu. Good. Li Duoyu, you can pick 12 people from the official members of the Fish Dragons to be the managers of Fish Dragon card stores, and recruit some shop assistants from outside and pay them salaries. Yes, I swear I won't let you down, young master. Many people rubbed their heads in regret. The answer was so simple, why didn't I think of it? Someone asked, Young master, is there any other business opportunity? There aren't too many business opportunities, okay? Let's go to the next shop, the biggest one. I'm going to investigate the location of hot pot restaurants. The hundreds of people immediately followed Han Fei to the next place, all flushing and excited, feeling that their lives had reached a high point. They seemed to see that white, shining, mid-quality pearls had fallen into their pockets. As soon as they went out, Han Fei saw an acquaintance. Han Fei scratched his head. Grandpa Leader, why are you here? Village Leader replied. Well, I'm here to see if the new leader of the Fish Dragons has bullied my people in the Heavenly Water Village or not. Chapter 94, Bamboozler Han Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Of course, the village leader didn't come to see if Han Fei had bullied the villagers. He had frequently heard about Han Fei from Wang Jie and Old Jiang and was sure that he wouldn't throw his weight around, but this guy was too flamboyant. You are only 12 years old. Why do you act as if you were the village leader? Do you have to take 100 people with you when you go out? The village leader called Han Fei to the side. Did you really kill Li Jue? By a fluke. The village leader was silent for a moment. Go to my house when you've got time. I think it necessary to retest your spiritual heritage. There may be something wrong with the previous test. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Is it all right? I can't upgrade my spiritual heritage now, so perhaps there won't be any problem to retest it? Han Fei pretended to be glad. Really? Great, Grandpa Leader. I also think the spiritual heritage test had something wrong happen. When I was tested and injected spiritual energy into that stone, it suddenly broke. The village leader was surprised. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? Han Fei scratched his head. I didn't know it wasn't normal. I thought I just needed to put my hand on it. The village leader was curious. Come with me. Let me test you again. Wait a minute, Grandpa Leader. It's not that urgent. You see, I'm training my staff now. The tigers have just disintegrated, and the fish dragons have just emerged. There are a lot of things for me to deal with. Ha! The head of the village leader's face turned black. What do you mean there are a lot of things for you to deal with? You're just a gang leader. Are you so busy? Do you think you're the village leader? The village leader calmly said, Then come to my house as soon as possible. I will wait for you at home. Okay, I will. After seeing off the village leader, Han Fei led the more than 100 members to inspect the stores in the East Fair. He picked the largest store in the fair that was as large as nearly 500 square meters. A gang will rent this store. Li Gang questioned. Young master, the rent for this store is quite a lot. It will charge this number a month. Han Fei looked at the one finger Li Gang raised, asking, 100 mid-quality pearls? 10. Han Fei was helpless. Don't make a fuss. I thought it charged 100. Just rent it. Li Gang nodded, thinking to himself, Young master, do you know how hard it is to make money? But then he remembered that he could earn 10 mid-quality pearls a day from the barbecue stall, so 100 pearls didn't really seem like a lot. Han Fei instructed, Get me a piece of paper. Soon, Han Fei quickly drew a floor plan on the paper and handed it to Li Gang. I'll give you 3 days to sort out this store. By the way, let Li Qing take care of the barbecue stall. Li Gang's face suddenly changed and he whined, Young master, no. Did I do anything wrong? Young master, the barbecue stall is my life? Smack, Han Fei gently slapped his head. Your life is here. Do you know that this hot pot restaurant will be 10 times more profitable than the barbecue stall? That's impossible. Li Gang rubbed his hands. 10 times more. How much money is that? That's simply unimaginable. Someone immediately shouted, I'll do it if you don't. Young master, pick me. Li Gang quickly turned around and sullenly scolded, Go away. I am a founding member of the Fish Dragons. Who the heck are you? Han Fei turned to Li Gan. Li Gan, you will have to keep an eye on the card room and hot pot restaurants in case anyone makes trouble. You and A-Gang can get 5% of the profits. Okay, I promise, I'll. Han Fei cupped his head in his hands. Okay, stop talking. I know you'll complete the task. In the evening, Han Fei came with barbecue and liquor, only to see old Jiang wandering around the vinegar vat. Grandpa, I'm back. Without looking back at him, old Jiang just grunted. This vinegar smells better and better now. Make me drunk shrimp tonight. I'd like to drink some liquor. Han Fei agreed. No problem. Where is Sister Chin? She hasn't come back yet. Han Fei blinked. Grandpa, let me make you a hard dish tonight. The old man turned his head. A hard dish? How hard is it? My teeth are not so good. I want a softer one. Han Fei, in the evening, when Jiang Qin came back from work, she smelled an exotic fragrance which was very appetizing. She knew Han Fei was back. When Jiang Qin came in, she found that 5 dishes were already on the table, and there was one more dish in the pot. Old Jiang was sneakily putting drunk shrimps into his mouth like a thief. Jiang Qin was helpless. Grandpa, have you washed your hands? My hands are clean. Look, old Jiang grabbed a ball of water from the void and washed his hands with it. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was really envious. This trick is amazing. I must work out a way to make old Jiang teach me it. Old Jiang looked around. Brat, is your hard dish ready? Jiang Qin hadn't heard of such a thing before. Hard dish? Old Jiang was suspicious. I don't know. He said it was hard. Han Fei came carrying something. Here you are. Han Fei first brought a brazier shelf over and then put the pot on it. Who was going to lift the lid? Old Jiang directly lifted the lid without delay. When the lid was lifted, old Jiang was fascinated. This must taste terrific. The smell alone was so attractive. It smelled different from barbecue, but no worse than the barbecue at all. Jiang Qin swallowed. Is this a fish? Han Fei said with a smile. Accurately, it is a big yellow croaker hot pot. Hot pot? Old Jiang pointed to the brazier shelf. Just put a pot on the brazier? Yes, that's right. It was served together with a fire in a pot. Old Jiang asked, this dish is not hard. Can you introduce it? Cough, okay. In this hot pot, I added 7 kinds of spiritual fruit seasonings, 12 kinds of spiritual fruit ingredients, and stewed it for half an hour. Han Fei introduced other dishes, by the way. These are side dishes. There are hot and sour potato shreds. Old man retorted, this is a yellow ball. Potato sounds much better than yellow ball. Let me finish. This is dragon beard cucumber. Old man mocked him. This is long green melon. Han Fei was helpless. I know, but cucumber sounds nicer. Can you stop interrupting me? Jiang Qin rubbed her face. Can't you just let me taste the dishes? Han Fei continued. This is drunk shrimp. You have eaten it. This is sweet and sour sweet peppers and peanuts. It's a dish that goes with wine. This dish is even more amazing. Fried shrimp balls. Peel fresh shrimp, remove their guts, cover them with a layer of mashed beans, and then pan-fry them in oil. It's golden-looking, crispy, juicy, and fragrant. Okay, we can eat them now. The mouths of old Jiang and Jiang Qin were almost watering as they listened to Han Fei's introduction. Oh, the dishes sound really delicious. We want to taste them now. The 3 of them immediately picked their chopsticks and poked them at the big yellow croaker in the hot pot. The eyes of old Jiang and Jiang Qin lit up as they took the first bite. Old Jiang said with a mouthful, it has the fragrance of evergreen mushroom and the smoothness of sweet grass. Huh? As well as the sweetness of 7-leaf flower. Yummy, yummy. Jiang Qin put a fried shrimp ball into her mouth. The crispy, juicy ball burst in her mouth, which made her want to fly. This night, old Jiang drank half the jar of liquor and almost ate all the dishes. With plenty of food and drink, Han Fei whispered to old Jiang, Grandpa, huh? What? You have been in the Heavenly Water Village for so long. Have you ever thought of making a little contribution to the villagers? What can I contribute? They have hands and feet. No one stops them from fishing. I don't mean that. Fishing is only for making a living, but with delicious food, we can have more pursuit, more enjoyment, more leisure, and more fun. The ordinary fishermen work from dawn to night and do fishing day after day, which is really boring, don't you think so? Sounds reasonable, but what's it to do with me? Han Fei smiled slyly. Grandpa, the spiritual fruits in our plantation are too much to eat, and most of them end up rotting in the soil. What a waste. So why don't you contribute them to the villagers? Then they'll be aware that you have a heart of gold. Jiang Qin felt unable to hear it anymore. God knows where Han Fei learned these bamboozling words. She could guess the result. It seemed that the plantation was going to change hands quickly. Jiang Qin shook her head. Why did you let this guy in? Look, it has only been a few days and your plantation has become his. Chapter 95. Everyone loves the Fish Dragons translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. The Fish Dragons had replaced the Tigers overnight, which was marvelously quick. The next day, in front of the 13 casinos of the former Tigers, the members of the Fish Dragons removed its sign under the public eye. A member shouted, Dear fellow villagers, just a moment. When a group of people gathered in front of the casino, Chen Eryu held a piece of paper in his hand and recited, The Fish Dragons have just been established. As we have been despising the evil deeds of the Tigers, now we've decided to ban all casinos and resolutely resist gambling. Wow, someone exclaimed. Really? Are you guys going to give up such a profitable business? Some people didn't believe it. Is it because you've worked out a more profitable business? Chen Eryu continued. Please let me finish. Our current leader Han Fei is very young and talented. He is not that kind of wicked and evil guy. He understands that people need entertainment, so he spent, a year to invent fish dragon cards for all of you. Although the casinos are banned, you can still have healthier entertainment. Fish dragon cards, what are those? Do you charge for this? Is it a gambling game? Chen Eryu cleared his throat and said, Fish dragon cards are a must-have game. It's cheap but fun, and you can play it at home with your family or with your friends. It's dozens of times more fun than gambling. Our leader said that it's definitely not a gambling game. But everyone can have much more fun than gambling from it. Someone shouted, What do the cards look like? We want to have a look. Someone echoed, Yes, although you've talked up this game, we don't know how to play it. You gotta tell us how to play it. Yeah, hurry up. Or else we're leaving. You'll still charge for it, right? Chen Eryu said. Bro, will it cost you money to buy a big yellow croaker? Who can tell me how much a big yellow croaker is? Someone immediately replied, Big yellow croakers are cheap. I can buy 2 or 3 with a low-quality pearl. Chen Eryu said with a smile. Okay. This chum said that he could buy 2 or 3 big yellow croakers with a low-quality pearl. Then I tell you that with the same low-quality pearl, you'll be able to buy 2 sets of fish dragon cards. And you don't have to pay anymore. Surprised? Glad to hear that? Really? How is it possible? How can there be such a cheap game? Go on bragging. Then how do you make money? Chen Eryu smiled kindly. My dear fellows, you don't have to worry about how we make money. Anyway, we won't earn your hard-earned money. Come here. There are some tables here. You can sit down first. Let me show you how to play fish dragon cards. Half an hour later, a strange scene appeared in the Heavenly Water Village. In the east, west, south, and north fairs, 13 groups of people gathered. These people were in a group of 4, sitting opposite one another, chattering away. 3 plus 2, 3 large yellow croakers, and 2 small white fish. Bomb, 4 small white fish. Haha, mine is bigger than yours. 4 big yellow croakers. Humph, 4 tentacle lobsters. The other 3, such sounds, rose one after another and were almost ceaseless. Next to them, a lot of people were lining up. Ah, I want 10 sets of fish dragon cards. I was here first. I want 4 sets of fish dragon cards. I want 6 sets. The members of the fish dragons were crazy busy. They thought that 200 people were enough to cope with this situation, but who could have thought that the products would sell so hot? One member shouted, Please be quiet, because the number of fish dragon cards is limited. Each person can only buy 2 sets. Please purchase now. We don't have many left. Only at this time, the members understood why leaders said that the cards had to be printed, not hand-painted, and made a printing template. Look how popular the goods were. They sold out in less than an hour. 10 minutes later, dozens of fish dragon card rooms announced, Everyone, our inventory has been sold out. Please come back tomorrow. Someone failed to buy one and grumbled, What's the big deal? Anyway, it's made with green turtle scales. I'll make them myself. However, a member of the fish dragons immediately said, Anyone who fails to get one can make it yourself. It doesn't matter. The fish dragons will not force you to buy our fish dragon cards. Our principles are fairness, justice, and serving the people wholeheartedly. But some people sneered immediately. Only idiots will make them themselves. These cards look simple, but who can draw this little white fish or blade fish so vividly? I will come back in line tomorrow. Yes. I can't draw these pictures. Many people who originally planned to make one themselves immediately dismissed this idea. And the person who spoke first thought to himself, it's really easy to be an influencer. On that day, according to incomplete statistics, 2,102 copies of fish dragon cards were sold. Many people followed the trend to buy them before they even figured out what it was. And when they bought them and learned the rules of the game, they were overjoyed. I was so smart to buy one. The first official meeting of the fish dragons. Li Gang said unhappily, Although we've sold so much, we earned less than selling barbecue. We sold a lot, but the price is too low, Chen Eryu assured him. Brother Gang, although we didn't earn much from fish dragon cards, do you know how much our card rooms made today? How much? Chen Eryu made a gesture. At least 8,000 low-quality pearls. Li Gang's eyes widened. If the money earned from selling fish dragon cards were added, they earned 100 low-quality pearls in one day? Li Qing was surprised. The barbecue stall has earned 36 mid-quality pearls today. Young Master said that hot pot restaurants were more profitable than these two. If this is true, then how much can a hot pot restaurant earn? Heavenly Water Village, Wang family. The patriarch of the Wang family looked at the pile of green turtle scales in his hand and said, Are these fish dragon cards? The second young master of the Wang family said, Patriarch, that's right. They are really fun. Smack, all you know is to play. Look at your third brother. Now he is already in the town. In the future, he must be the best armorist of the Wang family. But look at yourself. What else do you know besides playing? But it's really fun, Patriarch. A moment later, after playing a few rounds of fish dragon cards, the patriarch of the Wang family couldn't help but say, It's interesting. How did Han Fei come up with such a game? Second young master replied, Patriarch, let's manufacture it. I heard that the fish dragons are not against others copying it, saying that they will not take this business as their own. Smack, the patriarch of the Wang family scolded angrily, You idiot, all you know is to copy others. Do you know the fish dragons did that purposely? Ah, why? The patriarch of the Wang family narrowed his eyes. Don't forget what the name of this game is, fish dragon cards. In 2 days, this name will be known to every villager in the Heavenly Water Village. If we copy it, what name shall we use? If we don't use this name, people won't buy it. But if we use it, people will think our Wang family has been annexed by the fish dragons. The second young master said angrily, "What a vicious guy. Patriarch, let's find a chance to kill him. This brat is even more difficult to deal with than Li Jue. Shut up. What makes you think you can kill him? And how can our Wang family bully a child? Then what will the villagers of the Heavenly Water Village think of us?" The patriarch of the Wang family murmured. "Han Fei, you're really something. But why do you stick to a small place like the Heavenly Water Village? Even if you outshine the Wang family in the Heavenly Water Village, so what? This is a world valuing strength." In 2 or 3 days, the fish dragons had become a hot topic among the villagers of the Heavenly Water Village. Someone exclaimed, "Have you heard? The fish dragons subsidized over 500 out-of-school children. That's really nice of them." Someone nodded. "The fish dragons don't bully people at all, and they pay money when they buy something." Some people wondered, aren't they supposed to pay money for things? The former one sneered, "The tigers never paid before." Some people echoed, "Indeed, they're much better than the tigers. I heard that the fish dragons are planning to build hot pot restaurants recently. It is said that hot pot is even more delicious than barbecue. Let's go taste it when the restaurant's open? Sure, count me in. Let's go together." Chapter 96, Classification of Fisheries Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The village leader lived in the center of the Heavenly Water Village, which was the closest place to the statue of Sea God, so it was easier for the villagers to find him. Carrying a bottle of liquor, Han Fei came for his appointment, only to find the village leader looking worried. "Grandpa leader, here I am. What did you want to see me about?" Han Fei questioned. The village leader forced a smile and said, "Hi, Han Fei. Oh, you brought me a gift. Thank you. Come on in." The village leader's home was plainly decorated and a bit like Han Fei's own hut. It was said that the village leader's family died in a fishery, and after that, this old man had been living alone. Han Fei put the liquor bottle on the ground and said, "Grandpa leader, are you in trouble?" The village leader was surprised. "How did you know?" "Well, I can tell from your look. Do you need my help? We, the fish dragons, are always ready to help others." The village leader was speechless. Ready to help others? The fish dragons had almost become a chamber of commerce. Ready to earn money from others was more correct. "Han Fei, I had thought you would go to the town so that you could avoid not only the tigers, but also any other troubles, but I didn't expect that Li Jue would die by your hands." "This was really beyond my expectations," Han Fei replied simply. "I used a secret weapon Tanga gave me." "Ho ho!" The village leader just smiled. How could such a little boy tell a lie without batting an eyelid? "Okay, now let's test your spiritual heritage. If what you said is true, the last test must have been wrong." Han Fei agreed. "Okay." The village leader took out a stone and solemnly said to Han Fei, "Put your hand on it and inject spiritual energy into it." Han Fei did what he said. In fact, he agreed to retest his spiritual heritage because he wanted to figure out what that flashing black light he saw last time was. As he injected spiritual energy into the stone, a brilliant yellow color burst out in no time. The village leader took a deep breath. "It was wrong last time. You've got a level 3 mid-quality spiritual heritage, almost high quality." Ignoring the excited babbling of the village leader, he stared closely at the stone. At the last moment, he saw a flash of black light again. It flashed across so quickly it was almost undetectable. Sure enough, there must also be black in the spiritual heritage test, but I don't know what level black represents. The village leader said excitedly, "Han Fei, aren't you excited? Haha, that's great. I found one more great talent for our village. I think you can be a great fishing master in the future, or even a dangling fisher." Seeing that Han Fei was so calm, the village leader was surprised. "Aren't you excited?" Han Fei scratched his head. "Actually, when I broke through to be a fishing master, I already had a hunch that my spiritual heritage should be higher than my testing result, so I'm not surprised." But Han Fei did ask, "Leader, can you keep this secret for me?" The village leader asked. "Keep it a secret? Why?" "You know, I am a low-key person. I don't want so many people to know this. Names are debts. I think it's more fun to let others think that I only have a level 1, high-quality spiritual heritage." The village leader, names are debts? Although a level 3, mid-quality spiritual heritage was not bad, it wasn't that good. "You should go to the town to have a look," the village leader explained. "This is wrong. For example, before if you wanted to go to the town, you might have needed my recommendation, but now you can directly go to the town. But although you have a level 3, mid-quality spiritual heritage, you're still too ordinary in the town. The heavenly talents in the town mostly have level 4 spiritual heritages. The most excellent ones have level 4, high-quality ones, or even level 5 ones." I haven't been to the town yet," Han Fei exclaimed. The village leader solemnly said, "Sooner or later." Han Fei quickly diverted the topic. "Leader, I know that yellow light erupts for spiritual heritages below level 4, blue light for level 4 to 6, and purple for level 7 and above. Is there any color superior to purple? What color is it?" The village leader thought for a moment. "Why do you ask this?" "I'm curious. I wonder if anyone in the city has a spiritual heritage even superior to purple ones." The village leader shook his head. "It is said that there are some, but I haven't seen any yet. That kind of monster is rarely seen even in 100 years. Don't think too much about it. Han Fei frowned slightly. Really? Is black superior to purple? At this time, the village leader said, Han Fei, are you really not going to the town? If you want to go now, I can still work out a way to send you there. Han Fei shook his head. No, I'm not ready yet. What he said was true. The village was very close to the sea, and every time he went to sea, he always gained something by accident. He didn't want to leave here so quickly. Besides, it was simply an insult to him that he would have to be an auditor for 3 years before he was admitted to the town school. Only when he was confident that no one in the town could beat him would he go to the town. The village leader pondered for a while. Since you don't want to go, then I won't force you. But since you don't go to the town, as a fishing master, you can't just fool around with the fish dragons and the plantation. Put aside your proper business. Han Fei? Han Fei? Do you know why the fishing masters in our village are so few? Why is it so rare to see fishing masters in the streets and even the port? Han Fei asked. Isn't it because there are only few fishing masters? Few? Haha, there are nearly 500 graduates from the 4 schools of our village who can become fishing masters every year. In fact, the number of fishing masters in our village increases by about 100 every year. Where have these people gone? Have you even thought about this? Han Fei was surprised. So many? Did they go to a level 1 fishery? The village leader nodded. Do you know what a level 1 fishery is? Han Fei scratched his head. Isn't it a good place for fishing masters to fish? Ordinary fishermen can't handle the demonic fishes there, and great fishing masters don't wish to go there, so only fishing masters will go there. The village leader shook his head. Wrong. Wrong? Before explaining this matter, I think it necessary to tell you about the classification of fisheries. Han Fei was instantly interested. He knew nothing about level 1, 2, or 3 fisheries. Although there were many chances in ordinary fisheries, there wouldn't be as many as in higher-leveled fisheries. The Heavenly Water Village is under the Blue Sea Town. It is said that during ancient times, a Blue Sea wandering dragon fell in the town, so the town was named Blue Sea. Including the Heavenly Water Village, the Beehai Town governs 8 floating islands that are respectively named Water, Wood, Rain, Wind, Moon, Sun, Fire, and Heart. Among them, the Heavenly Heart Village is the closest to the Blue Sea Town and is the strongest, followed by the Heavenly Moon Village and Heavenly Sun Village, and then Heavenly Wind Village and Heavenly Fire Village. The Heavenly Water Village, Heavenly Wood Village, and Heavenly Rain Village are the weakest. The 8 villages share one level 1 fishery extending for 3,000 miles. Han Fei exclaimed, even our village's ordinary fisheries extend 1,000 miles, and they're also exclusive to our village. Why does the shared level 1 fishery only extend for 3,000 miles? The village leader sighed. Do you know what kind of fishery is the most prevalent in the hundreds of thousands of miles of sea areas around us? Han Fei shook his head. Ordinary ones. Not all sea areas are dangerous. Legend has it that a peerless hero found ordinary fisheries suitable for living, so he wielded his power to drag floating islands over and place them around these fisheries. So there are the Heavenly Water Village, Blue Sea Town, and even Thousand Star City. Han Fei secretly took a breath, feeling a little incredulous. What the hell? Someone dragged the floating islands over and placed them here? Only God could do that, the village leader continued. In fact, an ordinary fishery doesn't extend for 1,000 miles. This is just an estimate. Some people have measured it and found it was actually 800 miles or so. 800 miles away, there will be demonic fishes that only appear in level 1 fisheries, although they're extremely rare, and ordinary and level 1 fisheries are not geographically contiguous. There is a middle area between the two, which is called the mixed zone. It's like a buffer zone in which there are both fishes of ordinary fisheries and level 1 fisheries. Then, if the fishing masters of our Heavenly Water Village want to go to the level 1 fishery, they will have to fly thousands of miles or even 2,000 miles. The village leader nodded. Yes, the 8 villages surrounding the level 1 fishery. Some people speculated that this was actually a trial field created by the creator of the floating islands. Chapter 97, Power of Demonic Fishes Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Han Fei thought to himself, if the first level fishery was surrounded by the 8 villages, where was the second level fishery? The village leader seemed to know Han Fei's thoughts as he said, the level 2 fishery is further away, 2,000 miles away from the 8 villages. Han Fei was surprised. So, it is not that we have surrounded the level 1 fishery, but that the level 1 fishery and the level 2 fishery have surrounded us? The village leader nodded with a smile. Exactly. Then what about the level 3 fishery? The village leader glanced at Han Fei. Do you know why the fisheries other than those fisheries we mentioned above is called the Place Unknown? Han Fei shook his head. The level 3 fishery has surpassed the range that the villages can explore. A great fishing master in the level 3 fishery is just like a fisherman in the mixed zone, and there is a good chance that he'll die there. So the level 3 fishery is not around the villages but lies in a remote area and can only be reached through the teleportation circle in the town. Han Fei nodded and continued to ask, what about the Place Unknown? As you become stronger, you will know more about it. Even I don't know much about it. Well, I think you've understood the classification of level 1, 2, and 3 fisheries. Now let's talk about the level 1 fishery. Then he took a meaningful look at Hanfei. Do you know what the significance of the fishing trial is? The parents of those children knew that their children may die. Why did they still make them participate in it? Why do parents cry over their child's death but do not regret it? Hanfei tried to guess. Is it for the level 1 fishery? The village leader nodded. Yes, the level 1 fishery is far more dangerous than the fishing trial. When you get there, you may meet people who you don't know. You don't even know who will suddenly pop up, trap you, or even kill you. So what is most dangerous is not the fish, but people. Hanfei took a deep breath. He could imagine how fierce the competition was as the 8 villages had to share one single fishery. Now he finally understood why people allied but then fought each other in the fishing trial. If a village couldn't form an alliance within itself, internal strife tended to occur. Then, even if the village got a treasure, the villagers would fight each other for who would keep it. Hanfei suddenly remembered something and said to the village leader, "The power of demonic fishes. Tunga once told me that the power of demonic fish could be absorbed by us." The village leader glanced at Hanfei with appreciation. Yes, he was right. It is said that even a common fisherman can absorb the power of demonic fish. Can we directly absorb the power from demonic fishes from the level 1 fishery? Haha, it's not that simple. The village leader seemed to be glad to see him so ignorant. Hanfei? Manis? The village leader explained, I think you've once witnessed the so-called power of demonic fish. At least a lot of members of the fish dragons have it, so did Li Ju. But we call those demonic fishes contractual spiritual beasts. Huh? Hanfei looked at the village leader in amazement. How could it be? If they are contractual spiritual beasts, why did I only see Li Ju and Li Gang have them? No other people seem to have them. The village leader's face turned solemn. So, this is why all villages have to enter the level 1 fishery. The failure rate of ordinary fishermen or fishing masters to sign contracts with common demonic fishes of the first level fishery is too high, mainly because those ordinary demonic fishes are too low-leveled and have no spirituality. So those who fail can only get some strength from the demonic fish but cannot make a contract with them. But as you remember, Li Jui's tigerhead fish was quite spiritual, right? It's of a rare species, which is essentially different from ordinary fishes. Hanfei was curious. So, are there a lot of rare demonic fishes in the level 1 fishery? The village leader shook his head again. No, only a small amount of rare demonic fishes or those mutated from ordinary demonic fishes. The level 1 fishery is only this big, but so many people rush in to catch demonic fishes, so it is not uncommon for people to kill and steal. Sometimes, when someone of a village acquires a rare demonic fish, the other villages will even besiege this village together. What for? The village leader smiled bitterly, for restricting the development of other villages. Once a village has a genius, the benefits he will bring to that village are unexpected. What's the benefit? Is Tunga considered a genius? The village leader nodded. Sure. Did you know that when Tunga was taken away by the angel, it caused a sensation in the town and other villages? That makes sense. Perhaps even in the town, there hadn't been a person with a level 7 spiritual heritage before. The village leader sighed. Yes. But it is both a blessing and a curse. Since Tunga had been taken away by the angel, our Heavenly Water Village should move to where the Heavenly Heart Village is and replace it. Hanfei was stunned. Excuse me, Grandpa Leader? Wait a minute, can the floating islands move? The village leader smiled. Yes, this is because of the formation left by the ancient peerless hero, which was to intensify the competition among the villages and cultivate stronger people. Forget it. Why do I nag on so much? Sorry, people talk more as they get older. I tell you this because every fishing master in the villages has a task. Hanfei asked seriously, what task? The village leader said solemnly, scramble for rare demonic fishes. As you know, all schools in our village give students free spirit-swallowing fish soup, which is also for fulfilling a task. Every village has an unwritten rule that every fishing master should go to the level 1 fishery as much as they can and catch spirit-swallowing fish as much as they can. In theory, every fishing master shall catch 500 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish a month. Hanfei blinked. Then you have been a fishing master for 3 days, right? You still have 27 days to catch 500 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish. Of course, if you can contract a spiritual beast, you don't have to catch fish. By the way, absorbing the power of demonic fish is not counted because the power of the demon fish is no match for that of a contractual spiritual fish. Hanfei almost fainted. Shit, I had thought my day had come and was thinking about how to expand the fish dragons. It turns out that I'll have to go to the level 1 fishery to grab resources. If I happen to meet 2 peak-leveled fishing masters at the same time there, I'll be dead meat. The village leader smiled. Hanfei, you are still young. Don't envy the fishing masters who can stay in the village. They have already paid a heavy price. Even Li Jue had killed more than 10 fishing masters from other villages and interrupted the spiritual beast signing contracting process of the people of the other villages twice. Hanfei felt as if there were 10,000 iron-head fish galloping in his heart. No, I am still a child. With that said, the village leader handed him a book. Take it. This is the mantra for contracting a spiritual beast. Learn it by heart as soon as possible. Don't waste your time on trivial matters such as the fish dragons. Han Fei rolled his eyes. I've just become a gang leader, and I haven't established a glorious image in the villager's heart yet. Why do I have to go back to cultivate again? Why? He returned to the plantation. Zhang Qin happened to be in the plantation today. Han Fei laughed. Sister Qin, don't you go to work today? I took the day off. Okay. Sister Qin, can I ask if you have a contractual spiritual beast? Zhang Qin responded by asking him, why do you ask me this? Are you going to the level 1 fishery? Han Fei scratched his head. The village leader came to me today and asked me to catch 500 pounds of spirit-swallowing fish every month. He also wanted me to scramble for demonic fishes with the others, but I'm so young, I don't think I'll have any chance to win over others. I might as well catch spirit-swallowing fish. Ho ho, Zhang Qin sneered. You don't think you'll have a chance? Then how can you explain Li Jue's death? How do you have the cheek to play weak? As Zhang Qin turned her eyeballs with a flash, a blue lobster appeared in front of her. A touch! Han Fei was startled as Zhang Qin suddenly threw a punch at him. Sister Qin, clang! Han Fei held up his rod to block her fist but was still sent flying through the air. Han Fei crawled out of the vegetable garden with tears. Sister Qin, why did you suddenly beat me? I just showed you the power of a contractual spiritual beast. I only used the power of a junior fishing master. How do you feel? Han Fei was shocked. Only the power of a junior fishing master. But why was the attack power so strong? Han Fei immediately said, no, Sister Qin, I fought Li Jue. Even if he had had his tiger head fish attached to him, he had not exceeded the limit of a fishing master, nor had the strength of a great fishing master. But when your contractual spiritual beast attached to you, your strength seemed to rise by 2 levels. Zhang Qin nodded. Accurately speaking, my strength climbed from that of a junior fishing master to an intermediate one, but still a step away from that of an advanced fishing master after Little Blue attached to me. Li Jue wasn't this strong because the tiger head fish he got was a mother and son pair. He gave the son to his son Li Hu. After the death of his son Li Hu, after the death of his son's fish, the strength of the mother fish was greatly reduced. You are lucky. So, if I hadn't killed Li Hu, I might not have been able to beat Li Jue. Gosh, this world is dangerous. Chapter 98. Main function of Demon Purification Pot Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. That night, Han Fei summoned his men over. I will cultivate in seclusion this month. Now I'll give you the method for making hot pot. If you are successful, you can popularize it. I'll have to prepare for a trip to the level 1 fishery. Upon hearing mention of the level 1 fishery, Li Gang and the others looked scared. Li Gang asked, so soon? Young master, don't believe anyone. Han Fei doubted how Li Gan could survive, but since he could stay in the Heavenly Water Village, he must have done a lot of things in the level 1 fishery. He was certainly not as silly as he looked. Han Fei asked for leave from old Jiang, went to the cultivation hall of the fish dragons, and started to cultivate in seclusion. Old Jiang mocked that he had never heard of a little brat like him cultivate in seclusion, that it was funny. Old Jiang didn't know how many secrets Han Fei had. If he did, he wouldn't say. This was the first time Han Fei started to practice indestructible body art since he returned. After all, the cultivation of the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing was something that would take a long time to do, and the effect was definitely not as fast as the indestructible body. In front of Han Fei, there were 20 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid and more than 100 mantis shrimp beads. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to be steamed, his teeth clenched tightly, and sweat on his head kept flowing down. Shit. This indestructible body is too fucking cool. It will actually burn the skin of my whole body with spiritual energy from the inside out, one layer after another, repeated 5 times. Han Fei was shocked. The human skin was divided into 5 layers, namely the stratum corneum, the transparent layer, the granular layer, the spinous cell layer, and the basal layer. What the indestructible body aimed to do was to strengthen the 5 layers of skin to be bulletproof. Thus, the skin had to be burnt countless times. Fortunately, Han Fei discovered the benefits of mantis shrimp beads, which helped ease his pain. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. Han Fei didn't know how many times he repeatedly burnt his skin with spiritual energy. When he cut his skin with a bladefish dagger, his skin wasn't cut at all. He seemed to have achieved some progress. The next step was to temper his skin with spiritual energy. Of course, Ren Tianfei didn't have any spiritual energy at that time. The method he used was boxing, but his boxing method was not recorded, and he thought that, unlike him, the person who inherited his art should have spiritual energy, so there were actually 2 ways to practice this step. Ren Tianfei's method was more difficult, while the one Han Fei adopted needed a lot of spiritual energy. But Ren Tianfei would never expect that Han Fei's spiritual energy storage would have no upper limit. When Han Fei consumed 10,000 points of spiritual energy, he had basically acquired the indestructible body art, and this step only took him half an hour. If it were someone else, they would have to spend at least 2 months to collect 10,000 points of spiritual energy and cultivate, provided they could use all the stored spiritual energy on skin tempering. But it took time to accumulate spiritual energy. So Han Fei reckoned that if it were someone else, it would take them over 3 months at least, but he only needed half an hour. Oh, it's so fucking difficult. This is just skin tempering. What will I still have to suffer to temper my flesh? Han Fei shivered as he remembered how painful it felt while tempering his skin. Han Fei stabbed himself with an ordinary bladefish dagger only to hear a click, and the dagger was broken. Wow, that's awesome. Han Fei was dumbfounded. The indestructible body is so powerful. A bladefish dagger that can cut anything in ordinary fisheries was broken when it cut his body. In addition to a little pain, he felt nothing except for leaving a shallow white mark on his skin that could be easily rubbed away. Han Fei took out a mortal-level dagger made with the demon purification pot and gently poked his skin with it. His skin remained intact. Han Fei thought to himself, am I not exerting enough strength? So he used almost half of his strength this time. This time, Han Fei saw an obvious white mark on his skin, but it still didn't bleed. Okay, this time let me use 70% of my strength. Ouch. Looking at the blood mark appearing on his arm, Han Fei realized that his skin was not truly bulletproof. After all, it was a mortal-level dagger made with the calabash. However, it suddenly occurred to Han Fei that he would be able to block 70% of the attack force from an enemy of the same level as him even if he was hit, but the weapon the other party used should be at least of mortal level, high quality. If it was just a bladefish dagger or something similar, it might be broken directly. Haha, great, I've only made small progress in practicing the indestructible body. What if I completely master it? The point is that I can practice it all the way down. I can practice it when I become a great fishing master, so can I when I become a dangling fisher. Han Fei had realized the power of the art. An art that required 100 million points of spiritual energy to deduce certainly couldn't be simple. In the last 10 days, Han Fei used 7 bottles of ironfish body polishing fluid, 49 mantis shrimp beads, and more than 16,000 points of spiritual energy. This was a great consumption. If it was converted into mid-quality pearls, there must be hundreds of them. Well, it's impossible to master this art to the fullest extent in such a short period of time. I might as well practice the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing to increase the strength of my entire body. After another 7 days, Han Fei found that his upper limit of spiritual energy was stuck at 599 points. He looked at the data. Owners, Han Fei Level, 13 Junior Fishing Master, Spiritual Energy, 14,006, 599, Spiritual Hair to Gi, Level 3, Mid-Quality Upgradable. A Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod, Main Arta, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss Mortal Level, Divine Quality. The upgradable button for his spiritual heritage remained gray. But his upper limit of spiritual energy seemed to be less. Han Fei felt that his upper limit of spiritual energy increased quickly when he was still a fisher, but now it was increasing more and more slowly. It would only rise by a dozen points or so each level he upgraded. No, there must be a way to continue to increase my upper limit. Since both my spiritual heritage and level have been upgraded, my upper limit of spiritual energy should also be increased. Han Fei did not dwell on this problem. After all, in terms of the upper limit of spiritual energy, even a peak-level fishing master was no match for him now. Han Fei calculated the time he had spent. It took him 17 days to practice the indestructible body and the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, plus 3 days he spent before, so now he only had less than 10 days. Han Fei took out the method given to him by the village leader on how to contract a spiritual beast. Huh? Do I have to recite these words? Yes, it was not difficult to contract a spiritual beast. You just needed to recite some words, or to be precise, a mantra. I swear with my essence and blood, spiritual energy, and sea god, and hereby brand the contract in my mind. Han Fei frowned. This contracting method seemed a bit strange. Why should the contract be branded in my mind? But then he thought this was just a ceremony, and he didn't have to worry too much. So Han Fei started to recite the mantra, thinking this would only take him 1 hour at most. However, when Han Fei was reciting it, the blood welled up inside him and he couldn't mobilize his essence and blood, and the oath could not be branded into his mind at all. After trying for 5 or 6 times, Han Fei failed. Was this that difficult to recite? If it was, why should I go to a level 1 fishery as soon as I became a fishing master? Subconsciously, Han Fei wanted to see if the demon purification pot had a way to solve this problem, but when he looked at it, he found there was a word, demon purification, next to refining. Demon purification? Han Fei curiously clicked on it, only to be reminded that it required 50,000 points of spiritual energy to activate it. Gosh, this is robbery. No, wait, is it because of this that I can't recite it? Otherwise, why would the word demon purification happen to appear at this time? This is doubtful. Activate. No matter if Han Fei was willing or not, he would have to spend 50,000 points of spiritual energy anyway. Since he still had some spiritual energy left, he might as well activate it now. After 15 minutes, Han Fei was dumbfounded. The so-called demon purification was to fuse different demons and transform them into a new life? Damn, that's terrific. Han Fei took a deep breath. In this way, he would be able to fuse demonic fishes without limit until a rare or even more advanced demonic fish was produced, and it didn't need any stupid contract. Han Fei muttered, Demon purification pot, is this magical skill your core function? Chapter 99, First Combat in the Level 1 Fishery Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Han Fei walked out of the cultivation hall of the fish dragons. Two men, who had been guarding outside the door, immediately greeted him. "Young master, have you finished your cultivation?" Han Fei replied, "Yes, I never felt this energetic before. I think no one can beat me now." The two guards, one of them said, "Young master, during these days the village leader had sent for you twice, and they said they would come again today. Why? Are they afraid I ran away?" One guard answered, "No, the village leader just asked you to go to his home as soon as you finished your cultivation." Han Fei nodded. "Got it, I'm going to— Oh, by the way, how is it going with the hot pot restaurants?" Speaking of the hot pot restaurants, these two people immediately became excited. "Young master, you won't be able to guess how many people visited the restaurants that day, from noon to late at night. All the hot pot restaurants were so full of people who were full of praise for the food that they almost wanted to lick the hot pot clean." Another person hurriedly said, "Young master, the turnover of the opening day reached this number." The man raised his open palm and showed 5 fingers. 500 mid-quality pearls? The man exclaimed, "Young master, you really are a god." "It is exactly 500 mid-quality pearls, and our brothers were all beside themselves with joy." Smack, Han Fei slapped the head of the man. "Just tell me how much it is next time. Why did you ask me to guess? I almost thought it was 5,000. This person felt very aggrieved. How could it be 5,000? 5,000 mid-quality pearls? That's too much. Han Fei happily walked out of the fish dragons, and seeing the sun outside, he felt refreshed and wondered if he should invite old Jiang and Sister Qin to eat hot pot at a hot pot restaurant tonight. But then he gave up the idea. Neither of them liked crowded places. He might as well make a hot pot for them at home, the home of the village leader. "Grandpa Chief, here I am," Han Fei announced. The village leader was looking at a piece of paper, and hearing Han Fei come in, he said, "Have you finally finished your cultivation?" "Yes, now I'm ready for combat." The village leader nodded with approval. "Okay, what a coincidence. In 1 hour, you'll be going together with 3 other fishing masters." "Ah? Why so urgent?" "I didn't plan to wait for you, but you happened to come here. But it's not bad. You can't be a weakling since you could kill Li Jue." This time, 3 fishing masters from our Heavenly Water village were killed in the level 1 fishery, and now we are preparing to support our men. "Oh?" Han Fei was a little shocked. "Were 3 fishing masters killed so easily?" The village leader sighed. "They were trapped. Aren't you going to the plantation to say goodbye to old Jiang before you go?" Han Fei thought about it. It seemed unnecessary. He could imagine old Jiang's reaction. He would just grunt as a response without even lifting his eyelids. "Forget it. But Grandpa Leader, shouldn't you give my fishing boat back?" The village leader agreed. "Sure, they would have used your fishing boat even without you." Han Fei, in less than an hour, the village leader called the other 3 over and they immediately set off with Han Fei. After about 15 minutes, the 4 of them were already in the sky. Han Fei's white fishing boat was very fast, 3 times faster than ordinary ones, but only Han Fei knew that it could be over 10 times faster than the fishing boats of the Heavenly Water Village. A middle-aged man was steering the fishing boat. The other 2 on the boat were a man and a woman who were both young people under 25 years old. At the moment, except for the middle-aged uncle, the other 2 were both looking at Han Fei. The girl exclaimed with a smiley face, "Wow, are you Han Fei? A 12-year-old fishing master? You look so cute, Han Fei." "One." Then she directly rubbed Han Fei's head. Han Fei's face immediately turned black. "Young lady, please behave yourself." "Titter. Are you afraid that I'll eat you? It's the first time I've seen a 12-year-old fishing master. You're really cool." The young man was also looking at Han Fei up and down. Seeing Han Fei's helpless expression, he almost burst into laughter, but when he thought of the mission of this trip, he couldn't laugh. Of course, no one took Han Fei as a weakling. How could a weakling kill Li Jue, wipe out the tigers, and kill a fishing master of the tigers under the public eye? The girl rubbed Han Fei's head again and said, "My name is Chun Jia. This brother's name is Zhang Peng, and he is Uncle Tao. He is very strong." The middle-aged man turned his head and smiled. "My name is Cao Fei. Little Han Fei, this is the first time you have come to a level 1 fishery. You must follow us closely. This is a place 10 times more dangerous than the fishing trial." Han Fei assured him, "Uncle, don't worry about me. My strength has improved greatly recently. I'm confident I can defeat my enemies easily." "Ho ho," Cao Fei was speechless. "You speak as if our enemies are a bunch of big yellow croakers. Boy, you're still young. You still have time to kick the bad habit of bragging." Zhang Peng shook his head slightly. This kid is too confident. He had no idea how cruel the level 1 fishery was. This 1,000-mile-long journey would have taken them 6 hours, but with Han Fei's fishing boat, it only took them less than 2 hours. When they landed on the level 1 fishery, the other 3 were shocked. "The fishing boat gifted by the angel was really great," Cao Fei said solemnly. "Get ready for combat, Zhang Peng. Release the spirit-chasing shrimp." Seeing Han Fei's puzzled look, Chen Jiao explained it to him with a smile. The spirit-chasing shrimp is Zhang Peng's contractual spiritual beast. It can find the location of any specific person according to his spiritual energy. He can track people? That's amazing. Han Fei was a bit shocked. Wow, fortunately, this shrimp is rare. If everyone had one, would I be chased around if I offended someone? Cao Fei instructed. Jair, please tell Han Fei about our respective skills and spiritual beasts. Shen Jair turned serious. Han Fei, listen well. I'm a junior peak level fishing master and my spiritual beast is a crayfish. After fusion, my combat strength barely reaches the intermediate peak. With that, Chen Jiara said, pointing to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng is also a junior peak level fishing master. His spiritual beast is a lightning crab. It is extremely fast in combat and has strong attack power. It is also the only spiritual beast with a combat skill of its own in the level 1 fishery. It can transform spiritual energy into a claw and then strike as fast as a bolt of lightning to kill the enemy in an instant, but it will consume a lot of spiritual energy. Zhang Peng is stronger than me after fusion, but not by much. Han Fei was surprised. Can a spiritual beast have its own combat skills? Transform spiritual energy into a claw? These people's spiritual beasts are really excellent. In the end, Chen Jiar introduced, this is our captain, Cao Fei, an advanced fishing master only one step away from the peak. His spiritual beast is a swordfish who has great attack power. If you're in danger in combat, you can run to the captain for help. Of course, if the captain is fighting a master of the same level, you'd better not do it. When she finished, all three looked at Han Fei. Han Fei blinked. Well, Han Fei, I'm a junior peak level fishing master. My spiritual beast is spirit swallowing fish, and my combat power won't be increased after fusion. Huh? You're already a junior peak level fishing master? Cao Fei looked back at Han Fei in surprise. Han Fei perked up. Yes, peak level. If I give my strength to a full swing, my comprehensive combat power can equal that of an intermediate, peak level fishing master. Everyone, intermediate peak level? Zhang Peng was stunned. Han Fei, are you sure? Cao Fei said seriously. Han Fei, it's a matter of life and death. No kidding. I'm not kidding. My strength is very strong. If I punch an intermediate peak level fishing master, he may vomit at least 3 liters of blood. Everyone? They all went speechless? Why 3 liters? Not more or less, but they were also relieved. It was great that he wasn't a burden. Although they were shocked by Han Fei's strength, they still needed to confirm it in actual combat. About half an hour later, Han Fei saw 5 fishing boats chasing each other in the distance. Cao Fei shouted, "Let's get into battle and sprint at full speed." At this very moment, however, Han Fei whispered, "Uncle Cao, can you tell which are the enemy's boats? Just hit their boats with mine. Don't worry, my boat won't be damaged." Chapter 100, Invincible Double Knives Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Hearing his idea, Cao Fei nodded and immediately steered the ship to ram past. Reinforcements. Then they heard someone on one of the boats shout loudly, and his voice was very excited. Cao Fei shouted from a distance, "The bastards of the Heavenly Sun Village, your Grandpa Cao is here. Not good, let's retreat." As the 5 fishing boats on the opposite side quickly separated, Han Fei saw that the 2 fishing boats of the Heavenly Water Village were already in disarray. Only 3 people were still holding out and fighting on the bow. Seeing the reinforcements come, they immediately collapsed to the boats. On the 3 fishing boats from the Heavenly Sun Village, however, there were 6 people still fighting. Now, they were dumbfounded. Where was this white fishing boat from? How dare it aim to ram our boats? Cao Fei roared. Kill! Bam! With a bang, the keel of a fishing boat belonging to the Heavenly Sun Village was directly hit and broken while another was sinking. The people on the 2 ships jumped to the 2 other fishing boats. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the people from the Heavenly Water Village. How could this white fishing boat be so sturdy as to not be damaged at all? The people on the 2 fishing boats of the Heavenly Water Village suddenly shouted, "Kill them!" A young man from the Heavenly Sun Village sneered, "Even if your reinforcements have come, so what? We'll have reinforcements too. Now only 4 of you can still fight. Gee, look what I see, a child. Have you been weaned yet, little kid?" Cao Fei ignored this person and quickly said, "We each will be responsible for 1 person. Zhao Dabai, try to keep 2 enemies at bay. None will be left alive today." Zhao Dabai was the person who asked for reinforcements. His face was pale, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Han Fei frowned. They didn't seem to be able to hold out any longer. Zhao Dabai and the man and woman seemed to have been seriously injured, and now even their hands were shaking. But Cao Fei, regardless of this, had pounced past. Chen Jiaer shouted, "Fuse." Zhang Peng followed suit, "Fuse." Cao Fei as well, "Fuse." Their momentum instantly soared as they jumped onto the fishing boats of the Heavenly Sun Village. BA, bam, BA, bam. The fierce battle unfolded in an instant, and someone was injured immediately after the fight started. Zhang Peng purposely let his enemy injure him, and then his lightning crab suddenly turned spiritual energy into a large claw and grabbed at the other party. At the same time, Zhang Peng rushed forward, though his body was pierced by a swordfish phantom. Han Fei was shocked. So this is combat in the level 1 fishery. Are all the battles here started so fiercely? At the same time, Cao Fei shouted, "Han Fei, fight!" As soon as Han Fei heard it, he moved. As spiritual energy flashed across in his purple bamboo rod, he hit one enemy with it. Haha, is there no man in the Heavenly Water Village? I can't believe they sent a brat here. Entangle. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and suddenly saw a big squid whose dozens of tentacles were about to entangle him, and the rod in the man's hand was also flashing with spiritual energy. Obviously, he was going to launch another blow at Han Fei. Bam! To the man's surprise, Han Fei's power was too strong, and he had also been fighting for a long time. Although he took spirit-refilling pills, his physical strength was almost exhausted, so he was immediately sent flying through the air by the blow from this kid. The young man shouted, "Attention, this kid is not right. Someone come help me." When the people of the Heavenly Water Village heard this, they all looked at Han Fei in amazement. Was this kid stronger than they thought? Especially the three who had almost lost their combat power. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Dabai shouted, "You bastards from the Heavenly Sun Village, let me teach you a lesson. Come, fight me." Although Han Fei repulsed the man with his rod, he withdrew his rod in the next second, and two knives that were wrapped with spiritual energy suddenly appeared in his hand. He struck dozens of blows into the void with the knives. Oh, the young man struggled to get up as if he was badly injured. However, Han Fei was already in front of him, and the advantages and disadvantages of rods and knives immediately manifested themselves. The long rod in the hands of the young man lost its power in such a short distance, while the double knives in Han Fei's hands danced like flying butterflies. Bam, bam, bam! In a blink of an eye, Han Fei had chopped the young man with a dozen blows and broke the spiritual energy protective cover over his body. Suddenly, Han Fei felt as if there was a suction cup trying to suck him away. Gurgle, gurgle. Just after a few seconds, the young man looked at the boy in front of him in fright. He found that he had no strength to fight back in this head-on combat. The double knives had left dozens of wounds on his body, and now he was dripping with blood. "No," the young man howled in despair. "How dare you, Zhao Dabai? Get the fuck out of the way." Bam! Zhao Dabai and the other two were shaken away by a strong concussive ripple. Han Fei looked sideways, only to see a sturdy young man angrily jumping at him. Han Fei casually kicked the badly injured fishing master from the Heavenly Sun Village into the sea and chopped at the sturdy young man. "Ding Yang, you killed Ding Yang, you damn thief from the Heavenly Water Village?" Everyone was surprised. No one ever expected that the first one who killed an enemy turned out to be a kid, but Zhao Dabai and the others cracked a smile. "This kid is terrific. He is so young, but already so powerful." Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei kept hacking and slashing with his knives, and the man seemed to be about to launch a spiritual energy explosion attack at him. But Han Fei was not afraid at all as he kept hacking at him. With a loud bang, Han Fei stepped back 5 or 6 steps, and his double knives turned around in his hands and were firmly held by him. 2 long wounds appeared on that man's chest and blood spurted out. Just when Han Fei was going to attack again, a figure flew to his side. He took a look. Huh? Isn't this Chen Jia'er? Chen Jia'er was injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood while asking, "My enemy's spiritual beast is a sturdy armor turtle. Zhao Dabai, can you beat him?" Zhao Dabai smiled bitterly. "I've run out of spiritual energy." "Well, maybe I can help you." Before Han Fei finished, Chen Jia'er had joined the combat again, because the man fighting her got a chance and turned to attack Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng was injured and certainly wouldn't survive the attacks of 2 fishing masters. Han Fei took a breath, raised his hands, and guided the spiritual energy in his body. Soon, 2 columns of spiritual energy entered into Zhao Dabai's body. Damn, Zhao Dabai and another woman were stupefied. Was this boy a spirit gatherer? Not only was Zhao Dabai stunned, but everyone else froze, so did the people from the Heavenly Sun Village. Such a young spirit gatherer? Why didn't this kind of talent go to the town? Not good, he is a spirit gatherer. Kill this boy. The Heavenly Water Village already had Tangji. We can't let them have another genius. However, Zhao Dabai suddenly roared, "Who dares to touch anyone from the Heavenly Water Village? Do you think I'm dead?" Zhao Dabai and the wounded woman joined the battle, and the situation immediately reversed. As for the remaining person, he was too far away from Han Fei, so Han Fei couldn't transmit any spiritual energy to him. Just then, the sturdy man was rushing at him like crazy. The spiritual beast of this young man was a crab whose defense and attack powers were not weak. He had fused with his spiritual beast, and now his combat power almost equaled that of an intermediate peak-level fishing master. He seemed to be enraged, and his momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Dabai frowned and said to Han Fei, "Watch out for the demonic fish power of his ballfish, kid." Han Fei also frowned. Can fishing masters get power from demonic fishes repeatedly? Did this guy also have a contractual spiritual beast? Explode? The young man roared, and hundreds of needles suddenly shot out in all directions. Han Fei, who was right in front of him, would certainly be subject to the greatest damage. The sturdy young man sneered. "These are the poison stings of ballfish. Surprised? Enjoy. Brat from the Heavenly Water Village, you're doomed." Cao Fei roared and tried to rush over, but was smashed back by his opponent with his rod. The other people from the Heavenly Water Village were all worried. They knew how dangerous a ballfish could be. This boy was a 12-year-old spirit gatherer, as well as the hope of the Heavenly Water Village. Would he die the first time he went out for a mission? But the next second, everyone was stunned, and the sturdy young man also widened his eyes. Clinks and clangs were heard continuously from Hanfei's body as the countless ballfish stings transformed away from spiritual energy, failing to leave any marks on Hanfei's body. Hanfei scratched his head. Have you finished your attack? Now it's my turn.